Chapter 1. A handsome stranger, lend me a flame. Within the raucous confines of the bar, chaos reigned supreme. Luo Caimei emerged from the dance floor, clad in a high-slit slip dress, her chestnut curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders. The intoxication of the evening rendered her fox-like eyes alluringly hazy, while her exquisite features radiated a striking beauty. As she moved, her long slender legs tantalizingly revealed themselves, her fair skin glowing ethereally. She returned to the bar and took her seat once more. Her close friend Xia Jiwan, noticing her intention to drink further, swiftly snatched the glass from her delicate fingers. "What's wrong with you today? You seem rather downcast." Caimei reclaimed her drink, taking a generous sip before parting her crimson lips. "Shen Qingyan has been unfaithful." In the bathroom, she stumbled upon a black straight strand of hair on the shirt he had discarded. The fabric still bore a hint of a fresh, delicate fragrance diptyque's rose water, embodying a distinctly bourgeois charm. That particular perfume was quite a favorite among contemporary female university students. Caimei had met Shen Qingyan during her sophomore year when she rescued his grandfather, Shen Yi, from a car accident. In gratitude, Shen Yi bestowed upon her a 5 stake in the Shen Group. After their graduation, Shen Yi orchestrated their union, and after nearly a year of pursuit, Shen Qingyan won Caimei's heart. Shortly thereafter, they exchanged vows. 2 years into their marriage, Shen Qingyan appeared to be the epitome of a devoted husband, handsome, considerate, and utterly attentive. He never allowed her to lift a finger with heavy chores, and would always keep her informed of his whereabouts during work hours, carving out time on weekends for romantic rendezvous. To the outside world, he was the ideal spouse. Caimei had never imagined he would stray. Xia Jiwan furrowed her brows in concern. "Are you certain that hair belongs to another woman?" Caimei flicked her own chestnut curls. "Could it possibly be mine?" Xia Jiwan, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "What the hell? Isn't he supposed to be the perfect husband? How could he betray you? Men only behave themselves when they're hung on the wall." Feeling increasingly agitated, Caimei downed her drink in one swift motion and made her way toward the restroom. As she passed the smoking area, she paused, captivated by a tall, slender figure. A young man, seemingly still in the bloom of youth, leaned against the corridor wall, smoking. He possessed a strikingly handsome, rebellious face, a sharp brow, dark, narrow eyes, and an aura of languid nonchalance that was undeniably alluring. Caimei felt a slight itch in her throat. She too yearned for a cigarette. She rummaged through her bag for a lattice cigarette but, after a fruitless search, found no lighter. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she approached the young man. "Handsome, could you lend me a flame?" He lowered his gaze and turned to her. The woman before him possessed an innate allure, her fox-like eyes seemingly imbued with an irresistible charm. When she smiled, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her captivating presence. The depths of his dark eyes revealed no discernible emotions. As he extended his lighter toward her, she unexpectedly rose onto her toes, biting her cigarette with her crimson lips, leaning closer to his cigarette's end. As the flame flickered to life, their gazes locked. Fu Zheng observed her delicately quivering lashes and the luscious red of her lips at that moment. 2 words echoed in his mind: exquisite beauty. The corridor bustled with patrons, and amidst the laughter and playful shoving of several inebriated companions, one of them accidentally bumped into the woman, causing her to stagger toward the young man's embrace. He instinctively reached out, steadying her. As she collided with him, Caimei felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Removing the cigarette from her lips, her vibrant mouth inadvertently brushed against the pristine collar of his shirt, leaving a strikingly alluring lipstick mark. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her enchanting eyes lingering on the subtle movement of his enticing Adam's apple. "Am I beautiful?" The young man's pale lips parted slightly. "You're intoxicated." A hint of drunken seduction graced Caimei's otherwise cold demeanor as she wrapped her slender arms around his neck, rising on her toes to whisper in his ear, "What's your name? How about I support you after I get divorced?" Before she could finish, he gently pushed her away. "I have no interest in married women." Caimei watched as he walked away, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. Was he the bar's new headliner? Quite the character, and she found herself intrigued. Chapter 2. Discovering her husband's infidelity and encountering a young Adonis. As Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan departed from the bar, a sleek black Bentley glided into view. Shen Qingyan emerged from the vehicle. "Darling, why have you consumed so much alcohol?" he inquired, taking Luo Caimei from Xia Jiwan's grasp. Luo Caimei gazed at Shen Qingyan, her eyes tracing the sharp lines and deep contours of his handsome face. Shen Qingyan was strikingly attractive, his features sculpted as though by a master craftsman, exuding both charm and masculinity. It has been quite a while since I last socialized with Ji Wan. I inadvertently indulged a bit too much, she replied, concealing the tumult of emotions roiling within her. Shan Qingyan assisted Luo Caimei into the car, tenderly fastening her seatbelt with utmost care. After the vehicle pulled away from the bar, a tall, slender figure emerged from the shadows. He glanced down at the red lipstick mark on his shirt collar, his dark eyes betraying an enigmatic emotion. The following day, when Luo Caimei awoke, she could scarcely recall the events of the previous night. It was only after a phone call with Xia Jiwan that she learned it was Shan Qingyan who had come to retrieve her from the bar. How curious. She had not divulged her location to him. How did he know she was there? Rubbing her aching temples, she stepped out of her room and was greeted by the faint aroma of congee wafting through the air. In the kitchen, a man was preparing breakfast, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt to reveal his sinewy arms, his posture exuding confidence and allure. His tone remained as low and gentle as ever. Luo Caimei could discern no trace of abnormality in his demeanor. Was it that he was concealing something too effectively? Or was her suspicion merely excessive? A smile graced her crimson lips. All right, thank you, my husband. As they shared breakfast, Luo Caimei contemplated broaching the subject of the hair on his shirt, but before she could voice her inquiry, he interjected, Darling, the Shun Corporation shareholders meeting is approaching, and I require your support. Would you be willing to transfer the shares your grandfather bestowed upon you to me? A jolt of apprehension coursed through Luo Caimei's heart. Previously, she had not overthought the matter. After all, they were married, and transferring the shares would merely constitute shared assets. However, now she felt compelled to ascertain whether he had indeed taken another woman outside their union. She neither acquiesced nor declined. Observing her smiling countenance, Shan Qingyan's eyes reflected a complex turmoil. Darling, do you harbor any reservations? You need not worry. As long as you before he could finish his sentence. Luo Caimei abruptly set down her chopsticks, rising hastily. Husband, I have an appointment with a client that is approaching. I must hurry to the studio. Luo Caimei had studied fashion design in college and, after graduation, opened a modest studio. While her orders were few, they sufficed to sustain her. Shan Qingyan watched her retreating figure, his brows furrowing as a tempest brewed in his dark gaze, lost in thought. He entered his study, powered on his computer, and donned his headphones. The eavesdropping software relayed the conversation between Luo Caimei and her friend Xia Jiwan from the previous night at the bar. Luo Caimei, Shen Qingyan is cheating. I found a black long hair on the shirt he changed out of, and it smelled of diptyque rose water. Xia Jiwan, are you certain the hair belongs to another woman? Luo Caimei, could it possibly be mine? Xia Jiwan, goodness, isn't he supposed to be the perfect husband? How could he betray you? Men only remain faithful when they are hung on the wall. After eavesdropping on the conversation, Shan Qingyan set down his headset, took a cigarette and placed it between his thin lips. Igniting it, he took a drag, his deep-set eyes squinting slightly as a hint of a cold, disdainful smile crossed his handsome, rugged face. She is rather perceptive. Shan Qingyan picked up his phone and dialed out, requesting, do me a favor. The seeds of suspicion regarding her husband's infidelity, once sown, sprouted like rampant vines, wildly growing unchecked in her heart. Ascending in the elevator, Luo Caimei made her way directly to Shan Qingyan's office. She raised her hand, about to knock on the door, when she suddenly noticed it was not fully closed. Through the gap, she glimpsed a young, beautiful woman sitting on the floor. The woman was clad in a form-fitting white blouse and a tight-fitting skirt, her long straight black hair tied back in a low ponytail. The woman's face was pale as she sobbed, Xiao Shan, my brother is ill and needs money. Did I truly have no other options that night? You were intoxicated, and I entertained thoughts I shouldn't have. I realize my mistake. Please give me another chance, don't fire me, alright? Lin Jingyi, if you wish to avoid being blacklisted by other companies in the industry, you should leave voluntarily and cease to disturb Xiao Shan. The speaker was Jin Yan, Shan Qingyan's chief secretary. Lin Jingyi dared not say more. She rose from the floor, leaving in a state of utter disarray. The moment the office door was pulled open, Jin Yan spotted Luo Caimei, and a subtle smile graced her competent and astute face. Xiao Wei, you've come? Shan Qingyan, who had been signing documents at his desk, looked up upon seeing Luo Caimei approach, promptly setting his pen down and walking towards her. Darling, what brings you here? Luo Caimei raised the insulated box in her hand, saying, Mom asked me to bring you a lunch filled with love. You've worked hard, sweetheart. Shan Qingyan ushered Luo Caimei to sit on the sofa. Noticing he wasn't eating, she furrowed her delicate brows and asked, What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Jin Yan interjected. Xiao Wei, the new female assistant, Lin Jingyi, attempted to seduce Xiao Shan while he was drunk a few days ago. Fearing this might reach your ears and cause misunderstandings, he hasn't eaten much these days. I advised him to be honest with you. After all, Xiao Shun has done nothing to betray you and dealt with Lin Jingyi promptly, that he truly cares for you. And I trust you won't be angry with him. Will you? Luo Caimei recalled the long, black hair she had seen on his shirt that night, reminiscent of the previous female assistant's locks. Furthermore, when the assistant had brushed past her, she had caught a faint whiff of diptyque rose water. If it's a misunderstanding, of course I won't be upset. Half an hour later, Luo Caimei departed from Shan Qingyan's office. Shan Qingyan concealed the gentle and cultured demeanor he displayed before Luo Caimei, his expression sharpening into one of cold intensity as he silenced Lin Jingyi's voice, adding, "And also, tell Ning Shui to refrain from contacting me." She parked her car by the roadside and placed a warning triangle. As a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, she opened the hood, only to see smoke billowing from the engine. Her finely arched brows furrowed. It had only been half a month since her car had last undergone servicing. How could it be malfunctioning so soon? Luo Caimei attempted to call the dealership but discovered her phone's battery was low and on the verge of shutting down. Luo Caimei gathered her long hair, revealing her elegant and delicate neck along with her sculpted shoulders. As she bent down to inspect the damaged engine, the soft drizzle enveloped her, dressed in a sleek black slip dress. Her porcelain skin glowed like freshly fallen snow, drawing the attention of numerous passing vehicles. Some drivers even rolled down their windows to whistle at her. Unfazed, Luo Caimei maintained an aloof demeanor. A striking supercar ascended the elevated highway, but due to the rain, its speed was considerably reduced. "Zhengge, I heard your grandfather wishes for you to go on a blind date with a young lady from the Lu family. Did you deliberately indulge in seafood to provoke an allergic reaction and cancel the appointment?" Jiang Yanshu remarked. Lu Yan is the most celebrated socialite in the capital, possessing beauty, figure, and talent in abundance. How could you disregard her? What do you actually find appealing? Before Jiang Yanshu could finish his sentence, he suddenly spotted a fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful woman on the elevated bridge, and he let out an exclamation that echoed through the heavens. Seated in the passenger seat, a young man wearing a black mask, absorbed in his game, raised an eyebrow lazily upon hearing Jiang Yanshu's outburst. "Is it raining knives?" Jiang Yanshu, realizing his shout had caused the prince to lose his game, chuckled softly. "No knives were thrown." "Then why the exclamation?" Jiang Yanshu gestured toward the window. "There's a beautiful lady out there." Fu Zheng set his phone aside and nonchalantly glanced outside. The slender, tall woman was positioned sideways, adorned in a black slip dress that elegantly accentuated her alluring curves. Bending slightly at the waist, a few strands of hair cascaded beside her cheeks, her porcelain skin reflecting the light through the misty rain. "Zhengge, didn't you work at a repair shop last semester to gain some life experience? With your clever mind you could effortlessly diagnose the issue with the lady's car," Jiang Yanshu suggested. Fu Zheng leaned back lazily against the seat, his tone detached yet audacious. "Do I appear to have leisure time? A married woman seeking assistance should consult her husband." Jiang Yanshu clicked his tongue in disbelief, questioning Fu Zheng's orientation, as he seemed indifferent to both Lu Yan and the captivating woman before them. "Zhengge, do you intend to continue your life experience this semester?" Fu Zheng lowered his eyelids, his long dark lashes resembling duck wings. "If I'm bored, I might as well." The Fu family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, and as the young heir, Fu Zheng has always been in the limelight, with admirers queuing up like tourists at the Eiffel Tower. However, despite reaching the age of 21, he has never been in a romantic relationship. During his university years in Yi City, even while concealing his identity as a prince, girls still flocked to him in droves. To avoid dealing with them, he had taken up the role of a mechanic at a repair shop last semester. One wonders what role he will assume this term. Jiang Yanshu mused that this prince was quite eccentric. Perhaps due to the rain that evening, Luo Caimei caught a cold. Fortunately, it was the weekend, allowing her to rest at home for 2 days while Shan Qingyan turned off his phone to keep her company. In the evening, the two of them watched a film together in the media room. Luo Caimei's gaze lingered on Shan Qingyan's throat, fixated on the alluring mole adorning his Adam's apple, compelling her to reach out and gently poke it. Shan Qingyan's eyes sparkled with tenderness and amusement as he remarked, "It seems you have always had a fondness for that mole on my throat since we first met." Luo Caimei beamed brightly, replying, "Yes, it appears quite seductive." Their eyes met, and within the depths of Shan Qingyan's gaze, a bewitching charm danced, while his beautifully shaped crimson lips held an irresistible allure. Shan Qingyan reached out, affectionately stroking Luo Caimei's head. "My dear, I have put you through quite a bit these past 2 years. The doctor assures me that I am nearly healed, and once I am well, I promise to make it up to you with a splendid wedding night." Before their marriage, while inspecting a construction site, an elevator malfunction had left him injured. For the past 2 years, he had been secretly undergoing treatment, and no one knew that despite being married for 2 years, Luo Caimei and he had yet to consummate their union, however. Not long ago, Luo Caimei had stumbled upon a medical report in his study, revealing that he had been healed for half a year. Why then did he continue to conceal this from her? At the opening ceremony of Yi City University, several sets of formal attire were required, prompting the staff responsible for procurement to contact Luo Caimei. Accompanied by her assistant, Xiao Yu, she made her way to the university. Having visited Yi City University several times before, she was well acquainted with the surroundings. She confidently navigated to the procurement office, where a staff member was patiently persuading a male student. For this year's gala, esteemed leaders will be attending. I heard you play the piano exceptionally well. Please do not decline any further. I have already summoned the costume designer, so stand here obediently while he measures your suit size. Luo Caimei tilted her head slightly, catching sight of a tall, slender young man lounging nonchalantly in the corner. Her gaze swept over his face, which bore the exquisite features of a comic book hero: pale skin, a sharp jawline and slightly tousled hair that partially obscured his elongated, dark eyes beneath a prominent nose, his softly pink lips curled into a casual smirk, exuding an air of coolness, arrogance, and a hint of wildness. Luo Caimei's attention drifted to the young man's sharp, pale Adam's apple, where a faint mole resided as well. Her gaze froze momentarily until her assistant, Xiao Yu, broke the silence. Sister Caimei, Teacher Zhou is calling for us to enter. The young man, hands tucked into his pockets and chewing gum, surveyed her with a playful glint in his narrowed eyes. Upon meeting her gaze, he silently inquired, "Is it appealing?" surprised that he had noticed her staring at his throat. Luo Caimei felt a flicker of embarrassment in her beautiful eyes, though her expression remained composed. With a radiant smile directed at him, she approached Teacher Zhou's desk to engage in conversation. "Miss Luo, let us measure this reckless student first, or he might just vanish on us," Teacher Zhou suggested. Luo Caimei nodded in agreement. Accepting the measuring tape from Xiao Yu, she stepped towards the young man. Clad in a black t-shirt and blue jeans with white sneakers adorning his feet, he stood at approximately 1.90 m, tall and slim. His simple attire, however, suited him so well that he resembled a model strutting down the runway. "Classmate, please extend your arms." Fu Zheng leaned against the wall, motionless, as a faint fragrance wafted from the woman beside him. He lowered his gaze and glanced at her, inquiring, "Who is your classmate?" "Luo Caimei, indeed, quite the audacious one." Teacher Zhou shot a glare at Fu Zheng, warning, "If you continue to be disobedient, I might just call your mother." Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his smile devilishly charming, remarking, "Only elementary school kids enjoy reporting others." Nevertheless, he complied, opening his arms obediently. Luo Caimei was remarkably focused and diligent in her work. She rested the measuring tape upon the boy's shoulder, relaying the recorded data to her assistant. After measuring his shoulders, she proceeded to his waist. The boy's body suddenly tensed. Luo Caimei cast a glance at him, saying, "Fu, relax." Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat mischievous, replying, "Miss, I am ticklish." Luo Caimei. She lifted her gaze to the boy, noticing up close just how strikingly handsome he was. His eyelids thin and elongated, forming beautiful internal doubles. His pupils deep as obsidian, and beneath a high, noble nose lay perfectly shaped lips. "I will try my best not to touch you," she said, lowering her gaze as she resumed measuring his waist. After completing the task, the boy turned and left without a backward glance, arrogant and aloof. Teacher Zhou shook his head at the boy's retreating figure, muttering, "Little rascal." Soon several classmates arrived, and Luo Caimei measured them one by one. "Teacher Zhou, I apologize for being late," came a melodious voice from outside the door. "It was the scent of Diptyque's rose water." Luo Caimei looked towards the girl, who was clad in a white chiffon blouse and a pleated skirt, with a delicate bow at the collar. Though not tall, her appearance was pure and sweet, her slender, fair legs exuding an alluring sense of forbidden charm. Luo Caimei's gaze lingered on the girl's waist length, glossy black hair. An odd feeling surged within her. "Designer Luo, I'm sorry for being late." "Thank you for waiting," the girl said. Luo Caimei smiled slightly. "It's no trouble." She picked up the measuring tape to take the girl's measurements. As she leaned closer, she noticed a small hickey on the girl's fair neck. Upon realizing that Luo Caimei had spotted the mark, the girl blushed and said, "That was left by my boyfriend. He always likes to nibble on me. I hope it doesn't make you laugh." Designer Luo. Whether it was Luo Caimei's imagination or not, there seemed to flicker a hint of provocation and pride in the girl's seemingly innocent eyes as she spoke. After finishing the measurements, she heard a friend call out to the girl, "Ningxuejian, Fu Zheng has gone to the basketball court. Let us go watch him play." Ningxuejian. What a name that is, both pure and delightful. Chapter 3. A startling discovery. The listening device. Xuejian, is that woman a star? She is incredibly beautiful, Yi Yao exclaimed, linking her arm with Ning Xuejian as they prepared to head to the basketball court, their eyes catching sight of Luo Caimei in the office. Today, Luo Caimei wore a black sleeveless top paired with white wide-leg trousers. The stark contrast of pure white and deep black complemented each other, exuding a polished yet fashionable aura. She stepped into elegant silver sandals, the delicate straps wrapping around her porcelain white, slender ankles, showcasing her individuality and refinement. After finishing her work, she donned a pair of oversized black sunglasses, which shielded much of her petite face, leaving only a hint of her high, elegant nose and luscious red lips, which appeared temptingly dewy. Her skin radiated a porcelain-like whiteness. Wai Yao, who do you think is more beautiful, she or I? Ning Xuejian and Luo Caimei embody entirely different types. The former possesses a pure and pristine beauty, characterized by her innocent apricot-shaped eyes that always curve into crescent shapes when she smiles, accompanied by two delicate dimples at the corners of her mouth. Moreover, she possesses a beauty that evokes a sense of pity in those who behold her. Xuejian, you are the epitome of a first love in the schoolyard. Many a man would regard you as his cherished white moonlight. In contrast, the woman reminiscent of a red rose is likely the vermilion mold. In my heart, you are undoubtedly the most enchanting. Ning Xuejian's lips curled into a sweet and captivating smile. Really? Of course you've been the belle of the school since childhood. Any man would be drawn to someone like you. As Ning Xuejian and Yi Yao approached the basketball court, they immediately spotted the most striking boy on the court. Fu Zheng, clad in a black jersey, stood tall and slender, his short black hair styled neatly, with a ruggedly handsome face that exuded a hint of wildness and defiance. He executed a fierce and precise three-point shot, and amidst the girls' shrieks and the crowd's cheers, his strikingly wild visage revealed an air of indifference towards everything. Ironically, it was precisely his aloof, rebellious demeanor that captivated a multitude of girls in the audience. Fu Zheng is incredibly handsome. No wonder you confessed to him last year, Yi Yao remarked. Noticing Ning Xuejian's expression darken, she quickly added, he is indeed handsome, but his arrogance is unbearable. How could he reject the school belle? Fortunately, you found a boyfriend who is not only wealthier but also more accomplished than him. Ning Xuejian gazed at the spirited and untamed boy on the basketball court, a flicker of shame and anger at the rejection flashing through her mind. Throughout her life, she had always been the object of admiration. Last year marked the first time she mustered the courage to confess her feelings. And what was his response? You're the school belle. But I've never seen such an ordinary one. Did he dare to call her plain? Was he blind? No matter how handsome or unique he was still just a poor boy working at a repair shop. Her current boyfriend was not only handsome but also mature, considerate, and affluent, far superior to Fu Zheng. Thinking of her boyfriend, Ning Xuejian took out her phone and sent him a message. Uncle, I miss you. Can we meet tonight? Little Cat's pitiful face. JPGS Luo Caimei and her assistant Xiao Yu departed from the campus. They had to pass by the basketball court. Luo Caimei casually glanced over. Despite the intense and thrilling basketball match, with opponents appearing as though they were facing a formidable enemy, the youthful wild face of the boy bore a relaxed and carefree curve, exuding an air of arrogance as if he regarded everyone with disdain. That Fu classmate was indeed the most eye-catching. Just a little brat. Luo Caimei lightly smirked. Zhang Yanshu came to Yi University to find Fu Zheng, and upon seeing Luo Caimei again, he was about to approach her for a chat when he overheard her conversation with Xiao Yu. A boy like Fu Zheng, overflowing with hormones and brimming with sexual tension, was merely a little brat in her eyes. What did that make him? Perhaps it was best not to humiliate himself further. The beautiful sister clearly didn't take a fancy to boys like them. Luo Caimei retrieved her phone, preparing to call Shen Qingyan to inquire if he would like to join her for dinner that evening. Suddenly, something struck the back of her head with considerable force. She heard a gasp from Xiao Yu, and her phone tumbled to the ground. Her head throbbed painfully, and by the time she regained her composure, a boy in basketball attire rushed over, panting and apologizing profusely. I didn't mean to. Rubbing her aching head, Luo Caimei glared at him from behind her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes blazing with indignation. Shall I strike you back and then offer my apologies to see how that feels? The boy, taken aback by Luo Caimei's fiery temper, recalled that in past incidents where he had accidentally hit someone, a simple apology sufficed for forgiveness. Come with me to the hospital. After I ensure you're fine, you can leave, he insisted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Who are you calling sister? Don't be presumptuous, she retorted sharply. A few other boys approached, witnessing her relentless confrontation. One of them exclaimed, just because you're beautiful doesn't give you the right to be so aggressive. Heizi already said it was an accident. Why are you being so confrontational? Luo Caimei was exasperated by this group of immature boys. Her head was still buzzing from the impact, and she felt entitled to voice her grievances. The basketball court was surrounded by a netted fence. Clearly, it was no accident that they had hit her. What's all this commotion? A cool, arrogant voice interrupted. Fu Zheng approached, having just finished playing. Sweat trickled down his chiseled face, adding a hint of allure to his rugged appearance. Zheng, I noticed you glancing at this sister several times earlier. I intended to get her contact information for you but ended up messing it up. One of the boys stammered. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, picking up the basketball from the ground and hurling it at the boy. What the hell is wrong with you? Who was looking at her? As a loyal friend who would not stand idly by while his companions created trouble, Fu Zheng commanded, wait for me at the school gate. I'll accompany you to the hospital. Still feeling slightly dazed, Luo Caimei instructed Xiaoyu to drive while she settled into the back seat. It wasn't long before the tall boy changed his clothes and approached briskly. Xiaoyu called out, classmate, over here. The boy opened the rear door and got in. Luo Caimei, her sunglasses perched on her nose, closed her eyes and pursed her lips tightly. Remaining silent, Fu Zheng lounged lazily against the seatback, engrossed in a game on his phone. Xiaoyu, while driving, stole glances at the back seat through the rearview mirror. The beauty of both Luo Caimei and the boy was truly remarkable. If Luo Caimei were not married, he would have considered shipping them as a couple. After a checkup at the hospital, Luo Caimei was diagnosed with a mild concussion, and the doctor advised that she should rest. Being a student, she didn't wish to make things too difficult for the boys. They exited the hospital. She furrowed her brow and told Fu Zheng, just be more careful next time. Fu Zheng tilted his chin slightly, asking, can we have a word? Luo Caimei stood her ground, and Xiaoyu promptly declared, I'll wait in the car for you too. Luo Caimei gazed at the tall, slender boy before her. Despite her height of 1.7 meters, she felt significantly shorter in his presence. A gust of wind swept through, tousling the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. His brows and eyes were strikingly chiseled, his visage handsome yet cold. The pair of black eyes that gazed at her was as dark as night, filled with an air of aloofness and devoid of warmth. Add me on WeChat. I'll transfer the medical expenses and compensation to you. The corners of Luo Caimei's brows lifted slightly as a soft scoff escaped her crimson lips. You wish to acquire my sister's contact information? I'm afraid my sister is not so easily accessible. Fu Zheng regarded the self-assured and radiant woman with a smirk. Casually retorting, fool. Luo Caimei clenched her back teeth, indignant. How dare this brat call her a fool? Say that again, she declared, her hands already rolling into fists. Fu Zheng removed the sunglasses perched atop her elegant nose, meeting her fiery gaze with unwavering intensity as he pronounced, fool. Luo Caimei's face, imbued with cold beauty, tightened. She gritted her teeth. I haven't had the chance to hit anyone in a long time. This brat truly deserved a good thrashing. She thrust her fist towards Fu Zheng's strikingly wild visage. Her punch swift and fierce. Fu Zheng swiftly tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding her blow. Had he hesitated for even a second, he would have been struck. Who would have thought this foolish woman possessed such skill? The boy's features were rugged and deep-set, his skin pale and cool when he arched an eyebrow. He exuded an air of arrogance and defiance. Luo Caimei was equally surprised to find that this large boy had some prowess. Observing his deft evasion of her fist, she realized his ability surpassed her own. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself not to stoop to the level of a mere child. Luo Caimei dismissed Fu Zheng with a glance. Turning to leave, Fu Zheng remained rooted in place, calling out to her retreating figure, since you refuse compensation, allow me to enlighten you about the truth of your foolishness. He approached Luo Caimei, lazily pointing at the necklace adorning her neck, then pulled out his phone to type a message. Fool, someone has planted a listening device in your necklace. Luo Caimei glanced at the phone he offered. Her first instinct was to deem him insane. The necklace was a luxurious custom piece gifted to her by Shan Qingyan for her birthday. How could it possibly harbor a listening device? The absurdity of the notion was overwhelming. Yet, in a flash, a thought struck her, and her body stiffened. That night, she had found a long black hair on his shirt, and the scent of Diptyque's rose water perfume lingered. Just days later, when she sought him out at the company, she had inadvertently witnessed him dealing with a new assistant. Moreover, there had been an incident where she had a minor car accident, and without her informing him, he had appeared at the scene. When she inquired how he knew, he simply stated they shared a deep connection. Could it be that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him? A chill coursed through Luo Caimei. Chapter 4. Capturing the scene of infidelity. Struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions churning within her, Luo Caimei typed a message on her phone. How did you know? I once fell victim to eavesdropping myself. My watch is equipped with a self-developed monitor. If it comes near a listening device, it vibrates. Luo Caimei glanced at the watch on the boy's wrist. Upon closer inspection, she noticed it was indeed vibrating lightly, a red exclamation mark appearing on the dial. This gadget was exceptionally advanced. Luo Caimei opened her WeChat and gestured for Fu Zheng to add her. Fu Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Luo Caimei, arching an eyebrow with a hint of mischief. My WeChat is not so easily added. Dear brother. Luo Caimei. The cheeky boy had merely returned the earlier suggestion of adding her on WeChat, word for word before she could utter another word. The youth slipped his hands into his pockets and sauntered away languidly. Luo Caimei lowered her gaze to the diamond necklace adorning her neck, memories of Shan Qingyan's tender glances flashing through her mind. His eyes, so gentle and affectionate, had once led her to believe in the sincerity of his feelings. Ha! His acting was truly commendable. The Oscars surely owed him a little golden statue. Once back in the car, Luo Caimei instructed Xiaoyu, "Let us head directly to the studio. I still have design drafts to complete." Upon arriving at the studio, she removed the necklace and placed it in the drawer of her desk. Rubbing her temples with her delicate fingers, she felt a pang of discomfort at her temples, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of chill and coldness. She picked up her phone and dialed Shan Qingyan. The phone rang only twice before it was answered, and a deep, gentle voice came through. "Baby, is there something you need?" "Husband, do you have time tonight? Shall we have dinner together?" "I'm sorry, baby, but I have social engagements tonight." Luo Caimei forced a smile, striving to keep her tone steady and devoid of any unusual inflection. "Work is important. Don't overexert yourself. You are so considerate, baby. Husband loves you." After hanging up, a wave of nausea surged within Luo Caimei. The last words he uttered left her feeling inexplicably sick. She tidied her desk, donned a mask, and hailed a taxi to the Shen group. She was curious to see who his mistress might be. What was his intention in placing a listening device within the necklace he gifted her? She instructed the driver to stop in an inconspicuous corner and waited for over an hour until she spotted Shan Qingyan's driver exiting the garage. "Driver, follow that car ahead, but be discreet. Don't let them notice us." The driver glanced at the masked woman in the back seat, her beautiful, cold eyes captivating yet obscured, and despite not seeing her entire visage, it was clear she was an enchanting woman. "Is that person in the car ahead your boyfriend or husband?" Luo Caimei remained silent, scanning the code and tipping the driver double the fare. The driver, understanding the unspoken cue, wisely kept his curiosity to himself. 20 minutes later, Shan Qingyan's car arrived at an upscale restaurant. Luo Caimei stealthily followed him inside, noticing him enter a private room where several clients he collaborated with were seated. There was nothing amiss. She had discreetly shadowed Shan Qingyan several times without uncovering the identity of his alleged lover. She understood that such matters required patience. Shan Qingyan had already regained his composure. He must have had his desire satiated elsewhere. As he had not touched her, he wouldn't be able to hold off for long. On Friday evening, Shan Qingyan drove over to pick up Luo Caimei. The clasp on the necklace broke. "I took it for repairs." Shan Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. "That's all right. I'll get you a new one." Luo Caimei smiled silently. Upon arriving at the old residence, the family finished dinner, and her mother-in-law, Song Monli, spoke up. "Tomorrow I have a follow-up examination. Qingyan and Caimei, would you accompany me?" "Mother, I shall be on a business trip tomorrow and fear I may not have the time to accompany you," Luo Caimei said with a smile. "Qingyan is unavailable. I will keep you company," she added. Song Monli grasped Luo Caimei's hand, appreciating her daughter-in-law's kindness. She retrieved a small listening device from her bag, intending to conceal it within her suitcase, but then recalled that Shan Qingyan might also possess a detector. If discovered, she would surely expose her intentions. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Caimei decided to flush the listening device down the toilet. She discreetly contacted a private investigator, forwarding the flight details of Shan Qingyan's trip the following day. The investigator's WeChat was recommended to her by a female client. This client had been seeking evidence of her ex-husband's infidelity for quite some time, yet had found nothing until she engaged this private investigator, who soon provided her with incriminating photographs. The client described the investigator as mysterious and peculiar, noting that he accepted cases based solely on his whims. However, once he took on a case, he was sure to uncover the truth. The investigator's WeChat name was a solitary letter Z with an image depicting a starry night sky. My dear, thank you for your efforts. Shan Qingyan suddenly entered the dressing room. Approaching Luo Caimei, he produced an exquisite box from his pocket. Upon opening it, a dazzling pink diamond necklace was revealed. The broken necklace should not be worn. "Do you like this one?" Luo Caimei gazed into the depths of the man's eyes, which radiated tenderness and affection, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. Had that student named Fu not disclosed the secret of the necklace, she might have truly adored it. After all, what woman does not fancy jewelry? Luo Caimei smiled brightly. "I like it, of course I do." Shan Qingyan positioned himself behind her, fastening the necklace around her elegant neck. "My wife is truly stunning," he remarked, enveloping her in his embrace. She leaned against his shoulder. Luo Caimei caught a glimpse of the cold curve at the corner of his lips reflected in the mirror. The next day, Luo Caimei drove Shan Qingyan to the airport. After parting ways at the airport, Shan Qingyan proceeded through security and boarded the plane. Seated in first class by the window, he retrieved his phone from his bag and switched to another application. Ning Xuejian messaged, "Uncle, when shall we finally meet? Recently, I have been thinking of you so much that I can hardly eat or drink. This morning I even bumped into the table and bruised my thigh. Oh dear." Ning Xuejian sent 2 photos, one of her bruised thigh and another of her innocent doe-like eyes. Resembling a pitiful little rabbit, she was acutely aware of how captivating those glistening eyes could be. Shan Qingyan gazed at her photo, swallowing hard. "Uncle, I knew you were thinking of me," she teased. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on his neck, accompanied by a sweet, soft voice. Shan Qingyan looked up to find the girl from the photo standing beside him. He squinted his deep-set eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I called Secretary Jing, and she informed me of your business trip. I asked her to purchase a ticket for the same flight as yours," she replied. Shan Qingyan furrowed his brow. "Who permitted you to contact Secretary Jing without my consent?" Yet, despite his words, his hand encircled the girl's slender waist, drawing her closer. Shan Qingyan is 25 years old this year, 6 years senior to Ning Xuejian in comparison to Ning Xuejian. He exudes a sense of maturity, stability, and is undeniably handsome and affluent, possessing an irresistible allure. They first crossed paths at a bar during her winter break, where she worked part-time as a waitress. While delivering drinks, she found herself at the mercy of a portly, inebriated patron, prompting her to flee desperately, only to collide with Shan Qingyan's tailored trousers, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit. He radiated an air of refined elegance and understated opulence, with tears blurring her vision. She implored him for assistance. He slowly knelt down, raising her chin with the hand that held a cigarette. His gaze fixed on her doe-like, tear-filled eyes, where she distinctly observed the sensual movement of his Adam's apple. Her vulnerable demeanor captured his attention, and he came to her aid. He presented her with a sum of money, advising her to cease her bar employment. At that time, their relationship was merely nascent, yet she was already captivated by him. Later, during a financial summit where she served as a temporary MC, she accidentally spilled a glass of red wine onto him. Aware of the exorbitance of his attire, she escorted him to a lounge, insisting he remove his clothing so she could cleanse the stain. As she assisted him in undressing, he suddenly pushed her onto the sofa. It was unclear who initiated the kiss. In that moment, she surrendered her innocence to him. "Uncle, do you long for me?" Ning Xuejian boldly asked, playfully poking his Adam's apple with her fingertip. The man chuckled in a deep, magnetic tone. "What do you think?" She pouted her lips, feigning innocence. "I don't know that I want you to tell me, say it." Her voice, when she feigned a coy demeanor, was sweetly enticing. Shan Qingyan grasped the back of her head, leaning down to kiss her, but Ning Xuejian turned her head away. Evading his lips, he narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of a mature and dangerous man. Overwhelmed by his intensity and fearing his ire, she pursed her red lips and leaned in to peck the corner of his mouth. "Uncle, you won't say you miss me, but Schwer misses you dearly," she whispered softly into his ear, her voice sultry and delicate. "Schwer has brought some alluring lingerie. Shall I wear it for you at the hotel?" A crimson hue of desire washed over Shan Qingyan's deep-set eyes as he lowered his voice. "All right." Unbeknownst to them, a tall, slender figure, fully armed, sat at a nearby table. Their intimate exchange was captured by his concealed, high-tech miniature surveillance devices. Chapter 5. Want to pursue him? She was roused from her slumber by the incessant pinging of her phone. Blinking awake with heavy eyelids, she squinted at the screen. A girl in a lovely fairy tale dress was perched on Shan Qingyan's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck as she affectionately kissed the corner of his mouth. However, Luo Caimei felt a sense of familiarity. She seemed to have encountered this girl before. Upon disembarking from the plane, the girl clung tightly to Shan Qingyan's arm, nestling against him like a delicate bird. Not a single clear shot of their faces was captured. Furthermore, the object of infidelity was a young and stunning girl. Perhaps the signs had been apparent for half a month. Now witnessing these videos, Luo Caimei felt little emotional upheaval. Instead, she found the situation amusing. Do men truly only favor the young? After all, she herself was merely 24 this year. Clad in a silk camisole nightgown, Luo Caimei slipped barefoot from the bed. She picked up a box of ladies' cigarettes, lit one and stood by the window. Taking a delicate puff, she slightly squinted her enchanting, shimmering fox-like eyes, fixated on the curling, ethereal smoke that wafted into the air. Her expression betraying a hint of dazed contemplation. After finishing a cigarette, she glanced at her phone to check the WeChat messages from the private investigator. No frontal photo. Luo Caimei found it somewhat amusing. The investigator's teasing tone bore a striking resemblance to that of her acquaintance Fu. Without hesitation, she transferred a substantial sum of 100,000. If it weren't for the introduction by a mutual friend, She would have been inclined to suspect that the person on the other end was deceiving her, and had absconded with her money. As the woman turned to face the elevator doors, Luo Caimei caught a clear glimpse of her features. With fair skin and an innocent appearance that tugged at the heartstrings, she possessed the quintessential visage of a man's first love. When the girl embraced Shen Qingyan, the corners of her eyes reddened, exuding a touch of allure. So it was her. The girl she had seen at University that day, with long lustrous black hair and the scent of diptyque's rose water. Suspicions had stirred within her. Indeed, Lin Jingyi was merely a facade for Shan Qingyan's deception. It seemed that Jin Yan, his secretary, had been aware of this all along. Jin Yan maintained a friendly relationship with her, often accompanying her for shopping and dining during breaks. She had been complicit in the charade alongside Shen Qingyan. Deceiving her, Luo Caimei narrowed her beautiful eyes, a chilling sensation creeping down her spine. After remaining at home until dusk, and once she had gathered her emotions, she yanked off her necklace and placed it on the bedside table before heading to the mall. She purchased an expensive men's watch. Once finished, she drove to Yi City University. Arriving at the boys' dormitory, she fortuitously encountered the boy who had struck her with a basketball that day. "Classmate, do you remember me?" Luo Caimei, with her stunning and vibrant appearance, exuded an air of sophistication, unmistakably embodying the allure of a captivating older sister. Ling Hao's classmates nudged him playfully. "Haozi, the beautiful sister has come to find you. You lucky fellow." Haozi, captivated by Luo Caimei's almost blindingly beautiful fox-like eyes, blushed and scratched his head. Under the gentle prodding of his peers, he approached her, stammering, "Hello, do you need something from me?" Recalling her previous harshness towards Haozi, Luo Caimei's red lips curled into an apologetic smile. "Last time you hit me and I was rather rude to you. I hope you won't take offense." Haozi, taken aback, quickly waved his hands. No, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. I heard from Zhang Ge that you suffered a mild concussion. I'm truly sorry. It's nothing serious. Could you do me a favor?" Haozi's eyes sparkled with youthful innocence and shyness. "Is Fu in the dorm? If he is, could you please call him for me?" Haozi's bright eyes dimmed momentarily. So the beautiful sister had come to seek out Zhang Ge. Yet it was understandable. With Zhang Ji's strikingly handsome and carefree visage, which girl wouldn't be captivated? He should be in the dorm. I'll go call him. Haozi replied. Luo Caimei's smile deepened at the corners of her lips. "Thank you." Her enchanting smile sent Haozi's heart racing, and as he dashed up to the third floor of the dormitory, his cheeks remained flushed. "Zhang Ge, that beautiful sister is here to see you." Fu Zheng languidly reclined on the lower bunk, engrossed in his game, his strikingly handsome features betraying a sense of nonchalance and defiance. It seemed as though he had not heard Haozi's words, not even lifting his eyelids. "Zhang Ge." Fu Zheng merely flicked his eyelids. "My ears are not deaf." The other boys in the dormitory laughed. "Haozi, how many girls do you think want to meet Zhang Ge at school all day long? You know the number well enough." Zhang Ge would rather toil at a repair shop tightening screws than meet those beauties alone. Even if she were a celestial being, he wouldn't go down. Just as the boy finished speaking, a triumphant victory. "Game over" echoed, signaling the end of the game. Fu Zheng put away his phone and strolled leisurely toward the exit. "Haozi, didn't you say Zhang Ge wouldn't go down?" The boy replied, "Dude, the girls looking for Zhang Ge downstairs can't possibly be more beautiful than a celestial being, right?" Haozi interjected, "Max-level succubus, a male trap." The boy retorted, "Dude, you're exaggerating." Nevertheless, he couldn't resist rushing to the balcony. Leaning over the railing to peek below, a woman stood there, clad in a form-fitting black knitted dress, her figure a perfect hourglass, with pale skin and striking features, her fiery red lips exuding an audacious beauty. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to fathom just how alluring she must be. Luo Caimei stood at the foot of the boys' dormitory. Having waited for over 10 minutes. During that time, several boys approached her, inquiring for her contact information, all of which she politely declined. Absurd. She had no interest in immature boys. As her patience began to wane, her peripheral vision caught sight of the tardy young man. Today, he wore a loose-fitting casual shirt and dark trousers, the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his exquisitely pale collarbone, emanating an air of languor and defiance. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he lazily lifted his gaze toward Luo Caimei. "You came to the boys' dormitory to find me. What, does the illustrious designer Luo wish to pursue me?" Luo Caimei thought, why are some boys so shy while others are so narcissistic? Which of his eyes perceived that she had any interest in him? She pointed to the watch on Fu Zheng's wrist. "Where did you acquire such a high-tech product that can detect listening devices?" Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his demeanor playful. "A gift from a wealthy older sister." Luo Caimei discreetly assessed the young man. Apart from that watch, his overall attire was rather ordinary. His fair and handsome features clearly fit the type favored by wealthy women. "Fu, if I wanted to conceal a listening device within a men's watch, Is there any way to do so without being detected? She had learned that Fu Zhang was majoring in computer science, with a reputation for consistently achieving top grades in his field. Surely he possessed knowledge in that area. Fu Zhang smirked. There is a way, but why would I help you when we aren't familiar? Luo Caimei thought, this boy speaks with such a brash and arrogant tone. How coincidental, I have money too. Just let me know your price, and I can pay. Fu Zhang clicked his tongue and chuckled nonchalantly. Having money is impressive, but I'm not selling anything. Luo Caimei sighed inwardly. She found it impossible to communicate with this little brat. She was unconvinced, unable to find a professional, and too lazy to engage in further communication with him. Turning to leave. Damn it, he muttered under his breath and quickly took a few steps forward, extending his long, fair hand towards Luo Caimei, requesting it. Luo Caimei frowned slightly. What? A watch with a hidden listening device. A flicker of suspicion crossed her beautiful eyes. Didn't you say you wouldn't help? Last time, how's he caused you trouble? Consider this a favor repaid. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Don't come flaunting in front of me again. Luo Caimei felt a slight itch in her back teeth that if he were her younger brother, she would genuinely want to leap up and give him a good smack. How dare he refer to her as old man at such a young age? Luo Caimei retrieved the men's watch she had purchased earlier from her bag and handed it to Fu Zhang. How long will it take? By tomorrow, send me an address, and I'll have Brother Leg deliver it to you. Luo Caimei nodded, taking out her phone and lifting her beautiful gaze to the youth. How about we add each other on WeChat? Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to flirt. I just need to send you the address and transfer the money. I don't have WeChat. The boy casually replied with 3 words. After being refused twice for his WeChat, Luo Caimei felt a surge of irritation. What an arrogant little brat. Perhaps he was a peacock in his past life. So full of himself. She pulled out a sticky note from her bag and wrote down the address of her studio. Just have Brother Leg deliver it here to be. By the way, how do I pay you? You've already paid with that. The boy turned and left. Luo Caimei stared at his languid retreating figure, feeling somewhat baffled. When had she ever paid him? Chapter 6. Late night intrigue. Not long after Luo Caimei departed, Zhang Yanxu came looking for Fu Zhang. Brother Zhang, you sent me 100,000 to buy parts for the listening device. What is your intention? Fu Zhang casually accepted the components from Zhang Yanxu, raising an eyebrow, helping a woman whose husband has been unfaithful. Zhang Yanxu clicked his tongue. When did you become so benevolent? I've been a bit bored lately. Without waiting for Zhang Yanxu to say anything further, Fu Zhang had already taken several strides towards the dormitory building. Zhang Yanxu watched Fu Zhang's retreating figure and chuckled. By the way, that day outside the basketball court, I heard a beautiful sister call you little brat. Fu Zhang paused for a moment. Then what is she, an old lady? Though he spoke thus, a hint of laughter escaped his throat. After Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejia shared a warm moment upon arriving at the hotel, he busied himself with work engagements. As he pushed open the door, a petite, charming figure leaped into his embrace. Shan Qingyan held Ning Xuejia and walked her to the floor-to-ceiling window, pressing her against it and grasping her chin to kiss her. They kissed passionately like a pair of entwined mandarin ducks. Shan Qingyan loosened the belt of her bathrobe, revealing a black lace negligee beneath. Her delicate, smooth skin glowed luminously against the seductive fabric. The combination of purity and desire resembled a captivating little sprite in the woods. Shan Qingyan's throat constricted, his gaze burning with intensity. Xuejia, do you wish for my demise? Ning Xuejia, observing his enthralled expression, smiled triumphantly. Why would I want you dead, uncle? I cherish you far too much. Shan Qingyan removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, casting aside his usual refined elegance. In that moment, he exuded an intensity akin to a beast of the Great Plains. Perhaps this was his true nature. With a sudden tearing sound, Ning Xuejian felt her nightgown rip into several pieces, pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window by Shan Qingyan. She realized his intentions, a fleeting blush gracing her features. Uncle, not here, someone might see us. What is there to fear? This is one-way glass. You can see outside, but those outside cannot see in. Just as he was about to unfasten his belt, the doorbell rang abruptly. The insistent chime interrupted Shan Qingyan's fervor, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. Uncle, it could be the delivery. I know you dislike the hotel's little umbrellas, so I bought the ultra-thin ones you usually use. After taking a breath, Shan Qingyan released Ning Xuejian. She quickly jogged to the door, but just as she was about to open it, she heard Shan Qingyan's low command, first, check who is outside through the peephole. He was always meticulous in his actions. Ning Xuejian felt his caution to be excessive. Although she didn't mind, she obediently followed his instruction. Did he not like her precisely because she was well-behaved, knowing how to cater to his preferences? Peering through the peephole, Ning Xuejian's heart sank as she caught sight of the person outside. Her pupils dilated in shock, her heartbeat quickening, as if her very blood was freezing. Terrified, she turned and ran to Shan Qingyan. Uncle, the person outside is. Seeing the pallor of Ning Xuejian's face and the fear in her eyes, an ominous premonition washed over Shan Qingyan. Who is it? Your wife. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shan Qingyan's deep brown eyes. Why was Luo Caimei here? Could it be that she suspected him of infidelity? Uncle, what should we do? Ning Xuejian, still so young and inexperienced, had never faced such a scenario of being caught in the act by the legitimate spouse. Her panic and fear were palpable. Shan Qingyan swiftly gathered the robe and wrapped it around the trembling Ning Xuejian, stowing her belongings away and pushing her into the corner of the balcony. Stay here quietly and do not make a sound. If you dare let Caimei know, I will not spare you. The man who had moments ago been filled with ardor now bore a dark and menacing countenance. His ominous demeanor sent shivers down Ning Xuejian's spine, and with tear-filled eyes, she nodded in response. Uncle, please hurry and send her away. I will be scared alone on the balcony. Shan Qingyan disregarded Ning Xuejian further, striding into the room to close the glass door and draw the curtains. He straightened his attire, retrieved his glasses from the carpet, and poured himself several glasses of liquor at the bar. Feigning drunkenness, approaching the door, he opened it wide. Surprise! As the door swung open, Luo Caimei emerged from behind, presenting a small cake, her radiant smile lighting up the room. Darling, are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Shan Qingyan rubbed his brow with long fingers. Baby, how did you come to be here? How did you know I was staying in this room? During your recent business trip, were you not supposed to discuss a collaboration with Chu Han's company? I discreetly inquired with Chu Han. Luo Caimei pouted her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes flashing with playful reproach and a hint of grievance. Darling, have you forgotten what day it is today? I traveled a great distance, leaving my work behind just to surprise you. Shan Qingyan furrowed his brows slightly. My dear, I've had too much to drink at tonight's gathering and genuinely cannot recall what day it is. Today marks the 5th anniversary of our acquaintance. Shan Qingyan's gaze flickered behind his glasses. Is that so? Indeed. Luo Caimei presented the cake in her hands before him. Look, I even bought a cake to celebrate our 5-year anniversary. Oh dear, my arm is getting tired from holding it. Why aren't you letting me in? Are you hiding another woman in your room? Shan Qingyan's body tensed suddenly. He discreetly glanced at Luo Caimei, who wore a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with innocence, appearing far from truly suspecting the presence of another woman in his room. Shan Qingyan shifted his body, his voice gentle. How could I possibly not welcome you? Please come in. As she stepped inside, Luo Caimei added, Darling, could you help me with my luggage? Shan Qingyan pushed her suitcase into the room. He called the hotel restaurant to arrange a candlelit dinner, thinking that since it was their 5-year anniversary, they must celebrate it properly. Luo Caimei nodded in agreement. Shan Qingyan approached her and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Why dear, you've come all this way. Would you like to take a shower first? Luo Caimei leaned closer to him. I showered before I came. If you don't believe me, just smell. Indeed, she exuded a delightful fragrance, a wild and alluring scent of roses. Oh darling, why do you smell of a woman's perfume? Shan Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. It's L'Occitana Citrus Verbena Cologne. The top notes are fresh citrus, with a heart of green verbena, and a soft, elegant base that is quite favored by female university students. Shan Qingyan was taken aback by Luo Caimei's keen sense of smell. He maintained a calm smile. He must be that I accidentally brushed against someone during the gathering. Why dear, do you not trust your husband? Of course I do. After all, you've said before that a man who cannot control his lower half is better off being castrated and becoming a eunuch. In my opinion, a man who cheats will have children born without any capabilities. Shan Qingyan's throat tightened slightly. Had he not known that she was still oblivious to his infidelity, he might have thought she was cursing him. Before long, the waiter arrived with the candlelit dinner. Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed outside. Shan Qingyan glanced out the window, noticing the fierce winds and overcast skies, signaling an impending storm. Thinking of Ning Xuejian still on the balcony, Shan Qingyan gently suggested, My dear, why don't we dine at the Western restaurant instead? There's no romantic atmosphere in the room. Luo Caimei shook her head. No, I think the atmosphere is just perfect. With that, she sliced the steak and fed a piece to Shan Qingyan's lips. Darling, eat up. In the hotel room, Shan Qingyan and Luo Caimei enjoyed their candlelit dinner in a relaxed and joyful manner. Exquisite tableware, rich red wine, and the smiles adorning their faces harmoniously contrasted with the piercing gaze of Ning Xuejian, who secretly observed them. The howling wind roared like a beast, while torrential rain battered down with unrelenting ferocity, mercilessly drenching Ning Xuejian. In no time, she found herself soaked to the skin, resembling a drowned rat, utterly disheveled. This city, unlike Yecheng, experienced stark temperature fluctuations between day and night, and with the rain pouring down, Ning Xuejian trembled from the cold. She cast her eyes upon the glamorous and radiant Luo Caimei within the room, her heart pierced by a profound anguish. Flames of jealousy ignited in her eyes, and her expression twisted into one of resentment and despair. She couldn't help but wonder if Luo Caimei had deliberately arrived at this moment, fully aware that a tempest was brewing this evening. After dining, Shan Qingyan gently reminded Luo Caimei to take a shower once more, yet she responded by playing a classical piece, exclaiming, "Darling, let us dance." Shan Qingyan, concerned for Ning Xuejian on the balcony, concealed his worry from Luo Caimei. He patiently accompanied her through a dance, but as the rain intensified, he poured 2 glasses of red wine, presenting one to Luo Caimei, saying, "Sweetheart, let us indulge in another glass." "Very well," she replied, clinking her glass against his before consuming its contents. That as she finished her drink, a glimmer of intent flickered in Shan Qingyan's eyes behind his glasses. He had laced the wine with a sedative. With Luo Caimei now under its influence, she would likely refrain from making further demands. Chapter 7. A brilliant counterattack. Before long, Luo Caimei felt her eyelids grow heavy, her body swaying unsteadily as she yawned repeatedly. "Darling, I feel a bit drowsy." Shan Qingyan assisted her in lying down on the bed, saying, "Sweetheart, if you're tired, just sleep." "All right, good night, darling." "Good night." As Luo Caimei closed her eyes and her breathing steadied, Shan Qingyan tentatively called her name a few times. "Sweetheart, sweetheart." He swiftly drew back the curtains and opened the glass doors, revealing Ning Xuejian outside, her face pale from the cold. Shivering violently, he scooped her up in his arms. "You should take a hot shower first, change into clean clothes, and then we can arrange a room downstairs." Ning Xuejian remained silent. After bathing, she emerged in a robe and approached the bed, noticing she hadn't tea left. Shan Qingyan frowned. "Why haven't you gone yet?" Ning Xuejian untied the belt of her robe and let it fall to the floor. Shan Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically. "What are you doing?" Ning Xuejian boldly sat upon him, leaning in to kiss his lips. "Uncle, since she drank the wine laced with your sedative, she will sleep soundly and will not awaken. Why not seek a little excitement?" Shan Qingyan felt a rush of heat as Ning Xuejian's provocations tightened his breath. He seized her mischief-making hands. "You're quite audacious. Does uncle not enjoy this?" Her gaze sparkled with a clarity akin to that of a doe, innocent yet alluring. Shan Qingyan found himself gradually losing control as he beheld her enchanting eyes. In their passionate entanglement, they failed to notice that Luo Caimei, whom they presumed to be asleep, was, in fact, very much awake. A pinhole camera concealed within her hair emitted a faint, flickering red light. As Ning Xuejian rose from Shan Qingyan's side, she seized the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted to pinch Luo Caimei's arm with considerable force. Had she not unexpectedly arrived, she would not have been drenched, nor would she be shivering from the cold. The urge to strangle her was overwhelming. Luo Caimei felt a surge of pain. Her heart echoed with a sharp explosion. Goodness! This little wretch is remarkably malicious. That pinch must have broken the skin. How audacious of her to act so brazenly. If it weren't for the necessity of discretion at this moment, Luo Caimei would have leapt up to deliver a resounding slap to that little imp. Oh, the pain is unbearable. After ensuring Shan Qingyan's comfort, he escorted her downstairs to a luxurious suite. Once they departed, Luo Caimei opened her eyes and glanced at her arm. Indeed, it was bruised and broken skin. Initially, she had no intention of dealing with that little wretch so soon. After all, the man's infidelity was a result of his own inability to manage his third leg. If reckoning was in order, it should be directed at him first. However, under the cover of night, while Shan Qingyan slept, Luo Caimei quietly accessed his phone. The following day, seeing the two of you inseparable brought comfort to Mother. Song Manli served Luo Caimei some dishes with a warm smile. "Caimei, why don't you consider giving up work, transferring your shares to Qingyan for management, and becoming a full-time housewife like me?" Shan Qingyan nodded in agreement. "My dear, I cannot bear to see you toil so. From now on, be a full-time housewife, and let your husband take care of you." Previously, Luo Caimei had thought highly of her mother-in-law, Song Manli, who had treated her kindly and considered her feelings since her marriage, even regarding her as family at times. Yet, can the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ever truly be harmonious? Song Manli's recent words had already indicated her stance. She and her son were united in purpose, merely coveting the shares in Luo Caimei's possession. With a sheepish smile, Song Manli added, "Of course, as long as your hearts are aligned with Qingyan's, whatever you wish to do, Mother will support you." "Young master, your package has arrived." A servant approached with a delivery box. Song Manli accepted the package, curiosity evident in her voice. "Son, what have you bought for me this time?" Shan Qingyan had indeed arranged for health supplements to be sent from the port city. He smiled and said, "Open it and see." In a cheerful mood, Song Manli began to unwrap the package, oblivious to the knowing smile that crept onto Luo Caimei's lips as Song Manli opened the box. Her body froze in shock at the sight within. It contained a set of risque lingerie. Her face instantly flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over her. "Mother, do you like it?" Shan Qingyan inquired. Song Manli bit her lip. At a loss for words to respond to him with her husband often absent, their relationship was little more than a facade. Who was she to wear such intimate attire for? Unable to voice her thoughts in front of Luo Caimei, she was about to close the box when Luo Caimei suddenly leaned in, feigning surprise. Darling, how could you send such a thing to mother? Isn't that a bit too embarrassing? Realizing something was amiss, Shen Qingyan stood up to investigate. Upon seeing the contents of the box, which revealed the lingerie, he froze in shock. The alluring lingerie was purchased by Ning Xuejian using his mobile device, and despite having entered her school's address, it somehow ended up at the ancestral home. Before Shen Qingyan could untangle the confusion, he heard Song Manli remark, "Son, this garment must surely be a gift for Caimei, right? Did you perhaps send it to the wrong address?" Observing Song Manli coming to his rescue, Shen Qingyan descended the steps, affirming her words. Yet in the next moment, Luo Caimei extracted the enticing lingerie from the delivery box, exclaiming, "Wait, this size is evidently one size smaller than mine." After casting a glance at Shen Qingyan, Song Manli turned her gaze towards Luo Caimei, suggesting, "It appears Qingyan has mistakenly ordered the wrong size." Luo Caimei looked at Shen Qingyan, her butterfly-like long eyelashes fluttering, and with a playful smile on her crimson lips, she inquired, "Darling, is that true?" Shen Qingyan hesitated before replying, "Yes." Seizing the moment while Luo Caimei stepped outside for a post-meal stroll, Song Manli summoned Shen Qingyan to the study. "So, you blame me for sending away the woman you adored 5 years ago, and you've harbored resentment ever since. Is that why you've sought out a vixen resembling her?" Shen Qingyan picked up a photograph that had fallen to the floor, depicting him asleep in bed, with Ning Xuejian nestled in the crook of his bare arm, her radiant smile directed at the camera. How did this photo end up in his mother's possession? In Chapter 8. Whose performance is superior? Shen Qingyan's deep brown eyes glimmered with shadows of unease as he tightened his grip on the photograph, his jawline sharp and resolute. "Mother, where did you acquire this photo?" At that moment, Ning Xuejian had half-jokingly remarked, "Uncle, if you dare to abandon me, I shall expose our intimate photos." Naturally, Shen Qingyan was unperturbed by the thought of Ning Xuejian revealing such images. She was merely a naive girl, unversed in the ways of the world. He would never allow her to gain the upper hand so easily should he tire of her one day. He had countless methods to sever ties while ensuring her silence. Though Ning Xuejian was innocent, she was not foolish enough to seek immediate ascendance. She understood that he was at a pivotal juncture in his life, one that left no room for error. Was it truly possible that she would send their intimate photos to his mother, effectively sealing her own fate? Thus, Shen Qingyan did not believe that the photos had been revealed by Ning Xuejian. Could it be connected to Luo Caimei? If Luo Caimei were the instigator, she had shown no signs of anything amiss during their time together today. Known for her fiery temperament, she was not adept at concealing her emotions. "It was delivered by a courier," Song Manli interjected. Shen Qingyan narrowed his eyes. "Is there a contact number?" The courier mentioned that a female university student had handed him an envelope at the entrance of Yi University, instructing him to deliver it to a specified location, though he was unaware of its contents. After the call, Shen Qingyan immediately dialed his secretary, Jing, instructing her to obtain the surveillance footage from around 2 p.m. today at the entrance of Yi University, focusing on the female student who had given the courier the package. Once he concluded the call, Song Manli frowned deeply, urging, "You must cut ties with that university student at once. I know you do not favor women of the glamorous type like Luo Caimei. If you truly prefer the university student type, you may find another later. You must discern what is paramount. Everything should be prioritized based on benefit. Before you consider pursuing other women, ensure you secure everything that belongs to Luo Caimei. Even if she becomes aware of your actions, it is of little consequence. Furthermore, you currently require the 5 of shares she holds. Qingyan, during critical moments, do not allow your desires to cloud your judgment." Unbeknownst to the mother and son, a slender figure lingered just outside the study door. Luo Caimei pressed herself against the corner of the wall, a chilling sensation spreading from her heart throughout her entire being. She clenched her back teeth tightly, feeling as though she had fallen into an icy abyss, that a tumult of emotions surged within her. Shock, anger, sorrow, and profound disappointment. She had always believed that Song Manli genuinely cared for her. But what was the reality? She was merely viewed as a tool for financial gain. A cold smile curled upon Luo Caimei's crimson lips. She had thought that Shen Qingyan was solely fixated on the 5 shares bestowed upon her by grandfather Shen. Little did she know that he and his mother also coveted her premarital assets. Their audacity was truly remarkable. Now she finally understood why Shen Qingyan had so painstakingly pursued her, why he had married her, and after consummating their relationship, refrained from sharing a petite. Turned out that from the very beginning, he was solely motivated by self-interest. Fortunately, He did not favor her type. Otherwise, had this cunning and deceitful man laid a hand on her, she would have surely felt sick to her stomach. With a frosty expression, Luo Caimei prepared to turn and leave, but in her heightened state of tension, she accidentally brushed against a flower pot in the corridor. The sharp sound resonated jarringly in the stillness of the air. "Who is out there?" Song Manli's voice cut through, sharp and demanding. Luo Caimei's heart leapt into her throat. She could not allow them to discover her presence so swiftly. If they sought to scheme against her finances, she would ensure their efforts were futile. Song Manli and Shan Qingyan hurriedly emerged from the study. The corridor lay empty, devoid of any visible presence. Yet moments ago they had distinctly heard a noise. Shan Qingyan remained silent, his eyes, hidden behind glasses, deepening in shadow. He strode purposefully downstairs, seeking out a servant. "Where is the young mistress?" "The young mistress took a walk earlier, but she mentioned feeling slightly dizzy and has gone to sleep on the third floor." Shan Qingyan promptly made his way to the third floor. Upon opening the door, he beheld a slender figure resting on the bed. Approaching closely, he observed the woman with her eyes closed, her serene expression reflecting a tranquil slumber. "Her breathing steady, baby?" Shan Qingyan called out several times before Luo Caimei slowly opened her eyes. She appeared as though she had just awakened, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her beautiful eyes still drowsy. "Darling, have I slept for a long time?" Shan Qingyan scrutinized Luo Caimei with an inscrutable demeanor, attempting to discern any subtle irregularities in her expression. Yet there were none. Either she had genuinely been asleep, or she was an exceptional actress. "What caused your dizziness?" Luo Caimei rubbed her temples, recalling the incident when she had been struck on the back of her head with a basketball during a visit to Yi Daoyang's place, which had led to her occasional bouts of dizziness and fatigue. "Is it serious? Should I take you to the hospital for a checkup?" "No need, I'll be fine with a little more rest." Shan Qingyan gently laid Luo Caimei back down on the bed. "You should continue to sleep. We'll stay at the old residence tonight. I still have some work to finish up. I'll be busy for a while." "All right, darling, do not overexert yourself." In the fleeting moment that Shan Qingyan turned to leave, a shadow flickered in his eyes. The sound heard earlier was clearly the result of someone outside the study. "Qingyan, let us not indulge in suspicions. That noise was merely caused by a cat." Following the direction of Song Manli's finger, Shan Qingyan beheld a plump ragdoll cat leaping onto a flower pot in the corridor, its paws climbing the colorful glass stones atop it, causing several small pebbles to tumble down with a delightful clink. The furrowed brow of Shan Qingyan eased slightly, although he had momentarily dismissed the suspicion of Luo Caimei eavesdropping on his conversation with his mother. The matter of the bed photo loomed large after watching the video. His countenance darkened at a visibly alarming rate. "Son, did you see who sent the photo?" Shan Qingyan's chiseled features tensed as he spoke with a fierce glint in his eyes. "I am going to confront her now." Upon witnessing Shan Qingyan stride purposefully towards the third floor, Song Manli's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the photo was sent by Luo Caimei? Had she uncovered Shan Qingyan's affair? In Chapter 9, Ning Xuejian receives a slap. Song Manli observed Shan Qingyan ascending the stairs, her hands clenched into tight fists, emotion swirling in her gaze. If Luo Caimei was indeed aware of Shan Qingyan's infidelity, given her character, she would certainly refuse to transfer her premarital assets and shares to him. In Song Manli's eyes, Luo Caimei was merely a beautiful yet ineffectual vase. If this vase were to be removed, would not everything then belong to her son? The substantial properties and storefronts left to Luo Caimei by her father had long stirred discontent among the Luo family. Should something unfortunate befall her, the Luo family would only rejoice, eager to seize a piece of the pie, and she could later offer them a small favor. Song Manli's mind conjured countless schemes to orchestrate an accident that would eliminate Luo Caimei. But such actions were undeniably perilous. Moreover, considering that Luo Caimei had once saved the life of old Master Shun, who held a great fondness for her, the risks were formidable. In this modern legal society, despite the Shun family's considerable influence in Yeqing, any transgression of the law uncovered would lead to severe repercussions. No, it was unthinkable to eliminate Luo Caimei. Alternative methods must be devised. As Shan Qingyan pushed open the door to the third-floor bedroom, he found Luo Caimei awake on the bed, her eyes alert. In a low, gentle voice, he said, "Darling, there is an urgent matter at the company. I must step out for a while." Luo Caimei nodded. "Go ahead. Drive safely. Don't wait up for me tonight, you should rest." She smiled. "All right." Descending the stairs, Shan Qingyan was halted by Song Manli. "Does Luo Caimei know about your affair?" Shan Qingyan immediately shot her a warning glance. "Keep your voice down, it is not her." Song Manli, skeptical, retorted, "If it is not her, then could it be the mistress you are keeping outside?" Shan Qingyan remained silent. Song Manli was taken aback by the audacity of that university student, her eyes reflecting disdain. "You must cut ties with her immediately. Did I understand?" Do not worry, just be careful not to reveal anything in front of Luo Caimei. Song Monli nodded as Shunqing drove away. He failed to notice the slender silhouette standing before the third-floor window. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Fortunately, she was prepared. After colliding with the flower pot in the study corridor, she placed some food that cats adore amidst the colorful stones. Shen Qingyan parked the Maybach in an inconspicuous corner behind the Yi University. He took out his phone and sent a message to Ning Xuejian. Over 20 minutes later, Ning Xuejian, adorned in a flowing white chiffon dress, dashed out from the campus's rear entrance upon learning that he had come to find her at school. She had made a meticulous effort in her appearance. As she jogged towards him, her long, straight black hair danced in the wind. A youthful and sweet smile graced her face, pure and unblemished. Gazing at her snow-like visage, a hint of complexity and depth flickered in Shan Qingyan's eyes behind his lenses. Once Ning Xuejian exited the school gate, she immediately spotted Shan Qingyan, who was smoking in front of the luxury car. Standing at a height of 1.87 meters, he was dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, the exquisite fabric enveloping his robust and elongated physique. He possessed a handsome and gentle visage, and as he exhaled smoke from his thin lips, his deep gaze narrowed slightly, exuding an air of elegance and gravitas that rendered him both refined and distinguished. Apart from Fu Zheng, Shan Qingyan was the most striking man she had ever encountered. Of course, Shan Qingyan's looks could not quite rival Fu Zheng's, yet he wielded wealth, power, and the allure of a mature man. What did Fu Zheng possess? Merely a cartoonish youthful face devoid of substance and an insufferable arrogance. Her uncle was far superior. This was Shan Qingyan's first time driving to Yi University. The sleek and luxurious car was something she had previously only seen on television. Yet now she had shared the experience of the luxury vehicle with her uncle on several occasions. "Uncle, what made you think to come find me tonight?" Ning Xuejian sweetly smiled as she approached Shan Qingyan, wrapping her arms around his neck, hoping to indulge in her usual charm. However, in the next moment, her hands were forcefully pulled away by the man. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, a resounding slap struck her face. The sharp crack echoed. Ning Xuejian's right cheek was knocked askew. A searing pain engulfed her, the corner of her mouth torn, and even her teeth felt loose. A metallic taste of blood flooded her throat. She covered her swiftly swelling cheek, raising her teary eyes in disbelief at the man who had struck her. A tumult of emotions, grievance, discomfort, bitterness, incredulity, swelled within her throughout their relationship. Her uncle had treated her with utmost care, always fulfilling her requests. He had never laid a hand on her nor displayed such a chilling gaze. "Uncle, why did you hit me?" Initially, when he had unexpectedly messaged her to come out, she had been elated and excited. But now, her spirits plummeted into despair. Shan Qingyan regarded Ning Xuejian's tear-filled doe-like eyes, a flicker of compassion crossing his features as he longed to wipe away the tears sliding down her cheeks. Yet he restrained himself. "What did you do this afternoon at 2 o'clock? Ning Xuejian stiffened abruptly, a flash of guilt and panic darting across her eyes. Why was he suddenly asking this? Lowering her long, feathery lashes, she replied, "I had no classes this afternoon. I was sleeping in the dorm." No sooner had she spoken than the man seized her arm with a firm grip, violently throwing her against the car door. Her lower back collided with the door handle, sending a jolt of agonizing pain coursing through her. She lifted her long lashes, meeting the man's sinister and dangerous gaze, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Shan Qingyan firmly grasped Ning Xuejian's chin, his fingertips pressing with increased intensity. "I shall inquire once more. Where were you at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and what were you engaged in?" Ning Xuejian's heart raced with trepidation. Yet, she could neither speak the truth nor dare to utter a word. To reveal her honest actions would surely mean he would no longer want her. "Uncle, what have I done to deserve such treatment from you?" Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks, each drop striking Shan Qingyan's hand like a searing whip. Observing her beautiful doe-like eyes swollen from weeping, his heart softened just a fraction. Ning Xuejian, upon viewing the surveillance footage, saw a girl with long hair cascading to her waist, donned in a mask and a flowing white chiffon dress, bearing an uncanny resemblance to herself. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. She was certain that the girl in the video was not her. Yet, she could not confess this in front of her uncle. If she revealed what she had done, he would undoubtedly uncover her previous deceit. "She was not a virgin, uncle. I simply love you too much. I was wrong, and I promise I shall never dare again." With a bend of her knees, she knelt down, pleading, "Uncle, please do not abandon me. I beg you." In a concealed alleyway, several young men emerged from an internet cafe. Fu Zheng strolled at the center, hands tucked in his pockets, a lollipop nestled between his lips, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. "Goodness, is that the campus belle Ning Xuejian, the one kneeling down to unbuckle a man's belt?" teased Zhou Ziang, who shared a dorm with Fu Zheng. While Fu Zheng remained indifferent, the others were animated, Eager to witness the unfolding drama. Fu Zhang removed the lollipop from his mouth and irritably tossed it at Zhou Ziang, exclaiming, "You've sullied my candy." Zhou Ziang scratched the back of his head with a chuckle. "I nearly forgot you were still enjoying that lollipop. The man the campus belle has chosen drives a Maybach. He appears quite affluent. I wonder if he is single or married. However, judging by his demeanor towards her, he likely views her merely as a plaything." One remarked, "These days, men with wealth often turn corrupt." Another lamented, "Damn it, I just checked my pocket. I only have a couple of coins left, not even enough to indulge in wrongdoing." Fu Zhang regarded his companions as their chatter grew increasingly absurd. He raised an eyebrow. "If you wish to engage in mischief, shall I procure a cannon to launch you into the heavens?" Zhou Ziang, sensing Fu Zhang's darkening expression, bravely ventured, "Zhang Gu, didn't the campus belle confess to you last year? And you declined? Were you hoping to entice her into longing for you, only for her to move on and flirt with that wealthy, powerful man? Are you feeling a bit jealous?" No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Fu Zhang delivered a swift kick to his calf. "Jealous? Who do you think you are? Should I take you to the hospital for an eye examination?" Zhou Ziang chuckled, undeterred. "I just noticed your mood seemed to shift. You appeared rather displeased." A hint of a cold smile crossed Fu Zhang's strikingly handsome face. "I witnessed a sight I had no desire to see. It was utterly distasteful, as if I were to develop a pimple." Without waiting for Zhou Ziang to say anything, one could hear Fu Zhang's cold and aloof tone as he remarked, "I have no interest in the ordinary-looking school beauty. She is not to my taste." "Then what type do you prefer?" someone asked. "Excluding the innocent type, there are still the sweet type, gentle type, intellectual type, mature type, quirky type, and the girl next door type." At that moment, Haozi interjected, "And the top-tier seductress type like designer Luo." Fu Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Haozi, his dark eyes glinting with skepticism. "Top-tier seductress." Zhou Ziang chuckled and nodded. "You might not know, but Haozi is currently the #1 male fan of that beautiful designer. He even claims she is a male trap." Haozi's handsome and dark complexion flushed crimson as he shot a glare at Zhou Ziang. "Didn't he once say that you couldn't imagine how alluring the beautiful sister is?" Fu Zhang's expression was inscrutable, and he curled his lips in disdain, indulging in fantasies about a married woman? "You all have quite the imagination." "Huh? The beautiful sister is married?" one exclaimed. "That I can hardly imagine how fortunate her husband must be." Fu Zhang glanced at a man in front of a Maybach, whose belt was being undone by a young girl, a flicker of derision passing through his dark gaze. Whether he was fortunate or not, Fu Zhang could not say, but a man who strays is both tasteless and self-deprecating. Ning Xuejian, emboldened by her desire to please Shan Qingyan, knew that if she could satisfy him, he would calm down. However, this time, just as she unfastened his belt, he forcefully pushed her away. Shan Qingyan rebuckled his belt, admitting to himself that Ning Xuejian had ignited a fire within him, yet he remained rational. "Let us refrain from contacting each other for now. If you disobey, bear the consequences." Before Ning Xuejian could utter a word, Shan Qingyan entered his car, started the engine and drove off, watching the luxury vehicle speed away. Her heart was a tumult of anxiety and confusion. She did not wish to leave him, nor could she. Although initially drawn to him by his occasional gifts of luxury brands, lavish dinners, opulent suites, and generous allowances, her feelings for him had gradually deepened into something genuine. She yearned to be with him forever, to be the irreplaceable woman in his heart, but now he wanted to part ways. No, he only mentioned a temporary cessation of contact, not a permanent separation. With this thought, Ning Xuejian felt a slight alleviation in her mood. Suddenly, she felt a rush of panic. Striding ahead was the tall and slender figure, unmistakably Fu Zhang, the campus heartthrob. Did they all witness the scene between her and Shan Qingyan? Fear and confusion enveloped Ning Xuejian like a tight net. She quickly lowered her head, letting her hair fall to conceal her face. Not daring to linger for another second, she dashed towards the campus. It was not until she reached the girls' dormitory that she paused. Breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling violently after striving to compose herself, she made her way to the second-floor dormitory. The thought of the girl in the video, wearing a mask and bearing a striking resemblance to her, sent a chill of anger through her. Dressed in an identical skirt, with makeup that mirrored her own, and having sent that intimate photo to her uncle, it must be someone very familiar with her. "Bring out all the keys to your cabinets." The other 3 girls in the dormitory were momentarily taken aback. Yi Yao, who shared the closest bond with Ning Xuejian, inquired with a hint of confusion. "Xuejian, what has happened? Why is your face so swollen?" Although Ning Xuejian appeared delicate and fragile, she was, in fact, quite assertive within the confines of the dorm. She seized the keys to the other girls' lockers without hesitation and, before they could react, proceeded to open each of their lockers one by one. "Xuejian, what are you doing?" Yi Yao stepped forward in an attempt to prevent Ning Xuejian from rummaging through her belongings, only to be forcefully pushed aside. The other two girls, Qiao Ran and Yi, stood frozen, too intimidated to move. Upon opening Yi Yao's wardrobe, Ning Xuejian discovered a white gauzy dress, a long straight black wig, cosmetics, and a selfie of Yi Yao sporting a heavily made-up look that bore an uncanny resemblance to her own features. In disbelief, Ning Xuejian turned to Yi Yao, exclaiming, "I considered you my closest friend, yet you dare to mimic and betray me?" Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged for Yi Yao's hair, and soon the two girls were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Qiao Ran discreetly took out her phone. Capturing the scene before quietly leaving the dormitory, she made her way to a secluded spot and sent the photo to Luo Caimei. Before long, Luo Caimei called her via video. "Ran, you did wonderfully." Hearing those words from Luo Caimei, Qiao Ran felt a warm flush rise in her clear almond-shaped eyes. It had been years since someone had praised her. She glanced down at her own arms, clad in long sleeves, where burn marks from cigarette butts and bruises from being grasped tightly were evident, all inflicted by Ning Xuejian and Yi Yao. Chapter 11, revealing one's true colors. Qiao Ran was an orphan, having attended the same school as Ning Xuejian since middle school. During their third year, due to health issues, she was prescribed numerous hormonal medications, resulting in noticeable weight gain. Prior to this, she had been even more pure and beautiful than Ning Xuejian, consistently voted as the school beauty each year. Ning Xuejian had always harbored resentment towards her, often isolating her and spreading malicious rumors. After Qiao Ran gained weight, Ning Xuejian told others that it was due to her immoral behavior and that she had undergone an abortion, which ruined her body and necessitated the excessive hormone treatments. Despite her attempts to defend herself, no one believed her. As her weight continued to increase, former friends began to distance themselves, expressing disdain. No one knew how she endured her high school years. She buried herself in her studies, determined to secure a place at a good university and escape Ning Xuejian's torment. She achieved her goal of attending Yecheng University, believing that with Ning Xuejian's academic performance, she would not gain admission. However, to her surprise, Ning Xuejian had powerful connections, and with her dance major giving her added points, she too was accepted into Yecheng University. Though they were in different departments, Ning Xuejian managed to persuade the admissions staff to place them in the same dormitory, thus reigniting her nightmare. Compared to high school, Ning Xuejian's harassment intensified. She and Yi Yao relentlessly bullied Qiao Ran. They secretly added laxatives to her water, causing her to embarrass herself in class. They snuck in while she slept to cut her hair, transforming her bangs into a jagged mess. They mocked her as an ugly, overweight pig and even slipped razor blades into her bedding. Qiao Ran had reported these incidents to the dorm supervisor, but Ning Xuejian, with her captivating looks and occasional gifts to the supervisor, had the latter firmly on her side. Furthermore, Ning Xuejian imitated Qiao Ran's handwriting to write love letters to a boy from the finance department whom Qiao Ran secretly admired. A love letter was posted on the campus bulletin board, and the young man confronted her, mercilessly humiliating her. He declared that he would never be attracted to a large girl and urged her to stop daydreaming. Her infatuation with him stemmed from an incident in the cafeteria, where she intentionally bumped into Ning Xuejian, nearly losing her balance. It was the young man who steadied her, his eyes devoid of the disdain other boys exhibited towards her weight. Instead, he offered her a warm smile akin to the gentle sun. Later, while reading in the library, she found herself caught in the rain, and he generously lent her his umbrella. She believed he was different from the others. However, following the turmoil caused by the love letter, she learned that he harbored feelings for Ning Xuejian. His interest in her was merely a result of discovering that she and Ning Xuejian shared the same dormitory. Consequently, she became the subject of ridicule throughout the school, enduring strange glances and mockery wherever she went. The most devastating blow came when Yi Yao and Ning Xuejian secretly photographed her while she was bathing. They mocked her, drawing attention to the fact that her stomach and chest were of similar size, and they threatened to release her private photos if she failed to comply with their demands. She felt as though her existence was more torturous than death itself. Despairing of life, she climbed to the rooftop of the teaching building 2 nights ago. Preparing to jump. It was Luo Caimei who timely intervened and persuaded her to come down. Caimei revealed that her husband had cheated on her with Ning Xuejian. Despite her own woes, Caimei, with her striking beauty, showed no disdain for her size, embracing her and soothing her with gentle words. That night, they conversed for a considerable time. She confided in Caimei about her observations of Yi Yao's covert imitation of Ning Xuejian. Caimei devised a plan, finding a girl with features reminiscent of Ning Xuejian, enlisting her to send a photo to the Shun family residence through a delivery service. Caimei assured her that she needed only to await the ensuing conflict between Ning Xuejian and Yi Yao. When Ning Xuejian entered the dormitory, I noticed her left cheek was swollen and bruised. Her lips split as if she had been struck harshly. Luo Caimei, applying a facial mask, nearly dropped it in laughter upon hearing Xiao Ran's words. Little Ran, tomorrow I will communicate with your school's principal to arrange a room change for you. Furthermore, I have arranged for a professional weight loss coach for you, utilizing a combination of dietary therapy and exercise. In just 6 months, you will return to a normal and healthy weight. You need not worry about the costs. I will cover everything. Xiao Ran's eyes glimmered with gratitude. Caimei, I truly do not know how to thank you. Despite having known her for merely 2 days, Caimei was willing to invest so much in her. When I start earning money, I will definitely repay you. Luo Caimei shook her finger. Do not be so formal with me. Little girl. This amount is insignificant to Caimei. Besides, if you hadn't informed me about Yi Yao's secret mimicry of Ning Xuejian, my plan would not have unfolded so smoothly. Xiao Ran gazed at Luo Caimei, who, despite her husband's betrayal, remained stunningly beautiful and confident, unshaken by despair. Her eyes brimmed with admiration. Caimei exemplified intelligence and strength, independence and clarity. She was a true representation of the modern woman, and Xiao Ran felt inspired to learn from her. Concluding their video call, Luo Caimei removed her facial mask. To have become acquainted with Xiao Ran, and to learn of her experiences being bullied by Ning Xuejian, and Yi Yao is largely thanks to her private investigator. At that moment, she felt a sense of bewilderment, especially since the content captured in the video did not pertain to Shen Qingyan's infidelity. However, her astonishment reached new heights when the lens of the video focused on the assailant, Ning Xuejian. She never would have anticipated that someone with such an enchanting first-love visage could engage in the bullying of other girls in private. Witnessing the plump girl cowering in the corner, battered by Ning Xuejian and Yi Yao, Luo Caimei's fists clenched with indignation. She promptly sought out the bullied female classmate at Yi University and fortuitously encountered her pallid face as she approached the rooftop of the academic building. Following her lead, Luo Caimei was horrified to see her prepare to leap from the edge. Fortunately, in that critical moment, she managed to persuade her to step back from the brink. Thus, she was able to save Xiao Ran, preserving an innocent life, all thanks to that enigmatic private investigator. Luo Caimei placed her phone on the washbasin and opened the private investigator's WeChat. She intended to express her gratitude along with a generous red envelope. Remembering that she had yet to wash her face, she bent down to do so. Unbeknownst to her, water droplets splashed onto the phone screen, and in an instant, the screen sprang to life as if a ghost were manipulating it. By the time Luo Caimei sensed something amiss, her phone had inexplicably initiated a video call to the private investigator. Hastily drying her fingers, she prepared to disconnect, only for the person on the other end to answer. Chapter 12. The watch given, a reciprocal gesture. What greeted her was a pitch-black void accompanied by the faint sound of a male snoring. Luo Caimei remained silent, a flicker of suspicion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Could it be that the private investigator was in fact homosexual? Hello, would you believe me if I said it was a drop of water that dialed your video call? Luo Caimei broke the silence. Almost immediately after her words fell, the video call was terminated. Luo Caimei was left bewildered. What the hell? Not a single word, and he just hung up. How rude. Yet, considering his professionalism and efficiency, she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she sent him a generous red envelope of 10,000. Xiao Ran is a good girl. You saved her life by sending me that video. However, I am somewhat curious. Did you infiltrate Yi University specifically to track Ning Xuejian and capture footage of her? Regardless, I must thank you. Please accept the red envelope. Luo Caimei paused for a few seconds, somewhat perplexed by the private investigator's meaning. It wasn't until she stepped into her dressing room, preparing to don her undergarments, that she realized she had emerged from the shower wearing only a nightgown. This implied she had indeed been in a state of undress. When she answered the video call, her phone had been positioned on the wash basin, and she had slightly hunched over. The scene was shrouded in darkness, preventing her from discerning the identity of the other party, yet it was highly likely that they had seen her in her vulnerable state. Was he referring to her cup size? Luo Caimei gritted her teeth and tapped out a message with her delicate fingers. What kind of eyes do you have? I am clearly a D. How had she come to discuss such matters with a private investigator? It was utterly exasperating. A screenshot appeared. Luo Caimei couldn't help but roll her eyes. This private investigator certainly knew how to provoke her temper. She couldn't help but wonder what he was like in real life. Should the opportunity arise for a face-to-face meeting, she would undoubtedly give him a piece of her mind in the dormitory of Yi University. Zhou Ziang awoke to the sounds of a video call coming from Fu Zheng's bed next to him. Brother Zheng, who are you video chatting with at this late hour? A stunning beauty, perhaps? The other occupants of the dorm who had been asleep stirred at his words. Damn it, Zhou Ziang, stop spouting nonsense. Brother Zheng is solely devoted to his studies, part-time work, and gaming. There's no way he'd be up at this hour chatting with a beauty. If he had any interest in a gorgeous woman, I'd willingly drink nuclear waste. Zhou Ziyang rubbed his nose. I swear I saw it. While I couldn't discern which beauty it was, her skin was so fair it practically glowed. With that, he turned to Fu Zheng. Brother Zheng, we're all just little yellow men here. Why not admit you were just video chatting with a beauty? I heard her voice. She said it was a video call from Shuizhu. Haha, is this how alluring beauties flirt nowadays? Zhou Ziyang promptly fell silent, fully aware of how hard Brother Zheng's fists could be. The formidable campus bully was not to be trifled with. As silence enveloped the room once more, Fu Zheng rested his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. A vision of a woman's unadorned, pure face suddenly loomed close to the camera, her enchanting eyes widening slightly, creating an irresistibly alluring scene. The sharpness of his throat bobbed slightly, realizing the nature of his thoughts. He turned over in agitation, his tongue brushing against his cheek as he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn, since the bed photo incident, Shan Qingyan had ceased all contact with Ning Xuejian. Whenever she worked late, he would send her heart-shaped bento boxes, making him appear, as the internet would say, like the quintessential devoted husband. Colleagues at Luo Caimei studio envied her for having married such a handsome, gentle and considerate man. Yet Luo Caimei understood all too well that in Shan Qingyan's eyes, she likely resembled a 24-carat fool. As the date for the Shun family shareholder meeting approached, Shan Qingyan would broach the topic of the stock transfer every couple of days. The more anxious he became, the less urgency she felt. After all, driving him to desperation would not cost her anything. No matter how splendid her family might be, trying it with empty hands would yield nothing. No matter how wonderful her in-laws might be, not working would prove futile. No matter how great her husband might be, remaining bedridden would be a trial. No matter how good her friends might be, borrowing money would be a challenge. It seemed Shan Qingyan was already as restless as an ant on a hot frying pan, desperately hoping she would remain bedridden and relinquish everything to him. For Yi University's centenary celebration, Shan Qingyan and Luo Caimei were invited as a couple. A day in advance, Luo Caimei had her colleagues deliver her meticulously crafted gown to Yi University. On the day of the celebration, she donned a fitted burgundy gown, its uniquely designed neckline, a slightly curved square shape, perfectly accentuating her exquisite collarbones and elegant swan-like neck. Cascading tea-colored curls adorned her shoulders, and her face was graced with a refined makeup look, complemented by dazzling yet graceful jewelry. As she stepped out of the dressing room, Shan Qingyan, waiting at the door, was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Despite his aversion to women who flaunted their allure, he could not deny that she was, objectively speaking, flawless, fair-skinned, beautiful, and strikingly captivating. Darling, will I embarrass you dressed like this? Shan Qingyan shook his head, asserting that it was impossible. His darling was the most beautiful woman in the world. As the husband of Luo Caimei, he took immense pride in bringing her to various soirees, where she invariably stole the spotlight, rendering him the envy of all men. She was indeed a stunning and competent ornament. Luo Caimei produced the luxurious wristwatch she had asked Fu to secretly equip with a listening device, her smile radiant as she turned to Shan Qingyan. You've worn that watch for 2 or 3 years. Why not replace it with this one I've gifted you? Upon seeing the opulent and grand timepiece she presented, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Shan Qingyan's eyes. Darling, why the sudden gift of a watch? Luo Caimei playfully touched her pink diamond necklace, her smile deepening. Of course, it is a matter of reciprocity. Chapter 13. The handsome gigolo, lured into a trap. Shan Qingyan removed his old wristwatch and extended his hand, allowing Luo Caimei to fasten the new one onto his wrist. She smiled as she adorned him, declaring this watch was indeed a wise purchase. My husband looks utterly unbeatable wearing it. A devoted wife, who wouldn't want that? He chuckled. Thank you, darling. Please wait for me downstairs while I change into something else. He stepped into his designated men's dressing room. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a knowing smile. Tonight's school anniversary would surely prompt Ning Xuejian to devise a method to capture Shan Qingyan's attention. If he were to falter, she had prepared a significant surprise for the two of them. Luo Caimei felt a flutter of anticipation, eager for the events of the evening to unfold. Once Shan Qingyan had donned his suit, he glanced at the watch on his wrist. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an advanced device from the closet. He removed the watch and placed it into the apparatus for examination. No anomalies were detected. It seemed he had been overly suspicious. Luo Caimei was oblivious to any infidelity or ulterior motives he might harbor. How could she possibly tamper with the watch she had gifted him? Upon their arrival at Yi University, the gala was on the verge of commencing. After exchanging pleasantries with the principal and other acquaintances, Luo Caimei, as a fashion designer, made her way backstage. Xiao Yu and the studio staff were gathered outside one of the makeup rooms, seemingly engrossed in something, their expressions animated and exuberant. Luo Caimei cleared her throat, inquiring, "What are you all up to?" Xiao Yu pointed towards the makeup room, where a tall young man was having his hair styled. "Sister Caimei, it's that handsome guy from the basketball court." He looks absolutely stunning in formal attire. I think he surpasses even the top male celebrities of the moment. He hasn't even done anything. Yet I feel like I might be completely captivated by him. Luo Caimei followed Xiao Yuz into the makeup room. Fu Zheng had already changed into the bespoke suit she had designed for him. The blazer was a soft blue, paired with a crisp white shirt and a slender tie, complemented by ankle-length trousers instead of dress shoes. He wore pristine white sneakers. Sitting at the vanity, he had his eyes gently closed while the stylist worked on his hair. His bangs were swept aside, revealing a striking forehead. His features were refined and sculpted, as if carefully crafted by an artist's hand. Her long slender legs stretched languidly, and a hint of impatience flickered in her rebellious brows and eyes. How much longer? After fixing her hair, she still needed to apply her makeup. Fu Zheng lifted his eyelids, irritated by the effeminate fuss of not wanting any makeup on his face. And that fleeting moment, as he raised his eyelids, he caught sight of several figures at the door of the makeup room through the mirror. His dark gaze settled on a woman clad in a burgundy gown, with fiery red lips exuding an unmistakable allure. He cast a fleeting glance toward her chest, noting with a click of his tongue that she indeed resembled a D-cup. Luo Caimei sensed Fu Zheng's gaze lingering on her chest and furrowed her exquisitely arched brows. What a brazen little rascal was his gaze on her chest, something he was entitled to. Unlike her younger companions, she found no interest in a younger brother, no matter how handsome he might be. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by her strategic battles with Shan Qingyan as she prepared for their impending divorce. After a brief tour backstage, she encountered Ning Xuejian, who had changed into a stunning dance outfit. The top was a silver sequin crop top that exposed her midriff, paired with a short white skirt. As a designer, Luo Caimei instantly recognized that Ning Xuejian had taken the liberty to shorten her skirt even further. A slight bend and one could easily glimpse the leggings beneath. The other dancers had opted for heavier makeup, as a more pronounced appearance was necessary for the stage. In stark contrast, Ning Xuejian sported a subtle makeup look that appeared almost barefaced. Yet, Luo Caimei discerned the artful deception behind that seemingly effortless beauty. Men, she mused, were often drawn to the fresh, innocent allure of a delicate flower. She surmised that Ning Xuejian would be unable to resist the temptation to flirt with Shan Qingyan today. As Ning Xuejian emerged from the makeup room, she noticed Luo Caimei. The burgundy-fitted gown accentuated Luo Caimei's devilishly enchanting figure, its split hem revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs. She walked gracefully in her stilettos, perfectly embodying the essence of seductive charm. Ning Xuejian's gaze fell upon the pink diamond necklace adorning Luo Caimei's neck, and she felt a surge of envious frustration, her fingers instinctively curling into her palm. That necklace was one she had seen in a magazine, globally limited. In addition, she had approached the older man, hoping he would procure it for her. He had promised to buy it, yet she never imagined that he would gift it to his nominal wife instead. Ning Xuejian envisioned how the pink diamond necklace would look around her neck, undoubtedly far more stunning than on Luo Caimei. Observing Ning Xuejian's gaze drift toward her necklace, Luo Caimei smirked meaningfully. Once the celebration for the Yi Academy commenced, Luo Caimei took a seat beside Shan Qingyan, their positions favorably close to the front. As Fu Zheng took the stage, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, nearly shattering her eardrums. That little rascal was quite popular at school. The curtain slowly drew back, revealing a tall and handsome figure seated at a grand piano. In this formal setting, the ordinarily languid youth sat upright and composed. Clad in a simple yet elegant suit, the light illuminated his profile, highlighting his sharp features, the high bridge of his nose, and his softly pursed pale pink lips, making him appear as though he had stepped out from a painting of a divine being. With elongated fingers delicately poised upon the black and white keys, he exuded an air of elegance and composure. As the first note flowed from his fingertips, an enveloping silence descended upon the entire venue. Luo Caimei, who had previously appeared somewhat indifferent, suddenly adopted a look of earnest concentration as the initial note resonated. The notes cascaded with the force of a tempest, akin to a torrential downpour, seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. As the melody ascended into the higher registers, it soared like a majestic eagle unfurling its wings, galloping freely across the vast expanse of the sky. Embodying boundless grandeur and magnificence. At times, it would descend into a more subdued and lyrical tone, reminiscent of ancient tales, shrouded in mystery and depth. The rapid notes darted about like brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky, bewitching all with their dazzling brilliance. The powerful chords crashed down like boulders, reverberating through the hearts of the audience, transporting them to the depths of a majestic canyon, where they could truly feel the awe-inspiring force of nature. Under Fu Zheng's masterful touch, the piano strings seemed to come alive, embodying the spirit of valiant warriors charging into battle, the howling winds sweeping across the plains, and the thundering waterfalls cascading from cliffs. Upon the conclusion of the piece, One could not help but feel a surge of fervor, a profound impact on the soul. A sudden ache throbbed at her temples as Fu Zheng concluded his performance. The auditorium erupted with thunderous applause. Luo Caimei too raised her hands in appreciation. Fu Zheng rose from his seat and bowed towards the audience. When his rebellious gaze swept across the crowd, it briefly lingered in the direction of Luo Caimei. However, following Fu Zheng's resounding performance, Ning Xuejian's dance seemed particularly insipid in comparison. Though her movements were graceful, they lacked a sense of power, creating a stark contrast with the piano performance. The audience remained entranced by the shockwaves of Fu Zheng's artistry, showing little interest in Ning Xuejian's dance. Observing the audience's subdued reaction, Ning Xuejian felt a surge of frustration. She couldn't help but wonder if Fu Zheng harbored some ill feelings towards her. Deliberately scheduling his performance before theirs. As she gazed at the indifferent expressions of the audience, her own demeanor began to fray. She cast a glimmering glance towards Shan Qingyan, only to find that he was engaged in conversation with the nearby Luo Caimei. Ignoring her entirely, suddenly she stumbled, falling to the ground. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Gritting her teeth, Ning Xuejian shakily rose to her feet. Despite the pain of her fall, she maintained her composure, though her clear eyes shimmered with unshed tears, akin to a delicate flower striving to bloom despite the ravages of a storm. Her resilient yet poignant appearance captivated the attention of many in the audience once more. They applauded and cheered for her, raising their thumbs in approval. Luo Caimei cast a glance at Shan Qingyan, who was indeed captivated by Ning Xuejian. A knowing smile curved on Luo Caimei's lips. It was advantageous for him to be drawn in. Without such allure, how could she execute her next plan? A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 14. The infuriating young man. After Ning Xuejian's performance, Luo Caimei turned to the man beside her, whose eyes were shrouded in darkness, and said, "Darling, I've received a message from Xiaoyu. There's an issue with a dancer's costume backstage. I shall go and take a look." Shan Qingyan's mind was filled with the image of Ning Xuejian, so pitiable yet imbued with an unyielding spirit. Despite the glistening tears threatening to spill from her eyes, she bravely held them back. Luo Caimei uttered something to him, but he seemed distracted, merely nodding absently. She gracefully lifted her skirt and rose to depart. Upon reaching the backstage dressing room, she assisted a girl in adjusting her dance costume. Just as she was about to leave, Ning Xuejian approached. Casting a glance at Luo Caimei, a hint of sorrow flickered in her tear-streaked eyes. "Designer Luo, you look truly stunning tonight." Luo Caimei returned a glance to Ning Xuejian. "Is that so? Classmate Ning, you also shine brightly this evening." Seeming preoccupied with other matters, Luo Caimei did not engage in further conversation with Ning Xuejian. Swiftly striding away in her high heels, Ning Xuejian watched the slender, elegant silhouette of Luo Caimei, her eyes ablaze with intense jealousy and resentment. What was the use of Luo Caimei's beauty when her husband had never truly touched her, only desiring her for the sake of physical intimacy? Ning Xuejian seated herself at the makeup table, preparing to change out of her dance attire, when suddenly her peripheral vision caught sight of a necklace glimmering with radiant brilliance leaning down. She focused her gaze and discovered it was a pink diamond necklace, the very one Luo Caimei had worn earlier. No wonder she had felt something amiss when Luo Caimei left. It was indeed the absence of that exquisite pink diamond necklace. Had she inadvertently dropped it here? It seemed so. Otherwise, a necklace valued at 10 million would not be carelessly discarded in a corner of the makeup table. The pink diamond sparkled with a dreamlike beauty as she delicately brushed her fingers over the stones, savoring their smooth, refined texture. Initially intending to return the necklace to Luo Caimei, her admiration grew with each passing moment. This necklace had been the first she had seen in a magazine, and had it not been a gift from an older gentleman to Luo Caimei, it would have belonged to her. Desire and greed surged within her like rampant weeds. She draped the necklace around her neck, the pink diamond shimmering alluringly, enhancing her pure beauty even further. She felt an overwhelming urge to keep the pink diamond necklace. Reassured by the absence of surveillance in the dressing room, no one would ever know. Surveying her surroundings and seeing no one, Ning Xuejian hastily tucked the necklace into her bag. Luo Caimei was naturally aware of the disappearance of the pink diamond necklace from her neck. She had deliberately left it behind at the foot of the makeup table, waiting for the greedy fish to take the bait. Stepping out from the backstage, she found herself in a secluded corner, where she retrieved a lady's cigarette and a lighter from her handbag. She selected a slender cigarette and placed it between her crimson lips. Igniting it, she leaned languidly against the wall, tilting her head slightly as she exhaled clouds of smoke. Her gaze drifted into the dark night sky, oblivious to the pair of piercing, cold eyes observing her from a distance. The slender cigarette danced between her fingers, the red of her lips subtly visible in the dimness. Taking a gentle puff, she parted her lips slightly, letting the smoke drift away like a mysterious veil, exuding an irresistible allure. as though she were a seductive spirit emerging from the shadows, beautiful, enchanting, and perilous. After a few puffs, the still air was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a lighter being flicked. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in surprise. Who? A tall, lean boy emerged from the shadows upon recognizing Fu Zheng. Luo Caimei raised an eyebrow slightly. What brings you here? Fu Zheng sauntered lazily before Luo Caimei, casting a glance at the cigarette delicately held between her fingers. Designer Luo, you seem quite adept at smoking, he remarked. Mind your own business, little brat. Go play and don't disturb your elder sister, she retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. Fu Zheng smirked. I was here first. If anyone should leave, it's you. Luo Caimei, disinterested in squabbling with this insolent youth, glanced at the lighter in his hand. Is it out of fuel? Allow me to lend you mine. Just as she was about to extend the lighter towards him, he suddenly leaned in, closing the distance between them. Luo Caimei was momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating such an unconventional request for a light, he brought his cigarette closer, aligning it with the glowing ember of her own. Her gaze, filtered through the dim light, fell upon his face. He was strikingly handsome, with long thick eyelashes framing his slender, dark eyes. A straight nose complemented his distinctly pale pink lips, features that rendered him a flawless beauty, devoid of any imperfections. It was no wonder he claimed that the watch on his wrist was a gift from a wealthy older woman. Who wouldn't be enamored by such an exquisite specimen? Her eyes inadvertently drifted to the sharp, pale prominence of his Adam's apple, which bore a faint mole reminiscent of someone she had intentionally buried deep within her memories. A fleeting sense of daze washed over Luo Caimei. Fu Zheng, noticing her distracted gaze, straightened up and stepped back, teasingly commenting, Designer Luo seems quite fond of daydreaming about me. What, are you envisioning a harem? Realizing she was being mocked by a mere child, she removed the cigarette from her lips, flicked the ash and chuckled lightly. Why are you so audacious in my presence? Let me be frank, I have no interest in younger men. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, a roguish smile curling on his handsome face. No interest. Yet you can't seem to take your eyes off my Adam's apple. I thought Designer Luo was attempting to ensnare me. Luo Caimei pondered, have children these days become so brazenly confident? She lifted her right hand, showcasing the diamond ring on her fourth finger. Sister has a husband, as you witnessed tonight, handsome and refined. That is the type I prefer. Fu Zheng remained silent, inhaling deeply from his cigarette before exhaling slowly, the smoke drifting directly towards Luo Caimei's face. The thick plume caught her off guard, causing her to cough. That, you insufferable brat, was quite rude. She glared at him, annoyance evident in her eyes. With a playful smirk, Fu Zheng's expression was one of mocking defiance, his gaze filled with mischief. Noticing him staring at the top of her head, she furrowed her brow. What are you looking at? Is there something on my head? The boy extinguished his cigarette, languidly replying, nothing much, just thought your head resembled the vast plains of Hulunber. Luo Caimei was left speechless. Chapter 15. Call the police, catch the cheater. Before Luo Caimei could respond, the boy casually shoved his hands into his pockets and sauntered away. Luo Caimei stared incredulously at the tall, lean figure receding before her, her eyes nearly bulging. Even this insufferable brat could see that she had been wronged. Could it be that on that fateful night, Shan Qingyan, due to the incident involving the bed photo, sought out Yida to find Ning Xuejian, only to be seen by that insufferable brat? Although the brat's attitude towards her was far from pleasant, he was not entirely wrong. Her hair indeed resembled the vast expanses of the Hulunber grassland. At this moment, she must maintain a state of forgiving everything before slumber and rising to confront all upon awakening. As long as she can stabilize her emotions each day, that will suffice. There is a saying that resonates well. The weak console themselves with tears, the strong hone themselves with sweat, and the deceased confine themselves within a box. Naturally, she aspires to be a strong individual. Weeping and lamenting, wallowing in sorrow and blaming fate is not in her character. She is determined to vanquish the scoundrel and the homewrecker. As the vehicle traveled midway, Shan Qingyan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, revealing an unfamiliar number devoid of any notes. He chose to ignore it. After the call was automatically disconnected, it rang a second time. Luo Caimei, her smile radiant, looked towards Shan Qingyan, a glimmer of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Darling, why aren't you answering the phone? Shan Qingyan maintained his composure, responding nonchalantly, it's probably a telemarketing call. No matter, you can answer it. Perhaps it's an urgent matter from one of your clients. With that, Luo Caimei took Shan Qingyan's phone and pressed the answer button on his behalf. He realized too late that he could not stop her. The call was directly connected to the car's Bluetooth system. A fleeting look of panic flashed in Shan Qingyan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, preemptively addressing the caller, this is private time. Let us discuss any matters tomorrow. Shan Qingyan responded with a soft After concluding the call, he let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. He sensed that the call had been made by Ning Xuejian using someone else's phone, yet she had enough wit to have a male friend provide her cover. Darling, would you like something to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Luo Caimei spotted an esteemed dessert shop and pointed, I want to have ginger milk. Shen Qingyan parked the car by the roadside. His voice low and gentle as he replied, I'll be right back. As he stepped out and strode towards the dessert shop, Luo Caimei observed him with a knowing smirk hidden behind her long lashes. The male voice from earlier sounded youthful, distinctly reminiscent of a university student yet to step into the professional world. Most of Shen Qingyan's business associates were men over 30, that asking her if she wanted a snack seemed more like a pretext to discreetly contact Ning Xuejian. While Shen Qingyan was purchasing desserts with Luo Caimei, he switched to another system. Ning Xuejian sent several messages. I know it's inconvenient for you to answer the phone right now. Uncle, I really miss you. Your presence, your smile, your tenderness, your caresses linger in my mind, causing my heart to ache. Do you remember our first meeting? The way you looked at me captivated me instantly, and ever since, my heart races uncontrollably each time I see you. I understand that I shouldn't feel this way and that it is wrong, but I simply cannot control my emotions. Uncle, you are like a poison, deeply corroding my heart, leaving me unable to escape. I miss you terribly, truly miss you. Every moment, every second, you are on my mind, and I am aware that you have your family and responsibilities. I do not wish to disrupt your household. I merely desire to quietly guard you from the sidelines, even if it means watching you from afar, which would bring me immense satisfaction. However, I feel an overwhelming heartache. I long for you to be by my side. If only for a fleeting moment, dear sir, please do not cast blame upon me, nor harbor any disdain. I am but a pitiable soul ensnared by the throes of love. This evening, I shall make my way to the suite where we were to rendezvous, and I will await your arrival throughout the night. That if you do not come, I shall erase all means of contact with you, and though my heart may ache and yearn, I will excavate you from my very soul. Even if such an act is akin to the agony of dislocating one's bones, upon reading Ning Xuejian's heartfelt messages, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in Shen Qingyan's brown eyes behind his glasses. He envisioned Ning Xuejian on stage, her delicate beauty akin to pear blossoms drenched in rain, eliciting a twinge of compassion within him. After purchasing ginger milk, he handed it to Luo Caimei in the car. Upon returning to their marital abode, Luo Caimei engaged in a brief workout before heading to the shower. After her bath, Shen Qingyan approached her, taking the towel from her hands to dry her damp, flowing hair. My dear Secretary, Jing just called. There are pressing matters at the company that require my attention. You should retire early. There is no need to wait for me. A look of concern crossed Luo Caimei's face. Darling, you still have to work at this late hour. You are overexerting yourself. A subtle smile curved her beautiful features. Very well. Once the shareholders' meeting concludes, I shall broach the subject of our divorce with you. After Shen Qingyan departed, he first drove to the office, where he remained for over half an hour before heading to the hotel presidential suite. Ning Xuejian sat on the living room sofa, her hands wrapped around her knees, her delicate chin resting atop them, tears cascading down her cheeks. As midnight approached, the absence of the man weighed heavily on her heart. He likely would not come. Did he truly wish to sever ties with her? The thought of becoming strangers in the future filled her with an unbearable sense of dread and sorrow. It seemed she had genuinely developed feelings for him. Just as despair began to envelop her, she suddenly heard a noise at the door. Ning Xuejian quickly lifted her head to the entrance, her sorrowful apricot eyes igniting with renewed hope. Could it be him? Soon enough, a striking figure clad in a tailored suit, exuding elegance and charm, stepped inside. Ning Xuejian, in disbelief, covered her mouth with her hands. It truly was him. Dear sir. Ignoring the pain in her ankle, she bounded toward him like a jubilant bird. Meanwhile, Luo Caimei, sensing the time was ripe, retrieved her phone and dialed a number, her red lips whispering, Hello 110? I wish to report an incident. Chapter 16. Captivating. Infidelity exposed. And the presidential suite, Ning Xuejian, tears streaming down her face, flung herself into the man's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Her voice trembled as she sobbed, Oh dear sir, I feared you would not return. I thought you had forsaken me. Dear sir, I miss you so dearly. Shen Qingyan gazed at Ning Xuejian's pitiful countenance, casting a glance at her ankle. You twisted your ankle on stage. Why would you come here? Ning Xuejian, with tear-laden lashes quivering gently, felt that even if her legs were rendered useless, it would all be worthwhile just to catch a glimpse of her beloved uncle. Shen Qingyan's deep gaze, obscured by the lenses of his glasses, flickered with a hint of compassion. He extended his long arm and lifted Ning Xuejian effortlessly into his embrace. She clung tightly to his neck, taking the initiative to kiss him. Her kiss was fervent and desperate, as if she were pouring every ounce of her emotions into that single act. "Uncle, I truly cannot live without you. Without you, life is unbearable. I do not seek a title. I only wish to remain by your side. I promise to be obedient from now on, and will not engage in anything that might anger you again." Shan Qingyan was moved by Ning Xuejian's cascading tears and her heartfelt words. Gradually feeling a warmth ignite within him, he placed her on the expansive, soft couch, transforming the situation from passive to active, kissing her with the fervor of a tempest. Upon realizing that he had finally initiated the kiss, Ning Xuejian eagerly began to unbutton his clothes. The suit, shirt, tie, belt, and trousers fell to the floor, turning the room into a scene of intoxicating intimacy. Ning Xuejian unleashed her every desire with bold and passionate gestures, completely overwhelming Shan Qingyan's reason. "Uncle, I love you and I will forever love you. Please don't ever leave me again." Shan Qingyan swallowed hard, his voice gravelly as he replied, "All right." He leaned down once more to kiss her, but just as they were enveloped in their fervent embrace, a sudden loud bang echoed through the room. "Police! Don't move!" The sight of several uniformed officers bursting in sent shockwaves through the couple, who were in the throes of passion. "You two, get out!" Ning Xuejian's face turned pale with fright. She buried her face deeper into Shan Qingyan's embrace, tugging at the blanket draped over his legs. Desperate to conceal their bodies, the officers, clearly taken aback by the unexpected scene, maintained their composure and, trained as they were, turned away. "You two, quickly put on your clothes." Ning Xuejian was in a state of utter panic, tears brimming in her eyes like a startled fawn. "Uncle, what do we do now? How could the police barge in like this?" Shan Qingyan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. But the immediate concern was to dress and ascertain the situation. He attempted to leave but realized he was unable to do so. A grim realization dawned upon him, causing his complexion to darken. "Uncle, don't move." Ning Xuejian cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. The sudden intrusion of the police had startled both of them, leaving them in a precarious situation. They were entangled, unable to separate. Shan Qingyan's expression soured, dark as a storm cloud, while Ning Xuejian's face mirrored her terror and panic. Being caught by the police was already disastrous enough, but the thought of being discovered together was utterly catastrophic. Ning Xuejian's lips trembled violently, her heart filled with despair. Shan Qingyan attempted to pull away once more, but as he moved, she gasped in dread, tears falling freely. Cold sweat beaded on Shan Qingyan's forehead. If this incident were to be exposed, it would spell disaster for him. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. The officers assumed they had managed to dress, turning back around when they found the two still on the bed, their brows furrowed in disapproval. "Please put on your clothes." Shan Qingyan's countenance was exceedingly grim, leaving us to ponder what transgressions we had committed. Among the gathering, a seasoned officer, upon witnessing the current state of Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian, swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. It appeared evident that their separation was no longer feasible. An alarm had been raised regarding the disappearance of a multi-million-dollar pink diamond, prompting our visit to Yi University. Following our investigation and inquiries, we uncovered that Ning Xuejian had taken the pink diamond, necessitating her escort to the police station for questioning. Ning Xuejian's long eyelashes trembled violently. "What? Has someone discovered my finding of the pink diamond? What evidence do you possess to implicate me in the theft?" Her complexion paled as she queried, "Who captured that footage?" "It is impossible. I did not see anyone surreptitiously recording." The officer glanced at the bag resting on the bedside table, approached it, and retrieved a pink diamond from within. "With both witness and material evidence at hand, do you still wish to refute your involvement?" A chill coursed through Ning Xuejian's veins. Shan Qingyan recognized the diamond as the one he had gifted to Luo Caimei. His brow furrowing in concern. "You took the necklace. Why did you not return it to Caimei?" Ning Xuejian's lips quivered as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Uncle, I intended to return it to you tonight." Shan Qingyan addressed the officer, asserting, "This is all a misunderstanding. The pink diamond belongs to a family member, and Ning Xuejian was meant to hand it over to me for delivery." The pink diamond's immense value necessitated that both of them accompany the officers to the station to provide statements, pending verification of the circumstances before any further actions were taken. "Could you kindly summon medical personnel for us?" Shan Qingyan requested, his expression one of distress that if Feng Ruo did not intervene soon to separate the two, he feared he might perish in Ning Xuejian's presence. One of the officers made a call, alerting the medical team. Upon their arrival, the severity of the situation rendered it impossible to separate the two within the hotel, compelling them to transfer to the hospital instead. Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian were unceremoniously lifted onto stretchers, their faces flushed to a shade resembling that of liver. Shan Qingyan's deep brown eyes darkened with despair. He had never faced such humiliation and felt utterly helpless. Regret consumed him. He should never have come here tonight. Ning Xuejian buried her small face in Shan Qingyan's chest, shutting her eyes, too ashamed to meet the gaze of the medical staff. Her entire being enveloped in shame and fury. The medical team carried both to the hotel lobby, fortunate that the hour was late, leaving the establishment relatively vacant. Shan Qingyan concealed his face beneath the blanket. His features taut as he hoped for a swift arrival at the hospital, longing for separation from Ning Xuejian. However, just as they were being carried out of the hotel, a series of blinding flashes erupted. Chapter 17. As one wave subsides, another rises. A throng of reporters surged forward like a tidal wave, the incessant click of cameras filling the air. Shan Qingyan's heart leapt to his throat. How could journalists have lain in wait outside the hotel? Rumors had circulated that the newly crowned best actor was rendezvousing with a lover at this establishment. I was initially skeptical, but it appeared to be true. The commotion had even attracted the police and medical personnel. Surely, the actor and his companion had not found themselves in a predicament. Shan Qingyan's expression darkened considerably. How audacious for the gossiping reporters to trail the actor, only to now capture him and Ning Xuejian in their lens. Shan Qingyan naturally wished to conceal himself, retreating further into the thin blanket that covered him. The police were maintaining order, while medical personnel urged the gossip reporters to keep their distance. Just as he felt a semblance of relief upon nearing the ambulance, a sudden gust of wind swept through, whisking away the blanket that shielded him. In an instant, Shan Qingyan's exposed form, devoid of any clothing, was laid bare before the cameras along with his face, which he had no time to hide. The reporters erupted with excitement, snapping photos incessantly as if invigorated by some potent elixir. One journalist recognized him, exclaiming, "Isn't that the film emperor? That's Shan, the young master of the Shun group." Another chimed in, recalling, I remember, his wife is stunningly beautiful. That delicate flower beneath him cannot possibly be his spouse. Wow, who would have thought the wealthy indulge in such extravagance? Are they entangled in a scandal? Could it be that the young master is engaging in a rendezvous at the hotel? Otherwise, why would the police be involved? Shan Qingyan's face turned as pale as frost, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame and regret that made him wish to vanish into the earth. Beads of cold sweat, each the size of a bean, cascaded down his forehead. Why was this happening? It seemed that a series of distressing events had conspired against him. After nearly an hour at the hospital, Shan Qingyan finally parted ways with Ning Xuejian. He felt as though he had been rendered utterly incapacitated, that he feared that any future intimacy with women would be marred by this ordeal. Casting a dark glance at Ning Xuejian, he thought that had it not been for her incessant messages, he would not have suffered such humiliation tonight. Shan Qingyan called Jing Yan, instructing her to manage the situation regarding the photos captured by the reporters, then reached out to his lawyer to as long as this incident did not reach the ears of Luo Caimei or the Shun family, everything could be handled smoothly. Luo Caimei's car was parked inconspicuously across from the hotel. She and her friend Xiaojiwan sat within, having witnessed the unfolding drama. Observing Luo Caimei's relatively stable demeanor, Xiaojiwan gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Darling, don't put on a brave face. If you feel like crying, lean on me and let it all out." Luo Caimei tugged at her crimson lips, recalling the wisdom imparted by Du Shenyang, who had long advised women that men were fickle and unreliable. Moreover, she was no champion of pure love. The ones deserving of tears were those two treacherous souls, not her. Seeing her friend exude beauty and resilience, Xiaojiwan nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right." Luo Caimei patted Xiaojiwan's shoulder, expressing her gratitude for having a friend in the media industry who could provide first-hand gossip. If the scandal of the film emperor's infidelity hadn't been leaked, the reporters likely wouldn't have been camping here. Xiaojiwan smiled. "So what's your next move?" Luo Caimei raised her chin slightly, akin to a proud peacock, ready to engage in the next round of battle. She was heading to the police station. Meanwhile, Shan Qingyan presented his receipt for the pink diamond purchase and a signed screenshot from the jewelry brand's manager, finally confirming that the pink diamond was indeed a gift for his wife. During the interrogation, a female officer caught sight of Shan Qingyan's dalliance with the university belle and nearly lost her composure. Her eyes almost rolling to the heavens, she recalled having seen Shan's wife in the news. She was fair-skinned and stunning, more beautiful than any starlet. It made her wonder if Shan Qingyan was simply too well-fed, willing to entertain any sort of company from the outside world. If Mrs. Shun were to learn of this situation, would she not be utterly heartbroken? After Shan Qingyan affixed his signature, he prepared to depart with Ning Xuejian. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed through the hall. A woman clad in a wine-red, form-fitting gown, exuding an air of striking elegance and icy allure, entered, accompanied by her lawyer, radiating an imposing presence. The female officer's eyes lit up upon seeing the woman. "Mrs. Shun!" Both Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian froze in place. Shan Qingyan's throat felt parched, his heart raced uncontrollably, and the lips beneath his prominent nose pressed tightly into a straight line. After all the turmoil, Ning Xuejian found herself devoid of any energy to provoke or flaunt. She anxiously concealed herself behind Shan Qingyan, fearful that Luo Caimei might come to trouble her. "Darling, what brings you here?" Luo Caimei approached Shan Qingyan, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at him. Before he could respond, she blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously glancing at Ning Xuejian behind him. "Isn't this the campus belle of Yi University? What are you two doing together?" The female officer cast a sympathetic glance at Luo Caimei, harboring even greater disdain for Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian's actions. Shan Qingyan was indeed foolish. How could he fail to cherish such a beautiful wife? He would certainly regret it in the future. Aware that the police would not meddle in his family's affairs, he forced a smile and said, "Miss Ning has found the pink diamond I sent you. Knowing you are my wife, she asked the school for my contact information to return it to me. Yet you called the police. Sweetheart, now that the pink diamond has been recovered, let us not pursue this any further." Luo Caimei nodded, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she turned to Ning Xuejian. "Miss Ning, I truly owe you my thanks. However, why did you not ask the school for my contact information but rather sought my husband's instead?" Ning Xuejian's long eyelashes fluttered incessantly because Shan Qingyan grasped Luo Caimei's arm. "Sweetheart, Miss Ning is rather shy and timid. She almost found herself mistaken for a thief and brought to the police station after doing a good deed, which frightened her." Luo Caimei curled her lips. "Is that so? Then it seems Miss Ning has been wronged." She turned to the female officer who had received her report, smiling as she said, "Since the pink diamond has been found, I shall withdraw my report." The officer, witnessing Luo Caimei blissfully unaware of the truth, grappled with the urge to reveal it to her. However, with Shan Qingyan steadfastly by her side, she refrained from speaking up. Considering the Shen family's considerable standing and influence in Yi City, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another wave of trouble arose. He received a call from Jing. "Mr. Shan, there are 32 newspapers in Yi City, 8 of which have captured photos of you and Miss Ning. After receiving your call, I promptly contacted their editors to prevent the photos from being published. However, one of them, Xingyao newspaper, is owned by a major company in Kyoto, and their editor is quite adamant. They refuse to delete the photos and insist on exposing them." Chapter 18. Scandalous turmoil. As Shan Qingyan conversed with Jin Yan, Luo Caimei received a notification on her phone about a trending topic on Weibo from Xiaojuan. The Shen Group's young CEO Shan Qingyan, caught in an affair with the pure school beauty Yi Daqing, allegedly rushed to the hospital after a scandal. Luo Caimei clicked on the news photo, and although Shan Qingyan's posterior was obscured, it was evident that the two were lying bare on the same stretcher. Luo Caimei appeared to be shaken. Emitting a gasp, Shan Qingyan immediately ended the call and turned his gaze towards Luo Caimei. Her pale complexion and trembling hand clutching the phone suggested she had been profoundly affected. That a chill ran through Shan Qingyan's heart. Surely Luo Caimei had not seen something so distressing. In the next moment, Xiaojuan sent a voice message to Luo Caimei. "Oh my God. Darling, your husband has actually been unfaithful, and he has even involved with that school beauty. It's like a toad trying to don a frog's skin. Utterly absurd." Xiaojuan's words struck Shan Qingyan like an invisible slap, landing harshly on his face. He activated the turn signal and swiftly pulled over to the side of the road. Anxiety gripped him, and the typically composed elegance of his features was replaced by a visible turmoil. He opened his mouth, yearning to offer an explanation, but found his voice choked, unable to utter a single word. He had never felt such humiliation. The atmosphere in the car seemed to freeze in that moment. Seeing Shan Qingyan's intense gaze fixed upon her, Luo Caimei hesitated to speak, and in a moment of spite, she discreetly pinched her thigh. The effort it took to squeeze out a few tears. She could not comprehend how Ning Xuejian, that delicate flower, could shed tears so freely, as if they cost nothing. With misty eyes she looked at Shan Qingyan, her vibrant red lips quivering as if afflicted by Parkinson's. "Husband, why? Did you not say she was merely returning the pink diamond necklace from your first meeting?" Shan Qingyan's mind was in disarray. The events of the evening had spiraled far beyond his expectations. He yearned to reach out and grasp Luo Caimei's hand, but in the next moment, she forcefully withdrew it. Burying her face in her hands, her slender shoulders shook uncontrollably as she sobbed. Shan Qingyan furrowed his brow tightly. His voice strained as he attempted to explain. "My love, last night was indeed our first encounter. She deliberately seduced me while delivering the pink diamond. I was still recovering from an injury, and I wanted to see if I could still function as a man. I love you so deeply, and I feared disappointing you. In a moment of confusion, I fell for another woman." Luo Caimei felt her stomach churn. as if she might retch her previous night's meal he had strayed, all while cloaking his betrayal in the guise of concern for her? How despicably lacking in integrity could he be to concoct such a rationale? Luo Caimei sniffed, discreetly touching her face, which felt parched and devoid of tears. Quickly, she turned away, rummaging through her bag for eye drops. Hastily dabbing a few drops onto her face, when she turned back to Shan Qingyan, her cheeks glistened with tears, epitomizing the tragic beauty of a wronged wife-husband. Is there not a saying that a man should be loyal to his wife, lest he turn her into a laughingstock? Until tonight, I considered myself the happiest wife in the world. I never imagined you would seek another woman behind my back. However, I do not cast blame upon you. It must surely be my own shortcomings that drove you to seek solace in the company of another woman. I bear you no resentment. Rather, I am resolute in facing this crisis alongside you. The considerate and insightful words of Luo Caimei instilled a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach within Shan Qingyan. Why did he succumb to temptation and engage in an affair with Ning Xue? He felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself in frustration. My dear, rest assured, I shall never again stray. It is I who have wronged you. Upon witnessing the deep remorse reflected in the man's eyes, Luo Caimei scoffed inwardly. She would deal with the scoundrel in due time, but for now, her focus was on confronting the shameless and oppressive mistress. Suddenly, Shan Qingyan's phone rang. It was a call from old Master Shan. His expression tightened, and the pupils behind his glasses filled with increasing panic. Old Master Shan had been in poor health in recent years, residing in a private hospital for recuperation. He seldom made an appearance unless a significant event occurred within the Shan family. Shan Qingyan harbored a profound fear of old Master Shan. My dear, you must assist me this time. Luo Caimei nodded, reassuring him. Do not worry, my husband. We are united as one. You should answer grandfather's call. Old Master Shan sat regally on the sofa, gripping a pearwood cane, his complexion stern and imposing. Young Uncle Shen Zhongxian stood behind him, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes upon seeing Shan Qingyan. Song Monli's eyes were red-rimmed, her distress evident. The last time they were at the ancestral home, she had urged Shan Qingyan to cease his dealings with the little vixen, yet he had feigned compliance. Now the media had exposed him, creating a scandal of considerable magnitude. As soon as Shan Qingyan greeted his grandfather, old Master Shan rose and delivered a stinging slap across his face. Overwhelmed by emotion and exerting too much force, old Master Shan began to cough violently. Luo Caimei hurried to his side, gently patting his chest. Grandfather, let us speak calmly. Do not let your anger jeopardize your health. 5 years prior, Luo Caimei had saved old Master Shan's life, and he held her in high regard. Observing her reddened eyes, he understood she had likely wept upon seeing the news. Caimei, it is I who am at fault. Our Shan family has failed to educate Shan Qingyan properly, causing you such undue suffering. Upon hearing this, Song Monli's expression shifted dramatically. Shan Zhongxian likely aimed to seize this opportunity to oust her son from the company. Luo Caimei knelt down, her voice quivering as she addressed old Master Shan. Grandfather, Qingyan has explained to me that it was she who first seduced him. He merely erred in a manner common to men. The blame does not rest solely upon him. We are ultimately husband and wife. Although I am deeply pained, I do not wish for the Shan family to suffer because of this. I will stand by Qingyan as we confront this crisis together. Her words of understanding only deepened old Master Shan's compassion for her, and he promptly made a decision. Shan Qingyan, tomorrow we shall hold a press conference. You will compel that woman to publicly acknowledge that she was the one who seduced you, that you were intoxicated and mistook her for Caimei. And you shall vow before all to sever ties with her forever. Shan Qingyan felt a jolt of shock pierce through him, that if Ning Xuejian were compelled to publicly acknowledge that she had seduced him, taking all the blame upon herself, would that not plunge her into an abyss, utterly destroying her? Chapter 19 Delight. The reputation of the mistress ruined. Ning Xuejian had been with Shan Qingyan for nearly half a year. She possessed an innocent allure, adept at igniting his desires, and catered to him splendidly in bed, while also being obedient and compliant in private, never defying his commands. Shan Qingyan, unless absolutely necessary, did not wish to part with Ning Xuejian. After all, he had yet to grow weary of her. Song Monli, as Shan Qingyan's mother, could effortlessly perceive her son's intentions. At this juncture, he was still infatuated with that little vixen. Do not disappoint your grandfather and Caimei. Do you not understand what is appropriate and what is not? Shan Qingyan closed his eyes, quickly regaining his composure and casting aside the remnants of his greed. Between a woman and profit, a wise man will invariably choose the latter. Grandfather, I know what to do. The old man nodded. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, have her at the press conference. Do not mess it up again. Once the storm has passed, live well with Caimei. If there is a next time, you are to leave the Shan family. Shan Qingyan's eyes, veiled behind his glasses, were inscrutable. his hands resting at his sides clenched into fists. "Grandfather, I shall not disappoint you or Caimei again." The following day, Ning Xuejian awoke in her dormitory. Boi Yao and Yi had already left, and Xiaoran had been assigned to another dormitory a few days prior. Ning Xuejian was perplexed as to why the school director would concern himself with that plump figure of Xiaoran. She would seek to confront Xiaoran in due time. For now, the priority was her relationship with the uncle. Although she had been photographed by reporters last night, she believed that with the uncle's capabilities, he would certainly prevent the media from revealing anything. Her worry was for the uncle's well-being. When the medical staff had forcibly separated them, it seemed he had sustained an injury, and she feared whether he would be able to recover fully. Last night, when the police barged in, she and the uncle had been unable to part ways, and in her panic, she had left her phone in the suite. She had no means of contacting him. Nor did she know what his current situation was. With a sense of disquiet, Ning Xuejian rose from her bed, freshened up, and donned a white dress before heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Since her fallout with Yi Yao, they had not exchanged a word for several days. Ning Xuejian had never truly regarded Yi Yao with any esteem, always viewing her merely as a sycophant. She relished the silence between them. As the campus belle, she had no shortage of admirers eager to curry her favor. Upon exiting the dormitory, Ning Xuejian made her way towards the school cafeteria. Along the way, she noticed several people casting glances her way. Could it be that her appearance today was simply too stunning? Or perhaps, her resilient and enchanting demeanor after her fall at the school celebration had elevated her reputation even further. A faint, elegant smile graced Ning Xuejian's lips. With her chin held high, she strode towards the cafeteria like a proud little peacock. Inside the cafeteria, Fu Zheng, Zhou Ziang, and Ling Hao were having breakfast. Fu Zheng lazily peeled an egg, just as he was about to pop it into his mouth when Zhou Ziang suddenly elbowed him, nearly causing Fu Zheng to choke. "Damn, are you trying to make me have my last meal before execution?" Zhou Ziang promptly handed over the milk, and after Fu Zheng took a few sips, he gradually regained his composure. "You better have something of great importance." Zhou Ziang indicated Ning Xuejian with a nod of her chin. The scandal of her being a mistress had already been exposed, yet she still had the audacity to dine in the cafeteria so ostentatiously. It was beyond comprehension how the husband of the stunning Luo Caimei could feel about his wife's beauty while she engaged in infidelity. Fu Zheng curled the corner of his lips in a derisive smile, remarking, "A man devoid of self-respect perceives the filth outside as fragrant." Haozi, as the most ardent male admirer of Luo Caimei, was seething with rage after witnessing his goddess being wronged the previous night. He had spent an entire sleepless night in fury. At this moment, his eyes were filled with furious red veins. I desperately wished to stab Ning Xuejian with a fork. How could she be so shameless? The crucial point was that she had confessed her feelings to brother Jing last year, and he once thought highly of her judgment, only to discover she was willing to pursue a married man. Bah! A rotten cabbage. Upon entering the cafeteria, Ning Xuejian realized that all eyes were upon her. They no longer held the admiration and awe she was accustomed to, but rather were filled with disdain, disgust, and mockery, making her feel as if she were under a scorching spotlight. A sense of foreboding surged within her. Uncertain of what had transpired, she intended to inquire with a classmate when suddenly, a girl forcefully bumped her shoulder. Ning Xuejian nearly stumbled, and just as she was about to voice her indignation, another girl splashed a bowl of seaweed and egg soup over her head. The warm broth cascaded down her hair and cheeks, rendering her a picture of utter disarray. "What are you doing?" Ning Xuejian's face flushed crimson as she furiously demanded an explanation. A group of girls surrounded her, pointing and hurling insults. "Shameless mistress, despicable harlot! How dare you show your face in the cafeteria?" With her delicate, fair features she committed despicable acts, enticing a married man without fear of retribution. "You deserve to be scorned for destroying someone else's marriage. You're a disgrace to our school, parading around like this." Faced with their accusations and vitriol, Ning Xuejian's countenance turned ashen, her lips quivering uncontrollably, her eyes brimmed with terror and confusion. How did you know?" Through tear-blurred vision, she glanced toward Yi Yao, wondering if she had been the one to inform them. Observing Ning Xuejian's pitiful state, Yi Yao's eyes flickered with a hint of schadenfreude and disdain. On the day Luo Caimei came to try on clothes, Ning Xuejian had pretended not to know her, and had even asked who was more beautiful between her and Luo Caimei. Little did she realize, Yi Yao had already known that the rightful wife was Luo Caimei. Now witnessing Ning Xuejian's fall from grace and being the target of public scorn was nothing less than poetic justice. She had brought this upon herself. Ning Xuejian fled the cafeteria in tears. Shan Qingyan parked the car in an inconspicuous corner and gestured for Ning Xuejian to enter. The moment she got inside, she collapsed into his arms in a fit of distress, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by Shan Qingyan. who maintained a stony expression. Handing Ning Xuejian her phone, he coldly stated, "Our affair from last night has been exposed. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, the Shun family will hold a press conference. You will take full responsibility and publicly apologize to my wife, admitting that you seduced me while I was intoxicated." Ning Xuejian widened her eyes as she gazed at Shan Qingyan, her expression brimming with shock and disbelief. "Uncle, are you jesting?" Chapter 20. Kneeling and apologizing. "Ning Xuejian, you must comply with my instructions." The words buzzed in her ears, akin to a swarm of bees invading her mind. Leaving her in a state of utter confusion, thoughts tangled in her mind like a chaotic knot, she stared incredulously at the handsome and genteel man before her, who had once woven a fantastical prison for her with his tender gaze and considerate actions. She had willingly succumbed to the allure of that cage. Yet now he was callously pushing her into the abyss. Though both had erred, she was to bear the burden alone. She had become a discarded pawn in his game. If she were to confess at the press conference that all was her fault, how could she ever continue her studies at Yi University, or navigate life in society? She would be reduced to a pariah, scorned by all. How could he be so cold-hearted as to ruin her? "Uncle, why can't you say that it was your relationship with Luo Caimei that faltered, that she is an inadequate wife, while you and I are truly in love? Is not the unloved the true third party?" Tears blurred Ning Xuejian's vision as she clung to her desperate hopes. Faced with the onslaught of her tears, Shan Qingyan's countenance revealed no trace of the previous tenderness and compassion. His handsome visage appeared strikingly indifferent, and he was unwilling to engage in further discourse with Ning Xuejian. Coldly, he stated, "I will give you 5 million. All you need to do is obediently comply." Ning Xuejian shook her head vehemently. No, she would not acquiesce. Did he think he could simply dismiss her with 5 million? No sooner had her words left her lips than her phone rang. It was a call from her mother. Terrified, Ning Xuejian refrained from answering and hung up, but the phone rang again almost immediately. Aware of her mother's temperament, she knew that failing to answer could lead her to the school in search of her. Reluctantly, she connected the call. Her mind once again fell into a void. After hanging up, she looked tearfully at the expressionless Shan Qingyan, and no matter how naive or foolish she had been, she now understood that this was a trap meticulously laid out by Shan Qingyan. If the day came when he no longer desired her, he would leverage her brother's gambling debts and the need to repay loan sharks to coerce her. A chill enveloped Ning Xuejian, and she could scarcely believe that the man who had once been so captivated by her in bed, who would hold her closely after every release, could be so heartless. "Uncle, why must you be so cruel to me?" She gazed at him as if she had never known him at all. She had once naively believed that their feelings were genuine, capable of weathering any storm. Yet now she realized just how naive she had been. Ultimately, despite having been served by her, Shan Qingyan was not devoid of all concern for her. Swear, between us, it is a matter of self-preservation. Your future prosperity hinges upon this arrangement. A flicker of hope reignited in Ning Xuejian's despairing eyes. It turned out that her uncle had not entirely forsaken her. He had even planned for her future. "Very well, I shall heed uncle's arrangements." The press conference was held at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. The scene was bustling with activity, as reporters with their cameras formed a tight circle, leaving no room for passage. Luo Caimei, Shan Qingyan, Old Master Shan, Song Monli, and several other members of the Shun family arrived at the scene. The flash of cameras was incessant. Confronted with the incisive inquiries of reporters, Shan Qingyan candidly confessed, "Last night I indulged too much. I mistakenly identified that woman as my wife. I have wronged my wife and let down my family and society's expectations of me. Once again, I extend my sincerest apologies." Rising to his feet, Shan Qingyan bowed at a 90-degree angle towards the media, expressing his contrition. In this society, there exists a notable leniency towards men's infidelities. The majority of the reporters present were male, and upon witnessing Shan Qingyan's contrite demeanor, some began to exonerate him, suggesting that he had merely erred in a moment of confusion, a mistake that every man could commit. They argued that it was undoubtedly the mistress who had seduced him. Who could argue otherwise? Men often bear heavy burdens of work and at times seek physical reprieve. What of the wife of the young master? Perhaps her shortcomings led to his transgressions. Meanwhile, several women watching the live broadcast, including Xia Jiwan, were incensed. This reflected a societal gender bias. Traditional views impose stringent moral standards on women while affording men excessive indulgence. A female reporter promptly voiced a dissenting perspective, asserting that it takes two to tango. Even if the mistress was indeed seductive, had the young master not reacted, marital betrayal would not have occurred. What does it mean to mistake one person for another? The mistress and Madame Shun are fundamentally different entities, are they not? Infidelity has never been a singular issue. As a man, does he not bear the responsibility to uphold fidelity within marriage? Why is the onus so often shifted onto women? Clearly Madame Shen is the victim. Yet she is cast as the one at fault. The questions posed by the female reporter were even more incisive than those of her male counterparts. Shan Qingyan's expression darkened, and he signaled to Jin Yan, who promptly summoned Ning Shuejian. "It is all my fault." As Ning Shuejian approached, the reporters parted to create a path. She stepped forward to the podium, took a microphone, and with tears streaming down her face, confessed, "Last night, I was the one who seduced the young master that I aspired to ascend to greatness, and in his inebriation, he mistook me for his wife. I recognize that I should not have interfered in another's family. My actions have hurt many. I should not have harbored any illusions, nor crossed the moral line. Here I apologize to the young master's wife." Ning Shuejian turned to Luo Caimei, addressing her, "I am truly sorry." Luo Caimei gazed at the tear-streaked face of Ning Shuejian and, clutching her thigh tightly to suppress her emotions, felt a surge of tears welling up in her eyes. The delicate woman was already weeping, drawing sympathy, yet the fierce spirit within her could not be overshadowed. The pain of her thigh ignited tears in Luo Caimei's eyes, and she refrained from acknowledging Ning Shuejian's words. Instead, she wept silently, her lips trembling, her face pale, embodying the image of a deeply wounded wife betrayed. "What I despise most are the mistresses who ruin other people's families. In my view, they ought to kneel and apologize to the rightful wife to show true sincerity." Upon hearing these words from the female reporter, Ning Shuejian's countenance turned ashen. Chapter 21. The tension of desire reaches its zenith. Ning Shuejian's fragile form swayed precariously, as waves of humiliation and discomfort surged within her. Her lips trembled incessantly, her eyes filled with anguish and disbelief. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Shan Qingyan, hoping that at this critical moment, he would stand up and utter a word on her behalf. She had already come to this extent, disregarding her own dignity and reputation, willingly taking on all the responsibility. She could not possibly kneel and apologize again. Yet, despair soon enveloped her. Shan Qingyan's gaze was frigid, signaling her to comply. Ning Shuejian felt as though her entire world was collapsing, her face ashen, every ounce of strength seemingly siphoned away by an immense syringe. Tears cascaded down one after another, her heart brimming with pain, despair, and fury. She loathed that female journalist, and also harbored resentment towards Luo Caimei's women. Why did they force her into a corner? After closing her eyes, Ning Shuejian ultimately bent her knees and sank slowly to the ground. "Mrs. Shen, I am sorry." At that moment, her hatred for Ning Shuejian surged to its zenith. If she were ever to rise again, she would ensure that Luo Caimei would pay dearly. Luo Caimei rose gracefully, approaching Ning Shuejian, looking down upon her delicate visage from a position of superiority. No one would suspect that this seemingly innocent girl harbored such vile and malicious intentions within. When she harmed Xiao Ran, or when she acted with such cunning, did she ever contemplate the consequences that had now befallen her? Internally scoffing, Luo Caimei raised her hand and struck Ning Shuejian's face with 2 resounding slaps. The crisp sound echoed, leaving Ning Shuejian dazed. "Caimei, you..." Shan Qingyan attempted to speak, but Song Manli hastily restrained him. Initially, she had harbored doubts about whether Luo Caimei had orchestrated the events of the previous night. After all, the journalists had lain in wait outside the hotel after she had reported the incident. Such coincidences were hardly believable. If Luo Caimei had not been genuinely enraged, she felt that Shan Qingyan could not be all that significant in her heart. After all, what original wife could endure her husband's infidelity? Witnessing Luo Caimei deliver those 2 slaps, Song Manli dismissed her suspicions. Those slaps were a retribution for Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran had endured countless beatings at the hands of Ning Shuejian and Yi Yao. That Luo Caimei only delivered 2 slaps was already lenient. Xiao Ran had also come to the press conference today, albeit arranged by Luo Caimei to remain out of sight on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Standing on the balcony, she observed Ning Shuejian kneeling in apology, her reputation in ruins, and the heavy, oppressive weight in her chest finally found release. She understood that Sister Caimei was avenging her. Sister Caimei sought to help her emerge from her depression and suffering. Scalding tears streamed down her face as she covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. She vowed not to disappoint Sister Caimei's hopes for her. After Ning Shuejian knelt in apology, a flicker of compassion crossed Shan Qingyan's eyes. This girl, after all, had shared the most intimate connection with him. Her current humiliating position was entirely due to his inadequacy, unable to protect even his own woman. Luo Caimei seized the microphone and declared, "Do you believe that this kneeling can atone for the wrongs you have committed? You have not only shattered my family but also my faith in life and my belief in marriage. Your kneeling signifies the least of the price you ought to pay.
While my wounds may take a long time to heal, that I hope you can deeply reflect on your actions and forever remember the lesson of today. Tears filled Ning Xuejian's lips, carrying the bitter taste of sorrow as Mrs. Shen admonished her. After the press conference concluded, Ning Xuejian withdrew from her studies and left Yi University the very next day, with no one knowing her whereabouts. Luo Caimei was naturally aware that Shen Qingyan had discreetly arranged for someone to escort Ning Xuejian abroad. Luo Caimei quietly inquired with a doctor, learning that once the storm passed, Shen Qingyan would likely develop a psychological scar regarding women, making it exceedingly difficult for him to engage normally again. What poetic justice! The bullies have been dealt with, and next it will be time for the shareholders' meeting of the Shen family, followed by her confrontation and divorce from that scoundrel. Recently, Shen Qingyan had been exceedingly busy, leaving early and returning late almost every day. Yet, he still required the shares in Luo Caimei's possession, so even amidst his hectic schedule, he would send messages to check on her. Luo Caimei had set his WeChat to do not disturb, hardly bothering to glance at his messages. Such insincerity is truly nauseating. That evening, Xia Jiwan invited Luo Caimei out for a late-night snack, and they chose a bustling barbecue stall. Xia Jiwan, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, exuded vitality. Having been university roommates, the two shared a deep camaraderie and quickly became close friends. Shall we indulge in a few bottles of beer? Xia Jiwan inquired. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a slight smile. Sure, it's been a while since I had some. The two stunning beauties seated before the barbecue stall formed a captivating sight. Did you not capture footage of that scoundrel in bed with his mistress? Why not release it and pin them to the pillar of shame? Luo Caimei poured 2 glasses of beer, handing one to Xia Jiwan. After taking a generous sip, she continued, when I married Shen Qingyan, it was to find a sanctuary for myself. The Luo family had intentions towards my assets, and I had endured several attempts on my life. Xia Jiwan nodded solemnly. Have you yet discovered who in the Luo family sought to harm you? Luo Caimei shook her head, harboring suspicions that the car accident involving her parents, one dead and one severely injured, was orchestrated by that hidden assailant. Over the years, she had diligently practiced karate to enhance her abilities, aiming to protect herself in times of danger. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the Shen family, the lurking threat from the Luo family had been deterred from making further attempts on her life. Xia Jiwan gazed at Luo Caimei with concern. Are you truly able to divorce that scoundrel? Not much longer. Just wait and see. After a few more drinks, a man with bleached hair, appearing rather unsavory, approached them. His lewd gaze fixated on Luo Caimei, his tongue licking his lips, as he leered at her with evident desire. Beautiful lady, I've noticed you for quite some time. May I add you on WeChat? Luo Caimei glanced at the man, disdain evident in her expression. Sorry, I have a preference for well-defined Adam's apples, charming rogues, toned abs, towering heights, and above all handsome faces. The implication was clear. The man did not meet any of her aesthetic criteria. The expression on the yellow-haired man's face shifted dramatically. He was somewhat renowned in this area and had never encountered a woman so audaciously disrespectful. Dio, you know who I am. Don't push your luck. With his hands shoved into his pockets, he exuded an air of arrogance as if he were invincible. Upon witnessing his posture, Luo Caimei couldn't help but recall a certain reckless classmate. Some people, with their hands in their pockets, emanate a palpable sexual tension, while others like him merely exude a sense of diminished allure. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Was that just a feather duster speaking? Luo Caimei's scornful remark incited a furious response from the yellow-haired man. You little bitch, do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Just as he reached for her delicate arm, Luo Caimei swiftly seized his wrist. Before he could react, she executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The movement was both crisp and fierce. She raised her foot, pressing it down on his pained chest, arms crossed defiantly. Do you dare to flirt with me again? The yellow-haired man, taken aback by her wild and fierce demeanor, exclaimed, Do you not know I am under the command of Biao Gu? Offending me will lead to dire consequences. His words were cut short as she increased the pressure of her foot on his chest. All right. I want to flirt again, please just let me go. What man would dare pursue such a savage and formidable woman? Luo Caimei released him, her crimson lips parting as she commanded, Get lost. Not far away, several young men approached the food stall, coincidentally witnessing Luo Caimei's reprimand of the yellow-haired man. Haozi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, you're absolutely stunning and so fierce. Zhouziang, Haozi, if the beautiful sister were to offer to support you after a divorce, would you accept? Haozi replied eagerly, I'd gladly offer myself. Fu Zheng interjected, she wouldn't look at you. Haozi conceded, true, she mentioned she prefers men with prominent Adam's apples, defined abs, tall stature, a rebellious charm, and striking looks. I don't match any of those. I'm just a homebody loser. Zhou Ziang turned to Fu Zheng. I believe you embody every quality she desires. Fu Zheng casually smirked. I'm not interested in her. Zhou Ziang and Haozi exchanged glances, speechless. Chapter 22. The beautiful woman in distress. Xia Zhiwan, a renowned talent agent, immediately spotted Fu Zheng. Zhou Min. Over at that table sits an incredibly handsome man. I wish to spotlight him. Having become accustomed to the plethora of attractive individuals in the entertainment industry, her eyes had nearly developed immunity. Yet the moment she laid eyes on Fu Zheng, she was utterly captivated. If she could sign him, he would undoubtedly rise to stardom. After taking a sip of beer, Luo Caimei glanced at Fu Zheng at the adjacent table. Haozi raised his hand to greet her, and she returned his gesture with a radiant smile before turning her attention to Fu Zheng. He lounged lazily in his chair, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and hydrating himself. With his head slightly tilted back, his long neck showcased defined veins, and as he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbed in a wild yet alluring manner. Xia Zhiwan rubbed her hands together, eager. Darling, do you know them? Luo Caimei nodded slightly, immediately discerning the thoughts swirling in Xia Zhiwan's mind. The most handsome among them was Edaxia Kao, with whom I have had several encounters. That fellow is both arrogant and aloof. If you wish to sign him, it is likely to be a formidable challenge. Do you have his WeChat? Luo Caimei replied. No, that insufferable brat harbors grudges. He once asked her for her WeChat under the pretense of compensating for medical expenses, but she did not oblige when she later sought to exchange contact details. He refused to add her again. Then I shall approach him to inquire about his WeChat, to see if he would consider entering the entertainment industry. Xia Zhiwan hastened towards Fu Zheng, an uncontrollable excitement bubbling within her, as if she had stumbled upon an uncut jade, capable of radiating dazzling brilliance with just a little refinement. It was akin to the joy of a connoisseur discovering a steed of extraordinary talent, as she envisioned a future star rising under her guidance. Luo Caimei glanced at Xia Zhiwan's eager silhouette and shook her head in resignation. She doubted that with Fu Zheng's striking looks, no other talent scouts had approached him. Given his reckless and wild disposition, he likely held disdain for the entertainment industry. How my heart aches if he declines. Luo Caimei poured a glass of beer for Xia Zhiwan. Do not despair, you may encounter even better prospects in the future. After downing half a glass, Xia Zhiwan turned to Luo Caimei, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Darling, after your divorce, would you be interested in entering the industry? With your looks, you would surely dominate the scene. Luo Caimei's lips twitched in response. Please do not entertain such thoughts about me. She then inquired, why have you been so eager to sign new talents lately? Is the pressure mounting? Xia Zhiwan rubbed her aching temples and sighed. Our company has a strikingly handsome young talent, but he lacks connections and is rather taciturn. I brought him into the limelight. And just as he began to gain recognition, my superior set his sights on him, intending to exploit him. Naturally, the young talent refused, leading my superior to attempt to coerce him, resulting in an injury to his head. Subsequently, my superior decided to bury him, and I could not stand idly by, which led to a confrontation between us. Ever since, I've been targeted because of it. The other two well-known artists under my wing have been reassigned by my female superior, and I have no idea what slander she has spread about me to the boss. Now the boss is pressuring me to sign promising new artists within 3 months, or I risk being demoted from my position as a top agent. Luo Caimei was at a loss for words. Your female superior is truly insufferable. Indeed, Xia Zhiwan retorted, if it weren't for the excellent salary and benefits at this company, I would seriously consider leaving. Just then Xia Zhiwan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she promptly answered. Luo Caimei gestured with an okay sign. You should go. Do take care of yourself. After Xia Zhiwan departed, Luo Caimei indulged in another bottle of beer. Haozi had been watching her intently and lowered his voice. Sister, you seem to be in a rather foul mood tonight. Zhou Ziang, it's only been a short while since her husband's infidelity came to light. Anyone would feel downcast. Haozi, I heard that Ning Xuejian has been sent abroad by her husband. Do you think he will still keep in touch with her? Zhou Ziang, a man's infidelity can only be classified as either once or countless times, much like domestic violence. Haozi, the beautiful sister, is leaving. Luo Caimei stood up to settle the bill, covering the table for Fu Zheng as well. She waved goodbye to Haozi and the others, saying, take your time eating. I must leave first, perhaps due to her inebriation. Her steps were somewhat unsteady. As she reached the street, she was just about to pull out her phone to call for a taxi when suddenly, a figure sprang forth, snatching the bag she was holding with astonishing speed. Luo Caimei, intoxicated, found her mind sluggish. A robbery. Just as she prepared to chase after him, a tall, slender figure dashed out from the barbecue stall, swiftly pursuing the thief. Designer Luo, don't be afraid, Brother Zheng is quite formidable. Once he takes action, that scoundrel will have no chance of escape in broad daylight. Haozi comforted her. Luo Caimei turned to look at Fu Zheng, who quickly caught up with the assailant. He pulled out his phone to call the police. In no time, the authorities arrived and apprehended the thief. Luo Caimei gazed at Fu Zheng as he returned her bag, tilting her head with a smile. What should I do to thank you, dear brother? Her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with a glimmer of spring water, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye enhanced her beauty with a captivating allure. Fu Zheng, hands lazily tucked into his pockets, replied, Didn't you treat us to barbecue? How much could that possibly be worth? Perhaps we could add each other on WeChat, and I could send you a generous red envelope? He smirked. Aside from my girlfriend, I don't add any other females on WeChat. Luo Caimei, what a character. Housie nodded in agreement. All right. Luo Caimei shook her head. No need. She watched as Fu Zheng prepared to mount his bicycle, his solitary and slender figure evoking a strange impulse within her. She unexpectedly approached and sat down on the back seat of his bicycle. Fu Zheng, Housie Zhouziang, Chapter 23, spending the night at his place. Upon witnessing this scene, Housie felt a pang of regret. Had he not lent his bicycle to brother Zheng, he might have had the chance to transport the beautiful sister himself. Zhouziang, noticing Housie's thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't overthink it. It's not about the bicycle at all. Brother Zheng's mere presence can render anyone infatuated, while you doing nothing merely inspire thoughts of turning you into a fool. Housie gritted his teeth. I'll be the one to turn you into a fool first. The two of them raced towards the internet CAF. Following the exposure of Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian's affair, Luo Caimei also found herself trending for several days. With a smile, Luo Caimei declared, Fear not. Sister has her tricks. Saying this, she pulled out 2 masks from her bag, covering her face thoroughly, leaving only her beautiful fox-like eyes visible. Now no one should recognize me, right? Fu Zheng, hurry up and ride. Do you lack stamina? Are you unable to pedal with me on board? Fu Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, his long lashes concealing his inscrutable emotions. Get off! The young man donned a white shirt today, while Luo Caimei's slender fingers tugged at the hem of his garment. Do not be so fierce. I have been feeling rather low lately. Just give me a ride, will you? Fu Zheng pressed his crimson, thin lips tightly together beneath his prominent nose. Luo Caimei gazed intently at the young man before her. His complexion was a cool white, his lashes long and dark like butterfly wings, and his brows and eyes carried an air of wildness and aloofness. When he did not smile, he appeared utterly frigid. Are you not the least bit aware of your safety? Asking a man to drive you at such a late hour. Though his tone was undeniably harsh and cold, to Luo Caimei, it conveyed an oddly endearing mix of innocence and desire. You are merely a little brother. How can you consider yourself a man? Having had a bit too much to drink, she was entirely oblivious to the peril her words posed to a man. Fu Zheng let out a cold laugh from his throat. I am not a child. Not a child. Then are you perhaps an adult? She was, after all, 3 years his senior. Fu Zheng clenched his back teeth. If you utter another word, do you believe I would toss you into a filthy ditch? Luo Caimei had not anticipated such a foul temper from this boy. How much did that wealthy woman who gifted you the watch give you? Should I present you with a designer watch as well, to elicit a kinder tone from you? Fu Zheng, unwilling to engage in conversation with a drunken fool, left her with a curt instruction to sit tight before mounting his bicycle as the gentle breeze fluttered the hem of his shirt. Luo Caimei caught a faint whiff of a familiar yet foreign soapberry fragrance. Her thoughts drifted back to a day many years prior. She had ridden on the back of the young man's bicycle, the wind ruffling his shirt, as the refreshing scent of soapberry filled her senses. It was the exhilarating pulse of her youth, the most beautiful tableau of her prime. Had it not been for that unforeseen event, the bicycle sped up, inducing a sensation of weightlessness in Luo Caimei. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the young man's abdominal muscles through his shirt, neither as defined as those of a fitness instructor, but rather a thin layer, firm yet elastic. What are you groping at? It was an accident. Why are you being so harsh? The young man coldly huffed. My waist is not for just anyone to touch. Luo Caimei, taken aback, thought, who would have guessed that this insufferable brat would be so modest? Are you still with that wealthy woman? Fu Zheng replied, What? The one who gifted you the watch? No longer. Luo Caimei observed the young man's handsome, wild profile and internally marveled. How could such a striking, spirited young man have parted ways with that wealthy woman? If she were to divorce, I would certainly consider taking up a young man like him. Surely, a pretty boy was far more appealing than a scoundrel of a husband. Fu Zheng steered his bicycle into a narrow, tranquil alley where the walls were weathered and the cobblestones smooth, leading to a modest and antiquated rental apartment. Luo Caimei did not expect Fu Zheng to inhabit such a down-to-earth dwelling. Did that wealthy woman not secure you a decent neighborhood? This location was conveniently close to the repair shop where he worked, and often after his shifts, he would come here to sleep. You play the piano so well and possess quite the charisma.
You hardly seem like someone from a struggling background. Fu Zheng yawned languidly. My family has fallen on hard times. What, do you wish to investigate my household registration? Luo Caimei waved her hand dismissively. Glancing at the rental apartment it was a simple one-bedroom unit, tidy and clean within. He is unlike other boys. While they carelessly toss their clothes and leave their belongings in disarray, he maintains an impeccable order. Clearly a product of good upbringing, Luo Caimei, clad in high heels, strides into the room, and I too feel the weight of fatigue. Without waiting for Fu Zheng to utter a word, she enters the chamber and collapses onto the bed. The sheets, still imbued with the warmth of sunlight and the delicate fragrance of laundry detergent, exude a clean and refreshing aroma. Luo Caimei discards her high heels and, closing her eyes, succumbs to slumber. Fu Zheng gazes at the woman on the bed, lifting his long fingers to stroke his forehead in contemplation. Approaching the bedside, he gently taps her arm, inquiring, "Do you know who I am? How dare you sleep in my bed? Fu, don't be so petty. Tomorrow I shall provide you with 1,000 in accommodation fees." With a pout, she mumbles this before turning over and drifting back to sleep. In the dead of night, Luo Caimei awakens from a nightmare. She opens her eyes to find herself in a dimly lit room, illuminated only by the yellow glow of a bedside lamp, her mind momentarily clouded with confusion. Where am I? Sitting up in bed, she glances down at herself. Her clothes remain unscathed, and there are no signs of any untoward incidents. It seems she has not been taken advantage of. Barefoot, Luo Caimei steps off the bed and makes her way to the living room, where she spots a slender figure asleep on the sofa. The sofa is small, and the young man, tall and long-limbed, hunches over, one long leg dangling to the floor, appearing rather uncomfortable even in slumber. Fu Zheng? Did she truly come to his home to sleep last night? She casts a glance around the humble and unadorned rental space. Grabbing a thin blanket from the room, she approaches the sofa and drapes it over the young man. Afterward, she inexplicably crouches down to scrutinize him. Chapter 24. Observing the abs, he is extraordinarily handsome, his features chiseled as if meticulously sculpted by a master craftsman. His brow is strong, his nose straight, lips a delicate pink, and his jawline sharply defined. In sleep, the wildness in his brows and eyes softens, revealing a certain refined charm and innocence. His fair skin, coupled with his striking features, presents a paradox of youthful allure and desire, making him all the more endearing in slumber. Luo Caimei's gaze lingers on his prominent Adam's apple, fixating on a faint mole above it, her eyes darkening slightly. Suddenly, lost in thought, she quickly averts her gaze and turns to retreat to the room. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she rises, the young man on the sofa opens his eyes. The following morning, Luo Caimei is roused by an urgent need to relieve herself. She hurriedly leaps from the bed, her steps somewhat frantic as she rushes toward the bathroom. At that moment, Fu Zheng emerges from the bathroom, pulling on a t-shirt, one section still raised, revealing a glimpse of well-defined abdominal muscles and a tantalizing line of definition. He appears lean, and Luo Caimei is taken aback to discover his sculpted physique. It is both appealing and tastefully defined, devoid of any hint of excess. Just as she intends to steal another glance, he lowers the hem of his shirt. "How stingy," she mutters under her breath. The young man raises an eyebrow slightly, remarking, "Designer Luo, do mind your words and actions." Luo Caimei, unable to hide her surprise, thinks to herself, who knew this arrogant boy could be so modest? Their eyes meet, and at such close quarters, she notices that his eyes are of the inner double-lidded variety, with thin elongated eyelids and deep black irises, reminiscent of obsidian, appearing profoundly enigmatic beneath his long lashes. They are wild and fierce, yet captivating. "Have you seen enough?" The boy's voice emerged with a hint of coldness. Luo Caimei gave a sheepish smile. "Yes, I have. Please make way." Her abdomen felt uncomfortably bloated. Fu Zheng stepped aside, allowing Luo Caimei to enter the restroom. Just before closing the door, she cast a glance at the boy. "Please stand further away." "Fu Zheng's sister, this is my rented apartment," Luo Caimei remarked. Although she regarded Fu Zheng merely as a younger brother, the restroom door was clearly not soundproof. She was on the verge of relief, and if he were to hear her, it would surely be quite embarrassing. Seeing that the boy did not heed her request, she had no choice but to proceed. Letting nature take its course while the water flowed, she spent quite some time inside. Having consumed an excessive amount of beer the previous night, she surprisingly had not urinated at all, which attested to the resilience of her bladder. After washing her hands, Luo Caimei took a deep breath before opening the restroom door. She glanced towards the living room and bedroom. It appeared the boy was no longer there. Letting out a sigh of relief, she was thankful he had stepped out. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Grasping her bag, Luo Caimei exited the alley, having withdrawn 10,000 yuan in cash. As she prepared to leave, her phone rang. It was the boy's phone, charging in the living room. An unregistered number was calling.
Initially, Luo Caimei had no intention of answering, but after the call automatically disconnected, it rang again. Perhaps the caller urgently needed to reach Fu Zhang. She approached and answered the call. A woman's voice, sounding somewhat mature, came through. Zhang, I will be in Yichang this week. Please make some time for us to have a meal together. A person's voice can often reflect their state and characteristics, sometimes even exuding an air of success. Successful individuals typically speak with a steady, powerful voice, filled with confidence. From the woman's tone on the phone, Luo Caimei surmised that she must be a formidable woman. I'm sorry, Fu Zhang has stepped out. If you have something urgent, you may call back later, she relayed before hanging up. Just then, Fu Zhang returned from his run, sweat still glistening on his forehead, carrying a bowl of nourishing porridge and a cup of honey water. Fu Zhang, a lady just called for you. I noticed she called twice, and fearing it was urgent, I answered on your behalf. After setting down what he was holding, Fu Zhang glanced at the phone. Luo Caimei leaned closer, her enchanting face near his. Is she the wealthy lady who gifted you that watch? Yes, Fu Zhang replied. Luo Caimei shrugged, then I answered the call. She won't misunderstand, will she? Fu Zhang fixed his dark eyes on Luo Caimei, a wild and handsome smile playing on his lips. Misunderstand what? You aren't keeping me. Luo Caimei nearly choked on her own saliva. Are today's youngsters so brazenly audacious in their speech? I've placed the money in your drawer. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality last night. Fu Zhang pointed to the breakfast on the coffee table. Take some with you. Luo Caimei, feeling slightly unwell, replied, No, I don't feel like eating. All right, I'll feed the dog later. Luo Caimei, suddenly struck by a thought, she took out her headphones and activated the listening device. The voices of Song Manli, Shen Qianqian and Shen Qingyan filled her ears. Shen Qianqian is the younger sister of Shen Qingyan, currently a sophomore at Yecheng Art Academy. Ever since Luo Caimei married into the Shen family, Shen Qianqian has never had a disagreement with her sister-in-law. Each encounter is met with affectionate calls of sister-in-law. Among the Shen family members, Luo Caimei now holds a favorable impression only of the elderly Master Shen and Shen Qianqian. However, the next words from Shen Qianqian struck Luo Caimei like a thunderbolt. The scandal involving my brother and Ning Xuejian is clearly your sister-in-law's fault. If she hadn't reported it to the police, how would they have found Ning Xuejian? Song Manli sighed, acknowledging the coincidence of the situation, yet she believed that Luo Caimei did not act with malice. After all, that pink diamond was a gift from your brother, worth millions, a loss not to be taken lightly. Brother, once you become the president of the Shen Corporation, will you divorce sister-in-law? Shen Qingyan replied. We'll discuss it after everything is settled. Then am I not just trying to trick her into giving me more gifts? In truth, I have no affection for her. She relies on her beauty, thinking that all men in the world adore her. She knows I like Li Wenqian, yet she went to warn him to stay away from me. I truly despise her. No way. She actually did that? Yes, brother Wenqian has told me the truth. Luo Caimei simply does not want me to have a good life, and she always speaks ill of brother Wenqian in front of me. Brother, once you become the president of the Shen Corporation and acquire all of Luo Caimei's premarital assets, you must ensure she becomes a discarded wife. Chapter 25. Shielded her from a blade. Shen Qianqian's words pierced Luo Caimei's heart like a sharp thorn. Had she not heard them with her own ears, it would have been difficult for her to associate such malicious sentiments with the seemingly innocent girl. Her sincere feelings for Shen Qianqian were met with a treacherous betrayal hidden behind her back. A chill spread through her, as if winter frost had seeped into her very bones. Li Wenqian was the former boyfriend of Xia Zhiwan. She had witnessed their relationship evolve from courtship to breakup over the course of a year. Li Wenqian had a neighbor girl who, after losing her parents, had been living with him. He was very indulgent towards this neighbor girl. Every time he went out on a date with Xia Zhiwan, some unexpected incident would occur involving her. Luo Caimei recalled how Zhiwan had once told her that on their first date, she had meticulously prepared herself, but just as they arrived at the restaurant and were about to order, the neighbor girl called, claiming she encountered a fierce stray dog on the street and was screaming for help over the phone. During their second date, the neighbor girl had another mishap, resulting in Li Wenqian and Xia Zhiwan rushing over, only to find that she had merely fallen off her bicycle and scraped her elbow. Nevertheless, Li Wenqian was overly concerned that on the third date, the neighbor girl had a high fever. Xia Zhiwan was not naive. After several occurrences, she began to sense something amiss. Without hesitation, she decided to end the relationship with Li Wenqian. When he inquired about the reason, she revealed that the neighbor girl had feelings for him and did not want him to have a girlfriend. Li Wenqian, enraged and humiliated, accused Xia Zhiwan of harboring filthy thoughts and tarnishing the purity of his relationship with the neighbor girl. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and slapped Xia Zhiwan. Xia Zhiwan harbored suspicions regarding Li Wenqian's potential for violent outbursts.
When he was not afflicted by his malady, he exuded an air of refinement and elegance. However, during his episodes, the veins on his forehead would bulge. His eyes would widen with fury, and the flames of wrath glowing in his gaze seemed poised to consume all in their path. Xia Zhiwan felt fortunate to have taken the initiative to sever ties with such an individual. For had they married, she would not only endure emotional distress but could also potentially face domestic abuse. Consequently, upon learning that Shen Qianqian had developed feelings for Li Wenqian, Luo Caimei voiced her objections, advising Shen Qianqian against deepening her relationship with him. Later, when she spotted Li Wenqian visiting Shen Qianqian's school, she promptly warned him to cease all interactions with her. Luo Caimei genuinely wished for Shen Qianqian's well-being, yet her goodwill was met with ingratitude. She removed her headphones, tugged at the corners of her lips, and a chill radiated from her eyes. Initially, she had intended to find time to help Shen Qianqian see Li Wenqian's true nature, but it now seemed unnecessary. Kind words are futile when directed at the obstinate. She resolved to relinquish her desire to assist and respect the paths of others that if Shen Qianqian favored Li Wenqian, then let her pursue him. How Shen Qianqian's future unfolded was of no concern to her. With merely a week remaining before the shareholders' meeting of the Shen Group, Shen Qingyan had yet to obtain the share transfer agreement from Luo Caimei. Although she had assured him of her support during the meeting, Shen Qingyan felt that securely holding the shares was the only reliable course of action. Together with his mother Song Manli, they devised a strategy that would compel Luo Caimei to willingly relinquish her shares. Following the tragic accident that left her mother in a vegetative state, Luo Caimei would visit her whenever possible. On this particular day, Shen Qingyan accompanied Luo Caimei to the hospital. "Darling, I have contacted an esteemed expert in the treatment of vegetative patients abroad. He is reputed to possess extensive experience and an exceptionally high success rate." Luo Caimei's eyes sparkled with hope. "Is that true?" "Indeed, Dr. Wilson from America. Have you heard of him?" Luo Caimei nodded, acknowledging she had. Though she had heard he was retired and his whereabouts unknown. "Do not worry. I will ensure Dr. Wilson comes to see your mother." "Thank you, my dear." After sitting by her mother's bedside and speaking softly for a while, Luo Caimei went downstairs to fetch medication. Upon retrieving the medicine, she was about to ascend when a commotion erupted in the lobby. A man, face contorted with rage and wielding a sharp dagger, burst into the area. The surrounding patients, family members, and nurses erupted into terrified screams. Security rushed in from outside, attempting to subdue the assailant, but he was remarkably strong, breaking free and nearly injuring one of the guards. "He is a psychiatric patient. Someone restrain him!" a doctor exclaimed as he hurried over. The lobby descended into further chaos. Luo Caimei observed the deranged individual, resembling a feral beast, wildly thrusting the dagger, nearly injuring a young girl who had fallen to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward to scoop the girl into her arms. Yet, in that instant, the man aimed the dagger directly at Luo Caimei. Just as disaster loomed, a tall figure sprinted forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, shielding her beneath him. It was Shan Qing. A sharp dagger plunged deeply into his back, crimson blood gushing forth in an instant. Luo Caimei's eyes widened in horror and panic, causing her usually vibrant and confident visage to pale slightly. "Husband, why are you so foolish?" she uttered, her voice trembling. Several security guards rushed forward, forcefully restraining the deranged assailant, while a doctor swiftly approached to administer a sedative. As Shen Qingyan observed the tears welling in Luo Caimei's beautiful eyes, he shook his head at her, his complexion wan. "Darling, do not fear. I am unharmed. I promised, even if it costs my life, I will protect you." Tears streamed down Luo Caimei's cheeks as she lamented. "You are so foolish, so foolish." The girl in Luo Caimei's arms was taken away by her mother, who, fearing responsibility, fled without uttering a word of thanks. Luo Caimei, disregarding everything else, cried out, "Doctor, please save my husband. He is losing so much blood." Meanwhile, Fu Zheng and Haozi supported the injured Zhou Ziang into the hospital's outpatient department. The sight of Luo Caimei weeping and pleading for her husband's rescue caught the attention of several onlookers. What happened to designer Luo's husband? Fu Zheng, Haozi, and Zhou Ziang pondered. Chapter 26. She actively gave him equity outside the operating room. Song Manli and Shen Qianqian hurried over upon receiving news of Shen Qingyan's stabbing. "Sister-in-law, my brother cares for you deeply. He risked his life to save yours." Song Manli's face was etched with worry. "If anything were to happen to Qingyan, I would not wish to live." "Mother, brother will be fine," she replied, her vision blurred by tears as she turned to Luo Caimei. "Caimei, Qingyan has been wholeheartedly devoted to you. I hope you do not let him down." With red-rimmed eyes and a pale countenance, Luo Caimei reassured, "Mother, I will not disappoint Qingyan, nor will I let any of you down." In the shadows around the corridor's corner, a tall and slender figure stood. a smirk of derision crossing his ruggedly handsome face as he overheard Luo Caimei's words. He lingered not long before departing. An hour later, the operating room door swung open. Doctor, how is my son? Doctor, how is my husband? Song Manli and Luo Caimei spoke in unison. The doctor, with a grave expression, stated, the injury on the victim's back measures approximately 10 centimeters in length and poses a significant depth. Fortunately, it did not damage any vital organs or major blood vessels. However, there is considerable damage to the muscle tissue that requires thorough cleaning and suturing. Emergency treatment has been administered, and the bleeding has been controlled. He will need close observation to prevent infection. After outlining some precautions, the nurse wheeled Shen Qingyan out of the ward, witnessing the pallid complexion of Shen Qingyan lying on the hospital bed. Tears that had finally ceased in Luo Caimei's eyes surged forth once more. Darling, do not cry. It is my duty to protect you, and even if it costs my life, it is worthwhile. Luo Caimei leaned over the bedside. Her heart moved as she gazed at Shen Qingyan, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Husband, once you recover, I shall transfer all my shares to you. On the third day of Shen Qingyan's hospitalization, Luo Caimei signed several documents. She signed the transfer agreement for 5 of the Shen Group shares in her possession, as well as her premarital assets. Shen Qingyan gazed at her signature and fingerprint, his deep brown eyes, concealed behind glasses, struggling to mask his excitement and joy. After 2 years of anticipation, this day had finally arrived. She had transferred all her assets to him. That stab in the back was truly worth it. Darling, rest assured, I will manage your wealth diligently and will never let you down. Luo Caimei looked at Shen Qingyan with eyes full of trust. Husband, you have sacrificed everything for me. What doubts or reservations could I possibly have? I will forever believe in you. Upon returning to the hospital, she encountered Chu Han in the outpatient hall. More accurately, she stumbled upon Chu Han, who was attempting to flirt with Fu Zheng as Chu Han passed by Luo Caimei. She was about to greet him, but he did not even raise his eyelids, his demeanor cold and aloof, as if someone owed him millions. Luo Caimei touched her nose, wondering if she had offended this arrogant young man. Chu Han noticed Luo Caimei and approached her to say, I heard your husband is hospitalized. I was just planning to visit him. Chu Han was the vice president of Chu Technology Company. She had built the company from scratch with her ex-husband, only for it to go public, after which her husband was ensnared by a vixen from outside, prompting Chu Han to file for divorce. Now she was a billionaire in her own right, an idol whom Luo Caimei admired and aspired to emulate. Luo Caimei silently admired Fu Zheng's composure. Anyone who followed the Forbes billionaire list would know that Chu Han's name graced the list of wealthy women. Chu Han had high standards and disregarded many suitors who sought her attention. It was rare to see Sister Han take the initiative to request someone's contact information. With a smile, Chu Han remarked, that handsome young man earlier was truly exceptional, wasn't he? The moment I saw him, I wanted to include him in my harem, to crown him as a consort, and play games with my eyes blindfolded. Luo Caimei responded, Sister, I feel the same way. After my divorce, I've opened the door to a new world. A woman should embrace her desires and remain clear-headed. Just as men may have multiple partners, women can do the same. In her heart, Luo Caimei silently gave a thumbs up to Sister Han. The life she currently led was one she envied deeply. However, she warned, but Caimei, don't follow my example. Shen Qingyan is a rare gem of a husband. Luo Caimei's lips curved into a smile. Indeed, just a few days ago, he took a stab for me. He truly is the best man in the world. That evening, Luo Caimei recalled that she still owed a sum of money to the private investigator. She found him on WeChat and attempted to transfer the funds. However, the WeChat page indicated that she was not his friend. Her brows knitted in concern. Had the private investigator blocked her? Although she hadn't contacted him recently, she felt she hadn't offended him. Luo Caimei only had his WeChat and not his phone number. Having blocked him, she found herself unable to reach him. She had no choice but to contact the friend who had introduced her to the private investigator. But that friend also lacked the investigator's phone number. Luo Caimei had to reapply to add the private investigator as a friend. Yet, even by the following evening, he had not accepted her request. Luo Caimei felt perplexed. How could this private investigator treat money as if it were worthless, refusing even the final payment? At the hospital, Song Manli arrived at the ward to visit Shen Qingyan. Song Manli glanced outside and seeing no one, she closed the hospital room door tightly. Son, since Luo Caimei has transferred everything to you, I believe there is no longer any need to keep her around. Shen Qingyan narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. Mom, what do you mean? Song Manli sat down beside the bed, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Mother is aware that you do not have fond feelings for Luo Caimei. Once you become the president of the Shen Group, you will surely divorce her. At that point, wouldn't you have to divide your wealth with her? If she were to vanish without a trace, she could not claim any of your assets.
Shan Qingyan pushed his glasses up on his nose, his brows furrowing as he looked at Song Manli. Mom, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Breaking the law incurs legal consequences. Mother suggests that it could be done discreetly. She currently lacks support from her family and possesses no wealth. Even if she were to die, it would not raise any suspicions. Shan Qingyan interrupted Song Manli's unfinished thought. Mom, do not entertain such ideas. After all, Caimei has been with me for 2 years. Her willingness to entrust all her assets to my management is commendable enough. Please do not be so greedy, son. Enough, Mom, that if you continue, I may very well choose to disown you. After dinner, Shan Qingyan took Luo Caimei to the seaside to watch the shooting stars. Chapter 27. Pushed off the cliff, Luo Caimei followed Shan Qingyan to the shore. The night sea was both mysterious and tranquil. The waves gently lapped at the coastline, producing a melodious sound, akin to a soothing nocturne sitting on the cliff by the sea. The ocean breeze brushed past them, carrying a damp, salty scent. Baby, there will be shooting stars tonight. You can make a wish upon them shortly. As soon as Shan Qingyan finished speaking, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Luo Caimei's enchanting eyes lit up with surprise. Wow, there really is a shooting star. She quickly closed her eyes and made a wish. Shan Qingyan gazed at Luo Caimei's stunningly beautiful face. As she closed her eyes, her long and thick eyelashes resembled delicate fans, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Had his heart not already been captured by another, perhaps Luo Caimei would be a suitable candidate for his wife, though she bore the allure akin to a vixen. She maintained her integrity, never straying into indiscretion. She was independent, confident, and considerate, all while allowing him his space. After 2 years of marriage, he found their interactions comfortable and effortless. She had done nothing to wrong him. Rather, he owed her much. Once she finished her wish, Luo Caimei turned to look at Shan Qingyan, who responded with a gentle smile. Just as he was about to inquire about her wish, he suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his abdomen. Baby, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I need to step away for a moment. Luo Caimei nodded. All right. After Shan Qingyan departed, it was not long before Luo Caimei heard footsteps approaching from behind. To her surprise, it was not Shan Qingyan but Song Manli. Mom, what brings you here? No sooner had she spoken than Luo Caimei began to feel a similar discomfort in her abdomen, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. She raised her hand to her forehead, her exquisitely beautiful face paling slightly. Luo Caimei teetered on the brink, her eyes brimming with confusion as she gazed at Song Manli. Mother, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. From the moment you transferred all your assets to my son, you forfeited your last shred of value. My son has never harbored any affection for you. He is bound to divorce you, and I shall not allow you to claim any of his possessions. Luo Caimei's eyes widened in disbelief. Mother, what do you mean? Qingyan intends to divorce me. He would willingly sacrifice his life for my sake. Ha! That was merely a ruse he devised to evoke your sympathy and ensnare you. The color drained from Luo Caimei's face. Mother, you cannot be serious about pushing me off a cliff. You wish for my demise, do you not? Song Manli's visage twisted into a sinister smile. You are not beyond redemption yet. Only with your death will there be no one left to claim my son's inheritance. Luo Caimei appeared stricken, her eyes reddening with tears. Is it truly all for the sake of preventing me from sharing in the assets with Shan Qing? I'm willing to relinquish everything as long as you spare me. I can sign an agreement. Even if Shan Qingyan divorces me, I can leave with nothing. It is too late. Song Manli's eyes blazed with intense hatred, her face contorted with madness and vengeance. Who instructed your mother to seduce my husband? She became a vegetative state as retribution, yet I remain unsatisfied. I shall ensure that her most cherished daughter meets her demise. Luo Caimei shook her head in despair. It is impossible. Nothing is impossible. The sins your mother committed must be repaid by you, her daughter. Ignoring Luo Caimei's pleas and despair, Song Manli reached out, forcefully shoving the faltering Luo Caimei into the unfathomable depths of the sea. Ah! Luo Caimei's terrified and piercing scream echoed, soon swallowed by the abyss. Song Manli stood at the cliff's edge, watching as Luo Caimei vanished beneath the waves, a glint of cold satisfaction flickering in her eyes. The years of pent-up resentment found release in that moment. Gazing at the turbulent waters, a barely perceptible smirk graced her lips. After standing there for 5 full minutes, ensuring that Luo Caimei would not resurface, she finally turned to leave. She dialed Luo Caimei's number, but it remained unanswered. A flicker of guilt crossed Song Manli's eyes. After all, with Luo Caimei's capabilities, it was improbable that she could have succeeded in pushing her off the cliff. Naturally, she had also administered a more potent dose to Shan Qingyan. Otherwise, he would not be suffering from such severe abdominal pain. I do not know. Did you not go out with her? Perhaps she has gone out to enjoy herself with friends? Son, tomorrow is the shareholders' meeting. You should focus your thoughts on that.
The following day, Shan Qingyan rose early, donning a bespoke three-piece suit, the tailored fabric enveloping his tall, slender form. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance and maturity. "Brother, you look exceptionally handsome today," Shen Qianxian exclaimed as she entered. She glanced into the bedroom. "Brother, where is Luo Caimei? I have not seen her today. Last night, after I took her to witness the meteor shower, I have been unable to reach her. Should more than 24 hours pass without any contact, I intend to report her disappearance to the authorities." Shan Qianxian, however, appeared unperturbed. "I suspect she has gone out to enjoy herself with others. After all, she has transferred all her assets to you, allowing her the freedom to go wherever she pleases. By the way, brother, once you ascend to the position of CEO, do make sure to gift me a luxurious supercar." Shan Qingyan responded with a soft murmur. The three of them proceeded to the Shun Group in the Immaculate Conference Room. Shareholders and senior executives were already seated. The ambience was one of solemnity, with soft yet bright lighting illuminating the pristine, glossy oval conference table, which bore no dust. The walls were adorned with the company logo and inspiring slogans. Upon their arrival, Shan Qingyan and his companions were joined by his uncle, Shan Zhongxian, and the elder Shan. The elder Shan cast a discerning glance across the conference table, his authoritative gaze landing on Shan Qingyan. "Where is Caimei?" Chapter 28. Shareholders meeting. Shan Qingyan adjusted his glasses and replied in a warm, cultured tone, "Caimei will not be attending today's shareholders meeting." Shan Zhongxian scoffed, "Nephew, could it be that your previous indiscretion is still causing your wife distress?" Shan Qingyan forced a smile, though it lacked sincerity. "You need not worry, uncle. Caimei and I share a strong bond." With that, he produced a document stating Caimei has transferred her shares to me. At this revelation, Shan Zhongxian's expression shifted noticeably. Although he anticipated that Luo Caimei would support Shan Qingyan, he had not expected her to relinquish her shares to him. Considering their respective shareholdings and the support they received, it was highly likely that Shan Qingyan would be on equal footing with him today. The final decision would ultimately rest with the elder Shan. After waiting nearly a quarter of an hour, and with Luo Caimei still absent, the elder Shan raised his hand to signal the commencement of the shareholders' meeting. The proceedings were presided over by a legal advisor. Following a series of formalities, the legal advisor announced, "Mr. Shan Qingyan currently holds 40 of the shares, making him the largest shareholder of the Shun Group. Mr. Shan Zhongxian holds 36 of the shares, making him the second largest shareholder." Upon hearing this, Shan Zhongxian's face contorted in disbelief. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "How could he hold more shares than I do?" Shan Qingyan smirked. "Uncle, in this round you have lost." Shan Zhongxian was taken aback. The usually refined Shan Qingyan had proven to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had secretly acquired a greater number of shares than Shan Zhongxian. Yet, without Luo Caimei's transfer, he would have undoubtedly lost this shareholders' meeting. Luo Caimei must have been out of her mind. Even after Shan Qingyan's infidelity was exposed by the press, she still chose to transfer her shares to him. Shan Zhongxian felt his teeth grind in frustration. Song Monli and Shan Qianxian exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Enjoyed at Mr. Shan. Shall we now announce that the presidency is to be assumed by young Mr. Shan?" the legal advisor inquired of the elder Shan. The elder Shan nodded in affirmation. Just as the legal advisor was about to declare Shan Qingyan as the new president of the Shun Group, the conference room door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. 3 figures strode in, 2 men and a woman. Leading the way was Luo Caimei. Flanked by a lawyer and a bodyguard, Luo Caimei donned a fitted black professional ensemble, the expertly tailored fabric accentuating her graceful and curvaceous figure. The neckline of her blouse was slightly open, revealing an exquisite neck akin to that of a swan. Beneath her sleek black pencil skirt lay a pair of long, elegant legs. With each step she took in her stiletto heels, she exuded an undeniable aura of power. Her long hair was neatly gathered at the back, showcasing her lovely forehead and strikingly beautiful visage. Beneath her high nose, her fiery red lips, pressed together, radiated an air of both beauty and confidence. The most shocked and bewildered by Luo Caimei's sudden appearance was none other than Song Monli. Just last night, she had personally pushed Luo Caimei off the cliff, witnessing her plunge into the abyss. Song Monli closed her eyes momentarily and reopened them. The figure of Luo Caimei still lingered in her sight. A pallor washed over Song Monli's face, her hands trembling uncontrollably as they rested on the chair, her heart racing with a profound sense of panic and fear. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" The unease radiating from Song Monli affected Shan Qianxian beside her. "Mom, even if Luo Caimei has returned, it won't alter the larger scheme of things. After all, she transferred all her assets to my brother." Song Monli endeavored to compose herself. Furthermore, considering she had pushed her off the cliff last night in a desolate place devoid of witnesses or surveillance, even if Luo Caimei spoke of it, no one would believe her. With this thought, Song Monli found a semblance of solace, a smile no longer graced her face. The gaze that once brimmed with trust and admiration for him had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented air of dominance and coldness. With her chin slightly raised and her beautiful eyes resolute, her presence was commanding. Shan Qingyan is not the primary shareholder of the Shun Group, Luo Caimei stated coldly upon entering the conference room. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The most delighted of all was Shen Zhongxian. Niece-in-law, please enlighten us, was your shareholding coerced into being transferred to Shan Qingyan? Elder Shen furrowed his brow. Caimei, speak honestly. Although my health is waning, I can still advocate for you. Shan Qingyan promptly rose and approached Luo Caimei, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp hers, but she evaded his touch before he could make contact. Luo Caimei cast a glance at Shan Qingyan, her eyes imbued with an icy disdain. Shan Qingyan felt a jolt of shock. Why was Luo Caimei regarding him with such a gaze? Caimei, I called you multiple times last night. I had no idea where you had gone. If I cannot reach you today, I was contemplating contacting the authorities. Luo Caimei disregarded Shan Qingyan and walked up to Elder Shan, a faint smile breaking through her previously cold and indifferent demeanor. Grandfather, have you reviewed the share transfer documents I submitted to Shan Qingyan? Elder Shan nodded, having just seen them. Luo Caimei then turned her gaze to the legal advisor. Mr. He, you have examined them as well? The legal advisor affirmed with a nod. Shan Qingyan stood momentarily stunned. A flicker of malice passed through his deep-set eyes behind his glasses. Until yesterday, he had felt a twinge of guilt towards Luo Caimei. But now, all he desired was to eliminate this woman. What chaos was she stirring at such a crucial moment? Caimei, the equity transfer agreement bears your signature and fingerprint, executed while you were fully aware and possessed of complete capacity for action. Even if you wish to retract your consent now, it is too late. Shan Qingyan patiently reminded her. Lawyer Tang, please elucidate to Xiao Shan whether that equity transfer agreement holds any legal validity. In Luo Caimei's eyes, Shan Qingyan detected a trace of disdain and cold mockery, heightening his inner unease as his hands hanging by his sides, clenched into tight fists. What scheme is Luo Caimei concocting? Chapter 29. A stunning turn of events. The proposal of divorce. Shan Qingyan could hardly believe that an agreement bearing a signature and fingerprint could be rendered void. Regardless of Luo Caimei's machinations, his ascension as the president of the Shun Corporation was already a foregone conclusion. Xiao Shun, did you truly scrutinize the final signature on the equity transfer agreement? No sooner had Lawyer Tang spoken than Shen Zhongxian rushed forward to examine the agreement at first. He discerned no issues, but upon closer inspection, he could not help but laugh heartily. I always thought my niece-in-law was a naive sweet girl. Little did I know she possesses quite the acumen. Shan Qingyan stepped forward and swiftly seized the equity transfer agreement. He glanced directly at the final signature. The handwriting was undoubtedly Luo Caimei's. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss. However, upon further inspection, it was revealed that Miss Luo's name was Luo Caimei, not Luo Caimei. The characters and could you truly not differentiate between them? The characters are strikingly similar, and without meticulous attention, one might easily overlook the subtle distinction. Such a seemingly minor alteration, however, encapsulated Luo Caimei's cunning and defiance. Additionally, at the spot where Miss Luo affixed her fingerprint, her right index finger bore an injury, a small cut rendering her fingerprint incomplete. Lawyer Tang's words struck Shan Qingyan's ears like a thunderclap. He tightened his grip on the equity transfer agreement. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly retrieved several property transfer agreements signed by Luo Caimei. All bore the name Luo Caimei. Well done. He had always believed Luo Caimei to be a mere beauty, a brainless vase, and this moment, he realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by her. Why? He had rescued her, and she had been so moved. Throughout the past week, she had cared for him in the hospital, and he had seen her genuine feelings reflected in her eyes. Was it all a deception? The abrupt twist left the conference room in stunned silence. Until Shen Zhongxian led a round of applause. Splendid work, niece-in-law, you truly are a clever little minx. Luo Caimei held no affection for Shan Qingyan, and even less for Shen Zhongxian. Yet, who presided as president of the Shun Corporation mattered little to her. She simply sought to achieve her own objectives. Luo Caimei turned her gaze toward Shen Qingyan, whose eyes behind his glasses seemed to burn with a desire to tear her apart. A slight smile graced Luo Caimei's lips. For as I still hold 5 of the shares, my subsequent vote for the next president holds significant importance. Does it not? No sooner had Luo Caimei spoken than her delicate wrist was firmly grasped by Shan Qingyan. He pulled her swiftly toward the exit, leading her to his office. Shan Qingyan exerted force as he flung Luo Caimei onto the sofa. Just as he leaned down to grasp her chin, he was met with a powerful kick to his chest from her elevated leg. Her slender stiletto heel struck precisely at the area of his heart, causing him to gasp in pain. nearly collapsing to the floor. Luo Caimei strode towards his desk with the poise of a queen and settled into the leather chair as she turned to face him once more. Her crimson lips curled into a subtle smirk. What is this? Unable to become the president of the Shen Group, do you still wish to throttle me? Shan Qingyan gazed at the woman who had transformed into a figure of cold authority, disbelief evident in his eyes. Why did you tamper with the equity transfer document? I would sacrifice my life for you, Luo Caimei. You once professed that we are one as husband and wife. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a frigid smile. When you were entangled in an affair, did you ever consider our union as one? Shan Qingyan furrowed his brow, taking a few steps closer. Darling, haven't we clarified the matter of infidelity? I've assured you it will never happen again. Luo Caimei clicked her tongue. Oh, you think I am simple-minded? Are you under the delusion that I'm a fool? How many times did you rendezvous with Ning Xuejian? Don't you have any self-awareness? A toad that gets a bit of water truly believes itself to be a sea king. How laughable! Shan Qingyan's complexion shifted from green to purple. Over the 2 years of their marriage, Luo Caimei had never spoken to him in such a tone that it appeared she had known about his affair with Ning Xuejian long before. Caimei, just look at any successful individual. Who hasn't he strayed? I admit my mistake and promise it won't happen again. Why must you make things difficult for me over such a significant matter? What benefit does it bring you if I cannot become the president of the Shen Group? His self-justifying words only served to infuriate her further. I end these 2 years of marriage, I find myself rather inclined to keep a dog, for a dog will always be a dog with time. Some affection may develop, but people at times are simply inhumane. Shan Qingyan was taken aback by Luo Caimei's biting remarks. Clenching his fists by his side, he demanded, Luo Caimei, tell me, what must I do for you to agree to transfer the shares to me? Luo Caimei raised an eyebrow. I have 2 conditions. First, you will purchase my shares at double the market price. 10 billion. Shan Qingyan's face darkened further, fury flashing in his eyes as he glared at her. You've lost your mind. How audacious of her to make such a demand. In stark contrast to his agitation, Luo Caimei maintained her calm demeanor. She smiled slightly and replied unhurriedly, if you choose not to buy, I could approach your uncle. He would likely be quite eager to acquire my 5 stake. Shan Qingyan's handsome, scholarly visage was now shrouded in gloom. Should Luo Caimei's shares fall into his uncle's hands, the latter could surpass him to become president at Tio. Part with 10 billion made his heart bleed. His available cash amounted precisely to that figure. Should he invest it all to acquire Luo Caimei's shares, his coffers would be entirely depleted. Seeing Shan Qingyan hesitate, Luo Caimei stood up, preparing to leave. Just as she reached for the office door, his teeth clenched, he finally uttered, all right, I agree. Luo Caimei was resolute in her belief that Shan Qingyan would acquiesce. After all, becoming the president of the Shen Group had always been his fervent aspiration that he had toiled for so long, and now that his dream was within grasp, how could he possibly relinquish it so easily, even if it required a considerable sacrifice on his part? What is your second condition? Upon hearing the word divorce, Shan Qingyan's tall and imposing figure trembled violently. He had not anticipated that Luo Caimei would broach the subject of divorce. Once she departed from the Shen family, she would lose her sanctuary. Was she truly certain about this decision? Luo Caimei's family was shattered. The substantial inheritance left by her father had long been coveted by the second and third branches of the Luo family. Had it not been for the protection of the Shen family, could she have survived thus far? With a slight arch of her brow and a subtle lift of her crimson lips, she displayed a demeanor that was both defiant and aloof. What, are you reluctant to divorce me? Shan Qingyan clenched his jaw, realizing that he had underestimated Luo Caimei. Divorce, it must happen. He did not wish to spend another day in the company of such a cunning woman. Chapter 30. Successful divorce. Becoming a wealthy woman. The shareholders' meeting was paused for an hour. Shan Qingyan and Luo Caimei proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. Thanks to Shan Qingyan's connections, they were exempt from the 1-month cooling-off period typically required for divorce. As for the assets, Luo Caimei had already taken the 10 billion he had transferred, and she would be transferring her 5 shareholding back to him. Her premarital assets would not yield him a single cent once they obtained the divorce certificate. Their entanglements would cease to exist. After completing the application forms and signing, the formalities were swiftly concluded. Each held their divorce certificate in hand as Shan Qingyan gazed at the document. A complex array of emotions flickered behind his lenses. He questioned whether reaching this juncture with Luo Caimei was indeed the right choice. Throughout their 2-year marriage, she had undoubtedly been a competent and dutiful wife. Had he not strayed during their union, perhaps they would not have reached the point of such open hostility. Unable to resist, he glanced at Luo Caimei beside him. Her strikingly beautiful face bore no trace of reluctance or sorrow. As if their divorce were merely the most commonplace of transactions, Shan Qingyan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. With a strained voice, he inquired, Luo Caimei, have you ever had feelings for me? Luo Caimei was taken aback by Shan Qingyan's childish question. A smirk played on her lips, laced with a hint of derision. As she replied, never. That single word sent a wave of humiliation and rage coursing through Shan Qingyan. Clenching his jaw tightly, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Luo Caimei. You truly are a master of theatrics. In their everyday interactions, she would affectionately call him husband, and upon learning of his infidelity, she had wept bitterly. He had shielded her from harm, and her thoughtful companionship and care. Was it all a fade? Not even a shred of authenticity. Shan Qingyan found it hard to fathom his own lack of appeal in Luo Caimei's eyes. She pondered the significance of his questions. Initially, she had intended to build a life with him after their marriage, provided he adhered to her principles and boundaries. Even in the absence of love, they could coexist. Yet, his infidelity and his desire for her premarital wealth, coupled with his mother's threats to her life, altered everything. Shan Qingyan, if you cannot become the president of the Shun Group, perhaps you should consider a career in acting. I see you have a flair for it. Shan Qingyan's handsome and refined visage turned ashen, while Luo Caimei posed a question, who will ultimately take on the role? The corners of Luo Caimei's lips curled into a mocking arc. Am I not learning from you? With your lack of cunning, I naturally remain untainted. Yet, if you possess guile and I do not take heed, wouldn't that leave me utterly devoured by your family? Having spoken, she left no chance for Shan Qingyan to respond and drove away. The two reconvened beneath the Shun Group building. What do you seek here? Shan Qingyan inquired with a darkened expression. Luo Caimei disregarded him, striding towards the elevator in her high heels. They entered the conference room in succession. Caimei, did Qingyan give you any trouble? The elder Mr. Shun remarked. The shares are in your hands. Support whomever you wish without hesitation. He urged. A smile graced Luo Caimei's face as she replied, Grandfather, I have already sold the shares to Shan Qingyan. Song Manli interjected, Caimei, you and Qingyan are husband and wife. How can you engage in business transactions with one another? Shan Qingyan interrupted, since Luo Caimei has sold the shares to me, I remain the largest shareholder of the Shun Group. He produced the documentation of the share acquisition. This time Luo Caimei made no errors in her signature. Attorney, he promptly announced Shan Qingyan as the new president of the Shun Group. Many shareholders and executives rose to congratulate him, and both Song Manli and Shan Qianqian beamed with joy. Mother, how wonderful! Brother has finally become the president. Song Manli nodded with elation, envisioning her newfound status as the president's mother, secure in her position within the Shun family. Lacking a dependable husband, she took pride in her son who brought her prestige. However, her joy was short-lived as a cool female voice pierced the air. I should no longer be a shareholder of the Shun Group and have no reason to be in this conference room. Yet there is a matter I wish to reveal. Elder Mr. Shun cast a serious gaze upon the solemn Luo Caimei, asking, Caimei, what is it? Please speak freely. Song Manli glanced at Luo Caimei, only to find their eyes locking, causing her heart to skip a beat with an ominous premonition. But then she recalled that she had pushed Luo Caimei off the cliff the previous night, where there were no surveillance cameras and the area was desolate. Even if Luo Caimei accused her, there would be no evidence. She must remain composed. Observing Song Manli's feigned calm, Luo Caimei slightly curved her red lips. Last night, Shan Qingyan took me to the seaside cliff to watch shooting stars. He left briefly due to stomach discomfort, but soon after, someone came and pushed me off the cliff, intending to end my life. As Luo Caimei's words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically to one of uproar. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with shock. Elder Mr. Shun tightened his grip on his cane. Caimei, someone sought to harm you? Speak their name and I shall not let them go unpunished. Shan Qingyan's brow furrowed deeply. Luo Caimei, someone attempted to assassinate you. Luo Caimei raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was none other than your mother, Miss Song Manli. A moment of silence enveloped the conference room as all eyes turned in unison towards Song Manli. Song Manli's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat, as a flicker of panic and helplessness flashed in her eyes. Yet, being a person who had weathered numerous storms, she swiftly composed herself with reddened eyes. She glared at Luo Caimei, her voice filled with indignation as she yelled, You are speaking nonsense. Luo Caimei, you have been married to my son for 2 years and have not borne a child. I have never uttered a single word against you. How dare you now slander me, accusing me of wanting to take your life? Do you believe I won't file a defamation lawsuit against you? Shan Qianqian, equally enraged, interjected, My mother would never stoop to such actions. Sister-in-law, just a week ago my brother took a knife for you. Our family regards you as one of our own. Why have you suddenly turned against us, refusing to support my brother and instead biting back? Shan Qingyan furrowed her brows tightly, declaring, Luo Caimei, do not slander my mother with baseless accusations. Upon hearing this, Song Monli was beside herself with anxiety. Elder, do not heed Luo Caimei's fabrications. I did not push her. I was resting at home last night. She then turned to Luo Caimei and demanded, if you claim I harmed you, can you present any evidence? If not, be prepared to receive my lawyer's letter. Shan Qianqian, sister-in-law, you have truly disappointed me. Luo Caimei curled her lips into a smirk, speaking slowly and deliberately, I dare to confront this publicly because I possess evidence. Mrs. Song, do not rush. A life of confinement and hardship is beckoning you. Chapter 31. Sent to prison, the masks torn asunder. Luo Caimei retrieved a USB drive from her bag, inserted it into the computer, and projected it onto the large screen. The footage revealed Luo Caimei sitting alone on the edge of a cliff, her complexion pale and her demeanor unwell. Shortly thereafter, Song Monli approached. Mother, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. From the moment you transferred all your assets to my son, you lost your last shred of utility. My son has never loved you. He will undoubtedly divorce you, and I will never allow you to claim any of his possessions. Mother, you do not mean to push me off the cliff, do you? You wish for my demise. You are not so foolish as to be beyond redemption. Only your death ensures that no one will seize my son's fortune. The footage concluded with Luo Caimei's despair and cries for help, all of which Song Monli ignored as she coldly shoved Luo Caimei off the cliff. The video captured every detail of their exchange, and the murderous intent in Song Monli's eyes, laid bare for all in the conference room to witness. That perilous scene struck like a hammer deep into the hearts of everyone present. Song Monli's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. As if the very blood within her had turned to ice, the fear and despair within her coiled around her like a frenzied vine, nearly suffocating her. She had assumed Luo Caimei possessed no evidence. Yet here was a video of her pushing her down the cliff. Could it be that Luo Caimei had been forewarned all along? Had she merely drawn her into a trap? Yet Luo Caimei could not swim. Both Shan Qianqian and Shan Qingyan, upon viewing the video, wore expressions of disbelief. Mother, how could you commit such an act? Have you lost your mind? Shan Qianqian was already terrified to the point of tears streaming down her face. The shareholders and executives in the conference room were all pointing fingers at Song Monli. With a gaze filled with despair, Song Monli looked towards the old master Shan, knowing that Luo Caimei would not spare her this time. Currently, in the Shan family, Luo Caimei would only show respect to the old master. Weak in the knees, Song Monli knelt before the old master. Her voice choked with sobs as she pleaded, Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. And I promise I will never act in such a manner again. Thankfully Luo Caimei was not harmed. Please let her forgive me this once, and I assure you I will not cause her any further harm. Father, this is a private matter for our family. If it were to leak out, it would tarnish the company's reputation. Before Song Monli could finish her plea, she was met with a resounding slap from the old master Shan. In a fit of agitation, the old master pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, You are truly more beastly than a beast. Overcome by emotion, he began to cough violently. Luo Caimei stepped forward to soothe the old man, saying, Grandfather, I am no saint. I cannot forgive those who seek to take my life. I have already reported this to the police. No sooner had Luo Caimei uttered these words than the police arrived. She presented the video evidence to the authorities. Song Monli was placed in cold, silver handcuffs, her eyes bloodshot and her body trembling, as if she had plummeted into an abyss. It was over. Everything was over. Qingyan, everything your mother did was for you. You must save me. Shan Qingyan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Mother, you are truly foolish. Luo Caimei made it clear that she would not allow them any opportunity for private resolution. In front of the grandfather, shareholders and executives, she disclosed the evidence of her mother having pushed her off a cliff and subsequently called the police. Even if he wished to side with her, it would be of no avail. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, her mother's imprisonment was assured. After Song Monli was taken away by the police, the old master Shan, with a stern visage, angrily declared, Qingyan, according to your uncle, you should first attend to your personal matters. Let your uncle take over as president for the time being. Shan Zhongxian had not anticipated that he would emerge as the ultimate victor. Today's shareholders' meeting had been nothing short of spectacular, filled with twists and turns. The niece-in-law he had once underestimated, believing her to be merely beautiful, had truly proven him wrong. With her alone, she had stirred the entire situation. Striking at the core, Luo Caimei not only seized all of Shan Qingyan's cash, but also dashed his dreams of becoming the president of the Shan Corporation, while sending his mother to prison. A single arrow had struck 3 targets, rendering Shan Qingyan the greatest loser. This left Shan Qingyan both furious and enraged. Wishing to flay Luo Caimei alive, he found her in the underground parking lot, preparing to leave. Behind Luo Caimei stood a muscular bodyguard and a lawyer named Tang carrying a briefcase, which made Shen Qingyan hesitant to act against her. Luo Caimei, can we have a private conversation? Shen Qingyan forced down his anger. Luo Caimei had taken 10 billion from him, instantly elevating herself to the status of a billionaire. The divorce had not brought her downfall. Instead, it had propelled her to the pinnacle of her life. She handed the car keys to her lawyer and bodyguard, instructing, "You go wait in the car." Shen Qingyan approached Luo Caimei, his eyes blazing beneath his glasses. "When did you begin to guard against me? And how did you know beforehand that my mother intended to harm you? If you hadn't known in advance, how could there possibly be a video?" Luo Caimei gazed at Shen Qingyan, whose eyes seemed to devour her whole. With a slight curve of her crimson lips, she remarked, "You inserted a listening device into the necklace you gifted me, believing you could monitor my every move." Shen Qingyan stared at the shattered pink diamond necklace on the floor, lost in thought before suddenly glancing down at the watch adorning his wrist. Since Luo Caimei was aware of the device's existence, did that mean he had also concealed one within the watch he had given her? Or was it a listening device undetectable by his high-tech instruments? Luo Caimei let out a cold laugh. "Shen Qingyan, I have never been one to be trifled with, and I relish in exacting revenge. It would be wise for you to cease your provocations, lest you find yourself facing a fate far worse." Shen Qingyan beheld the stunning yet venomous woman before him, feeling as though he had never truly known her. Her meticulous calculations had drained his wallet and obliterated his dreams. How ruthless she was. Luo Caimei, what a pity you do not pursue a career in acting. Ultimately, he was the one who had been utterly foolish. Luo Caimei's lips curled in a sly smile. "We are quite alike, it seems." Shen Qingyan clenched his hands into fists at his sides. "Do you think this will bring about my downfall? It will not. Once I rise again, I will not spare you." Luo Caimei raised her chin defiantly. "Very well, I shall await your desperate counterattack." With that, she turned and departed in her car. Chapter 32. Ex-husband and campus belle. She hooks the campus heartthrob Song Manli was imprisoned on charges of intentional homicide, facing a sentence of no less than 3 years, and no more than 10. Elder Shen sought out Luo Caimei, requesting she refrain from publicizing her divorce from Shen Qingyan for the time being, as the Shen group had been embroiled in numerous scandals lately. If news of their divorce and Song Manli's attempted murder were to be made public, it would severely impact the company. Luo Caimei agreed to Elder Shen's request, for he had always treated her well within the Shen family. Regarding the incident where Song Manli had pushed her off the cliff, Elder Shen had not used his influence to protect her but had instead followed due legal process to ensure the wrongdoer faced justice. "Caimei, your grandfather almost caused you harm. After your divorce from Qingyan, consider yourself his true granddaughter." Luo Caimei grasped Elder Shen's hand gently, reassuring him, "Grandfather, do not worry, I will visit you whenever I have the time." She kept a vigilant watch over the fluctuations in Luo Group stock prices, seizing every suitable opportunity to buy in at low prices. Each transaction was conducted under the utmost secrecy, facilitated through multiple intermediaries to ensure her identity remained concealed. She had acquired nearly 15 of the shares, yet that was still far from sufficient. Her available funds were dwindling. She needed to earn more to become the largest shareholder of Luo Group. Patience was essential. "Darling, what have you been busy with lately? You look so thin." As Luo Caimei was sketching design drafts, Xia Zhiwan entered the room. Being Luo Caimei's close friend, Xia Zhiwan immediately noticed the absence of the wedding ring from her ring finger, which had been a constant adornment for the past 2 years. "Darling, where is your ring? How did the shareholders' meeting at Shen Group go?" Luo Caimei briefly recounted the events of the shareholders' meeting to Xia Zhiwan, who responded in astonishment, "You divorced?" Luo Caimei hurriedly covered Xia Zhiwan's mouth, urging her to lower her voice. "I promise Grandfather Shen that this remains confidential for now." With fervor and excitement, Xia Zhiwan embraced Luo Caimei tightly, exclaiming, "This is fantastic! You have finally escaped the clutches of misery and distanced yourself from that scoundrel." Xia Zhiwan held Luo Caimei in such a way that it took her breath away. With a resigned smile, Luo Caimei remarked, "At this rate, I can't help but suspect that you might be interested in a romantic entanglement with me." Chuckling, Xia Zhiwan playfully appraised Luo Caimei from head to toe, saying, "Truth be told, with your looks and figure, I wouldn't mind indulging in a little romance with you." Luo Caimei parted her crimson lips and replied, "Ugh, stop it." Xia Zhiwan erupted into laughter, reminiscent of a kettle boiling over. After quite some time, their laughter subsided, and Xia Zhiwan pulled Luo Caimei up from the sofa. "Now that you're single and have become a wealthy lady, how can you bury yourself in work? Come, let us go out and revel in life." Indeed, Luo Caimei had been feeling rather fatigued lately, and she yearned to unwind and embrace the joy of being a carefree wealthy woman. Glancing down at her professional attire, she declared, "All right,
I'll go change into something more fitting. Luo Caimei emerged in a long V-neck knit dress that clung to her curves, the soft fabric accentuating her delicate, fair collarbones. Her ample bosom and slender waist were highlighted, while the high slit of the dress tantalizingly revealed her long legs as she walked. She let her tea-colored curls cascade down her shoulders, exuding a casual elegance, and adorned her face with makeup that radiated a striking, cool allure, her fiery red lips captivatingly beautiful. Where are you taking me to have fun? Luo Caimei inquired. As a top-tier agent, Xia Jiwan was well acquainted with high-end entertainment venues. Recently, a new establishment called the White Horse Club opened in Yi City, a veritable paradise for affluent women. Rumor had it that the club was filled with distinguished offerings, each with its own unique charm, and the owner tailored experiences according to clients' preferences, featuring roles such as elite professionals, doctors, lawyers, artists, and professors, everything imaginable. Luo Caimei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Just hearing about it makes me eager to dive in. Without delay, Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan drove to the White Horse Club. Membership was required, starting at $1 million. Luo Caimei promptly acquired a VIP membership card. Xia Jiwan gave her a thumbs up, teasingly saying, "Wealthy sister, I'm in need of a patron. Get lost, get lost. I'm not interested in romance with women," Luo Caimei retorted, though Xia Jiwan remained unfazed, laughing as she wrapped her arm around Luo Caimei's slender waist and led her inside. The opulent decor of the White Horse Club was breathtaking, featuring grand crystal chandeliers, exquisite marble flooring, and intricate sculptures and murals. Stepping inside felt akin to entering a luxurious dream world. The manager warmly guided the two into the club, leading them through the lobby to an outdoor garden. Further ahead lay various entertainment facilities, along with a crystal-clear azure pool. Several women in swimsuits lounged by the poolside, each accompanied by a group of young, handsome men. Laughter filled the air. Luo Caimei felt as though she had unlocked the door to an entirely new world. Marveling at how joyfully the wealthy ladies indulged themselves, the manager ushered Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan into an extravagant private room, where they settled onto a plush sofa. Shortly after, a procession of over 10 young and strikingly handsome men entered, lined up as if presenting a visual feast before Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan. The young heartthrobs each possess their own distinctive styles. Some exude boundless vitality, others embody gentlemanly elegance, while some are characterized by their aloof indifference, and a few wear radiant smiles. Luo Caimei found herself momentarily dazzled. After a few seconds of her gaze flitting among them, she waved her hand to the club manager, requesting the finest wine available at their establishment. "Miss Luo, have none of them caught your eye?" a voice inquired. With a soft smile, Luo Caimei replied, "Not today. I think I'll forego the company of handsome men." Once the private room was left with only Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan whispered, "Is it because you didn't find anyone appealing?" An image of a wild, untamed handsome face flashed in Luo Caimei's mind. Having seen the most striking, the rest seemed rather unremarkable. Xia Jiwan clapped her thigh and exclaimed, "I knew you were thinking of that classmate Fu. He truly is a breathtaking sight, stunning enough to steal hearts. Darling, you should pursue him." Luo Caimei regarded Xia Jiwan, whose words were relentless, and with slightly parted lips, she asked, "Pursue him? Of course. You are now divorced, a wealthy and single lady, so why not chase after the most handsome and charming? The most crucial aspect is, he is the campus heartthrob. Your ex-husband courted the campus flower. Now you should court the campus heartthrob. That would be the ultimate revenge." Luo Caimei supported her chin with her hands, unable to suppress a smile. "But I have no affection for my ex-husband. What revenge is there to be had? However, your suggestion to pursue the heartthrob has inexplicably piqued my interest." Chapter 33. Taking the initiative to seek the young Adonis. Luo Caimei's mind conjured the image of Fu Zhang's exquisitely handsome face, as if meticulously crafted by an artist. Though he possessed a foul temper and was arrogantly proud, his fair skin, striking features, and chiseled jawline exuded both innocence and allure, truly evoking a flutter in the heart. Particularly captivating was his Adam's apple, adorned with a subtle mole, both sensual and refined. Luo Caimei swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of excitement. Just then, a knock resounded at the door of the private room. "Come in," Luo Caimei called out. The door swung open, revealing Chu Han. "Sister Chu Han, you're here too." Chu Han nodded. "I just heard from the manager that you and Jiwan were here, so I came to take a look." Luo Caimei gazed at Chu Han with sparkling eyes. "Sister Chu Han, last time you mentioned wanting to pursue Fu Zhang. Did you succeed?" Upon hearing this, a shadow of melancholy crossed Chu Han's eyes. "The campus heartthrob is incredibly difficult to approach. I've asked him out several times, but he has declined each time with various excuses, and his standards are rather high." Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan exchanged curious glances. "What kind of requirements does he have?" "Not only must he be wealthy,
But he must also be exceptionally handsome. While I don't consider myself unattractive, he insists that he wants someone whose looks are on par with his. With his level of attractiveness, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone in the entertainment industry who could rival him. He clearly does not want me to pursue him. It was Chu Han's first earnest attempt at courting a younger man. Yet it had ended in failure. However, the more he played hard to get, the more it ignited her desire. She was determined to win him over. Luo Caimei Xiaojuan. After Chu Han departed, Xiaojuan noticed Luo Caimei sulking with her drink. She poked Luo Caimei's arm and asked, "You're not thinking of giving up on pursuing Fu Xiao because you heard Chu Han wants him, are you?" Luo Caimei replied somewhat disheartened, "Sister Chu Han is worth billions. If she can't win him over, what chance do I have?" Xiaojuan pointed at Luo Caimei's face, chest, waist and legs, saying, "Although you may not possess the wealth of Sister Chu Han, you are undeniably beautiful. Your looks can rival those of Fu Xiaogo. I refuse to believe that if you were to pursue him, he would turn you down. Only you think I am beautiful. Despite being married to Shen Qing'an for 2 years, I have yet to captivate him." Xiaojuan scoffed. "That is because his intelligence was severed along with his umbilical cord. All he sees are the West Lake Long." Jing teased. "I will say this. One day, he will regret it." Whether Shen Qing'an would regret it or not was of no concern to Luo Caimei. Now that they were divorced, he meant less than nothing to her. "I sense that Fu Xiaogo has no interest in me. I've never even acquired his WeChat. Darling, you were previously married. Even if he is interested in you, he wouldn't dare to show it. You must act quickly, or Fu Xiaogo might truly be swept away by Sister Chu Han." Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, Luo Caimei found herself dropped off at the entrance of Fu Zheng's rental apartment by Xiaojuan. Xiaojuan made an encouraging gesture, urging, "Go for it. Capture Fu Xiaogo tonight." Luo Caimei, her face slightly flushed with intoxication, steadied herself in her high heels and stumbled forward. Upon reaching the apartment, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. After a prolonged wait, no one answered. Leaning against the door frame, she retrieved a lady's cigarette from her bag. Lighting it, she tilted her chin slightly upward, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she exhaled smoke. After an indeterminate amount of time, she heard footsteps approaching from a distance. She lifted her long lashes to see a tall boy walking towards her from the alley, dressed in a black hoodie and dark jeans, with earbuds in his ears seemingly lost in music. He walked briskly and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the apartment door. Clearly taken aback by Luo Caimei's presence, it had been nearly a month since their last encounter at the hospital. Exhaling a puff of smoke, her enchanting gaze fell upon the boy's fair and handsome face. His hair had been cut a little shorter, making him appear even more refined and dashing. Meanwhile, the rebellious arch of his brows seemed to exude a colder, more aloof demeanor. "Hey, long time no see." Luo Caimei straightened up, her smile radiant as she greeted him. Indeed, he was more attractive than the young men at the Baima Club. He was tall, with an impeccable physique, and his narrow waist led down to impressively long legs. Prior to her marriage, she had regarded him merely as a childish brat, without a hint of improper thoughts. Yet now, she realized how naive her previous perspective had been. A tall, handsome and audacious young man, who wouldn't be enamored? If only he could spend a month with her, she would be utterly satisfied. Fu Zheng looked at the woman whose smile was vibrant and captivating. Yet he furrowed his brow slightly. "Are we that familiar? Why are you here, saying hi to me in the dead of night?" Luo Caimei felt a sting from his words. This brat may be good-looking and well-built, but his temper was truly foul. It had been over a month since they last met. Could he not greet his sister with a bit more civility? Snuffing out her cigarette, she gazed at the boy's coldly handsome profile and, with a bright smile, asked, "What have I done to offend you? Why do you always greet me with such a sour expression?" The young man retrieved his key to unlock the door, and with a casual air, he remarked, "What are you to me, and why should I show you any courtesy?" Luo Caimei tsk. "This impudent brat must have ingested gunpowder. Sister Chu Han has been pursuing you recently, hasn't she? What are your thoughts on her?" Fu Zheng retorted, "None of your business." Luo Caimei. Before she could utter another word, the young man entered the house, slamming the door shut with a bang. The door frame nearly collided with Luo Caimei's nose. Infuriated, she gritted her teeth, lifted her long leg, and forcefully kicked the door frame. "You little rascal!" She vowed that if she ever acknowledged him again, she would be a fool. Nevertheless, what was the point of squabbling with a mere child? Perhaps he was troubled by something at school. Luo Caimei, fuming, departed in her high heels. Her plan to win over the handsome younger brother had scarcely begun before it was declared a failure. The following day, Xiaojuan learned that Luo Caimei had been met with a cold shoulder and went to her studio to find her. Fu Xiaogo is truly a handful. Perhaps you should consider pursuing a different younger brother. Luo Caimei replied, "Is there anyone who is more handsome than Fu Xiaogo?" "Not at the moment." Luo Caimei waved her hand dismissively. Then forget it. I shall hold off for now as I need to attend Fashion Week in Paris in the coming days. A woman dedicated to her career is undoubtedly both beautiful and striking. When Luo Caimei attended Fashion Week in Paris, she donned a dark green qipao with a standing collar that accentuated her elongated neck. Resembling a regal white swan, the intricately designed knotted buttons extended from her neckline to her waist, small yet exquisite, emanating a classical charm. The qipao perfectly highlighted her curves, ample bosom, slender waist, and a high-slit skirt. Her chestnut hair was elegantly styled, and her refined makeup complemented the qipao beautifully, with her red lips appearing luscious and her visage stunningly captivating. Her assistant, Xiaoyu, was practically bubbling with admiration. Sister Caimei, you are simply breathtaking. Xiaoyu picked up her phone and snapped numerous photos of Luo Caimei. With a time difference of over 6 hours between Paris and home, a loud exclamation erupted from the male dormitory at University around 7 in the morning. The sight of the beautiful sister in a qipao is so stunning, I might just faint from blood loss. Haozi exclaimed, leaping from his bed in excitement, unbeknownst to him as he occupied the lower bunk. He collided his head against the upper bunk's bedboard, causing him to yelp in pain. Fu Zheng, who had been resting in the dormitory, was roused by Haozi's commotion early in the morning. With a considerable amount of morning grumpiness, he hurled a pillow in Haozi's direction. Shut up unless you want to meet your demise. Haozi promptly fell silent. Zhou Ziang climbed onto Haozi's bed and asked in a hushed tone, what beautiful sister? What qipao? The designer Luo, she's in Paris these days, she posted on her social media, and wow, she truly takes my breath away. I wish I could be taken care of by her. No, I would even work hard just to be near her. Dream on, doesn't she have a husband? Upon mentioning her husband, Haozi became indignant, exclaiming that scoundrel of a husband is irredeemable. Just yesterday, I saw Ning Xuejian's post. She was dining at a Western restaurant with someone. Although she didn't capture that man in her photos, she did photograph his hand, and I compared it with the video from their last press conference, and it was an exact match to the hand of the beautiful sister's husband. He actually went abroad to meet Ning Xuejian. What does that beautiful sister have that Ning Xuejian lacks? Ah, this is truly infuriating. Originally, Fu Zheng had his eyes closed, but he slightly opened his sleepy, narrow eyes and said, let me see Ning Xuejian's moments. Chapter 34. The Confession of the Wealthy Sister. Haozi quickly flipped to Ning Xuejian's moments and handed his phone to Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng saw a large man's hand in the photo. It was the left hand, and notably, the ring on the ring finger was missing. During the last press conference held by the Shen family, Fu Zheng had watched the live broadcast, where Shan Qingyan was wearing a wedding ring on her left hand. Fu Zheng recalled the scene from the night before when Luo Caimei came to find him. She also seemed not to be wearing a wedding ring on her right hand. Could it be that their marriage was in jeopardy? But that woman, wasn't she the one who was so moved by her husband shielding her from a knife, that she stayed by his side day and night in the hospital? During that hospital visit, she seemed intent on being with him for a lifetime, claiming she would love him even in death. Would she really allow her marriage to a scoundrel to falter? I keep Ning Xuejian on WeChat just to see if she'll act up again. It hasn't even been that long, and she's shamelessly back to her old tricks. Haozi's face turned ashen with rage, his fists cracking ominously. Just as Fu Zheng was about to return the phone to Haozi, his fingertip inadvertently slid to Luo Caimei's moments. The woman stood in a dark green qipao in front of the Eiffel Tower, her skin glowing white, her beauty enchanting, and her figure devilishly alluring. Seeing Fu Zheng's gaze linger on Luo Caimei's moments, Haozi chuckled, brother Zheng, isn't designer Luo quite beautiful? Fu Zheng lightly curled his lips, mediocre. With that, he tossed the phone back to Haozi. Enraged, Haozi seized the opportunity while Fu Zheng went to freshen up, snapping a picture of Fu Zheng just waking up with his hair tousled and sending it to Luo Caimei. Alright, everyone has different tastes. Perhaps Fu has his own preferences, Haozi remarked. Previously, I thought the sister was cold and hard to approach, but after getting to know her, Haozi discovered that she had a soft heart. He vowed to be her #1 male fan for life. After Fu Zheng finished washing up, he noticed Haozi sprawled on the bed, grinning at his phone. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit frisky. Fu Zheng. Xiaojiwan arrived at the airport to pick her up. They had originally planned to go eat hot pot together, but during the journey, Luo Caimei received a call from Chu Han. Chu Han wanted her to accompany her to a sports car dealership. Standing in front of a Lamborghini showroom after Luo Caimei and Xiaojiwan arrived, Chu Han brought them to a sleek black Lamborghini, exclaiming, I ordered this for $1 million. What do you think? The black Lamborghini featured smooth, muscular lines, its low frame hugging the ground, exuding a strong athletic aura and an air of dominance. The massive wheels paired with high-performance tires, the aggressively styled front, and the sharp, eagle-eyed headlights created a luxurious yet wild appearance. Like a beast poised to pounce, Sister Chu Han, this car isn't meant for the esteemed Yi, is it? Luo Caimei asked with a smile. The style of this car clearly suited the arrogant and flamboyant Fu Zheng. Chu Han nodded, declaring that tonight she had orchestrated an extravagant confession event. If he agreed to be with her, she would gift him this luxurious supercar. Luo Caimei and Xia Zhuan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment at it seemed Chu Han was truly willing to invest heavily to win over Fu Zheng. What man, especially one of Fu Zheng's age, would not be enamored by a flashy supercar? Chu Han, are you serious about this? Xia Zhuan inquired. With an air of nonchalance, as if she had danced through a garden of flowers untouched, Chu Han replied, Sisters, my perspective has broadened as someone who has experienced divorce. How could I be earnest? I usually fall for one after another, never getting hung up on a single tree. Once I've had my fill of one, I move on to the next, never allowing one tree to obscure the entire forest ahead. Luo Caimei genuinely admired Chu Han's insight and enlightenment, giving her a thumbs-up. Truth. Chu Han chuckled. Is it only permissible for men to embrace multiple partners while women cannot? Of course we can. Chu Han had reserved an upscale restaurant, instructing her assistant to invite Fu Zheng and his dormitory companions. She asked the assistant to convey to Fu Zheng that should he attend, she would no longer disturb him thereafter. Reluctantly, Fu Zheng brought along Haozi and Zhou Ziang. Upon their arrival, they noticed Luo Caimei standing behind Chu Han. Haozi immediately waved at Luo Caimei, his expression akin to that of a starstruck fan. Luo Caimei smiled back, causing Haozi to nearly swoon with excitement. Fu Zheng, with his hands in his pockets, shot Haozi a disapproving glare. Can you not behave like that? Haozi, looking aggrieved, retorted, Zhanggu, you lack an idol, so you wouldn't understand the feelings of us fans. Zhou Ziang whispered, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but doesn't tea designer Luo seem to be radiating even more beauty lately? Is she unaware that her husband is secretly meeting Ning Shui abroad? Enough with the gossip, Fu Zheng coldly warned. Haozi leaned closer to Zhou Ziang and murmured, have you noticed? Zhanggu has been exceptionally irritable lately. Zhou Ziang replied, I have noticed, almost as if he is on edge. Fu Zheng interjected, I have excellent hearing. Haozi and Zhou Ziang fell silent. Just then Haozi exclaimed, Zhanggu, why is there an archway outside the restaurant? Could it be that someone is about to confess? No sooner had he spoken than a large truck slowly rolled into view, its exterior meticulously adorned, sparkling with vibrant lights. Chu Han descended from the truck, and Haozi, astonished, remarked, Zhanggu, the wealthy sister pursuing you can even drive a truck. She is impressive. Chu Han shed her outer coat to reveal a stunning haute couture gown beneath. After donning her high heels, she glided towards Fu Zheng, radiating brilliance. Xiao Fu, this is my first time boldly confessing to someone that my feelings for you are sincere, and I hope you will accept my pursuit as long as you are with me. I promise you will never be wronged. As her words lingered in the air, her assistant unveiled the decorations from the truck. The central panel of the truck opened, revealing a sleek black Lamborghini. Captivating the gaze of all present, under the lingering glow of the setting sun, the car's body sparkled with resplendent brilliance, its sleek lines and imposing design narrating tales of speed and fervor. It undoubtedly epitomized the dream vehicle for most young men. Haozi and Zhou Ziang were beside themselves with excitement. My goodness, a luxury supercar. Something they would never dare to possess in their lifetime. Brother Zheng, please acquiesce to the wealthy lady. It would be worth it that if a rich woman were willing to invest this much effort and capital in pursuing them, they would undoubtedly agree. Even if it were a fleeting moment, the joy of such an experience would be undeniable. Fu Zheng surveyed the dormitory filled with those who had never seen the world, and he delivered a kick to each of them, saying whoever fancies it should step forward. As they witnessed the wealthy lady's earnest confession and her offering of a luxurious supercar, Fu Zheng's expression remained unchanged, embodying the same indifferent, world-weary demeanor, which nearly drove Haozi and the others to the brink of a heart attack. Oh Nuwa, your methods of creation seem rather unjust. Why is it that some emerge as celestial beings while others as calamities? If only they possessed Brother Zheng's looks, would they still be impoverished? And Zheng, who could easily ascend to the heights of wealth and handsomeness, instead chose to endure the trials of the lowest rungs of society alongside them. If only I could swap faces with Brother Zheng, I would surely accept. Once I acquire wealth, I would take all of you to soar. Zhou Ziang exclaimed, gazing skyward. Brother Zheng, what kind of woman could possibly capture your attention? You dismiss one suitor after another, yet you remain with us. I can't help but suspect you harbor a secret affection for us. Fu Zheng retorted, get lost, take a look in the mirror. Even the stray dogs outside possess more spirit than you. Haozi and the others. What a ridiculous situation. Chapter 35. Subtle jealousy. Chu Han observed the murmuring boys, unable to catch the essence of their whispers. Her gaze settled on Fu Zheng, and with a warm smile, she said, Student Fu, as long as you agree to be with me, I can fulfill any request you have. An opportunity to ascend to greatness lay before him. It was merely a matter of whether he desired it. Typically, when young men encounter such once-in-a-lifetime chances, they cannot help but feel a thrill. Yet Fu Zhang remained utterly disinterested from start to finish. Chu Han did not anticipate that even after her earnest efforts, he would still refuse. This fellow was truly elusive. I will provide you with 10 million in pocket money each month. Haozi and the others pushed and shoved each other, overwhelmed with excitement. 10 million in pocket money. Good heavens, they would all enjoy a life of luxury. However, the next moment they heard Fu Zhang casually remark, "Not interested." Haozi and the others pinched their own skin, desperate for a miracle cure. "Brother Zhang, how can a poor fellow like you dismiss wealth so casually?" Chu Han sought to make one final appeal. "Student Fu, once you miss this opportunity, it may never return. Are you truly certain you won't regret it later?" Fu Zhang raised an eyebrow, assuring her, "I never bow to money." Chu Han felt a sense of resignation. While she was genuinely interested in Fu Zhang and had invested considerable effort, she knew she could not remain tethered to someone who showed no interest in her or her wealth. She does not believe that she will ever find a younger brother more handsome and exceptional than Fu Zhang. I, Chu Han, have never been one to force others. If you do not agree, I shall not compel you. Throughout the entire exchange, I did not cast a single glance at Luo Caimei in the distance. As though she were a mere apparition, Luo Caimei touched her nose. Feeling somewhat bewildered, although Fu Xiaogo had not previously shown her much enthusiasm, he at least used to exchange a few words with her. Recently, however, his demeanor towards her appeared unusually indifferent. What could she have done to offend him? After Fu Zhang and the others departed, Chu Han approached Luo Caimei and inquired, "Caimei, do you need that sports car? I can sell it to you at a 30% discount." Luo Caimei's long lashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister Chu Han, really? A new car offered to her at such a discount would save her 3 million. Indeed, my family has many cars, so keeping this one serves little purpose." Luo Caimei nodded eagerly. "I'll buy it. By the way, Sister Chu Han, have you given up on pursuing Yidaxieka?" A hint of frustration crossed Chu Han's face. "It's far too difficult to chase after him. I have a company to manage and lack the energy to pursue a younger brother who shows no interest in me or my wealth. Perhaps I shall seek someone more appealing in the future." Chu Han led Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan into a restaurant. The establishment was adorned with exquisite pastries that had remained untouched. Luo Caimei requested the waiter to pack them up, recalling that she had gifts yet to deliver to Haozi and the others. She then drove to Yida. Upon arriving, she summoned Haozi and Zhou Ziang to the school gate. Once they approached, she presented them with several bottles of perfume and the delightful pastries. Except for Fu Zhang, each resident of the dormitory received a bottle of rare men's fragrance, each corresponding to their unique personalities and scents. "Wow, the beautiful sister is so thoughtful. The perfumes she gifted us were chosen based on our distinct characters." Haozi, whose lively nature matched the grapefruit and bergamot fragrance he received, was delighted, as its warm woody undertones encouraged him to maintain both vitality and restraint. For Zhou Ziang, whose masculine yet delicate character warranted a floral scent, Luo Caimei hoped he would always embody that warmth. "But why is it that only Zhang Gu received nothing?" Haozi asked in confusion, recounting to the others about Luo Caimei's thoughtful gifts, with a mischievous grin. He added, "Looks like you're left out." Zhang Gu, after pursing his thin lips, nodded in agreement. When Luo Caimei emerged from her bath, she noticed that the private investigator who had deleted her had surprisingly accepted her friend's request. She quickly sent a message. "You haven't settled the final payment, yet you went ahead and deleted me. I will send the payment now. You can delete me after you receive it." She forwarded the final payment. Luo Caimei furrowed her brows. "You don't want the payment anymore?" Luo Caimei asked. The private investigator replied, "I want perfume, but it must be tailored to my personality." Luo Caimei retorted, "But we've never met. How can I know your character?" The investigator responded, "Figure it out yourself." With a roll of her eyes, Luo Caimei found herself speechless. While the private investigator's professional abilities were beyond question, his character was truly elusive and no need for the remaining payment. "I desire the fragrance that I in reality. You must be quite an introverted person, aren't you?" Luo Caimei replied, "All right then, I shall cover the remaining payment to purchase the perfume for you. Please send me your address and once it is procured, I will deliver it to you." The private detective responded, "No need for that. Just inform me once you have purchased it, and I shall send someone to collect it." With a multitude of tasks awaiting her in the studio, she drove there. After completing her morning duties, Luo Caimei made another trip to the mall. Once her afternoon work concluded, she drove to the hospital to visit her mother. After inquiring about her mother's condition from the doctor, a heaviness settled in her heart. She aimlessly drove around the city,
Eventually arriving at the entrance of Yida, the abrupt changes and relentless blows had stripped her of the joy and vibrancy she once possessed. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Caimei found herself at the basketball court. She took a seat in the stands and caught sight of a strikingly ethereal figure. The youth, in stark contrast to Fu Zheng, exuded a gentle and obedient charm, his delicate features resembling a finely crafted sculpture. He was tall and slender, dressed in an all-black ensemble, seated not far from her side. Perhaps her gaze lingered too long, for the youth turned his head to glance at her sister Luo. Surprised, Luo Caimei hadn't anticipated that he would recognize her. She pointed to herself and asked, "You know me?" The youth nodded, rising to approach her. "I saw a photo of you and Sister Jiwan on her desk. She mentioned you are her closest friend." In that instant, Luo Caimei comprehended that this youth was the one Summer Jiwan had offended her superior to protect. After exchanging a few words with him, she took out her phone to add him on WeChat. Haozi promptly pulled out his phone to capture a photo. Back in the dormitory, Haozi enlarged the picture and exclaimed, "Who is that guy? He is not much less handsome than Zhang Gu. Sister Beauty wouldn't be interested in him, would she?" With that, Haozi dashed over to the gaming Fu Zheng, snatching off his headphones. "Zhang Gu, come quick, Sister Beauty has a new target." Fu Zheng glanced at the photo Haozi presented, seeing Luo Caimei intimately standing with another youth, exchanging WeChat details. His wild and rebellious features darkened suddenly. He tossed aside his headphones and strode purposefully outside. Chapter 36. The sisters' conquest. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Fu Zheng found no trace of Luo Caimei and proceeded toward the school gate. There, he chanced upon the sight of Luo Caimei opening the passenger door for a fair-skinned, refined youth. The wild intensity of Fu Zheng's handsome face tightened, exuding a sharp and cold demeanor. He pressed his tongue against his back molars, a derisive sound escaping from his throat. Without a second glance, he turned on his heel and departed. After letting Shi Yubai into the car, Luo Caimei made her way to the driver's seat, when her peripheral vision suddenly caught a familiar tall and slender figure. Fu Xiaogo. She scrutinized closely, and indeed it was him. He was striding swiftly into the campus, as though fleeing from some monstrous threat. Was he evading someone? When she and Shi Yubai had exited earlier, they hadn't encountered him. Did he quicken his pace upon spotting her? A sense of gloom settled in Luo Caimei's heart. She hadn't even expressed her intentions to pursue him yet. Why was he avoiding her as if she were a venomous serpent? Perhaps it was best not to overthink it. Maybe the person he wished to evade wasn't her at all. She has always been vibrant and confident. When she sets her sights on someone, action is imperative. That if her younger brother were so easily swayed, she might not find him particularly intriguing. Shi Yubai, equally handsome, possesses a strikingly delicate face, pale and ethereal, with amber eyes that shimmer like glass, clear and beautiful. According to Jiwan, Shi Yubai emerged from the mountains, discovered by a talent scout at the age of 17, and debuted at 18, reaching the pinnacle of fame almost immediately. Not long after, he caught the attention of Jiwan's female superior, Ji Yun, but he staunchly resisted her advances, resulting in an inevitable consequence: nearly a year of being sidelined. Perhaps due to the myriad experiences he encountered at such a young age, Shi Yubai's brows carry a hint of gloom, his demeanor somewhat aloof, exuding an air of arrogance and indifference that belies his years. Throughout the journey, he merely gazed out of the car window. When the traffic light turned red, Luo Caimei stole a glance at him. His profile was strikingly slender and handsome, his jawline sharp and well-defined. His face small yet exquisitely refined, seemingly born for the camera. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Shi Yubai opened the car door and exited, expressing a polite yet detached thank you to Luo Caimei, who nodded in acknowledgement. On the surface, Shi Yubai appeared to be a brooding and unapproachable young man, but she could discern that it was merely a protective faade. Undoubtedly, he harbored a fragile and sensitive heart. It was no wonder Jiwan felt a protective instinct towards him. Who wouldn't want to shield such a delicate soul, cloaked in gloom yet possessing an innocent charm? Nevertheless, Luo Caimei found herself more drawn to Fu Xiaogo's brash and audacious demeanor, the kind that made her want to reel him in and coax him into calling her sister. As she envisioned such a scenario, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. The desire for conquest within her began to stir. Yet, reality struck her hard. She hadn't even added him on WeChat, leaving her feeling as though she had just received a stinging slap. Clearly, her charm as an older sister was lacking. As Luo Caimei revved the engine, preparing to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of an extravagant car. Her beautiful eyes narrowed suddenly. Shi Yubai's dormitory was located on the second floor. Upon entering and switching on the light, he was met with the sight of a woman seated on the sofa, clad in a professional suit, her meticulously applied makeup failing to mask the desire and ruthlessness etched across her face. Ji Yun, the vice president of ST Entertainment, The very person seeking to exploit him. A flicker of disdain and revulsion crossed Shi Yubai's darkened gaze. Instinctively, he yanked the door open, intending to escape. Yet, unbeknownst to him, 2 imposing bodyguards in black had taken their positions outside. Shi Yubai, my patience has worn thin. Spend the night with me, and I assure you a smooth path in your career, with resources aplenty. Otherwise, prepare to continue being sidelined. Shi Yubai was forcibly pushed into the dormitory by the bodyguards, leaving him no choice but to face Ji Yun with a frostbitten expression. I would rather die than sleep with you. Get lost. His phoenix eyes, previously soft, suddenly turned sharp and icy, his high nose accentuating the tight line of his pale pink lips, his entire being radiating wariness and disdain. Ji Yun rose from the sofa, sauntering towards Shi Yubai, her fingers lifting his delicately chiseled chin. You hail from the mountains. I hear you have a grandmother and a sister there. A director I recently met, known for adult films, is in need of a female lead. What do you think? Should I consider your sister? With a forceful flick, Shi Yubai shook off Ji Yun's grasp, his eyes flashing with intense hatred and fury. Dare you lay a finger on my sister? Ji Yun scoffed, then you best behave or I might just have your sister film something. Shi Yubai's pupils constricted violently, his entire body trembling with rage. You despicable wretch. Ji Yun patted Shi Yubai's taut face, her cold laughter echoing, as long as you comply, your sister will remain unharmed. She gracefully resumed her position on the sofa, crossing her legs elegantly, a confident smile curling at her lips as she commanded, strip. A wave of profound humiliation surged through Shi Yubai, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, nails nearly embedding into his palms. I give you 3 seconds. If you don't undress, your sister will. Shi Yubai's eyes turned a fierce crimson as he slowly lifted his trembling hands to unbutton his shirt. Ji Yun watched as the delicate collarbone and a glimpse of his youthful chest emerged. Her breath quickening indeed. He was the little pup she had coveted, flawless in appearance. Ji Yun's gaze grew fervent, and she eagerly pulled Shi Yubai into the bedroom, pushing him onto the bed and straddling his lean waist. Observing the boy's hollow yet embarrassed expression, one of reluctant submission, a victorious smile graced her lips. You're young and inexperienced. I assure you once you experience this you will crave more. With that, she leaned down to kiss his soft pink lips. However, she failed to notice as the boy stealthily retrieved a hidden, sharp dagger from beneath the pillow. His eyes cold as he aimed for the woman's carotid artery, he was prepared for mutual destruction. Just as the blade was about to pierce her neck, a resounding crash echoed from outside as the door was forcefully kicked open. Following that, a clear, commanding voice rang out. Let him go. Luo Caimei had arrived. She had knocked out the 2 burly bodyguards outside and burst in. Upon seeing Luo Caimei, Ji Yun immediately scrambled off Shi Yubai, casting him a warning glance as she hastily departed. You wait for me. After Ji Yun left, Shi Yubai rushed into the bathroom, showering incessantly as if to wash away some unspeakably filthy substance. Luo Caimei called Xia Jiwan and soon, Xia Jiwan rushed over. Upon learning that Shi Yubai had nearly been assaulted by Ji Yun, she was seething with rage, her heart nearly bursting with indignation. How utterly despicable. How can she threaten him using little Bai as leverage? Jiwan, our immediate priority is to locate Shi Yubai's sister. Luo Caimei pulled out her phone, finding a private detective's WeChat to send him a message. Chapter 37. The sister has set her eyes on you. Wants to pursue you. Luo Caimei instructed the private detective to locate Shi Yubai's sister based on the information she provided, promising him a handsome reward. She then initiated a voice call. However, it rang only once before being abruptly cut off. What did this indicate? It meant he was currently viewing WeChat. Humph. Woman. Luo Caimei's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you taking the job or not? If not, I will find someone else. The private detective responded. What is your relationship with Shi Yubai? Luo Caimei, upon enlisting his assistance to investigate the whereabouts of Shi Yubai's younger sister, also sought to comprehend the nature of her relationship with him. The private detective remarked, Are you contemplating an extramarital affair with him? To which Luo Caimei retorted, What makes you think she has any interest in Shi Yubai? Is it customary for private investigators to delve into the innermost thoughts of their clients before accepting a case? Of course not. She's merely 19. I am not that depraved. The efficiency of this private investigator was remarkable, as by the following morning, Luo Caimei received the location he had sent. Shi Yubai's sister was being concealed by Ji Yun's associates in a rural residence. Luo Caimei promptly alerted the authorities upon hearing the sirens. Those who had abducted Shi Yubai's sister swiftly dispersed. Luo Caimei and Xia Jiwan escorted both Shi Yubai and his sister to their studio. Ji Yun, being the niece of their boss, held considerable influence. She undoubtedly possessed means to evade culpability. Shi Yubai had been ensnared by the company upon signing, and if he were to terminate his contract,
A compensation of 50 million was required. Xia Zhiwan raised her hand to her forehead, feeling overwhelmed that Ji Yun had announced in the company group chat the previous night that all her current projects were on hold. She recognized that intervening in Shi Yubai's affairs meant severing ties with Ji Yun, potentially leading to her ostracization within the industry. However, Xia Zhiwan harbored no regrets, for she could not bear to witness a young dreamer who had emerged from the mountains, being sullied and mistreated. Luo Caimei pressed her lips together, contemplating for a moment before declaring, Zhiwan, let us venture out on our own. I intend to establish an entertainment media company. You are a stellar agent, and with Shi Yubai's good looks and talent, we shall focus on cultivating him. Xia Zhiwan's eyes widened slightly. Darling, you wish to start a media company. With a sigh she continued, but the breach of contract compensation for Shi Yubai is 50 million. That is an exorbitant sum. Aware of her best friend's intelligence and wit, Xia Zhiwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Luo Caimei beckoned Xia Zhiwan closer, and as she leaned in, Luo Caimei whispered her plan into her ear. The more Xia Zhiwan listened, the brighter her eyes became. Darling, you are truly clever. In the afternoon, Luo Caimei received a call from the vehicle registration office, informing her that the Lamborghini sold to her by Chu Han had successfully completed its transfer. She drove the car to the 4S dealership, intending to apply a protective film. After selecting the desired style as she prepared to leave, she unexpectedly spotted Fu Xiaogo. He emerged from beneath a car undergoing repairs, clad in a black tank top that accentuated his well-defined, muscular arms. His lower half was adorned with work trousers, and his long legs exuded a wild yet masculine allure. Upon noticing the grease smudged on his chiseled face, Luo Caimei approached with a warm smile. Retrieving a packet of tissues from her bag, before she could finish her sentence, Fu Xiaogo brushed past her, his expression icy and indifferent, as if they had never crossed paths. Luo Caimei's lips twitched in frustration. What had she done to offend this brat? She gazed at Fu Zheng's retreating figure, captivated by his rugged demeanor, which was both striking and alluring. She yearned for an opportunity to present him with a gift, yet had not found the right moment. After a brief hesitation, Luo Caimei decided to pursue the tall young man. Fu Zheng washed his face in the restroom, his forehead adorned with damp, tousled hair. He lifted his long fingers to sweep the strands upward, revealing his strikingly handsome, fair forehead. As he emerged from the restroom, he caught sight of Luo Caimei leaning against the wall. He spared her not a second glance and lifted his long legs, preparing to depart. However, in the next moment the woman obstructed his path. He moved to the left, and she mirrored him to the right. He shifted to the right, and she followed suit to the left. Fu Zheng, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, narrowed his elongated black eyes slightly, his thin lips curling into a frosty arcs. There's something you need. Had he recently taken a part-time job at a supermarket to gut fish? His cold gaze was indeed intimidating. I visited Paris a few days ago and brought you a gift, Luo Caimei declared. She would not take offense at her younger brother's frigid demeanor. As an elder sister, she ought to be more magnanimous. Luo Caimei retrieved an exquisitely wrapped box from her bag and opened the lid to reveal a luxurious designer watch, worth 5 million. It was even more expensive than the one she had once gifted to Shan Qingyan. In a bid to win her brother's favor, she felt her heart bleed as she made the purchase. Fu Zheng glanced at the watch, his brows furrowing ever so slightly. His languid voice, devoid of warmth, inquired, why bestow such an extravagant gift upon me? Luo Caimei's radiant face broke into a bewitching smile. Gifting something valuable, of course, comes with ulterior motives. In truth, I, like Chu Han, have developed a rather inappropriate interest in you. Fu Zheng's brows appeared to furrow even tighter. Luo Caimei, disliking indirectness, candidly stated, in short, your sister has taken a liking to you and wishes to court you. Taking a step closer, she tilted her small face upward, fixating on his alluringly pale and sensual Adam's apple, her red lips curling enticingly. Will you indulge me, dear brother? Chapter 38. Informing brother of her divorce. When Luo Caimei smiled, her red lips and white teeth shone brightly, exuding an enchanting allure akin to a captivating spirit. Fu Zheng averted his gaze, his large hand, still tucked in his pocket, tightening slightly. A mischievous smile graced Fu Zheng's strikingly cold-faced. So, your husband has strayed during your marriage, and you two seek some thrilling escapades? Before Luo Caimei could respond, he added, I'm not interested in playing with a married woman. Luo Caimei's lips twitched in disbelief. Listen, is this what a pure university student ought to say? Without casting her another glance, he brushed past her and departed. Luo Caimei turned to observe his tall, slender figure retreating, exclaiming with irritation, do you think I lack morals? Surely, I'd only pursue you after a divorce. As soon as the words left her lips, she quickly covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes flashing with panic. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. You're divorced?
I promise Grandpa Shen to keep the divorce under wraps for the time being. So please don't mention it to anyone, she implored. Fu Zheng glanced at the hand she had placed on his arm, his black eyes narrowing. Men and women should maintain a certain distance. Luo Caimei immediately released him. Fu Zheng leaned languidly against the wall, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing her. When did this happen? Luo Caimei held up a finger. A month ago. Fu Zheng lowered his long dark lashes, his pale pink lips pressed tightly together. Remaining silent for a considerable time. He recalled that a month prior, she had still been at the hospital, ensconced in affectionate exchanges with her husband, while also insisting on settling the outstanding balance for investigating her husband's infidelity. On one occasion, as he passed by her husband's hospital room, he witnessed her nestled in her husband's embrace, professing her profound emotions and declaring her lifelong love for him. The words of a woman are often but deceiving phantoms. He was at a loss, unable to discern which of this alluring enchantress's utterances bore truth and which were mere fabrications. Was he mistaken? Fu Zheng's lips curled into a half-smile, as if caught in a jest, pondering whether designer Luo intended to deceive an innocent university student. Today, Luo Caimei donned a pair of flat shoes. Standing before her was a towering young man, nearly 2 meters tall, far surpassing her in height. She delicately rose onto her toes to gaze upon his ruggedly handsome visage, her crimson lips parting slightly as she exhaled. What would I deceive you for? Luo Caimei nearly choked on her own words. Have today's university students truly become so audacious in their speech? Although her ultimate aim was to seduce him into her bed, must the process not be gradual? She had yet to even add him on WeChat. How could she dare to entertain such thoughts? It's true that I have divorced, Luo Caimei declared, retrieving her phone to unveil her album. Look, I even took a photo of my divorce certificate. Fu Zheng lowered his long lashes, casting a glance at the document in her album. You are 3 years my senior. Luo Caimei was taken aback, surprised that his focus lay upon her age. Haven't you heard? A woman 3 years older is a treasure. Upon uttering this, a playful smirk danced across the young man's strikingly handsome face. What, do you wish to bear my offspring? Luo Caimei feigned annoyance. Where do your thoughts wander? Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit, not some breeding venture. The young man let out a low, cold chuckle from deep within. Just a bit of fun. Luo Caimei had not anticipated his bluntness. Clearing her throat, she remarked, if you accompany me, I can fulfill all your desires. You need not toil at the auto shop any longer. I assure you your pocket money will be endless. She repurposed the words she had once used to Wu Chu Han, now applying them to him. The young man regarded her with a bemused expression, his lips curling slightly. Not interested. Luo Caimei had long prepared herself for rejection. If Fu Xiaogo could be so easily won, what chance would she have? He must have already been courted away by other wealthy women, she mused. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her. What did the last affluent lady who captured his attention look like? Surely, she possessed both wealth and an ethereal beauty. Very well, your refusal for now is acceptable. After all, you hardly know me and might think I'm merely after your body. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. Assenti that the case. Luo Caimei felt her underlying schemes laid bare, embarrassment flooding her cheeks. Surely not. Do I seem like a lecherous person? Although she too entertained the notion of playing games akin to Chu Han's, it was essential first to win over this younger man. Please accept this watch. Do not outright refuse. Consider my proposal. 1 TU? The young man glanced at the timepiece. 5 million to keep me? You think that's enough? Luo Caimei was left speechless. How could 5 million not suffice? What did he earn working here in a day? Not sincere enough, he declared, turning on his heel and walking away. Luo Caimei nearly spat blood in frustration. Once he was out of sight, she took out her phone to vent her frustrations to Xia Zhiwan. Alas, he finds even a $5 million watch to be too cheap. Is that trinket of his encrusted with diamonds, perchance? The youth, it seems, has departed and returned without a trace. Luo Caimei promptly ended the call, a rare expression of embarrassment gracing her radiant visage. I doubt the young man disregarded her. Re-entering the restroom to retrieve his phone, which had fallen on the sink, Luo Caimei gazed at the youth's aloof and defiant silhouette, raising her hand to strike her forehead with a forceful smack. This was her first attempt at wooing her younger brother, and she truly lacked experience. Yet, the allure of a brother who was both audacious and nonchalant was undeniably enticing. Women, much like men, possess an innate desire to conquer and pursue. The more elusive the prize, the greater the yearning to possess it. With a playful gesture resembling a finger gun, Luo Caimei declared, Baiu, you shall not escape the grasp of your sister. Jiyun, having not slept until the break of dawn, was infuriated that Shi Yubai had been rescued. She harbored a deep disdain for both Luo Caimei and Xia Zihiwen as the young mistress of the Shen family. Luo Caimei was beyond her reach. But could she not exert influence over Xia Zhiwan?
She had not only halted Xia Jiwan's career but had also blacklisted her within the industry. Would Xia Jiwan dare to seek vengeance for Shi Yubai? She would soon discover whether she possessed the means to do so. An ordinary individual without connections or lineage wished to contend with her. Xia Jiwan's inability to secure employment would inevitably lead her to seek reconciliation. And at that moment, Ji Yun would ensure she faced the consequences. After an evening of socializing, Ji Yun, slightly inebriated, staggered towards the roadside. Having already summoned her driver as she reached the curb, a black business vehicle approached. Assuming it was her driver, she entered the vehicle and once settled, the front seat driver handed her a bottle of water. After sipping a few mouthfuls, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her. When Ji Yun awoke once more, she found herself lying on a stage. Rubbing her temples, she lifted her heavy eyelids and surveyed her surroundings. Spotting a figure in the distance, she paused in surprise. Chapter 39. Thrilling and stimulating. Live exposure. It was Shi Yubai. Clad in a white casual shirt and light blue jeans, exuding an ethereal charm that radiated youthful vigor, Ji Yun glanced around the dimly lit stage, where tattered curtains hung limply, their once vibrant hues now faded. She recalled that this was an abandoned theater under the St. banner, long forgotten due to a government relocation of the premises. Furrowing her brow, she pondered how she had ended up here. Perhaps the driver sought to please her with a surprise. Indeed, her greatest desire at that moment was to lie beside Shi Yubai. Aware that this stage had been deserted, Ji Yun, fueled by alcohol, felt emboldened. She approached Shi Yubai step by step, her eyes gleaming with intense and perilous desire. Shi Yubai, you shall not escape tonight. Do you believe Xia Jiwan can still protect you? She is currently in dire straits, and your future lies firmly within my grasp. Should you fail to comply, I shall offer no further leniency. Just as Ji Yun was about to draw closer, Shi Yubai brandished a sharp dagger, warning, advance another step, and I shall take your life before ending my own. Ji Yun erupted into laughter. And what of your sister and your elderly grandmother? If I perish, the Ji family will not spare your kin. Time Yubai's complexion turned pale, his body trembling violently. Ji Yun, when the company signed me years ago, assured me that even if I chose to terminate the contract, I would only need to compensate 1 million. Why, now that I wish to end the contract, must I pay 50 million? Ji Yun let out a chilling laugh, remarking on your inability to comprehend the hidden clauses within the contract. Time Yubai, if you follow me, I guarantee you will shine brilliantly in the entertainment industry. Even if you wish to terminate the contract, I will not allow you to incur exorbitant penalties. Now be a good boy, put down the dagger, and obediently remove your trousers for me. Fueled by liquid courage, Ji Yun firmly believed Time Yubai would not dare to stab her. She suddenly lunged towards him. Yet, before she could reach his embrace, the lights on stage abruptly extinguished. Plunging the area into darkness, Ji Yun furrowed her brows tightly, extending her hand to feel through the pitch-black space, calling out for Time Yubai. After several attempts, she finally grasped a figure. She tightly embraced that person. Just as she was about to kiss their face, the lights flickered back to life. Ji Yun was met with a pair of blood-tear-streaked eyes and a face as pale as paper. She screamed in terror, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Linixuan. Linixuan was an artist signed by the company a few years prior. He had gained fame for a time before tragically taking his own life. Media reports detailed his chaotic personal life, revealing that he had contracted syphilis. Unable to bear the loss of fans and online harassment, he eventually leaped to his death. The figure slowly advanced towards Ji Yun, accusing her, "You caused my death, return my life." In fright, Ji Yun stumbled backward, her face a mask of panic and dread. "It wasn't me. Don't come any closer. You forced yourself upon me, infecting me with syphilis. When I refused to obey you, you colluded with the media and hired trolls to ruin me. How vicious you are." As those hands reached for her neck, Ji Yun shut her eyes and screamed. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed no unusual presence. Cautiously, she opened her eyes. Where was Linixuan's figure on stage? Standing before her was Time Yubai, gazing at her intently. "You caused Linixuan's death." After the initial shock, Ji Yun found herself less afraid. Surely, it had merely been a figment of her imagination. On stage, it was only she and Time Yubai as an atheist, she reasoned. If Linixuan's spirit still lingered, why had it only now sought vengeance? Ji Yun wiped the tears from her frightened face, rising from the ground with a cold smirk. "Time Yubai, you had better comply, or your fate shall mirror Linixuan's." Ji Yun's gaze towards Time Yubai was akin to that of a child playing with a small ant, ready to squash it at will. "So, you are a syphilis patient?" Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, brimming with arrogance. "And what of it? You were the cause of Linixuan's demise." Ji Yun scoffed. He lacked the mental fortitude. "Can I be blamed?" Time Yubai seethed with anger. "You are inhuman." Su Shaoshi was Time Yubai's #1 fan when he debuted.
Although he had not appeared in public for the past year, she had tirelessly maintained his fan management group and discussions. Such an outstanding idol, she genuinely wished for more people to notice and appreciate him. However, it seemed he had been sidelined by the company as time faded from the public eye. His fanbase dwindled. Currently, the group comprises merely over 300 devoted fans. The day before yesterday, the illustrious agent Shi Bai, known as Xia Jiwan, sent a message in the fan group, inviting fans to the Grand Theater in Yi City, which is slated for demolition. She mentioned that Shi Bai would emerge to meet them, urging them to maintain silence upon arrival, as they would witness an unexpected spectacle. Xu Xiaoshi, not only a fervent admirer of Shi Bai, but also a popular online streamer, was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of seeing her idol that very night. Upon reaching the venue, she discreetly initiated a live broadcast, eager to share her joy with her followers and inspire them to appreciate her idol as well. Having not seen her idol for an extended period, despite the theater being shrouded in darkness, Xu Xiaoshi and her fellow fans patiently awaited without any urge for haste. Initially, the live stream attracted only 2,000 or 3,000 viewers, but astonishingly, the numbers surged to 10,000 shortly after the broadcast commenced. Unbeknownst to Xu Xiaoshi, it was Luo Caimei who had secretly purchased additional traffic for her as the viewership grew. So did the barrage of comments. What kind of newfangled live stream is this? Just staring at a decrepit stage with no performance or dialogue, what's the point? Regardless of what is happening, please refrain from using foul language. Is this a sickening live stream? Is the host mute? Would it kill her to say something? People have become increasingly bizarre. How can a barren live stream attract so many viewers? Is the world going mad? Just as the viewers were becoming increasingly impatient and contemplating reporting the stream, a voice suddenly resonated from behind the curtain. Shi Bai, you won't escape tonight. An electrifying thrill surged through the online audience. Wow! Is there some juicy gossip unfolding? The fans seated below, eager to react, were swiftly silenced by Xia Jiwan's gesture for quiet as more revelations emerged from behind the curtain. The number of onlookers grew. Ji-Yun wants to sleep with Shi Bai. Ji-Yun threatened Shi Bai's exorbitant breach of contract fee. Ji-Yun's syphilis. The truth behind Lin Yixian's suicide. Numerous topics rapidly ascended the trending charts. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, forcefully pinned Shi Bai to the ground, her fingers moving toward his belt, coolly remarking, "Being with me is your fortune. Resist if you dare, and I shall make you regret it." The million online viewers erupted once more. Chapter 40. Misdeeds exposed. Everything comes crashing down. Ji-Yun's menacing words towards Shi Bai ignited a fervor among the million online viewers. Many began to tag the authorities, urging, "There's a slippery fish here, officers, come and apprehend her. This is a true crime, increasingly intolerable." Ji-Yun, merely an assistant vice president at ST, displayed such audacity, assuming her slight authority granted her the license to act with impunity. Does she truly believe the entertainment industry is her playground? She must face severe repercussions. Such individuals cannot be allowed to roam free, continuing to endanger other artists. The entertainment world is indeed chaotic. People like her need to be swiftly apprehended to restore justice for the artist that is utterly lawless. Does Ji-Yun think she can dominate all? At this moment, a considerable influx of Lin Yixian's fans poured in. Although Lin Yixian was no longer with them, his loyal fans commemorated him each year. Did our brother truly fall victim to Ji-Yun's machinations? If this is indeed the case, she is nothing short of a devil. Our brother, so young and so ambitious, has been driven to death by her. She is utterly inhuman. Ji-Yun is a malignant tumor in the entertainment industry. Having obliterated our brother's dreams and life, I demand that she pays for our brother's life. She shall forever be nailed to the pillar of shame as a murderer. ST Media, is this your vice president? She has caused our brother's demise. Don't you feel the slightest pang of conscience? The fervor in the live stream escalates. Behind the curtain, Ji-Yun remains blissfully unaware. She gazes at the pallid and gloomy Shi Bai, her lips curling into a triumphant smirk. A wise person knows how to adapt. If you obediently comply, I guarantee you will achieve global fame. Shi Bai forcefully shakes off Ji-Yun's hands as she attempts to unfasten his belt. His slender phoenix eyes brimming with fury and disdain. Have you not already driven Lin Yixian to his death? Must you take yet another life? Ji-Yun is unmoved, her arrogance unabated as she smirks derisively. What if I do drive you to your demise? You are but a swarm of ants without family background or connections. In the entertainment industry, if you wish to rise, you must adhere to the rules of capital. To aspire for a clean ascent is sheer folly. The STCO is my uncle. He wields power and influence. Even if I were to extinguish a couple of minor artists, he would shield me. Meanwhile, ST CEO Ji Chongshan has just emerged from a card game with business partners at a club.
Everyone is praising his current success and lauding his status and achievements in the entertainment realm. Mr. G, several of the country's hottest stars were nurtured by your company, were they not? You truly are a master at creating stars. Our company's jewelry brand is about to change its spokesperson. I hope to collaborate with one of your company's top artists, and I sincerely hope you will agree. Ji Chongshan's lips curl slightly. He relishes the adulation, his face radiating with satisfaction. Just then, his assistant rushes in looking flustered. Mr. G, this is bad. Ji Chongshan furrows his brow, his expression darkening. Can this not wait? The assistant wipes the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly hands over his phone. The vice president is trending, and it's all negative news. The phone reveals a live stream featuring Su Xiaoshi, with viewership exceeding 2 million. Ji Yun's threats toward Shiryu Bai resonate continuously from the stream. Which popular female star under ST hasn't crawled into bed with capital? Even the handsome male stars are no exception. Shiryu Bai, one must sacrifice to gain. Having entered the entertainment industry's murky waters, you must learn to navigate the tide, so stop being so reserved. Ji Chongshan glares at the live stream, his eyes aflame with fury. Quickly call Ji Yun. His voice trembles with barely contained rage. Normally, he turns a blind eye to her arrogance in the company, but he never anticipated her to be so foolish as to be manipulated and still make such threats. Is she intent on ruining the entire ST? Those who had just been flattering Ji Chongshan now take out their phones to check the trending news. Seeing the plethora of negative reports surrounding ST on Weibo, their faces betray shock and disgust. Without exchanging another word with Ji Chongshan, they hastily depart. Ji Chongshan felt a fiery heat on his face, an unprecedented wave of humiliation and anger surging within him. The phones of Manager G and Deputy Manager G were unreachable. He cast a glance at the scene unfolding in the live broadcast, his brows furrowing in concern. After a few moments of contemplation, he recalled that this was the stage of an abandoned theater under the ST banner. Bring the car over, and we shall head to the live location immediately. Meanwhile, on stage, Ji Yun, who was desperately attempting to impose her will upon Shiryu Bai, remained blissfully unaware of the uproar brewing outside. Seeing Shiryu Bai refuse her advances, she raised her hand and struck his fair, refined face with a resounding slap. That as she attempted to tear his shirt, Shiryu Bai rose from the ground and sprinted towards the front of the stage. Ji Yun instinctively pursued him. In the midst of their frantic chase, someone inadvertently stepped on the curtain, causing it to drop suddenly, and the theater lights blazed to life. The blinding brightness made Ji Yun uncomfortable, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. Once her vision adjusted, she peered down at the audience. A sea of dark figures sat before her, each person wielding a smartphone or camera, capturing the unfolding drama. For a brief moment, her mind went blank. When realization hit her, the intoxication she felt vanished instantaneously. Seeing everyone aiming their lenses at her, her complexion turned as pale as a sheet, while terror and chaos surged within her like a tidal wave. Wasn't this theater supposed to be abandoned? How could there be so many people? Surely she must be dreaming. Ji Yun forcefully closed her eyes. Yet upon reopening them, the throng remained. Her body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, but no words emerged. Scoundrel! Degenerate! Go die! Some fans stealthily procured rotten eggs, launching them one after another at Ji Yun's face. Her legs weakened beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground, her hair, face, and clothing splattered with the foul-smelling egg contents. In that moment, all traces of her previous arrogance and dominance faded away. She flailed her arms in a futile attempt to shield herself from the barrage of stinking eggs, her face a mask of despair and fear. When Ji Chongshan arrived, he intended to order the confiscation of all communication devices and cameras from the fans present. However, the overwhelming viewership of Su Xiaoshi's live stream made it clear that forcibly detaining the fans would only incite greater turmoil. Standing on the stage, his expression grave, he addressed the live camera, offering his apologies and assuring the audience that Ji Yun would be taken to the police station for investigation, pledging to impose strict penalties on any internal misconduct within the company. This incident stirred a storm on the internet, prompting the Yichang police to launch a swift investigation. It was uncovered that Lin Yixuan's suicide was indeed connected to Ji Yun, who had sought to exploit her position and power to manipulate Shiryu Bai. Failing in her endeavors, she resorted to sidelining him instead. Chapter 41. Late at night, she bursts into his embrace after Shiryu Bai and Xia Zhuan terminated their contract with ST Company. Luo Caimei established CY Media Company, intent on focusing on the development of Shiryu Bai. With her resources in the fashion industry, she promptly arranged for him to participate in several fashion shows and a promotional shoot for a prestigious magazine. Maintaining a certain level of exposure, the next step was to engage in film and television productions. Aiming to secure noteworthy projects that in terms of IP in the film industry, Xia Zhiwan was well versed. She produced several documents and handed them to Luo Caimei, who, along with director Zhou and producer Cheng, intended to collaborate on a grand male lead costume drama titled Long Yao Qian Kuan. With an investment reaching 200 million within the narrative, there exists a brooding and darkened second male lead, a young prince, and should Xiaobai manage to secure this role, it would be worth pursuing. However, producer Cheng has a notorious penchant for beautiful women, making him a rather difficult individual to negotiate with. Luo Caimei lowered her long eyelashes, contemplating for a moment. Her media company was just beginning to take off. If she could have Xiaobai participate in this major production, it would provide a significant boost to both his acting career and the company's development. Producer Cheng, whose name is Chang'an, right. I have previously provided costume design for his production team, so I have a slight connection with him. Please reach out to his assistant and see if we can arrange a meeting. Xia Zhiwan nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Luo Caimei brought Xia Zhiwan and Xiaobai to the Yicheng Grand Hotel to meet Cheng, and having meticulously dressed for the occasion, Luo Caimei exuded brilliance and confidence. Upon meeting Chang'an, she beamed with praise for his production capabilities and past works. Producer Cheng, it has been a while. Every one of your previous works has been a classic, and this upcoming Long Yao Qian Kuan is already generating buzz before its airing. I firmly believe that under your guidance, this drama will undoubtedly become a legendary piece in the film and television industry. Chang'an squinted his eyes as he glanced at the articulate and captivating Luo Caimei, then shifted his gaze towards Xiaobai. Indeed, Xiaobai's appearance was impeccable, with a temperament that aligned perfectly with the character of the young prince in the drama. However, upon noticing Chang'an's somewhat lecherous gaze, Luo Caimei promptly interjected, "Rest assured, producer Cheng, should you join this production, I can provide guidance and design for the costumes of your team." Chang'an naturally recognized Luo Caimei's professional competence in costume design. After taking a sip of his drink, Chang'an, with a seemingly casual gesture, moved his fingers closer to Luo Caimei, saying, "Lao Zong, collaboration is easy to negotiate, but if you could accompany me more often, I believe we could skip the audition and proceed directly to signing the contract." The scandal of Shan Qingyan and the campus belle's affair had been exposed, and his bare-bottomed appearance had become a topic of conversation among many men. Which man wouldn't wish to be Shan Qingyan? With a stunningly beautiful wife and a pure and charming mistress, he seemed to enjoy the best of both worlds. Observing Chang'an's unwelcome advances, a flicker of coldness crossed Luo Caimei's beautiful eyes. Yet her smile remained unaltered as she subtly shifted her body to evade Chang'an's inappropriate touch. "Producer Cheng, you have seen the merits of Xiaobai. If he can join, it will undoubtedly attract a greater audience. And I can also assist with costume design. Together we can create a hit and achieve a win-win situation." Xia Zhiwan immediately nodded in agreement. "Producer Cheng, rest assured, Xiaobai is a highly promising artist. As his esteemed manager, I will dedicate myself to developing him. I will establish a detailed development plan for him, covering everything from image shaping to acting improvement, as well as promotional efforts and resource integration. You will not be disappointed." Chang'an was aware of Xia Zhiwan's professional prowess as a manager. She had previously nurtured several well-known artists at ST Media. Chang'an felt a shift in his resolve as he looked at Luo Caimei and Xia Zhiwan, smiling and exclaiming, "Lao Zong, Manager Xia, you two are a remarkable duo. Very well, no need for additions. Let us proceed directly to signing the contract." Xia Zhiwan promptly retrieved the contract she had long prepared. Just as Chang'an was about to sign, the door to the private room was unexpectedly pushed open. Ji Chongshan entered, accompanied by a sultry and enchanting actress. "Producer Cheng, it has been quite some time. Why haven't you been in touch with Mayor?" Ji Chongshan inquired. While the alluring Lu Mayor, renowned as the goddess of sensuality in the entertainment industry, stepped forward and playfully linked her arm with Chang'an's, coaxing him to rise from his seat with a charming smile. Clad in a V-neck gown that revealed a significant portion of her cleavage, Chang'an found it nearly impossible to avert his gaze. "Mayor is in the adjacent room. Producer Cheng, would you like to join her for a few drinks?" Chang'an swallowed hard. "Sure." After Chang'an was led away by Lu Mayor, Ji Chongshan cast a glance at the three individuals remaining in the room. A flicker of malevolence passing through his eyes. "Mr. Luo, securing this resource will not be an easy feat." Luo Caimei regarded Ji Chongshan with her piercingly cold eyes. "Mr. Ji, isn't competition based on one's abilities a more honorable approach?" Ji Chongshan scoffed. "Based on abilities? What do you believe you possess? You, along with Xia Zhiwan and Xiaobai, exposed Ji Yun, causing my company to endure a scandal and suffer significant losses. Do you think I would be so magnanimous as to let that slide? Ha! I intend to seize every resource at your disposal, rendering it impossible for you to elevate Xiaobai, ensuring your downfall in this industry." Luo Caimei smirked slightly. Mr. Ji, we shall see. Yi Chongshan looked down upon Luo Caimei with disdain. Snorting, you think you can contend with me? I advise you to withdraw while you still can, lest you face an even more devastating defeat. After Ji Chongshan departed, Shi Yubai looked at Luo Caimei with a face full of guilt. Ms. Luo, I am at fault. If it weren't for you and Jiwan, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Luo Caimei pulled Xia Jiwan over to Shi Yubai, extending her hand with a bright and cheerful smile. Let us not speak discouraging words. Every beginning is challenging. Come, let us three rally together. Xia Jiwan placed her hand atop Luo Caimei's, and as Shi Yubai observed the unwavering determination and spirited confidence radiating from Luo Caimei, he placed his hand over theirs, nodding earnestly. All right, let us give it our all. When the designated driver inquired about her address, she unconsciously provided the address of Fu Xiaogo's rental apartment. Uncertain if he was home that evening, she staggered as she approached. Upon reaching the doorstep of the apartment, she raised her hand and knocked after a considerable time. Just as she thought no one was inside, the door swung open. Fu Zheng had just emerged from a shower, droplets still trickling from his hair, a towel draped around his neck. Upon seeing the intoxicated woman at the door, he frowned slightly before he could utter a word. The woman suddenly leaned forward, unexpectedly throwing herself into his embrace. Chapter 42. The irresistible younger brother. As Luo Caimei was about to fall into Fu Zheng's arms, he instinctively recoiled. Oh, not hurl yourself at me. I am not interested in such antics. Luo Caimei lifted her long lashes, gazing at the young man's strikingly cold and handsome features. Exhaling a breath laced with alcohol, she pouted and murmured, earning money is so difficult. Even raising a little dog is no easy task. Observing the woman whose eyes shimmered with a hint of intoxication, Fu Zheng gestured toward the sofa, indicating she should sit. Luo Caimei slipped off her high heels, padding barefoot towards the sofa. Fu Zheng entered the kitchen and prepared a cup of honey water. Luo Caimei took a sip and glanced at Fu Xiaogo, who sat on the opposite end of the sofa. Wary of her intentions, she sighed, expressing that her sister was feeling rather glum today. Fu Zheng, with a nonchalant smirk, suggested that if she was in such a mood, she should seek out her new brother. Luo Caimei blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion, asking where she might find this new brother. Fu Zheng, disinterested, picked up the phone on the coffee table and opened a game interface, dismissing her further. Luo Caimei, with her delicate fingers massaging her forehead, quietly lamented her misfortune. Today has not been kind to me. I was on the verge of signing a contract with Chang'an, only to be interrupted by Ji Chongshan. I came here to converse with you, yet you ignore me. Fu Zheng remained silent. Luo Caimei, slightly intoxicated, rambled on. My current state is one of dizziness, abdominal pain, low blood pressure, pervasive weakness, lack of appetite, and swollen eyes. Do you know the cause? Fu Zheng continued to be unresponsive. Her affection for him seemed akin to the fleeting whims of pet play. He occupied her thoughts during leisurely moments but vanished from her mind otherwise. She urged him to speak, leaning back against the sofa with her chin resting on her hand, then suddenly changed the subject. How long can you hold your breath underwater? Fu Zheng still did not respond. She decided to shift closer to him, and as their legs nearly touched, he shot her a glance and commanded, "Stay still." Her voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness from the alcohol, was both sultry and enticing. Fu Zheng tightened his grip on his phone slightly as he looked down at her foot, which had brushed against his calf, its fair and exquisite appearance resembling a piece of art, with round ruby-red nails that glimmered like ripe cherries, exuding an irresistible allure. After a mere glance, he averted his gaze, his expression inscrutable as he replied, 2 to 3 minutes. Luo Caimei's eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a beguiling smile. Wow, you must have impressive lung capacity. It feels like you could make someone dizzy with a kiss. Fu Zheng remained silent. Despite her inebriation, Luo Caimei could perceive that the young man was not particularly welcoming of her advances. Once again, she felt the sting of her warmth meeting his cold indifference. The thoughts of her younger brother were perplexing, yet he was undeniably captivating, stirring her heart to flutter with anticipation. Rest assured, I am not a wicked sister. I won't coerce you into anything, she declared, rising from the sofa. She donned her high heels and swayed as she made her way outside. Fu Zheng cast a glance in her direction but ultimately followed her out into the alley. Unbeknownst to her, he trailed at a measured distance. As she recalled the incident with Ji Chongshan from earlier that evening, she let her frustrations fly, muttering, that old Ji, daring to intercept me. I wish upon you the pressures of Wukong, the physique of Beiji, the hairstyle of Sha Song, and the incessant chatter of Tang Sung. May you be loathed by all, a blight upon flowers and a bane to vehicles, caught between the grind of work and the yearning for progress. She lamented, oh, how I wish to choose the path of incense. Luo Caimei's designated driver awaited her at the alley's entrance, rushing over to assist her as she emerged, watching the car drive off. Fu Zheng took out his phone and made a call. After concluding his conversation, he hailed a taxi to the Yechen Grand Hotel. There, at the entrance of one of the private rooms, he spotted Chang'en, flirtatiously engaging with a woman inside. Ji Chongshan wore a fawning smile, addressing producer Chang. As long as you refrain from collaborating with Luo Caimei in the future, whatever you desire, I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. Chang gently caressed the slender waist of the woman nestled in his embrace and inquired, do you harbor a grudge against Luo Caimei? My niece has encountered misfortune, resulting in substantial losses for the company. All thanks to her. He continued vehemently, when the day arrives that she is cast aside by the Shen family, I shall make her pay dearly. That wretched woman dares to oppose me. Producer Chang. Should you fancy that vile temptress Luo Caimei, rest assured, I will orchestrate a scheme to intoxicate her and deliver her to your bed. At that moment, he was met with a pair of cold, defiant eyes. The crown prince? Chang blinked in astonishment, about to scrutinize further when the figure at the entrance vanished once more. For a brief moment, he doubted his senses, but the ringing of his phone dispelled any uncertainty. Upon seeing the caller ID, disbelief washed over his face as he pushed the woman off his elevator. It was indeed the crown prince calling. Chang hurriedly exited, phone in hand, and just as he was about to answer, he spotted a tall, slender figure standing not far down the corridor. The crown prince. Chang hurriedly approached Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng gestured towards an empty private room, indicating they should converse inside. After more than 10 minutes, Chang emerged with a complex expression, re-entering Ji Chongshan's private room. Producer Chang, I have prepared the contract. Your new drama will be produced by our company. Ji Chongshan began, but Chang raised his hand to interrupt. Mr. Ji, let us not discuss business matters tonight. Come, let us indulge in some drinks. Chang then called for 2 assistants known for their drinking prowess. Throughout the night, Ji Chongshan was continuously plied with alcohol, ultimately succumbing to gastric bleeding and being carried out of the restaurant. Before being placed into the ambulance, Ji Chongshan clutched his agonizing stomach, bewildered as he queried, Producer Chang, did I fail in some regard? Speak up, and I shall amend my ways. Can we not establish a long-term partnership moving forward? Chang spat in the direction Ji Chongshan was taken, contemplating the near loss of his own position as producer due to this affair. The following day, as Luo Caimei awoke in a daze, she received a call from Xiaojiwan. Darling, Producer Chang has arrived at the company. He signed the contract with us and he mentioned that if Xiaobai performs well, we might have a long-term collaboration. Initially still groggy, Luo Caimei bolted upright upon hearing Xiaojiwan's words, her face alight with joy. Is that true? Has my world transformed overnight? Could it be that last night's offerings to the deities were heard? Xiaojiwan excitedly continued. Moreover, Ji Chongshan was hospitalized for gastric bleeding last night, and Lu Meier has been exposed for engaging in debauchery, fraudulent donations and various scandals, leading to her being blacklisted. Luo Caimei. Did she somehow acquire the script of a triumphant heroine? Was it possible that the heavens had intervened, determined to bestow riches upon her to support her insufferable younger brother? Chapter 43. On the brink of rendering her sister a fool, despite Ji Chongshan's hospitalization for gastric bleeding, Luo Caimei resolved to take preventative measures against any potential commercial retaliation upon his discharge. Having worked at St. for 3 years, Xiaojiwan was privy to some of the Ji family's secrets. Ji Chongshan is 38 years old this year. He has neither children nor a spouse. 5 years ago, his wife was unable to bear children, leading to their divorce. After their separation, his ex-wife remarried, but she gave birth to a pair of twins the following year. Upon learning this, Ji Chongshan underwent medical examinations, only to discover that the issue of infertility lay with him due to weak sperm. Ji Chongshan's parents passed away early in his life, and he has an elder brother, who is 10 years his senior. Ji Yun and Ji Heng are the sons of his elder brother. Ji Chongshan was raised by his brother since childhood. After realizing he could not father children, he devoted himself to nurturing his brother's 2 children. Ji Yun, relying on Ji Chongshan's support, has become quite unruly and reckless. Luo Caimei, deep in thought, nodded slightly, wondering if Ji Chongshan had not undergone any health checks before his marriage. Xiaojiwan shook her head, stating she was unsure, but noted that Ji Chongshan's sister-in-law treated him very well, always delivering meals to him at the company. Luo Caimei squinted her beautiful eyes, speculating whether there was an affair between Ji Chongshan and his sister-in-law. It seemed unlikely, as he held her in great respect, akin to a mother. Xiaojiwan, recalling something, added that once when Ji Chongshan's meeting had run long, his sister-in-law brought food to his office, only for Ji Heng to consume it. Later, she overheard his sister-in-law reprimanding Ji Heng. Oh, you know what dishes his sister-in-law usually prepares for him? Ji Chongshan's office rarely allows outsiders, but once when I delivered documents I saw him eating lamb and pumpkin. Upon hearing this, Luo Caimei's eyes lit up. She snapped her fingers, declaring that lamb and pumpkin should not be consumed together, as it could lead to gastrointestinal distress. I suspect that Ji Chongshan's sister-in-law is delivering him incompatible foods each day. Ji Chongshan's weak sperm could very well be the result of his brother and sister-in-law's machinations. Xia Zhiwan felt a chill run down her spine, questioning if that could truly be the case. As his brother and sister-in-law seemed rather honest, Luo Caimei scoffed, countering that honest people do not raise a daughter as vile as Ji Yun. Xia Zhiwan conceded that Luo Caimei had a point, but remarked that this was merely speculation. Even if his brother and sister-in-law intended to harm him, what could they do? You should visit the hospital around mealtime to see if you can find out what Ji Chongshan had for lunch. If it is still incompatible food, it would confirm my suspicions. As lunchtime approached, Xia Zhiwan went to the hospital, bribing a nurse to learn what Ji Chongshan's sister-in-law had delivered for lunch. Indeed, it was as Luo Caimei had predicted. The food was incompatible. While it would not immediately end Ji Chongshan's life nor show signs of poisoning, it would gradually weaken his body, ultimately leading to renal failure and death. What should we do now? Luo Caimei had just established a media company, and in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry, her company was like a newly launched vessel, desperately needing partnerships with larger firms to gain a foothold. She understood that offending ST would be tantamount to self-destruction. But what if she could save ST's president, Ji Chongshan? A subtle smile played on her red lips as she devised a plan, but first, they needed to wait for Ji Chongshan to be discharged from the hospital. The day of the team-building event at my studio is fast approaching. This time you and Yubai will join us, and I plan to take you both to an island for a delightful getaway. Xia Zhiwan suddenly embraced Luo Caimei and planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Darling, how fortunate I am to have you." At that moment, Xiao Yu entered with 2 packages in hand, announcing, "Sister Caimei, your parcels have arrived." Luo Caimei nodded, accepted the packages, and upon opening them discovered 2 sets of swimwear, one a vibrant red bikini and the other a sleek black one-piece with a hollowed waist. Xia Zhiwan picked up Luo Caimei's phone and took pictures of both swimsuits. "Quickly send these to Fu Xiaoqiao and invite him to join us on the island," she urged. Luo Caimei's lips twitched. "Do you think it's appropriate to invite him?" "Why not? Haven't you been pursuing him lately? This is the perfect opportunity." Imagining herself strolling along the beach, arm in arm with Fu Xiaoguo, her heart fluttered with excitement. At a vacation is meant for relaxation and joy. Fu Xiaoguo agrees to come. She felt her happiness would surely multiply. However, reality struck her like a withered eggplant. "Oh no, I've known him for over 2 months, yet I haven't even added him on WeChat. I'm starting to doubt my charm." Xia Zhiwan handed Luo Caimei her phone, suggesting she message her roommate to pass on the information. "And the male dormitory?" Yida exclaimed, "Wow! The beautiful sister has invited me to the island for a vacation this Friday afternoon." Haozi leaped from his bed. "Is spring finally arriving for me, Ling Hao?" Designer Luo also extended an invitation. Zhou Ziang jumped up as well. Another male student in the dormitory received the invitation too. Fu Zhang sat in front of his laptop, his long fingers deftly tapping away at the keyboard, fully absorbed in the design software. The flickering code on the screen was meticulously crafted, forming a unique digital realm. Upon conquering the final line of code, he successfully completed software that would provide efficient data management and analysis tools for the company. Hearing the cheers from his roommates, he removed his headphones and glanced over, saying, "I've successfully designed the software. Let us celebrate with a feast this weekend and away, we're going on vacation with the beautiful sister." Fu Zheng observed his roommates in a state of excitement. "With whom?" "The beautiful sister." Suddenly Haozi exclaimed, "The beautiful sister asked me to give her brother Zheng's WeChat." He looked at Fu Zheng. "Surely the ultimate reason for the beautiful sister inviting us is you, right?" Zhou Ziang shot him a look of disbelief. "What else could it be? Do you really think the beautiful sister is interested in your size 42 big mouth?" Haozi kicked at Zhou Ziang in a mock annoyance, who dodged while shouting, "Hurry and send brother Zheng's WeChat, or we won't be able to go." Haozi turned to Fu Zheng. "Brother Zheng, I've sent it." Fu Zheng raised a hand. "Wait a moment, I've just applied for a new WeChat. Once you add me, you can pass that on to her." "Haozi, you already have WeChat, why apply for a new one?" "Fu Zheng, just do as instructed, and if you ask me again I'll have someone throw you out." Luo Caimei received a WeChat business card pushed over by Haozi. Fu Zheng's WeChat name was simply the character Zheng, and his profile picture featured his side profile in Adam's apple, the interplay of light and shadow exquisitely outlining his perfect contours. His profile was strikingly handsome and chiseled, the high bridge of his nose casting a soft shadow in the play of light, his jawline sharp and defined, and the prominent Adam's apple nestled within his long neck resembled a fine piece of art, cold, sharp and undeniably alluring. This side profile in Adam's apple could truly leave a sister utterly mesmerized. Luo Caimei promptly sent him a message, and upon hitting send, Her heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the text. What she intended to convey was, "Shall we go to the island for a vacation on Friday afternoon?" However, in a moment of distraction while typing Yao, she inadvertently selected the adjacent character for Pao, resulting in the message, "Shall we go to the island for a vacation and have a fling?" Chapter 44. The fish in the pond. Although Luo Caimei had entertained thoughts of her younger brother's physique, she knew better than to rush into things. Most crucially, they had yet to establish a connection. She had not even managed to reel him in, and here she was sending out a suggestive invitation. How embarrassing! Yet the next moment, she received a screenshot from him. The screenshot displayed her own message. "Shall we have a fling?" Luo Caimei's normally shameless face turned a deep shade of crimson. This was disastrous. It seemed her younger brother's impression of her had plummeted even further, but then a thought struck her. At 24 years old, she had yet to share a bed with a man. What was there to fear about being labeled lewd? She simply desired him. What was wrong with that? I accidentally mistyped the character for Pao. I meant to ask, "Shall we go?" Luo Caimei raised her long fingers to her forehead. Had the mention of a fling frightened her younger brother away? Oh, her lascivious nature was thoroughly exposed. "Look! The beautiful sister has added us to her company's team-building group." Haozi exclaimed excitedly, noting that even Shi Yubai was present. Fu Zhang was also added to the group, and Luo Caimei tagged their dormitory mates to remind them to gather at the school gate at 2:30 the next afternoon. Shi Yubai's WeChat profile picture was a snapshot of himself sitting on a carpet with a guitar in hand, exuding a refined and melancholic charm. His head was slightly bowed, fingers deftly plucking the strings, as if he were a serene and beautiful painting. After observing for a moment, Fu Zhang realized what he was doing. Self-deprecatingly tugging at the corner of his lips before exiting the interface. Luo Caimei. What does this mean? You treat your sister as if she's a sea queen. Currently, the only handsome fish in my pond is you. Fu Zhang. Oh, Luo Caimei, so are you going or not? Fu Zhang. Seeing Fu Xiaogo finally relent, Luo Caimei's lips curled upward, a smile more difficult to suppress than a gun. Xiaojiwan urged Luo Caimei to quickly send a picture of her swimsuit to Fu Xiaogo. Feeling a tad bashful, she sent over photos of her bikini and a lacy, waist-revealing swimsuit. Which set does my brother wish to see me in? Luo Caimei felt a twinge of disappointment. This campus heartthrob was far more challenging to entice than the campus beauty. Yet it was precisely this challenge that stirred her heart, leaving her restless with anticipation. At 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon, a sleek black business vehicle pulled up at the entrance of Yi University. The Luo Caimei company currently employs a modest number of staff, totaling around 10, including herself. Among them are several financial assistants, who have already departed in another business vehicle towards the airport. In this particular vehicle, only Luo Caimei, Xiaojiwan, Shi Yubai, and a few assistants are present. 4 members from Fu Zhang's dormitory have boarded, perfectly filling the seats. Luo Caimei occupies a spot in the second-to-last row, with the adjacent seat intentionally left vacant for Fu Xiaogo. Today, Fu Xiaogo dons a casual hoodie, its hood resting nonchalantly atop his head, exuding an air of relaxed laziness. The soft fabric of the hoodie clings to his form, accentuating his tall, slender build while still reflecting a sense of strength. Luo Caimei gazes at him with a radiant smile, immediately sensing the vibrant youthful energy that a university student like him brings. Indeed, a pleasing visage can greatly uplift one's spirits. As Fu Zhang prepares to stride towards the empty seat beside Luo Caimei, his gaze unexpectedly lands on Shi Yubai. Seated in the last row, he casts a fleeting glance at the watch adorning Shi Yubai's left wrist. Fu Zhang's elongated black eyes narrow slightly. He bypasses the vacancy beside Luo Caimei and directly approaches the last row, taking a seat next to Shi Yubai. As the business vehicle sets off towards the airport, Luo Caimei gently taps on the shoulder of her assistant, Xiaojiwan, who is seated in the same row as her, and whispers, "Let's switch seats." Luo Caimei moves to the front row, sitting alongside Xiaojiwan. Wan, I've suddenly realized a significant concern. I fear I may not be able to capture Fu Xiaogo's attention, she confesses. Xiaojiwan's almond-shaped eyes widen in confusion. Why not? Luo Caimei nods. I just saw him stealing glances at Shi Yubai. Xiaojiwan. Luo Caimei feels a mix of emotions swirling within her. Not only has she failed to attract her stinky little brother, but she has inadvertently posed a new threat to Shi Yubai. Considering Fu Xiaogo's striking looks and charming demeanor, she genuinely worries that even straight men might find themselves swayed by him. Let us observe the situation for now. If Fu Xiaogo truly harbors such feelings for Xiaobai, we shall cease our interactions with him, she resolves. Shi Yubai is a key talent being cultivated by the company. Should he achieve fame and rumors arise about his orientation being questioned, it could spell disaster for him. Luo Caimei shares this sentiment. The plane tickets purchased by Luo Caimei for everyone are all in first class. It is the first time for Haozi and Zhou Ziang to fly, and to experience it in first class on their inaugural flight is an exhilarating prospect for them. Observing Fu Zheng, whose demeanor starkly contrasts with the exuberance displayed by Haozi and Zhou Ziang, Luo Caimei cannot help but wonder if he had previously traveled on a private jet before his family faced financial decline, for he exhibits not a trace of emotional fluctuation. Fu Zheng's seat on the plane is adjacent to Luo Caimei's. This time, he has no opportunity to sit beside Shi Yubai, as the seating is strictly assigned based on real names. Once the plane takes off, Luo Caimei can no longer resist the urge to glance at Fu Zheng. He has donned Bluetooth headphones, his long eyelashes gently resting, while his profile reveals sharp, defined lines. His high nose bridge and tightly pressed thin lips create an aloof demeanor. Luo Caimei clears her throat softly and removes the headphone from his left ear, inquiring, "What song are you listening to?" As she places the earbud in her own ear, she is met with silence. Confused, she ponders why he wears headphones if he isn't listening to music, perhaps to avoid conversing with her. "Fu Tongxue, do you perhaps despise me?" Luo Caimei is not one to hold back her words excessively. In the presence of her younger brother, she prefers directness over baseless suspicions. Typically, she would say, "If you find my presence distasteful, I shall be mindful of my boundaries and maintain a distance from you." Chapter 45. The Bitter Heart of a Younger Brother. Luo Caimei has always disliked forcing others. Each individual has their own preferences, just like Shen Qingyan, who, after 2 years of marriage, would rather engage in infidelity than exhibit any intimacy with her, simply because he does not favor her type. Should Fu Xiaogo share the same sentiments as Shen Qingyan, she could pursue him for lifetimes and still not succeed in capturing his interest, ultimately leading to his aversion. Having divorced, she, like her sister Chu Han, would never forsake a vast forest for a single man. While she currently harbors an interest in Fu Xiaogo, if he utters a single no, she would not pursue him further or disturb his peace. Fu Zheng gazed at Luo Caimei, whose smile had faded, replaced by a serious and earnest expression as she regarded him, as if his mere nod would seal their fate of eternal separation. Fu Zheng, with his ruggedly handsome features, wore a nonchalant smile, remarking, "In your pond, am I truly the only fish?" She had yet to catch a single one, leaving her no inclination or energy to pursue others. Fu Zheng leaned back against the chair, his slender figure relaxed, and a subtle curve appeared on his alluring lips, laced with a hint of mockery and derision. "The brother you so cherish wears a watch identical to the one you intended to gift me a few days ago." Luo Caimei, indeed, noticed that Shi Yubai was adorned with the same model, yet it was not the one she had planned to give Fu Xiaogo. That particular timepiece had been gifted to Shi Yubai by the brand, with which she had some connections, that if she could elevate Shi Yubai's status within a year, he would become their spokesperson for the Asia-Pacific region, and as a gesture of good faith, they had presented him with a watch. After explaining, she observed the young man's profile, taut and sharp, and couldn't help but smile. "Oh dear brother, you aren't feeling a twinge of jealousy, are you?" Fu Zheng, watching the vibrant smile on her face, averted his gaze. "You're overthinking it." Luo Caimei leaned closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "I have something I wish to inquire of you, and you must answer truthfully." Her warm breath brushed against his ear, accompanied by the subtle, enchanting scent of her rose perfume. Truth be told, she felt somewhat bashful broaching the subject. After a light cough, she asked, "Is your sexual orientation normal?" "Fu Zheng, I heard from Haozi that many girls at your school have confessed their feelings to you. Yet you have turned them all down. Even Ning Xuejian has expressed her affections." Fu Zheng's handsome face darkened, and if possible, he would like nothing more than to strangle Haozi at that moment. His mouth was devoid of discretion, spewing forth all manner of nonsense. Did those who dared confess to him really warrant such grand announcements? Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "So do you believe I am the dominant or the submissive one?" Upon seeing a flicker of hostility in his deep, dark eyes, Luo Caimei quickly clarified, "Earlier in the business vehicle, I noticed you sitting beside Shi Yubai, and I assumed—" The remainder of her sentence faltered, as she found it difficult to voice. Fu Zheng discerned from Luo Caimei's expression what she intended to convey. He lifted his slender fingers and pressed them against her forehead, playfully pushing her enchanting face away. "If your mind is not functioning properly, perhaps you should consider consuming some fish oil for nourishment." Luo Caimei, observing the taut lines of his profile and the flickering, shadowy flames igniting in his obsidian eyes, offered a sheepish smile. "Do not be upset. Dear sister has come to understand your sexual orientation, thus enabling her to devise a more strategic approach to court you." As Fu Zheng beheld the woman who spoke of pursuing him with such nonchalance, her composure unwavering, he let out a dismissive snort. "A man of iron resolve is not so easily won over." The smile on Luo Caimei's face deepened. "I am fully aware that you are not an easy catch. Sister Chu Han made such grand gestures, and yet you rejected her without a flicker of hesitation. To be honest, if our roles were reversed and I were in your position, I doubt I would possess such steadfastness."
With his arms crossed over his chest, Fu Zheng exuded an air of languid indifference. If a man more handsome than I, with a more agreeable disposition and youthful vigor, were to appear, would you choose him as the fish in your pond? Luo Caimei hesitated momentarily. If such a charming figure were to materialize, she would undoubtedly choose him. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by a handsome, sweet-natured young man who could bring her joy? Yet, could there truly exist anyone more aesthetically pleasing than Fu Xiaogo? Having lived for 24 years, she considered his looks to be the pinnacle of beauty. If she could successfully claim him, how prestigious would it be to present him to others? Yet, in her sister's eyes, he was undeniably the most exceptional. Fu Zheng scoffed. A woman's words are often filled with deceit. Just moments ago, she had contemplated for at least 3 seconds. Oh, where could there be a more handsome young man than you? Luo Caimei retrieved a gentleman's wristwatch from her bag, one she had carried but not gifted. Sister, would you allow me to adorn you with this? Not at all, Fu Zheng replied lazily, raising an eyebrow. I prefer not to wear matching items with others. Luo Caimei felt a surge of frustration. You stubborn brother, with so many wealthy individuals in the world, this watch is hardly a unique piece. Surely you cannot demand such high standards, expecting me to commission a one-of-a-kind watch for you. Without tens of millions, how could I possibly arrange such a thing? If pursuing a younger brother requires such exorbitant expenses, I truly cannot afford it. I have yet to reach the status of Sister Chu Han, let alone the lower echelons of the Forbes list. As Luo Caimei silently calculated whether to abandon her pursuit of him or consider an alternative brother, the young man beside her suddenly offered a black pen. Confused, she inquired, A one-of-a-kind watch, he replied. Luo Caimei quickly grasped his intention. He seemed to desire her to sketch a watch on his wrist. This is hardly valuable, she thought. Is he foolish? He would prefer a mere drawing over a $500,000 luxury timepiece. With a teasing lift of his brow, he inquired, will you or will you not? Fine, I shall. Luo Caimei acquiesced. Taking the pen he offered, she lowered her gaze to his hand and wrist, which were as exquisitely crafted as a work of art. Beneath her outwardly composed demeanor, her heart raced with excitement. She lifted her long eyelashes to gaze upon his ruggedly handsome face, her red lips curving upwards in a playful smile. If I gift you this watch, dear brother, you might just have to hold my hand. She teased. Before Fu Zheng could respond, she added with a beaming smile, surely you won't refuse your sister any longer, will you? Chapter 46. A restless heart. With her heart racing and a wild anticipation bubbling within, Luo Caimei was on the verge of taking action when she noticed her troublesome brother pressing the call button above him. The flight attendant promptly approached, and Luo Caimei heard her brother request, bring me 2 pairs of disposable gloves. Luo Caimei mused to herself, is it really necessary to be this reserved? After the flight attendant delivered the gloves, Fu Zheng donned them all on his left hand. Encased in 4 layers of gloves, his hand was now untouchable, dampening her enthusiasm by 2/3. Seizing a black marker, Luo Caimei began to draw on his wrist, all the while playfully lamenting, sister truly wishes to borrow your indifference to freeze a mountain of ice. As a fashion design student with a solid foundation in drawing, her strokes were fluid and intricate. The watch she sketched was exquisite, its circular dial lifelike, with the hour, minute, and second hands distinctly visible, as if they were genuinely in motion. The texture of the strap was meticulously rendered. Fu Zheng cast his gaze upon Luo Caimei, who was absorbed in her work. Sunlight streamed through the aircraft window, casting a gentle halo over her petite face. Her long eyelashes fluttered delicately, resembling the wings of a butterfly, creating soft shadows beneath her eyelids. The faint, elegant scent of roses lingered in the air around her. Well, don't you think my drawing is quite commendable? Luo Caimei admired the imaginary watch on Fu Zheng's wrist, a confident and radiant smile gracing her lips. It resembles a masterpiece. She returned the black marker to Fu Zheng and swiftly retrieved the exquisite watch from her bag. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction to clasp it onto his wrist, the genuine timepiece enveloped her freshly drawn imitation, rendering it truly unique. To win over her brother, one must be willing to make sacrifices. She thought. Besides, with him accepting the watch, it signified that she had a chance. Whether it was her veiled threats that had worked, he did not remove it. The luxurious watch on his wrist did not diminish his allure. Rather, he imbued it with an even more distinctive charm. Despite his claims of a fallen family fortune, his demeanor was undeniably exceptional. Were it not for witnessing him work in a repair shop and noticing his unassuming attire, she might have suspected him to be a hidden heir of a prestigious family. The flight from Yi City to the island would take 3 hours. Throughout the journey, Luo Caimei felt a flicker of anxiety, fearing Fu Zheng might remove the watch and return it to her. Fortunately, he did not. As the flight progressed, nearly all the first-class passengers succumbed to slumber. Luo Caimei donned an eye mask and drifted into sleep.
where she found herself in a rather tantalizing dream that in her slumber, she envisioned her troublesome brother's attractive hand, adorned with the watch, roaming freely over her body. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear, whispering, "Sister, having received such a fine gift from you, how shall I repay you? Would you allow me to dedicate myself to you?" A wave of restlessness coursed through her entire being. The slender, jade-like hand that traversed the space seemed to leave behind a trail of electric currents. Her ruby lips parted slightly as she eagerly uttered a soft good. Just as she was about to slip into an indescribable dream, she was abruptly startled awake. As she removed her eye mask, she lingered in a daze for several seconds before realizing she had indulged in a spring dream under the bright daylight. Goodness! How utterly embarrassing. She turned her head to glance at the tall boy seated beside her. He too was fast asleep, his sharply defined profile resembling a sculpted masterpiece, with a prominent nose and gently pursed, pale pink lips, complemented by a delicately chiseled jawline. His usual roguish eyes were now closed, with long thick eyelashes curving slightly upward, exuding a hint of defiance and wildness. In slumber, his fierce demeanor softened, revealing only tranquility and gentleness. Luo Caimei's gaze gradually descended from his handsome visage, pausing at his pronounced Adam's apple. Fixating on a faintly colored mole for an extended moment. A tempest of longing swirled within her. She yearned to leap forward and take a playful bite of his throat. Of course, such impulses were best left unacted upon, for should she dare to do so, it would likely send her younger brother fleeing in terror. Luo Caimei had booked a seaside villa on the island, reserving 3 units in total, with Fu Jing's dormitory companions occupying one. Each villa boasted a private pool, surrounded by lush tropical foliage, and furnished with comfortable outdoor seating, while the interior decor exuded opulence and elegance. This was the first time in her life she had stayed in such a luxurious hotel. How could she possibly entice a beautiful sister to support her? Haozi let out a dramatic shout to the heavens. Zhou Ziang cast a sidelong glance at the hopeless Haozi. "You want to live off a woman? As long as the beautiful sister takes a liking to me, I would gladly indulge in any delicacy," Haozi replied. Zhou Ziang nudged Haozi, signaling him to observe Fu Zheng, who was lounging on the sofa. "Have you noticed anything different about Brother Zheng?" Haozi gazed at the strikingly handsome Fu Zheng, then shouted again, "And why did you fall asleep while molding me? Why didn't you shape me into someone like Brother Zheng?" Jealousy contorted Haozi's features. Zhou Ziang gestured towards Fu Zheng's wrist. When Brother Zheng disembarked from the plane, he suddenly adorned his wrist with a watch. "I looked it up online, and it's worth 5 million. Upon hearing this, Haozi immediately pinched himself. "What? Brother Zheng is as broke as us. Where did he acquire such a luxury timepiece? He was seated next to your beautiful sister. What do you think?" Zhou Ziang replied. Haozi grasped Zhou Ziang's arm, breathless with excitement. "Quick, I need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Zhou Ziang kicked Haozi away. "Get lost. You had garlic with your lanzhou noodles at lunch. Do you wish to suffocate me?" Haozi exclaimed. "Is it too late for me to get plastic surgery?" Zhou Ziang retorted. "Daydreaming might make one less attractive, but if one is already unattractive, one can continue to dream." Fu Zheng lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Haozi and Zhou Ziang. "You two are quite noisy." Haozi hurriedly dashed to Fu Zheng's side, his eyes fixated on the expensive watch adorning Fu Zheng's wrist. "Brother Zheng, can I borrow it for a bit to take a photo and show off on social media?" Fu Zheng coolly replied. "Get lost." After arriving at the hotel, Luo Caimei took a refreshing shower as she dried her damp hair. She opened Fu Zheng's WeChat. "He resent the 2 sets of swimsuit images she had sent. When we go to the beach, which one do you wish to see your sister wear? Or would you prefer to see her in both?" On his end, Fu Zheng, upon receiving the images from Luo Caimei, was caught off guard by the curious gazes of Haozi and Zhou Ziang, who were surrounding him. He attempted to lock his screen, but it was too late. Haozi exclaimed, "Wow, I want to see the beautiful sister in a bikini." Zhou Ziang chimed in, "I want to see Caimei in the one that shows her waist." Fu Zheng stifled the urge to kick the 2 clumsy fools out as he grabbed his phone and suitcase, making his way upstairs. Neither of them looks good. Chapter 47. She calls him baby. Luo Caimei pondered for a moment, speculating that her younger brother might not appreciate her wearing overly revealing attire. Perhaps he preferred a more conservative sister. She decided to send him a message. "Why don't you accompany your sister to the mall and help her choose a nice swimsuit?" It seemed that her annoying younger brother truly disliked a sister who was too provocative. What could she do? Her appearance did not align with the demure and innocent image, but she set that aside. It was a good omen to have her brother accompany her to the mall for the first time. Luo Caimei swiftly selected a loose t-shirt from her suitcase and paired it with a pair of extremely short shorts, creating a fashion sense that suggested the pants have vanished. Her long, slender legs reminiscent of delicate porcelain. Exuding beauty with her hair still damp, she let it fall casually over her shoulders, applied some sunscreen, and ventured out in flip-flops, The mall was not far from the hotel, merely a 10-minute walk away. Fu Zheng awaited her at the hotel entrance, having changed into a white t-shirt and casual shorts, adorned with the stylish watch she had gifted him, exuding a sense of simplicity and fashion. His good looks and physique were even more captivating than those of male models on the runway. She couldn't fathom why he would choose to work part-time as a repairman. If he wanted to earn money, he could easily become a streamer or a model, both far superior to repairing things. However, she chose not to pry too much, as it was his personal affair. All she needed to do was relish the joy of courting her younger brother in the moment. The island, situated in the tropics, was still basking in the sun's brilliance around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Upon exiting the hotel lobby, the scorching heat enveloped her. Luo Caimei grabbed an umbrella and approached Fu Zheng, offering it to him, asking if he could hold it for her. Fu Zheng accepted the umbrella, positioning it over both of their heads. As they made their way to the mall, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other under the shared umbrella. Luo Caimei could distinctly sense the vibrant, youthful energy emanating from the boy beside her. Her heart began to flutter once again. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed that his right hand held the umbrella while his left hand rested lazily in his pocket, close to her. If she were to link her arm with his, would he ruthlessly shake her off? They were walking along a path bustling with tourists. If he were to reject her, it would be quite embarrassing. Yet, as she gazed at his well-defined, robust arm, she yearned to take hold of it. An internal struggle ensued. No. She couldn't afford to be so timid as an older sister. If she didn't take the initiative, how could she smoothly progress to the next step? Shan Qingyan had likely gotten close to the campus beauty in no time at all. If she were to pursue the campus heartthrob, she could not afford to waste too much time either. Luo Caimei possessed a decisive nature, and after taking a deep breath, she extended her slender, jade-like fingers to entwine them around her brother's arm. In her heart, she had already prepared herself for the possibility of him forcefully shaking her off. To be honest, she felt a rare twinge of nervousness. However, after several seconds had passed, her hand remained unshaken. A secret thrill surged within her. Indeed, having gifted him the watch seemed to have softened his heart. Once her arm was linked with his, Luo Caimei leaned a fraction closer to her brother, their bodies nearly touching. Fu Zheng glanced down at her, not missing the fleeting smirk of triumph that danced at the corner of her lips. Aren't you feeling hot? He inquired. Luo Caimei did indeed feel a bit warm, but the joy of holding her brother's arm and being in such close proximity outweighed any discomfort. I notice you are rather cool, she remarked, as he seemed to possess an innate chill. His skin like a refreshing spring in the sweltering air. Embracing you feels so delightful, dear brother. Fu Zheng, could you refrain from being so flirtatious while walking? Luo Caimei teased, her lips curving into a playful smile. So does that mean you're reacting? Fu Zheng's dark, narrow eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied, would you care to extinguish the flames? In terms of audacity and shamelessness, he truly appeared as a younger brother before her. He surrendered gracefully, pressing his soft pink lips together in silence. Observing this, Luo Caimei gently poked his arm, sensing the latent strength beneath his skin, a strength intertwined with his coolness, exuding a unique allure. All right, I was merely teasing you. Seeing your innocent demeanor, surely, you are not still a Navi virgin. Luo Caimei, you have quite the imagination, he retorted. She recalled that the watch he wore previously had been a gift from another wealthy sister. It was perhaps better that he was not a Navi virgin, for this would alleviate her feelings of guilt as she pursued him. How about I buy you a few outfits later? Her brother was so obedient, not shaking her off and even engaging in playful banter. She wished to pamper him thoroughly. Fu Zheng lazily raised an eyebrow. As you wish. Upon entering the shopping mall, Luo Caimei, aware that her brother preferred a more reserved sister, decided to first purchase a few outfits for herself. She led him into a flagship women's clothing store. As she prepared to choose her clothing, she reluctantly had to release his arm, feeling a pang of reluctance, for she was uncertain if he would resist her next time she wished to clasp him close. However, it would indeed seem too conspicuous to maintain such an embrace within the store. Fu Zheng responded lazily, and that as Luo Caimei stepped into the fitting room with a dress in hand, she noticed the sales assistant casting infatuated glances at Fu Zheng. What was this? Had they not seen her enter while holding her brother's arm? Right before her eyes, they dared to attempt to steal him away. Swiftly, she donned a cream-colored dress, emerging to find the sales assistant boldly asking her brother for his WeChat. Thankfully, her troublesome brother proved to be reliable, outright refusing her advances. Upon seeing Luo Caimei exit, the sales assistant's demeanor turned somewhat awkward. Miss, that dress looks absolutely stunning on you. Luo Caimei's features were exquisite and beautiful, capable of embodying various styles. With light makeup, she radiated a vibrant yet elegant charm, while heavier makeup transformed her into a captivating goddess. Her tall and graceful figure was perfectly proportioned, with curves in all the right places and a slimness where it mattered, leaving no room for any flaws to be found. Moreover, her exquisite temperament complements the off-white dress she wears, exuding a unique radiance. It is not the dress that enhances her, but rather she imbues the dress with a soul of its own. My lady, this gown appears to have been tailor-made for you. Simply stunning. The sales assistant exclaimed from the depths of her heart. Luo Caimei offered a slight smile and then turned to Fu Zheng, her crimson lips curling into a deeper smile. Darling, what do you think? Darling. The sales assistant immediately cast her gaze upon the strikingly handsome yet wild youth, curious to witness his reaction upon being addressed as darling by a woman. Clearly, Fu Zheng was taken aback by Luo Caimei's unexpected term of endearment that he raised an eyebrow, a hint of an inscrutable smile flickering in his rebellious eyes. Who is your darling? Luo Caimei shot him a playful glare. Of course, it's you. Don't you wish to be your sister's darling? As she glanced towards the entrance, her beautiful eyes narrowed upon seeing the newcomer. Chapter 48. Encounter with the ex-husband. The pretty boy revealed the person entering was none other than her ex-husband. Shan Qingyan. A shadow of frost cloaked his handsome and refined visage, and his brown eyes, hidden behind lenses, were fixed intently on Luo Caimei. Who are you calling darling? He strode into the shop, eager to discern who this darling was that Luo Caimei had mentioned. They had been divorced for just over a month. How could she dare seek another man, and shamelessly call someone darling? How despicable! Fu Zheng lounged languidly on the sofa, his long legs elegantly crossed. His figure was obscured by a clothing rack, so Shan Qingyan did not notice him, yet he had already recognized Shan Qingyan's voice. He lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Luo Caimei. His gaze seemingly conveying, should she wish for him to hide, he would undoubtedly turn and leave. Originally, Luo Caimei intended for Fu Zheng to conceal himself. After all, Shan Qingyan was not a good man, and she feared his sighting of Fu Xiaoguo would cast a negative shadow upon him. However, in the next moment, she saw Ning Xuejian enter from outside the store. TSK, the dog and woman are back together. Uncle, why aren't you waiting for me outside the restroom? Have you come to buy me clothes? As Ning Xuejian's words fell, she caught sight of Luo Caimei in the store, and was immediately taken aback. The humiliation of having knelt before Luo Caimei in front of the media, tears streaming down her face as she apologized, along with the sting of having received 2 slaps, flooded back to her heart. She harbored intense hatred for Luo Caimei. Yet, fortunately, she had been cast aside by her uncle and had become an unwanted divorcee. Now, no longer the mistress, she could walk openly beside him. Ning Xuejian promptly approached, linking her arm with Shan Qingyan's, subtly asserting her claim. Luo Caimei observed Ning Xuejian's smugness and arrogance, reminiscent of a mistress who had successfully ascended in status, and a cold laugh escaped her red lips. Truly, one cannot change their nature. As Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian moved forward a few steps, he glanced towards the individual on the sofa. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome, wild and arrogant face, his pupils slightly narrowed behind his lenses. This young and dashing man appeared strikingly familiar. In the next moment, he heard Ning Xuejian exclaim in disbelief, Fu Zheng, what are you doing here? Fu Zheng. Shan Qingyan quickly recalled that Fu Zheng was the campus heartthrob from Yi University, the very one who had played the piano on stage during the school celebration. Luo Caimei observed the dramatic transformation of Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian, akin to the art of Sichuan opera's face-changing, and honestly, an indescribable thrill surged within her. Do not assume she was unaware. Ning Xuejian had previously confessed her feelings to Fu Zheng. The charming Fu, it was said, had not even spared a glance in her direction. A smile graced Luo Caimei's crimson lips as she thought, my dear, you are naturally here to accompany me. She approached Fu Zheng, lifting her skirt with grace, twirling elegantly before him. Darling, does this dress suit me well? As she spoke, she subtly gestured with her eyes towards Fu Zheng. Receiving her signal, he responded with a devilishly enchanting smile. It looks splendid. A sharp, exhilarating thrill erupted within Luo Caimei. How magnificent her brother was at this crucial moment. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the faces of Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian turning pale with envy. Ning Xuejian likely believed that upon learning of Shan Qingyan's divorce, she would be left despondent and forlorn. Did she think to avenge the humiliation she suffered at the last press conference? Huh? Little did she realize that Luo Caimei would end up with the campus heartthrob that she could never attain. Fu Zheng was the epitome of excellence at Yi University, and countless girls had professed their love to him, only to be met with rejection, herself included. Had he accepted her confession back then, she would not have ended up with Shan Qingyan, nor would she have endured such public disgrace as the infamous mistress. How could Fu Zheng, after spurning her, choose to associate with a divorced woman? What made her inferior to Luo Caimei? Miss Luo, are you seeking revenge against the elder? She mused. The elder has chosen the campus beauty, so you have opted for the campus heartthrob. A scornful laugh escaped Luo Caimei's lips. I have indulged you enough. How dare you, a mistress, approach me with such bravado? With an aura both icy and captivating, she effortlessly overshadowed Ning Xuejian, a mere flower yet to graduate from university. Ning Xuejian, both embarrassed and furious, turned to Shen Qingyan, who remained engulfed in shock and indignation over Luo Caimei's audacious decision to support the heartthrob immediately after her divorce. During their separation, he had asked if she had ever harbored feelings for him, to which she replied, never. If she had never liked him, how could she then choose to support the heartthrob from the same university as Ning Xuejian, if not to compete with him and retaliate against his infidelity? Luo Caimei, if you must seek someone, choose one of a superior background, successful career, and greater prowess than mine. Upon hearing Shen Qingyan's words, Luo Caimei felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. How amusing it was that the nation had not utilized his audacity to craft a bulletproof vest. What shortcomings did her campus heartthrob possess compared to him? He was handsome, fit, vigorous, and most importantly youthful. How could he possibly be inferior to a man whose health was deteriorating due to his indulgent lifestyle? Shen Qingyan's expression darkened to a shade of iron. Luo Caimei, do not be so unkind. Luo Caimei raised her hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, her demeanor calm and unruffled. Please do not raise your voice at me. I was once frightened by a dog in my childhood. Ning Xuejian, witnessing Luo Caimei's audacity even after her downfall, felt a surge of indignation. Miss Luo, there is no need for you to lash out in embarrassment. You have been abandoned by the elder. Perhaps you should reflect on your own allure. Why did he choose me over you? Luo Caimei could not help but let out a chuckle, remarking that it was simply due to your inherent shamelessness. However, do not become too complacent. After all, Shen Qingyan is quite amiable towards everyone, and today she may fancy one creature, only to prefer another by tomorrow. I advise you to temper your enthusiasm. I have preserved the video of you kneeling in apology at the press conference on my phone. Ning Xuejian's face fluctuated between shades of green and purple with rage as she turned to Fu Zheng, exclaiming that Luo Caimei was only with him to take revenge on her and their elder. She urged him not to fall for her tricks. Fu Zheng cast a dismissive glance at Ning Xuejian, a hint of disdain flickering across his rebellious yet handsome visage, deeming her a mistress devoid of any sense of propriety. Unworthy of his words, with a laugh that could not be contained, Luo Caimei playfully kicked Fu Zheng's calf. Finding the sibling-like camaraderie between them utterly delightful, Fu Zheng extended his hand, adorned with an exquisite watch, gesturing towards the dress worn by Luo Caimei, suggesting they head to the beach after settling the bill. Both Shen Qingyan and Ning Xuejian noticed the luxurious timepiece on Fu Zheng's wrist. Shen Qingyan recognized it as the brand of the watch Luo Caimei had gifted her previously, albeit with features and price exceeding her own. Luo Caimei, is that watch on your wrist a gift from you? She thought bitterly, how infuriating. She had given him a fortune, lavishly spending on a pretty boy's luxuries. Was she even human? Ning Xuejian felt a mix of resentment and jealousy as she observed the expensive watch on Fu Zheng's wrist. He had callously rejected her confession, perhaps due to her lack of wealth compared to Luo Caimei. It appeared he was, at his core, a man who favored riches over integrity. Uncle, I desire that dress worn by Luo Caimei. Shen Qingyan retrieved a diamond membership card from her wallet, summoning a sales associate and stating in a firm tone, I am a diamond member of your establishment. According to your store's policy, holders of a diamond card are entitled to priority service. I hereby command you to ensure that this lady relinquishes her dress. Luo Caimei regarded the shameless couple before her, her beautiful eyes narrowing as a cunning idea to strike back at Shen Qingyan quietly surfaced in her mind. Chapter 49. She is pregnant. Luo Caimei was acutely aware that Shen Qingyan's offer of 10 billion to acquire her shares nearly depleted his entire liquid assets. The dividends from the Shen Group would not be disbursed until the year's end, leaving him with scant funds. So, he wished to put on airs and humiliate her. Very well, let us see who truly humiliates whom. With her brother present, she could not allow herself to be belittled by such a scoundrel and shameless woman. A sly smile graced Luo Caimei's lips as she remarked, if I recall correctly, this establishment's policy states that an item favored by a customer cannot be forcibly taken from them, even by a diamond member. Am I mistaken? Turning to the sales associate, she inquired, Miss, would you concur? The associate nodded in affirmation. Ning Xuejian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung to Shen Qingyan's arm, her voice soft and pleading. Uncle, Schwer truly adores this dress. Originally, a mere dress would not warrant a dispute between Shen Qingyan and Luo Caimei. However, the thought of Luo Caimei using his money to pamper a pretty boy infuriated him. I will pay double the price for the dress, he declared. Luo Caimei's smile widened as she retorted, Dear sales associate, I am not short of funds.
He offers double, I shall offer 5 times that amount. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled as she announced, this dress is a limited edition, valued at 200,000. Are you truly willing to pay 5 times that amount to acquire it? Luo Caimei raised her chin defiantly, replying, indeed, unlike certain individuals, I am not financially constrained. Shan Qingyan nearly ground his teeth to dust, declaring, I will offer 10 times. With a sigh, Luo Caimei responded, since Mr. Shen is bidding 10 times, I shall not compete with you. Dear sales assistant, please bring out all the other limited edition dresses in the store for me to consider. I am not solely fixated on this one. There are numerous alternatives. I shall purchase every dress she desires at double the price. The sales assistant turned to Luo Caimei, asking, will you increase your offer? Overwhelmed with delight, the sales assistant had not anticipated the presence of 2 affluent clients that day, achieving her annual sales target in a single afternoon. No further bids. Since Mr. Shen is acquiring it at double the price, could you calculate the total amount required? The sales assistant nodded eagerly, certainly, I will tally it up immediately. Moments later she announced, sir, your total comes to 10 million. Shan Qingyan, slowly realizing he had fallen into Luo Caimei's trap, understood that she had deliberately provoked him into becoming the fool. Before their divorce, 10 million would have been a mere trifle for him. However, now Ning Xuejian was unaware that Shan Qingyan's cash reserves were dwindling. Witnessing him spend 10 million to purchase the dress Luo Caimei coveted was a significant blow to her pride. A sweet, excited smile graced her face as she rose on her toes and, in front of everyone, planted a kiss on Shan Qingyan's cheek, exclaiming, Uncle, you truly spoil me. Luo Caimei glanced over, her lips curling into a knowing smirk, and quietly urged the sales assistant, quickly ask him if he will be paying by card or check. The sales assistant promptly approached Shan Qingyan with her card machine, inquiring, sir, 10 million, will that be on card? At present, Shan Qingyan could withdraw no more than 2 million from his bank card that he contemplated retracting his offer, but the unwavering gaze from Luo Caimei seemed to anticipate his embarrassment. Internally, he berated her fiercely. Damn woman! Her scheming is excessively cunning. Shan Qingyan extended his hand towards Ning Xuejian, stating, please retrieve the card I gave you before you went abroad. He had provided her with a card worth 10 million when he sent her off. She typically spent very little, so there should still be funds remaining. Ning Xuejian widened her eyes in disbelief, puzzled by his request for that particular card. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of guilt. Her mother had taken 5 million from that card to purchase a house for her brother, and since going abroad she had spent 2 to 3 million on various expenses, leaving only 2 million behind. Uncle, you are not lacking in funds. Ning Xuejian stammered, I did not bring that card with me. Luo Caimei crossed her arms, a teasing smile on her lips. Oh dear, Mr. Shen wouldn't he happen to be unable to produce even 10 million, would he? Shan Qingyan pulled out his card, revealing the remaining 2 million, stating, I only require that dress she is wearing at 10 times the price. 2 million. Luo Caimei discreetly signaled to the salesgirl, conceding that since she could not afford other dresses, if she truly desired the one I was wearing, so be it. After removing the dress, Luo Caimei departed with Fu Zheng, who had been observing the scene with raised eyebrows throughout. Darling, come along, sister will take you to browse the men's section. Unlike certain individuals who boast to the heavens yet can only settle the bill for a single dress, Shan Qingyan's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Upon receiving the dress that Luo Caimei had shed, Ning Xuejian promptly headed to the fitting room, eagerly donning the garment. She soon discovered that it was a tad snug around the waist, and she did not look as enchanting in it as Luo Caimei did. Luo Caimei towered over her, possessed a fuller bosom, and astonishingly, a waist that was even slimmer than hers. As Ning Xuejian gazed at the tautness of her waist, a flicker of shame and jealousy glinted in her eyes. I in the men's section. Luo Caimei purchased 2 outfits for Fu Zheng. Her troublesome younger brother had an attractive physique and handsome looks. He looked good in anything. After completing her shopping, Luo Caimei visited the restroom. After washing her hands, she stood at the sink when Ning Xuejian entered. With Shan Qingyan absent, Ning Xuejian's eyes unabashedly displayed her resentment towards Luo Caimei. Ning Xuejian caressed her still flat abdomen and thought, Luo Caimei, you can't imagine that I am carrying the child of the older man. The Shen family has few heirs, and Grandpa Shen places great importance on his first great-grandson. I am about to be officially recognized. Having finished washing her hands, Luo Caimei flicked her wrist vigorously, splattering droplets onto Ning Xuejian's face. Ning Xuejian recoiled a few steps, exclaiming angrily, what are you doing? Luo Caimei cast a sidelong glance at Ning Xuejian, her brows arching haughtily, exuding an air of cold elegance. What are you flaunting about? The things I've grown weary of, you have only just begun to covet. Quite the find you have there. Should you find yourself unemployed, you could always pursue this line of work. Your timely pregnancy is rather fortunate. After all, once Shan Qingyan blows over,
Who's to say whether that thing will even be viable? Ning Xuejian was taken aback by Luo Caimei's blunt and cutting remarks. Clenching her hands into tight fists by her side, she retorted, "You are with Fu Zheng to get back at me and the older man, aren't you? You must have known I once confessed my feelings to Fu Zheng, which is why you deliberately started dating him to vex me." Luo Caimei smirked derisively. "The oblivious truly are beyond redemption. Do I need to take revenge on a universally scorned mistress? Moreover, my dear has never shown any interest in you. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you are a delicacy?" Ning Xuejian was unprepared for Luo Caimei's sharp tongue. After taking a deep breath, she declared, "Fu Zheng would never be attracted to a domineering woman like you, who is on her second marriage." Luo Caimei smiled lightly, her demeanor casual. "Whether he likes me or not is of no consequence. The fact that I can share a bed with him suffices. That is your fervent desire, I senti it. Just a few days ago he mentioned wanting to have children with me. Oh, by the way, he is quite vigorous." The final statement nearly sent Ning Xuejian into a faint. With a victorious smile, Luo Caimei strode out, exuding the presence of a queen, despite her flip-flops. Yet, just as she exited the restroom, she encountered a pair of sharp, cold eyes. Fu Zheng. When had he arrived? He had overheard her recent conversation with Ning Xuejian. Chapter 50, Mutual Testing. When Luo Caimei locked eyes with Fu Zheng's pitch-black, narrow and rebellious gaze, her heart raced inexplicably, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. The commanding aura of a queen, standing at 1.80 meters, dissipated in an instant. Her younger brother's handsome face was taut, his expression cold and indifferent. Perhaps he was upset upon hearing her words to Ning Xuejian. Luo Caimei forced a stiff smile. "You heard what I said to Ning Xuejian?" Fu Zheng cast her a deep, contemplative glance before turning away. Luo Caimei hurriedly followed, reaching out to grasp his arm, only to have him evade her touch. His long legs carried him away at a brisk pace, and she had to almost break into a jog to keep up. His tall, slender silhouette exuded an air of arrogance and swagger. Luo Caimei felt a surge of annoyance. Had she inadvertently summoned a little tyrant? What a temper he had. What I said was merely to provoke Ning, the third party. I had no idea she had expressed her feelings for you. How could I possibly use you to retaliate against a scoundrel and a third party? The young man, striding purposefully ahead, suddenly halted. Luo Caimei, unprepared for his abrupt stop, collided with his back, which felt like an impenetrable barrier. A sharp pain shot through her nose. "You wretched brother. How could you be so rigid? Thank goodness my nose is inherited from my mother. Otherwise it might have broken." As he turned to face her, she lifted her long lashes to meet his gaze. "If you dislike me speaking those words in front of Ning Xuejian, I promise I shall never utter them again." Fu Zheng's pale pink lips pressed tightly beneath his prominent nose, his typically carefree visage now adorned with a solemn, austere expression. "If your ex-husband had not cheated with the campus belle, or if the campus heartthrob were another boy, would you still pursue me?" Without allowing Luo Caimei a chance to respond, he added, "Isn't the thrill of using me for revenge rather exhilarating?" Luo Caimei furrowed her dark brows, patiently attempting to clarify. "I admit that my desire to pursue you arose after the scoundrel's betrayal with the campus belle, but that notion has since faded. I do not love that scoundrel. Why would I seek to use you to irritate him? My interest in you is purely because I am drawn to your looks and physique. You are, in my eyes, utterly unique." Fu Zheng let out a scoff from deep within his throat. "Oh, do you truly believe that?" With that, he departed with the swiftness of a shooting star. Luo Caimei found herself pondering. They were not engaged in a romantic relationship. It was merely a transaction of mutual benefit. Was sincerity truly necessary? She sprawled across her bed in an exaggerated fashion, feeling lethargic. "It seems I have upset my brother." Why had she caused him such displeasure? Xia Zhiwan lay beside Luo Caimei, gazing at her stunningly beautiful face, utterly perplexed by the unwavering resolve of today's youth. That if she were a man, she would have long since fallen at the feet of the magnificent Luo Caimei. Luo Caimei recounted the events that transpired at the mall to Xia Zhiwan. With her long lashes lowered, she concealed her emotions deep within her eyes. "Neither my grandfather nor grandmother are particularly fond of me, let alone grandfather shunned. If I hadn't saved him back then, he likely wouldn't have treated me kindly, having recently divorced Shen Qingyan and even sent his mother to prison. Do you truly believe he harbors no resentment?" Xia Zhiwan exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. "Your silence is merely a reflection of Shen Qingyan's inadequacy. He has never even laid a finger on you, has he?" Luo Caimei chuckled softly, expressing her relief that he had not, as that would have truly revolted her. She waved her hand dismissively, preferring to avoid thoughts of the unpleasant individuals and matters. "For a vacation should be filled with joy, I shall instead ponder on how to appease my troublesome younger brother." Xia Zhiwan glanced at Luo Caimei's alluring figure and remarked, "Darling, Do you believe your insufferable brother is not interested in you? Luo Caimei reclined on the bed, propping her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she inquired, how could you possibly think that? If he were indifferent given his character, why would he accompany you to this island and to the mall? If you doubt it, why not test him? Luo Caimei's interest was piqued. How do I test him? Xiaojuan retrieved 2 swimsuits that Luo Caimei had brought, suggesting, let us head to the beach. Choose one to wear and see if he can take his eyes off you. And dear, even if he doesn't appreciate your sexy style, do not alter your essence for him. You must remain your unique self. Luo Caimei felt enlightened, embracing Xiaojuan tightly, declaring, you truly are the best of friends. After donning her waist-revealing swimsuit battle attire, Luo Caimei slipped on a sheer cover-up and joined Xiaojuan on their way to the beach. The employees from the company had already begun their barbecue, and several from Fu Zheng's dormitory had arrived early. Haozi and Zhou Ziang were assisting Xiao Yu with the grilling, while music played nearby, creating a lively atmosphere. Just as Haozi was about to present the grilled lamb skewers to Fu Zheng, his peripheral vision caught sight of a striking figure. Oh my goodness! Haozi exclaimed in rapid succession, drawing everyone's gaze toward the approaching silhouette. Sister, you look stunning and alluring. The tall and slender woman donned a black waist-revealing swimsuit, with cutouts at the sides that exposed a glimpse of her delicate, fair skin. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled by a single hand, her bosom full and upright. The legs beneath her short skirt and sheer cover-up were long and straight, igniting the imagination. It appeared she had just emerged from a shower, her hair still slightly damp as she casually tucked it behind her ear, every movement radiating charm and allure. Oh my! This beautiful sister is so stunning I might just faint from excitement. After placing the lamb skewers before Fu Zheng, Haozi quickly pinched his nose to contain his enthusiasm. Wow, our boss is truly breathtaking. Xiao Yu and several other employees gathered around, unable to resist the urge to get close to the beautiful boss. Luo Caimei snapped photos with each of them. Even Haozi and Zhou Ziang joined in for a picture, but Fu Xiaoguo remained aloof. Luo Caimei couldn't help but glance his way, expecting him to steal a glance at her, only to find, Chapter 51, just want to play with you. He was lazily reclined against a palm tree, wearing sunglasses, his head bowed and utterly still, appearing as though he were asleep. A wave of indescribable irritation surged within Luo Caimei. Her insufferable younger brother truly lacked insight. She refrained from disturbing Fu Zheng, fearing that her overt attentiveness might provoke his disdain. After indulging in some barbecue delicacies, Luo Caimei slipped off her shoes and strolled along the beach with Xiaojuan. Darling, weren't you once terrified of water? When did you learn to swim? Luo Caimei delicately pressed her crimson lips together. After my parents and elder brother encountered misfortunes in succession, I resolved to confront my fears rather than shy away from them. My elder brother once mentioned that I was not inherently afraid of water. As a child, I could swim. It was due to an incident during a trip to the countryside that led to a high fever, which instilled in me this fear. However, the specifics of that incident elude my memory post-fever. It must have been related to water in some way. Xiaojuan nodded thoughtfully. Shall we swim in the sea now? Let's postpone that for a bit. If we swim now, we'll have to shower and change into our swimsuits afterward. As Luo Caimei prepared to sip her champagne, a strikingly handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes approached her. He was tall, well-built, and wore beach shorts, his toned physique and chiseled abs on full display. Xiaojuan discreetly pinched Luo Caimei's arm, exclaiming, Darling, look at this stunning specimen. Luo Caimei was equally mesmerized by the mixed-race Adonis, whose deep blue eyes resembled the enchanting depths of the ocean. His prominent nose and thin lips combined Western sharpness with Eastern softness, confirming Xiaojuan's assessment of his extraordinary allure. Hi, may I invite you to join me for a duet? Faced with the invitation from the stunning stranger, Luo Caimei could hardly refuse. Yet a fleeting thought of her brother crossed her mind, prompting her to glance in his direction. He had awakened, and a young girl in a floral swimsuit had inexplicably appeared beside him, seeking his contact information. Luo Caimei watched as he produced his phone, allowing the girl to scan his details. Her heart sank, feeling as if it were being clawed by a feline. Her insufferable younger brother, whom she had painstakingly added on WeChat over 2 months, was now effortlessly accumulating female attention, and he had the audacity to ask if he was merely a fish in her pond. In her view, it was he who was the fish in that pond. Beautiful, may I? The mixed-race gentleman's captivating blue gaze met hers, prompting her to smile brightly. Of course, with so many young and handsome suitors available, why should she fixate on one? As Chu Han had wisely advised, one must not let a single tree obstruct the view of the entire forest. The charming stranger had formed a band that was not far from where Luo Caimei and her friends were barbecuing. Upon seeing him invite her, his friends erupted in cheers and applause. He leaned down and asked, What is your name, beautiful? Kaiwan, it's a pleasure to meet you. The mixed-race gentleman extended his fist and Luo Caimei, recognizing it as their customary greeting, gently bumped her fist against his. Oh no, will the beautiful sister really be swept away by that mixed-race man? As Haozi observed the mixed-race handsome man fist-bumping with Luo Caimei, preparing to sing together, a profound sense of crisis filled his eyes. Zhenggu, can't you muster a bit more determination? He lamented that it's already unfortunate that I and Zhou Ziang do not meet the beauty standard set by the enchanting sister. Yet you of all people are hesitating. Anyone with eyes can see that the beautiful sister has taken a liking to you. Why are you being so coy? Zhou Ziang munched on roasted corn, nodding in agreement. Absolutely. Sister Caimei is both stunning and affluent. Why would you not seize the opportunity? Following a wealthy sister means you would no longer need to toil away at the repair shop for that meager paycheck, which is hardly enough for a lavish meal she could treat you to. If I had your looks and charisma, I would have already hooked a wealthy sister on either side. Fu Zheng lifted his champagne glass and took a sip, casually remarking, she merely wishes to play with you. If that's the case, then let it be. To be toyed with by such a beautiful sister is indeed a stroke of fortune. Besides, you're not losing anything. Haozi and I would gladly accept her attentions, yet we haven't had the chance. Fu Zheng kicked Zhou Ziang playfully. Scram. Fu Zheng's heart was as clear as crystal. If he were easily swayed by her charms, she would likely grow weary of him and cast him aside without a second thought. It is often the case that the more exquisite a woman is, the more frigid and unfeeling her heart becomes. Zhou Ziang rubbed his leg, which had been playfully kicked, and warned, if you can't keep hold of the wealthy sister, don't come crying to me and Haozi when she runs off with that mixed-race handsome man. Fu Zheng pursed his soft pink lips, remaining silent. Luo Caimei and the handsome man had already begun to sing. He accompanied her on the piano as she performed an English song. Her crimson lips parted, and her sultry voice, imbued with a hint of huskiness, flowed like rich wine across one's palate, ensnaring the listener in a trance. Wow, not only is the beautiful sister stunning, but her singing is also enchanting. The goddess En was truly biased. Zhou Ziang nodded in agreement. How could such a stunning beauty's husband ever stray? Fu Zheng lazily interjected. Isn't it typical for unfaithful men to seek solace in the foulest of places? Zhou Ziang erupted into laughter. Zhenggu, you have a way with words. That metaphor is truly brilliant. Hey handsome, do you know how to surf? There's a surfing competition over there, and there are prizes for the winners. Would you like to participate? The girl who had previously asked Fu Zheng for his contact details approached once more, her face a mask of nervous anticipation, fearing Fu Zheng might decline her invitation. Sure, Fu Zheng replied, standing up from beneath the tree and following the girl toward the surfing area. Luo Caimei sang halfway through her song. She caught a glimpse of Fu Zheng departing with the young girl. Suddenly, her desire to sing evaporated. Could Fu Xiaoguo truly be falling for that young girl? Hastily finishing her song, Luo Caimei approached Haozi and Zhou Ziang, asking where has Zhenggu gone. The little beauty invited Zhenggu to participate in the surfing competition. Sister Caimei, would you like to join us to watch? Zhou Ziang inquired. Luo Caimei raised an eyebrow. All right. After donning a sheer cover-up, she followed Haozi and Zhou Ziang to the sandy shores where the surfing competition had already commenced, the air filled with the sounds of cheers and excitement. Luo Caimei cast a glance at the young girl who was shouting the loudest, then turned to her companion Haozi. Does Zhenggu know how to surf? I am not certain, Haozi replied. Zhenggu, like us, is rather financially constrained. I have never heard him mention surfing. Could it be that he is merely putting on a facade? No sooner had Haozi spoken than a massive wave surged forth from the sea, and Fu Zheng suddenly vanished from sight. To this sight, Luo Caimei felt her heart constrict with unease. Chapter 52. Upholding male virtue. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second elongating into eternity. Just as Luo Caimei feared that Fu Zheng might be engulfed by the monstrous wave, that rebellious silhouette burst forth from the depths like a bolt of lightning. He stood firmly on the surfboard, his form as agile as a cheetah, racing across the waves with a display of both power and grace. At times he soared high, at others he grazed the heavens, and with swift turns, he left behind elegant arcs. The waves beneath him appeared tamed, obediently carrying him forth. His damp black hair billowed in the wind, and his strikingly handsome, untamed visage wore an air of nonchalance. He exuded an aura of audacious confidence, as if he were the sovereign of the sea, radiating charisma and brilliance. Luo Caimei was enveloped by the frenzied screams of the girls around her, particularly the one who had asked Fu Zheng for his contact information. Her face flushed and her eyes shimmering with admiration and infatuation, as if the boy surfing the waves were her hero. Watching the girl nearly swooning with excitement, Luo Caimei could only shake her head in resignation. This charming lad truly incited a sense of rivalry within her. Goodness, Zhenggu is incredibly cool.
But when did he learn to surf? Haozi exclaimed in disbelief that if he possesses such skills, wouldn't the girls be falling at his feet? Zhang Ji's family has fallen on hard times. Perhaps he learned before their downfall. Zhou Ziang remarked with admiration, acknowledging their dormitory's elder brother. Aside from his financial struggles, he excels in every other regard. Fu Zhang's surfing prowess rivaled that of a professional, and he emerged victorious, claiming first place. The young girl led Fu Zhang to collect his prize, among which was a rose gold anklet that immediately captured his attention. The delicate chain was exquisitely crafted, adorned with several small bells made of pure gold, gleaming beautifully. I want this one. The young girl felt her heart race as Fu Zhang chose the anklet as his prize, envisioning it adorning her own ankle, a tantalizing and forbidden thought. With so many prizes available, his choice indicated a hint of his hidden desires. Handsome, this is quite embarrassing, but if you were to gift it to me. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Zhang casually shoved the anklet into his pocket. He had no intention of giving it to her. Watching the boy walk away, the girl hurried after him. Handsome, would you like to go to the bar together tonight? Luo Caimei stood not far away, her heart clawed at by the girl's invitation to Fu Zhang. If her annoying little brother agreed, she would no longer pursue him. After all, it was rather disheartening to continually offer warmth only to receive indifference in return, leading her to doubt her own allure. However, as Luo Caimei beheld the youth's drenched form, his clothing clinging to his skin, the contours of his sculpted chest and abdomen subtly revealed, she felt a twinge of reluctance and a flutter of emotions within her. Indeed, that which eludes us is often the most alluring. The young girl gazed at his aloof and indifferent silhouette, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in her eyes. Darling, why don't you chase after him? Can you really withstand the temptation of the drenched Fu Xiaoqiao? Xia Zhiwan approached Luo Caimei, gently nudging her with her elbow. Observing Fu Zhang's narrow waist and well-defined backside, Luo Caimei found herself itching with anticipation, her heart racing. He is, after all, 3 years my junior, a mere little brother, but I find his thoughts quite inscrutable. Xia Zhiwan shot a glance at Luo Caimei, unable to suppress a laugh. I can see it now. He is undoubtedly a master at this game. He is toying with you, seeking to keep you hanging. Luo Caimei retorted, Darling, you must not falter. When dealing with such a scheming, cunning boy, you must confront him head on. Luo Caimei's cheeks flushed crimson. Wan, I never imagined you to be so fierce. Xia Zhiwan laughed heartily. What is there to fear? We are all in this together, Luo Caimei replied with a hint of profundity. I think I shall observe the situation a bit longer. I fear I might become merely a fish in his pond. If he flirts with other girls, I shall gracefully withdraw. After all, there are countless men in this world. If one doesn't work out, we shall simply find another. Xia Zhiwan lifted her chin, pointing towards the mixed-race handsome boy strumming a guitar. I noticed him stealing glances at you earlier. He likely has an interest. Luo Caimei coughed lightly. I am only intrigued by those of pure dragon lineage. Half an hour later, Fu Zhang emerged from the villa after his shower. He donned a Versace summer ensemble, a short-sleeved shirt dominated by bold and vibrant hues of blue, adorned with unique patterns reminiscent of the undulating summer ocean intertwined with tropical flora, the fabric light and breathable. He left the collar of his shirt slightly unbuttoned, revealing his alluring collarbone, exuding a wild and untamed charm. His lower half was clad in simple white shorts, elegantly outlining his long and powerful legs. Wow! When did Zhang Gu acquire such flamboyant attire? He looks incredibly stylish. Zhou Ziang remarked upon hearing Haozi's words, glancing at Fu Zhang. With his looks and height, he could probably pull off a nylon bag. Luo Caimei's eyes sparkled at Fu Zhang's outfit. Wasn't that the very attire she had purchased for her younger brother earlier that afternoon? She had thought he would never wear it. He truly looked delightful in it. Noticing Luo Caimei's expression, Xia Zhiwan couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't there countless men in the world? If one doesn't work out, we shall simply find another. Yet the way you gaze at Fu Xiaoqiao now seems as if you wish to pin him down and make him cry out. Are you not afraid of becoming just another fish in his pond? Luo Caimei's lips curled into a smile. To traverse this world, one must indeed savor its myriad flavors. Xia Zhiwan quipped, a capricious woman. When Fu Zhang approached, not only did Luo Caimei's gaze brighten, but so did that of the young girl. Luo Caimei observed the girl's expression slowly dimming, and she cast a glance in her direction. The gaze she cast was one of scrutiny, assessment, and a hint of reluctant defiance. Ultimately, the girl departed. Luo Caimei subtly surmised the truth. Most likely Fu Zhang had rejected her and used her as a shield. Instantly, joy blossomed within Luo Caimei's heart. Good brother. He has finally upheld the virtue of masculinity. Wan, I have come to comprehend the profound truth behind that saying I encountered on Do Baba. Xia Zhiwan, puzzled, inquired, what saying? Luo Caimei smirked alluringly, stating, to read for the rise of China, and to strive for my broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted brother. Oh my. A brother who adheres to the principles of masculinity is truly intoxicating. Luo Caimei felt invigorated with renewed determination. Chapter 53. Call me sister. After the barbecue, everyone frolicked by the seaside, playing in the water and setting off fireworks, experiencing pure joy. As the clock approached 10, Zhou Jing proposed that they all gather at the villa to watch a horror movie. The music party hosted by the handsome mixed-blood gentleman had also concluded, and he approached, inviting Luo Caimei to join him for drinks at the bar. The gazes of Haozi and the others instantly fixated on Luo Caimei. She noticed Fu Zhang's languid eyes also drifting in her direction. Given that her brother was so committed to his principles, she felt it was only right for her to uphold her own femininity. Politely, she declined the mixed-blood gentleman's invitation, and as he departed, a look of disappointment crossed his face. The beautiful elder sister rejected even such a handsome mixed-blood gentleman. It seemed I have no hope whatsoever. Haozi lamented. Zhou Jing rolled his eyes. Did you really think you stood a chance? He then glanced at the Versace attire Fu Zhang was wearing, adding, did you not see how Caimei gifted Zhenggu a suit worth several tens of thousands? It's clear she intends to pursue him. Dream on if you think you have a chance. Is it too late for me to transform into Zhang Ji's likeness? Haozi asked. Zhou Jing chuckled. The beautiful elder sister prefers the original. Haozi glared at Fu Zhang's tall and handsome silhouette, exclaiming, though heaven bestowed upon Zhenggu enviable looks, I have since lost my loyalty to him. I find myself enviously dreaming of possessing his soul. Haozi shrank his neck, muttering, perhaps it's best to abandon that thought. I have not yet lived enough that I shall continue to endure with this unattractive face. Spiraling into madness and crawling in darkness. Having known Fu Zhang for nearly 3 years, Haozi understood he was merely a master of idle chatter. Should it come to action, he would shrink back like a timid child. Xiao Bai and I have work-related matters to discuss. We shall forego the horror film, Xia Zhuan announced. Luo Caimei yawned. To be honest, she held little interest in horror films as she was about to voice her thoughts. Haozi, who had just been kicked by Fu Zhang, suddenly stepped forward saying, beautiful elder sister, are you perhaps afraid of watching horror films? Luo Caimei prided herself on embodying the persona of a beautiful and audacious queen. She feared neither heaven nor earth, so how could she possibly fear a horror film? What nonsense are you spouting? I fear nothing. Then join us for the movie. Isn't visiting the island about relaxation and seeking thrills? Haozi urged Luo Caimei, casting a sly glance at Fu Zhang, who stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, exuding a languid and arrogant demeanor that was irresistibly alluring. Suddenly changed her mind. All right then, let us go watch the horror film together. A group of individuals made their way to the villa of Fu Zhang and his companions to indulge in a horror film, including Luo Caimei and some colleagues from the company. There were nearly 10 people in total. Haozi and Zhou Jing selected a movie titled Red Wedding Dress. To be frank, Luo Caimei was not particularly frightened by Western horror films, yet the Eastern variety sent a chill down her spine. Haozi drew the curtains and turned off the lights, plunging the villa's living room into a shroud of darkness. A few girls from the studio, both timid and eager to watch, huddled together. Haozi and Zhou Jing nestled closely as well. The only ones without companions for comfort on the sofa were Luo Caimei and Fu Zhang as the boss. Luo Caimei felt it imperative not to reveal her inner trepidation in front of her employees. As the film commenced, ominous music filled the air, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Luo Caimei leaned into the corner of the sofa, a cushion resting on her lap that she appeared to hold casually. Yet her fingertips clutched the fabric tightly. When an ancient embroidered shoe appeared on the screen, her heart seized momentarily. The shoe lay quietly in a corner, its intricate and eerie embroidery captivating her attention. When suddenly, a ghostly figure clad in a red wedding dress, with a pallid complexion and tear-streaked eyes, emerged. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the female employees. Luo Caimei was similarly startled, instinctively gripping her cushion tighter. Fu Zhang displayed little interest in the horror film. The terrifying images on the screen failed to unsettle him. Leaning languidly against the back of the sofa, his gaze drifted lazily toward the woman sitting alone in the corner. She had her long hair loosely pinned with a hairpin, stray strands framing her face, and her focus was intense, her long dark eyelashes casting shadows on her cheeks. Upon closer inspection, however, he noticed something amiss. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her delicate features tense, and under the ghostly blue light cast by the screen, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Was she afraid? Nearby, Haozi was ensnared in a mix of anxiety and fear. Clutching Zhou Jing tightly, he lifted his head from Zhou Jing's arm and asked, Zhenggu, where are you going? To the restroom, Fu Zhang replied. Haozi admired Fu Zhang's bravery. After all, the ghostly figure in the red dress had just committed murder in the restroom. Yet he dared to venture there with long strides. Fu Zhang headed toward the lavatory. As the film grew increasingly terrifying, Luo Caimei felt her resolve wavering. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was engrossed in the movie's suspense, she quietly set down her cushion and slipped away as Fu Jing washed his face and prepared to exit the restroom. A slender, graceful figure unexpectedly approached, reaching out her hands to push him back inside. With a faint sound, the restroom door was locked from the inside. Luo Caimei moved closer to the tall, laid-back young man. He regarded her with a relaxed, impudent gaze, leaning back until he was pressed against the tiled wall. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips, and he teased, "What are you up to, sister? Planning to take charge here? Aren't you afraid of what the others might think?" Luo Caimei's lips curved slightly as she gazed at the strikingly handsome young man before her. Swallowing hard, what was there to fear? They were all engrossed in the movie and would not come here anytime soon. Just then, as if realizing something, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. "What did you just call me?" Had he truly referred to her as sister? Oh my, it seems that the mischievous little brother has called her sister for the very first time. Unfortunately, she did not pay close attention just moments ago and yearns to hear it once more. "Would you be so kind as to call out sister again for me to savor?" Chapter 54. The brother's teasing, utterly captivating. Did I? Fu Jing lazily quirked his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance that bordered on charmingly rogue. Truly a captivating enigma. Luo Caimei felt her heartstrings tugged by him, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent. This lad was far from ordinary as she gazed upon his strikingly handsome visage, sculpted as if by a master artist. She delicately licked her lips, the subtle upward tilt of her tear mole at the corner of her eye accentuating her allure. "Sister is asking for your WeChat. You let that beach beauty from the afternoon add you without hesitation?" As she spoke, she extended her hand towards him, demanding to see his phone and WeChat. Fu Jing wore a half smile. "What, are you investigating me?" Luo Caimei raised her chin defiantly. "Indeed, will you permit me to check?" If he had indeed added her, she would ensure he regretted it. Within his pocket, she longed to retrieve it herself. Was it merely her imagination, or was the little brother subtly flirting with her? Luo Caimei lifted her long lashes to meet his gaze, his eyes as dark and alluring as obsidian, seemingly fathomless and irresistibly magnetic. A playful smirk danced upon his lips, reminiscent of a roguish libertine. She felt a profound realization wash over her. She had been ensnared by his charm. As she reached out, intent on delving into his pocket, her fingers were suddenly grasped by him. His grip was firm, and despite her attempt to push him away, he remained immovable. A wave of shock coursed through her. She was no ordinary woman, typically unmatched by the average man. Yet, in that moment, he had stood steadfast. 2 months prior, when they had clashed at the hospital entrance, she had attempted to strike him, only for him to deftly evade her punch, revealing his superior skills. How many talents had he acquired before his family's downfall? Piano playing, espionage, surfing, self-defense. He seemed to possess an abundance of abilities. This young man was a riddle wrapped in a mystery. Igniting her curiosity even further, he did not relinquish her hand, and she felt a slight warmth emanating from his fingertips. Locking eyes with him, she noticed his habitual air of indifference, his dark depths concealing inscrutable intentions. Luo Caimei realized that if he did not let go, escaping his hold would prove quite the challenge, which irked her immensely. Her pursuit of this younger brother was driven by a desire to maintain control. If she were to lose that power, she would rather not pursue him at all. After the divorce, she had indeed developed an interest in him. After all, who could resist a handsome, athletic, and academically gifted young man? Yet, his consistent aloofness frustrated her, and his firm grip only heightened her irritation. Sister preferred a brother who was sensible, obedient, and aware of boundaries. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a smile, but her beautiful eyes betrayed no mirth, instead revealing a hint of coldness. "If you continue like this, sister will." Before she could finish her thought, he raised an eyebrow, interrupting her. "Are you going to find another fish to keep in the pond?" Then, before Luo Caimei could respond, she heard him remark, "Sister's affections are truly fleeting and cheap." Luo Caimei was so incensed she felt as though she might bleed from the mouth. What is so inexpensive about her affection? She has only gifted him a watch worth 5 million and clothing worth several tens of thousands. If I may say so. My sister's fingers are nearly crushed by your grip, and yet you still blame her affection for being fleeting and cheap. Upon hearing this, he released her fingers. Her delicate, fair skin flushed a shade of red where his grip had tightened. "Is my sister going to surrender?" he asked softly. Luo Caimei rubbed her fingers, her previously frosty heart now thrown into disarray by his repeated address of sister. This fellow, were he in ancient times, would undoubtedly be a source of calamity. "If you call me sister once more, I shall reveal my secret." A hint of playfulness glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Originally not expecting him to comply, given his arrogant and unpredictable nature. Yet, the very next moment she heard him utter "sister." His voice was cool, laced with a husky undertone,
exuding a youthful charm that was both refreshing and alluring. It was dangerously enchanting. How could anyone withstand such allure? Luo Caimei found herself utterly defeated. Even if he were to add the young beauty outside on WeChat, she would no longer mind. After all, as an elder sister, she ought to be magnanimous, tolerant, and considerate. That an elder sister would never give up, unless her younger brother explicitly told her he had a girlfriend or someone he fancied. The young man lazily replied, "Not at the moment." Luo Caimei's red lips curled into a smile. "Then why did you give your WeChat to that young beauty?" Fu Zheng pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Luo Caimei while he looked on. A surge of joy filled Luo Caimei's heart. She had not anticipated that their relationship would progress this evening. His willingness to let her see his WeChat indicated that she held a significant place in his heart. After all, WeChat pertains to personal privacy, and even the closest of relationships do not easily breach that invisible boundary. Initially, Luo Caimei intended to check Fu Zheng's WeChat, but upon reflection, she returned the phone to him. "Since you've called me sister, I trust you are not the type to deceive your sister. If you are not interested in that young beauty, then do remove her." Although he was younger, he towered over her, giving him a distinct advantage in height. Faced with his sudden closeness, Luo Caimei remained still, meeting his dark gaze with her own. As their eyes locked, the already confined space seemed to constrict even further. The atmosphere grew charged with ambiguity. Luo Caimei could distinctly smell his fresh, clean scent, the very aroma she adored. With a hand not holding the phone, Fu Zheng tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, his cool fingertips brushing her ear ever so lightly, causing her senses to heighten as a shiver coursed through her body. It was utterly overwhelming, but that was not all. He leaned closer and, in a low, husky voice, asked, "What about sister? The handsome mixed blood is flirting with you. Shall we sing together?" His warm breath brushed against her ear, as if countless feathers grazed her skin, rendering Luo Caimei almost weak at the knees. The young brother's active flirtation exuded a wild, untamed male energy, brimming with allure and tension. She turned her head to gaze at him, her beautiful eyes becoming misty as they fixated on his subtly sliding, alluring Adam's apple. The mixed-race handsome man failed to capture her sister's attention. All she wished was to light up the stage for him. The insufferable younger brother had now become her heartthrob, and she longed to press the button until it broke. Chapter 55. Fingers interlocked. Fu Zheng was strikingly handsome, with an enviable physique and a character that was both cocky and infuriating, stirring deep emotions within Luo Caimei. Had he been overly compliant, perhaps she would not have been so entranced. After days of interaction, her feelings had become undeniably clear. She craved his body. "Have you given any thought to your sister's previous suggestion?" Fu Zheng leaned against the wall, his demeanor returning to its usual nonchalant self, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. What suggestion? Luo Caimei knew he was feigning ignorance. As a top student in computer science with an exceptionally high IQ, how could he not grasp the implications of her words? She chose not to dwell on his antics, raising her crimson lips with a teasing smile. "How much did the wealthy sister who kept you in the pond offer you last time?" Fu Zheng slightly narrowed his dark, elongated eyes, a chuckle escaping his lips, laced with a hint of mischief. "As my sister suggesting she wants to support me?" Luo Caimei met his playful gaze, nodding in affirmation. However, her sister was still in the early stages of her entrepreneurial journey, so the amount offered would certainly not match that of her sister. "For now, let us say 2 million a month. And if we ever part ways, how about I transfer a 10 million apartment in the city center to you?" As she spoke these words, a twinge of guilt crept in. After all, Sister Chu Han had gifted him a luxury car worth millions right from the start, and he had not accepted it. Upon hearing her words, Fu Zheng's handsome, rebellious face grew notably cold and stern. Before anything had even begun, she was already contemplating an end. Noticing the darkening hue in his eyes, which hinted at displeasure, Luo Caimei quickly added, "Once my sister starts making money, I will certainly raise the offer. How does that sound?" Fu Zheng pressed his pale pink lips together, a half-smile playing on his face. "And what if I refuse?" Luo Caimei had anticipated this possibility. After a moment of silence, she replied with a radiant smile, "Of course, I would never force you. A handsome younger brother is meant to be cherished, not coerced. Naturally, she would not waste any more time on him." Fu Zheng gazed deeply into her beautiful eyes, as if he could see through to her innermost thoughts. He raised an eyebrow, suggesting that his sister seemed rather insincere. Luo Caimei was quite candid. In today's world, a purely physical connection was already commendable. Without giving Fu Zheng the chance to respond, she stepped closer, the distance between them diminishing until their bodies nearly pressed together. She tilted her head to look at him, her gaze traveling from his pale, alluring Adam's apple upward, ultimately resting on his exquisitely sculpted face. "What exactly do you think?" He accepted her gifts of a watch and clothing,
accompanied her on shopping excursions and even flirted with her in the restroom. Didn't that imply he felt at least a modicum of interest? As she fixed her captivating gaze upon him, her daring hand reached for his. Taking a deep breath, she grasped his long fingers, intertwining them as they locked together high in the confined space. Their eyes met, weaving an intricate tapestry of connection. 10 fingers intertwined tightly. His fingertips were slightly cool, yet imbued with a disquieting sense of strength. She felt the faint calluses on his fingertips, perhaps a testament to his training in self-defense. The moment their palms met, a tingling current surged from her fingertips, coursing through her entire being. Though she had been with Shan Qingyan for 2 years, having never exchanged kisses or shared a bed, they had experienced hand-holding and embraces. She recalled the first time Shan Qingyan held her hand. Her heart had remained utterly unperturbed. She believed she would never again experience that heart-fluttering and tingling sensation associated with holding a man's hand. Yet now Fu Xiaogo had awakened those feelings within her. What a treasure of a younger brother he was, capable of making her heart race and her mind swirl with infatuation. However, she soon realized that her palms were damp with perspiration. After all, it was her first flirtation with a younger man, and she felt overly anxious and inexperienced. Luo Caimei's heart skipped a beat. Fu Zheng's eyebrows arched playfully, his handsome visage appearing wild and untamed under the dim light. A mischievous smirk gracing his lips. Sister's face is quite flushed. Luo Caimei noticed a hint of mockery and teasing in the depths of his youthful gaze. Before she could respond, she heard him utter, "Sister isn't shy, is she?" Luo Caimei, oh dear. He was actually teasing her in return. With a daring spirit, she reached out with her other hand to caress his chest, thinking, who is shy? If the younger brother desires something more thrilling, why not indulge in it now? Before Luo Caimei could finish her thought, the restroom door was suddenly knocked upon from the outside. Haozi's anxious voice echoed from outside, "Zhenggu, have you fallen into the toilet? I'm about to burst, hurry out." Fu Zheng glanced at the woman whose fingers were brazenly exploring his chest. He released her hand and moved her offending hand away. His tone cooled. "I'm smoking, go upstairs." The upstairs is occupied by Zhou Xiang. "Emma, horror films are already frightening. If I get scared again, I might just wet myself." Not receiving a response from within, Haozi knocked a few more times. "Zhenggu, you aren't up to anything nefarious in there, are you? We're watching a horror film, not an adult one. You've been smoking for nearly half an hour. You aren't playing with little Zhenggu, are you?" Fu Zheng's expression darkened. "Ling Hao, do you want to die? Since you're not, why are you hogging the restroom for so long? Please come out. I'm begging you, Zhenggu. I'm squirming here. My legs are about to go numb." Hearing the urgency in Haozi's voice, Fu Zheng straightened up. All right. He maneuvered around Luo Caimei, preparing to open the door. She shot him an annoyed glare and whispered, "Aren't you afraid he'll see you?" Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, lazily scoffing, "What's there to fear? That he'll catch us in an affair?" Luo Caimei was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness. Have today's youngsters become so unabashed in their speech? She patiently explained, "My employee is still outside. If Haozi truly sees us in the restroom, with his boisterous nature, he will surely make a scene, and my employee will discover us." Fu Zheng casually tucked his hands into his pockets, leaning languidly against the wall with his tall frame. A smirk played on his lips, hinting at a smile that was yet to fully form. "Now you know fear, do you? You stealthily followed me to the restroom. But when you took advantage of me, where was your fear?" Luo Caimei gazed at his sensual crimson lips, and in a moment of impulsive fervor, she rose onto her toes and suddenly kissed him. Chapter 56. Progress at breakneck speed. Overwhelmed by anxiety and confusion, Luo Caimei intended to press her lips against his but inadvertently miscalculated, only grazing the corner of his mouth. Lacking experience and fueled by a surge of adrenaline, the result was her teeth inadvertently cutting his lip. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. A wave of despair washed over Luo Caimei. Oh no. Not only did she force a kiss upon her younger brother, but she had also injured him. As expected, in the next moment, he pushed her away. Fu Zheng lifted his long fingers to gently touch the slightly tender corner of his lip, his once fierce and cold gaze now deepening with a shadowy intensity. "Are you a dog?" "Fu Zheng. Zhenggu, are you hiding a woman in there? I think I heard a woman's voice just now. Which enchantress is it? Speak up." After muttering an oath, Haozi hurriedly fled the scene. Luo Caimei observed the inscrutable expression in Fu Zheng's eyes and sheepishly spoke, "I was impulsive just now. You haven't agreed yet, but I promise I won't act like that next time." Fu Zheng lightly licked the wound on his lip, perhaps a result of her bite, causing his lips to appear even more enticingly red. Suddenly Luo Caimei's mind conjured up 3 words. Male dodgy. This was untenable. She could no longer remain in such a confined space with him. Fearing she might completely lose control, "Think it over. I'll step outside for a moment." Fu Zheng's dark eyes bore into her. "What else?"
Do you wish to stay here and watch me use the restroom? Luo Caimei retorted, haven't you already been? Fu Zheng replied, I want to go again. Is that a problem? Luo Caimei found herself questioning whether there was something wrong with his health. But surely a young man shouldn't have such issues? I'm not so twisted as to want to watch my brother in the restroom. As she prepared to leave, she heard the boy remark, half in jest, even if you wanted to watch, you couldn't. After all, that thing is studded with diamonds. Luo Caimei stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Last time at the 4S shop while on the phone with Jiwan, she had complained about how difficult he was to pursue, jokingly referring to that thing as if it were studded with diamonds, only for him to overhear. After exiting the restroom, Luo Caimei refrained from returning to the living room to watch horror films. Darling, your face is flushed. Has there been any progress? She extended the hand that had touched her younger brother. Still seemingly imbued with his essence, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, I held his hand, and I even nibbled at the corner of his lips. Tonight we made remarkable progress, though he had yet to give her a clear answer. At this rate, winning over her younger brother was merely a matter of time. Recalling the moment he leaned close to whisper in her ear, his warm breath cascading over her, sent shivers through her body, leaving her legs weak. She rolled around in bed, enveloped in the blanket. The intoxicating scent of youthful male hormones radiating from him was utterly irresistible. Luo Caimei could hardly fathom that, after her divorce, indulging in the company of a younger man would bring her such profound joy. Xia Jiwan, influenced by Luo Caimei's exuberance, felt her lips involuntarily curve into a smile. It seemed imperative for her to amass wealth. One day, when she became a wealthy woman, she too would revel in the pleasures of pampering a younger companion. Upon emerging from the restroom, Fu Zheng glanced around the living room, but he could not find Luo Caimei. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from her. As he read the message, he pressed his pale pink lips tightly together and ascended the stairs. Entering the ensuite bathroom, he stood before the mirror. Noting the injury at the corner of his lip with a hand adorned by his watch, he lifted his phone and took a photograph in front of the mirror. After capturing the image, he opened a WeChat account under the name Z, blocked Luo Caimei and Yi Cheng's mutual classmates, and posted to his moments. Fu Zheng rarely updated his moments, yet whenever he did, his circle of friends in the capital would almost instantaneously like his posts. Jiang Yanqiu exclaimed, Wow Zhangge, you actually took a selfie in front of the mirror. When did you become so ostentatious? Fu Jin chimed in, Yanqiu Ge, don't you think my brother is showing off like a peacock? I suspect he's deliberately flaunting that watch. Fu Jin continued, but wait, on his coming-of-age ceremony, my uncle gifted him a custom-made watch worth 50 million, and he never wore it. Why is he sporting such a cheap watch now? In the context of the prestigious Fu family, 5 million was a trifling sum, almost laughable in its insignificance. As Fu Jin prepared to comment further, he realized he could no longer view his cousin's moments. He promptly sent Fu Zheng a private message. Bro, why did you suddenly block me? After sending the message, he discovered that Fu Zheng had even blacklisted him. Fu Jin was utterly bewildered. Had he inadvertently offended his brother? Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, Liu Yan was also observing Fu Zheng's moments. Liu Yan was the premier socialite of the capital, having been Fu Zheng's classmate in middle school, and thus she had his WeChat. Their relationship had once been amicable, but ever since their families had contemplated a union and arranged for them to meet, Fu Zheng's demeanor toward her had grown noticeably frigid. She could sense that he harbored no romantic feelings for her. He had always been aloof and indifferent, leaving her to wonder what kind of woman could possibly capture his interest. She did not believe there existed anyone more exceptional than herself. Wishing to avoid inciting his disdain, she had quietly kept tabs on him, setting his moments to a special watch list, so that she could see his updates as soon as he posted. While both Fu Zheng and Jiang Yanqiu had fixated on the watch, Liu Yan immediately noticed it as well, but her attention was drawn even more to the minuscule, barely perceptible wound at the corner of his mouth upon magnifying the photograph. As a woman with a keen and delicate sensibility, she quickly discerned that the injury did not resemble a mere scrape. It appeared to be a bite. A surge of vigilance and unease surged within her. Her heart racing uncontrollably as an inexplicable sense of panic began to unfurl from the depths of her being. Fu Zheng had undergone special forces training from a young age. Despite his youth, he possessed remarkable skills, and unless he was interested, no one could approach him. Could it be that a woman had entered his life who piqued his interest? Who could it be? She gently closed her eyes, striving to steady her breath before rising to head to the cloakroom to pack her belongings. She was bound for Yecheng University to seek him out. Chapter 57. The Sense of Shame. As Liu Yan descended the stairs, suitcase in hand, her mother emerged from the room and called out to her. Yenner, where are you going? Liu Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she presented her mother with a photo from Fu Zheng's social media. Mom, brother Jing might have a girlfriend. I need to go see for myself. She could not fathom that any woman could surpass her. Yen, brother Jing is still young. He wishes to enjoy life for a few more years. Let him be, but ultimately, the position of Mrs. Fu will only be bestowed upon you. Her mother reassured her. Liu Yen bit her lip with determination, yet uncertainty lingered. With her long lashes lowered, she fought back the bitterness within her and nodded. Mom, I understand. The night was equally restless. Her heart felt like it was being clawed at by a cat, compounded by the presence of Shan Qing. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze dark and brooding, his expression icy, fists clenched tightly. The mere thought of Luo Caimei spending his money to support the campus heartthrob of Yeda ignited a surge of unbridled fury within him. How could she have fallen so low as to seek out a toy boy, discarding her dignity? What infuriated Shen Qingyan further was the fact that in their divorce, he had suffered a total defeat. His mother imprisoned, his grandfather allowing his uncle to usurp his position as CEO, and his infidelity had become fodder for gossip among the elite of Yeqing. All of this was orchestrated by Luo Caimei. He had assumed that after their divorce, she would become a shadow of her former self, frail and despondent, unable to recover without the protection of the Shen family. Yet, upon seeing her today, she radiated vitality, her beauty vibrant and alluring, exuding confidence and charm. She even affectionately called that impoverished young man baby. Throughout their 2-year marriage, she had never once referred to him as such. This revelation struck a devastating blow to Shan Qingyan's pride. Ning Xuejian emerged from the bathroom after her shower, draped in a silk, sultry nightgown, her face free of makeup, hair damp. As she approached Shan Qingyan from behind, she extended her delicate, pale hand and embraced him. Uncle, are you troubled by financial matters? Shuer would never disdain you for lacking wealth. As long as I can be with you, I would willingly beg on the streets. Ning Xuejian understood that Shan Qingyan's financial hardships were merely temporary. Even if he could not reclaim the position of CEO at Shan's, the shares he held would yield a substantial dividend by year's end. Moreover, with Shan Qingyan's ambition and capability, she was confident he would ultimately reclaim his rightful place as CEO of Shan's. With her soft hand slipping into Shan Qingyan's shirt, she caressed his abdomen. Uncle, it has been a long time since you have touched Shuer. Do you not desire it? Ever since the police had barged into the hotel, the aftermath had seemingly diminished his interest in such matters. Could it be that Luo Caimei's words held truth, and he had indeed lost his prowess? Ning Xuejian, possessing an insatiable desire, could not endure prolonged abstinence. She was adept at igniting the flames of passion within Shan Qingyan, and soon his breath grew heavy. He grasped her mischief-making hand, his voice hoarse. You are pregnant. Grandfather places great importance on the child within you. We cannot. Before he could finish, Ning Xuejian suddenly unfastened his belt. She circled to face him, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with desire as she gazed into his. Uncle, I can assist you in other ways. She reached for his waistband. However, in the next moment, she felt her hand grasped by Shan Qingyan. It was getting late. You should rest early. Shan Qingyan turned and made his way towards the bathroom. Ning Xuejian stared in disbelief at Shan Qingyan's retreating figure, her delicate lips biting down firmly. In the past, a mere tease from her would send him into a flurry of desire. Could it be that he was genuinely incapable now? She could tolerate his temporary financial struggles, but she could not endure the absence of intimacy. Just as Ning Xuejian was about to follow Shan Qingyan into the bathroom, her phone chimed with a new message. She opened it to find a few photos sent from an unfamiliar number. The instant she saw the images, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Rather than lamenting her lack of intimacy, her foremost desire was to make Luo Caimei, who had humiliated her and tarnished her reputation, taste the bitterness of public scorn. The person who sent the photos likely shared her disdain for Luo Caimei. If she were to make the photos public, it would reveal to Shen Yi and others that Luo Caimei was the one who had betrayed her marriage. A true vixen. Luo Caimei, just wait. I am about to strike back. After a refreshing slumber, Luo Caimei opened her eyes, her body brimming with vitality. She ventured next door to summon Xiaojiwan to join her for breakfast. My aunt has suddenly come early and doesn't wish to eat. When you all set sail, I will sit this one out. Xiaojiwan rubbed her slightly discomfort stomach. Luo Caimei promptly called the hotel staff to bring over some brown sugar water and a hot water bottle. Once the items arrived, she placed the hot water bottle on Xiaojiwan's belly. You should rest a bit longer. I will have someone bring food later. Xiaojiwan nodded. Enjoy yourselves. I hope you make significant progress with the school prince today. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a smile. I hope he agrees to a French kiss today. Xiaojiwan chuckled at Luo Caimei's words. A French kiss? Do you even know how? As far as I know, you haven't given away your first kiss yet. Don't let the younger brother underestimate you. As she spoke, Xiaojiwan shared her treasured yellow video with Luo Caimei. Make sure to study well. Goodness, I never imagined you could be so daring, Wan Wan. Xiaojuan yawned. What woman doesn't he have desires? Without a wallet to support a younger brother, I can only quench my thirst through films. After breakfast, the group set off for a day of sailing. Luo Caimei had reserved a luxurious two-deck yacht, adorning herself in a bohemian-style sundress, with a wide-brimmed hat atop her head and black sunglasses perched on her prominent nose. Under the bright sun, she refrained from flirting with the younger brother in front of the staff, maintaining an air of decorum as they made their way to the yacht. Fu Zheng, Haozi and Zhou Ziang followed behind her. Haozi and Zhou Ziang were interrogating Fu Zheng about the injury on his lip. Haozi, brother Zheng, please don't tell me it was a mosquito bite. Mosquitoes don't have that kind of power. Your lip is split. It must have been some female vixen that bit you. Fu Zheng glanced at the alluring woman ahead, a smirk playing at his lips. It was indeed a vixen who bit me. Who is it? Haozi exclaimed, bouncing around like a lively creature. Fu Zheng lazily raised an eyebrow. 1,000 to my WeChat. Haozi, why? Aren't we supposed to pay for gossip? Haozi, in a fit of anger, scurried away like a pufferfish. Upon arriving at the yacht, Luo Caimei noticed Fu Zheng and Haozi preparing to go deep-sea fishing. She found a secluded corner, donned her Bluetooth headset, and clandestinely watched the short video that Xiaojuan had shared with her. Before her brother agreed to her request, she felt it necessary to study the content thoroughly. After all, if her brother discovered that she was still inexperienced in kissing, it would surely be quite embarrassing. The provocative scenes in the adult video caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. My goodness, there are so many ways to play around with this. In the video, the male and female leads exchanged kisses while standing and sitting, first clockwise, then counterclockwise. Luo Caimei's imagination ran wild with images of herself and her brother in various kissing poses, and even the typically brazen her felt a wave of shame wash over her. These videos were truly overwhelming. How could they be so addictive, making one yearn to learn more? Just as she was engrossed in the video, someone suddenly snatched the left earbud from her ear. Startled, she looked up to see a youth inserting her earbud into his own ear, just as a woman's sultry moan echoed from her right earbud. Chapter 58. Take the initiative to comfort. The atmosphere turned palpably quiet. Luo Caimei's heart leapt into her throat. In a flurry, she exited the video interface and locked her phone, striving to maintain a semblance of composure. She was uncertain whether Fu Zheng had seen the video, but he undoubtedly heard the woman's suggestive gasps. Oh dear, how embarrassing! A rare blush crept across Luo Caimei's cheeks as her long lashes fluttered, hardly daring to meet Fu Zheng's gaze after an indeterminate time. She heard Fu Zheng's cold voice break the silence. Was it enjoyable? Luo Caimei cleared her throat, firmly closing her eyes for a moment before lifting her lashes to meet Fu Zheng's gaze. You must listen to my defense. No, I mean allow me to explain. Fu Zheng's strikingly handsome features were taut, and his dark, narrow eyes glimmered with an icy chill. What is there to explain? I saw you engrossed in it. Without waiting for Luo Caimei to respond, the youth turned on his heel and strode away. Watching his tall, slender figure retreat, Luo Caimei distinctly sensed his anger. Oh no. Their relationship had only just begun to warm up. Could it possibly plummet to an icy low? Yet she was the one who had been caught sneaking a peek at the video. Shouldn't she be the one feeling angry and embarrassed? How could he be upset? As an older sister, it was her duty to soothe her younger brother when he was upset. Once the heat on her cheeks began to subside, Luo Caimei poured 2 glasses of champagne and headed towards the direction where Fu Zheng was fishing. Just as she was about to approach him, he turned and walked away in another direction, clearly unwilling to engage with her. TSK, he certainly had a temper. Luo Caimei refrained from chasing after him, leaning lazily against the railing, prepared to drink both glasses of champagne herself. At that moment, Shi Yubai approached. President Luo. Shi Yubai was an entirely different type from Fu Zheng. He was elegant and poised, exuding an air of aloofness, though he appeared distant. Within him lay a sensitive and insecure soul in need of protection. Shi Yubai looked at Luo Caimei with gratitude in his eyes, nodding obediently. Rest assured, President Luo, I will not disappoint you or Sister Jiwan. He had once been mired in despair, unable to see any glimmer of hope, surrounded by individuals who, apart from Sister Jiwan, were filled with malice towards him. In his moments of utmost despair and helplessness, it was Mr. Luo who appeared like a brilliant ray of light, illuminating his darkened world. Luo Caimei, with a slight curve of her crimson lips, clinked her glass against his and said, I believe in you. After finishing their drinks, the two leaned against the railing, engaging in a lengthy discussion about the future development and planning for Shi Yubai. On the other hand, Fu Zheng had been reeling in several fish one after another. While Haozi had caught none, he let out a series of frustrated howls, lamenting, what sin did I commit in my past life? Not only am I lacking in looks, but even my fishing skills are utterly eclipsed by Brother Zheng. The female colleagues from the Beauty Sister studio gathered around Brother Zheng. How he longed to be the center of attention. Zhou Ziang, without mercy, delivered a cutting remark. What are you howling about? Your status is worlds apart from brother Jing's. He the campus heartthrob at Yi University while you're just a grassroots figure. Haozi shot Zhou Ziang a glare and retorted, come on brother, don't mock the second brother. With your intellect, even the National Anti-Fraud Center couldn't save you from being a fool. Zhou Ziang sprang up, exclaiming, Ling Hao, I swear I'll knock you out. Fu Zheng glanced at the two who were constantly bickering, then set down his fishing rod and rose to leave. Not far from the spot, he spotted Luo Caimei and Shi Yubai, laughing and chatting as they leaned against the railing. Luo Caimei was adorned in a bohemian-style spaghetti strap dress, her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, black sunglasses perched atop her head. The sea breeze danced through her silky hair, while her red lips curved into a captivating smile, radiating beauty and allure. Beside her, Shi Yubai listened intently, his slender phoenix-like eyes fixed on her with admiration. She resembled a luminary, the most resplendent presence, no matter where she was. After completing their work-related conversation, Luo Caimei cast a glance toward Fu Zheng. A few younger girls from the company were gathered around him, chattering animatedly about something. Luo Caimei approached them. Sister, do you know how to see fish? I've been at it for ages and haven't caught a single one, while brother Zheng is nearing a bucket full. Haozi cast a pleading look at Luo Caimei. With a smile she nodded, I do. Would you like me to help you catch some? That would be wonderful, exclaimed Haozi, rising from his seat to make way for Luo Caimei. Luo Caimei turned to Fu Zheng and suggested, how about a fishing competition between us? The loser agrees to fulfill one request from the winner. What do you think? Fu Zheng lifted his eyelids, casting a vague glance at Luo Caimei. His expression nonchalant, boring. He stood up, signaling Zhou Ziang to take over the fishing. Watching Fu Zheng prepare to leave as soon as Zhou Ziang approached, Luo Caimei couldn't shake a sense of discomfort. What crime had she committed by merely watching a little adult film? Was it necessary for him to be this angry? She refused to believe he had never indulged in such things before. Most teenage boys surely had their moments of curiosity. After half an hour of fishing, Luo Caimei grew restless. She handed the fishing rod back to Haozi and set off in search of Fu Zheng. After a brief exploration around the yacht, she finally found him nestled in a quiet corner on the second floor. He had his hands behind his head, eyes closed, his profile serene, resembling someone asleep. Luo Caimei approached and sat beside Fu Zheng, their legs close together, her skirt brushing against his finely sculpted ankle. Fu Zheng opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at her, his tone indifferent. What do you want? Luo Caimei observed the tension in his profile, which exuded both arrogance and aloofness. She leaned closer, her delicate face just inches from his handsome visage, and inquired, Dear brother, what exactly has you agitated? You abruptly snatched away my headphones, and I haven't even expressed my annoyance yet. It was incredibly embarrassing for her to have him witness her secretly watching that kind of film. Fu Zheng pressed his pale pink lips together tightly. Unwilling to engage with her, he shifted slightly to the side. Yet the woman beside him mirrored his movement. The soft fabric of her skirt brushed against his ankle, sending a slight shiver through him. If you don't clarify things with me, I won't let you leave today, she declared in a commanding tone reminiscent of a queen from a drama. Seeing her determination to uncover the truth, Fu Zheng replied with a nonchalant tone tinged with mischief, Those naked men in the video, are they not quite attractive? In an instant Luo Caimei comprehended why her brother was upset and avoiding her. Ah, how amusing. It turns out he was bothered by her watching other naked men. Chapter 59, confirming the relationship of support. His discomfort over her viewing other naked men indicated what? It suggested that he had developed a sense of possessiveness towards her. More importantly, it revealed that he was not as indifferent as he pretended to be. The effort to entice her brother was bearing fruit, and Luo Caimei felt as if her heart were blooming with joy. She smiled sweetly. Of course, it's not that you don't look good, dear brother. A mischievous grin appeared on Fu Zheng's face. Oh really? Have you seen me? Luo Caimei glanced at his physique, remarking, Though you haven't bared it all for me, your height is imposing, and with that high nose and long fingers, you must be quite impressive. Fu Zheng detected the underlying implication in her words. You're rather audacious. Luo Caimei's smile widened. If I were concerned about modesty, how could I charm my brother? She reached out, playfully intertwining her fingers with his long, elegant ones. Undeterred, she pulled his hand closer again. I don't believe you've never watched films before. Fu Zheng regarded her with a scoff. Admittedly, many boys have seen such things, but I haven't. As for you, a woman watching films like that is rather shameless. Luo Caimei retorted, Why should I feel shame as a divorced woman? Besides, I was merely considering you, to ensure that once our relationship deepens you wouldn't think I'm inexperienced. Was it wrong to prepare in advance? Alright, I promise not to watch those things anymore. If one can't view films with explicit content, Surely perusing articles is permissible, right? Lowering her head, she toyed with his fingers, noticing the faint calluses that suggested he had endured considerable hardship. After your family went bankrupt, you must have done a lot of hard work. Haven to you? Fu Zheng responded with a casual hum. The calluses on his hands were the result of training in a special operations camp. A look of sympathy flickered in Luo Caimei's beautiful eyes. Don't worry, as long as you're with me, I promise to cherish you well. Before Fu Zheng could respond, Luo Caimei inquired again, have you made up your mind? Fu Zheng gazed at the enchanting woman before him, with her red lips and dark hair, and chuckled. It's only been one night. Luo Caimei gazed intently at him, her enchanting eyes unwavering. As one evening not enough? Even when I merely wish to watch a film, you become agitated. Could it be that you are already beginning to care? Fu Zheng observed the exquisite visage of the woman whose face was remarkably close to his as she spoke. His Adam's apple bobbing slightly. The way you look at me, it seems as though you wish to undress me, which frightens me. Luo Caimei slightly tempered the longing in her gaze, knowing that once he consented, it would only be a matter of time before she would indeed have him stripped bare. Stop dilly-dallying. Will you agree or not? Fu Zheng propped himself up with one hand behind him, appearing rather languid. Perhaps I could consider it. Hearing him finally relent, Luo Caimei's heart soared with joy. Then let it be as I previously proposed. I shall provide you with 2 million each month, and once I earn substantial wealth I shall grant you a raise. How does that sound? Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. It seems rather insufficient, making me appear quite cheap. Luo Caimei, compared to what Chu Han offered him, her terms were indeed modest. Yet that was all the capital she possessed at present. Anything more she could not afford. After all, her funds were also needed for her career. It wouldn't do to spend them solely on indulging a younger man, would it? How about this? If you wish to act or aspire to be a male model, I can introduce you to resources. I shall take not a single cent from what you earn. All of it shall be yours. How does that sound? He looked at her with dark, inscrutable eyes. Does sister treat everyone this well? Of course not, only you. What about sure you buy? Luo Caimei paused briefly, then responded with a smile. You two are not of the same ilk. He is someone whom I nurture for my career, while you belong solely to me, of a personal nature. Furthermore, the money I earn is for you to spend, whereas sure you buy's earnings will be split, with a portion going into my pocket. In other words, he works for you. Her words evidently pleased him, as the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. Luo Caimei seldom witnessed him smile in such a manner, the expression carrying a hint of rebelliousness and nonchalance, tempered with a touch of tenderness, as if it could melt all the world's ice. She fixated on his rosy lips, swallowing hard. Your lips are rather alluring. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. Luo Caimei, they must be quite kissable. Fu Zheng. Noticing his silence, Luo Caimei refrained from forcing a kiss. Her expression turned serious. Since you have agreed to let me support you, there are certain matters that must be addressed up front. Fu Zheng studied her stunning profile. You may speak. That I shall provide you with a luxurious apartment, a monthly allowance of 2 million and lavish gifts, but I expect that during the duration of our relationship, you shall not flirt with other wealthy women. Fu Zheng smirked. I'm not so morally deficient. Luo Caimei nodded in satisfaction. When I require your presence, you must be readily available. You must maintain your current image and demeanor, pay attention to your personal cultivation and health, adhere to my arrangements and requests, and refrain from making excessive or unethical demands. That I in public, you must uphold my image and reputation. Fu Zheng's handsome features tightened, revealing a hint of sharpness and coldness. Is there more? These words seemed to emanate from the depths of his throat. If, during the course of our relationship, you find yourself enamored with another woman, or if I develop feelings for another man, either party may promptly call it off, and the other shall not engage in unwarranted entanglement. As Fu Zheng listened, his handsome face grew increasingly frosty, and he let out a scoff, remarking on the extent of her demands. Luo Caimei smiled charmingly, her lips curling into a delightful grin, asserting that before formalizing our relationship, certain matters must be clarified to avoid future complications. Rest assured, in the times to come, I shall indulge you as much as possible, having endured a failed marriage that nearly cost her life. She acknowledged her current selfishness, prioritizing her own feelings above all else. She did not wish to deceive the younger man, understanding that he was an adult. If he were to decline her proposal, she would not press the matter further. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Fu Zheng narrowed his dark, elongated eyes, feeling a mix of emotions at being treated as a kept man for the first time. Yet, he knew that a direct refusal might drive this woman away. Maintaining an inscrutable expression, he remained aloof, declaring, I have but one condition. During this period, you must not engage in any ambiguous relations with other men. Nor may you keep other suitors, and certainly, you must not gaze upon the naked forms of other men.
Luo Caimei responded with a teasing "oh," and playfully winked at him, asking, "Then what about yours? May I see?" Chapter 60. Kiss him. Luo Caimei shot him a speechless glare, exclaiming that since he had agreed to be under her wing, he ought not to be overly reserved in this era of instant gratification. She could hardly bear to wait a year or more. Fu Zheng appeared torn between amusement and incredulity, questioning whether his sister was truly that desperate. Luo Caimei, undeterred by his teasing, retorted with a flirtatious smile, attributing her eagerness to his irresistible charm, asserting that were it another suitor, she would be oblivious to such desires. Fu Zheng had never encountered a woman quite like Luo Caimei. She was radiant, self-assured, forthright, and audacious. Her words, though blunt and candid, were not off-putting. Rather, they ensnared one's heart, leaving one in a state of longing and confusion. In the words of Haozi and Zhou Ziang, she was an undeniable enchantress. Yet Fu Zheng was acutely aware that to deal with such a woman, he could not allow her to have her way immediately. He needed to keep her intrigued, drawing her in little by little. "Since we have established our relationship, shall we begin with a kiss?" Luo Caimei said, her gaze fixed intently on him. Having gleaned some knowledge about kissing from a short video, she was eager to practice on her younger companion. Fu Zheng leaned back lazily, his expression inscrutable, neither affirming nor denying her proposition. His nonchalant demeanor only heightened Luo Caimei's anticipation. Not wishing to ask him a second time, she reminded herself of her position as the benefactor. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she leaned in closer, her eyes drawn to his exquisitely shaped lips, where a lazy, carefree smile danced at the corners. His lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, were soft and glistening. She felt as if drawn by an unseen force, inching ever closer to his enticing mouth. The crisp and fragrant scent emanating from him wafted into her nostrils, causing her heart to race with a blend of anxiety and excitement. After all, aside from the unexpected kiss she had stolen from the corner of his lips in the restroom the previous night, this was indeed her first genuine kiss with a boy. Just as her lips drew ever closer to his, poised to make contact, a voice suddenly echoed from the first floor of the yacht. It was Haozi, inquiring curiously about where Zhang Ge had vanished to and wondering about the whereabouts of the beautiful sister. Surely they weren't secretly on a date, were they? In an instant, Luo Caimei's heightened emotions dissipated. She quickly distanced herself from him and rose to her feet. Perhaps she could save the kiss for a more secluded spot later that evening. She adjusted her flowing dress and tidied her hair, preparing to descend the stairs. Fu Zheng observed her slender, elegant silhouette, letting out a soft scoff, thinking how naive. Once Luo Caimei departed, Fu Zheng retrieved a cigarette and a lighter. He placed one between his lips, ignited it, yet refrained from taking a puff, his dark eyes fixated on the direction Luo Caimei had gone, his tongue brushing lightly against the corner of his mouth as a low chuckle escaped from his throat. Having adorned herself with fragrant allure and a refined makeup look, Xia Zhiwan entered Luo Caimei's room, marveling at her friend's stunning transformation. With a slight raise of her brows she inquired, "Has it come to fruition?" Luo Caimei beamed radiantly, exclaiming, "Indeed it has. My annoying little brother has agreed to be pampered by me." Xia Zhiwan, unable to resist the infectious joy radiating from Luo Caimei, laughed along. "Impressive. You too won't be rolling in the sheets tonight, will you? You must take precautions. Oh, and have you seen Fu's health report? Didn't you mention he was previously supported by other wealthy ladies?" The health report? Luo Caimei mused, momentarily forgetting about it. However, he appeared to be a robust young man. Surely he would have no issues, right? Xia Zhiwan reminded her, "You are the benefactor. Make sure he caters to your desires." Luo Caimei's mind wandered through tantalizing scenarios. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. Perhaps it was wiser to savor the sweetness of a kiss before contemplating further intimacies. After completing her preparation, Luo Caimei took out her phone and messaged Fu Zheng, "Care to join me at the bar for a while?" After sending the message, she snapped a selfie and sent it along. After all, she had meticulously adorned herself. She couldn't fathom him declining her invitation. However, Luo Caimei nearly choked on her own breath when he outright rejected her offer. Had her efforts in bathing and beautifying herself been in vain? She opened the selfie she had sent him. Captivating and beautiful, how could she fail to attract him? Luo Caimei realized her little brother had a knack for cooling her fervor whenever she was most enamored, leaving her appetite thoroughly teased. Yet, would she acquiesce to his whims? Humph, we shall see. Fu Zheng emerged from the bathroom after his shower and glanced at his phone. He opened the selfie she had sent. She had clearly put effort into her appearance, donning a striking red sundress that resembled a blazing flame, accentuating her enchanting beauty to perfection. Her long hair was loosely styled, her neck elegant and fair. With her collarbone distinctly visible when she smiled, her eyes sparkled with seduction and allure. Fu Zheng saved the photo just as he was about to set his phone down.
only to be interrupted by Haozi's voice from downstairs. Beautiful sister, you actually brought us a midnight snack. Ah, how delightful it is that the feast consists of my favorite barbecue and crayfish, along with delectable milk tea desserts. The woman uttered something, but Fu Zhang did not catch her words. Soon after, he heard a knock at the door. He approached and opened it. You can't possibly be going to sleep now, can you? I overheard Haozi and the others mention that you don't enjoy spicy food, so I brought you garlic-flavored crayfish. Without waiting for Fu Zhang to respond, Luo Caimei reached out to take his hand. Shall we dine on the terrace? Seeing this, Luo Caimei remained unfazed. With a radiant smile, she placed the box on the table and closed the bedroom door. She then pushed the young man against the wall, her hands encircling his neck. Sister is about to kiss you now, and you must not refuse. He had just emerged from a shower, exuding a refreshing and pleasant scent, a fragrance that embodied the vigor and cleanliness of youth, which Luo Caimei particularly adored. She rose on her toes, aiming to kiss his alluring lips, but before she could reach them, he turned his head, and her kiss landed on his cheek instead. Luo Caimei furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of anger igniting within her beautiful eyes. You refused to hold my hand, and now you're denying me a kiss. What a disobedient little pretty boy you are. Chapter 61. The overbearing little brother. Even a clay figurine would possess some temperament by now. The excitement that had accompanied Luo Caimei's arrival had vanished entirely. She truly found herself in a self-imposed predicament, nurturing such a disobedient pretty boy. Yet, she had promised herself not to coerce him into anything. Very well, she would endure the consequences of her own indulgence. Even if her heart ached, she could only suffer in silence. As she walked toward the door, just as she extended her hand to pull it open, a long and elegant hand clasped around her delicate wrist. Before she could react, she found herself forcefully pushed against the wall beside the door, switching positions with Fu Zhang. Now, he held her against the wall, leaning down to gaze at her, the fresh and clean scent of youthful masculinity enveloping Luo Caimei's skin, causing her eyelashes to flutter ever so slightly. Their eyes locked. His dark pupils, like a vortex, exuded an enigmatic depth. He swallowed hard, his voice slightly husky. Is my sister angry? Luo Caimei shot him a glare. I am the financial benefactor, and you are my kept pretty boy that I came to appease you. Yet you remain indifferent. Has the world turned upside down? Anger aside, what could she do? She was currently infatuated with her brother, caught in the throes of passion. Despite his obstinacy as his sister, she could only show him a bit more tolerance. No sooner had her words left her lips than a hand encircled her waist. Luo Caimei cast her long lashes downward. His hand was long and broad, while her waist was slender as a willow, appearing particularly fragile beneath his grasp. The stark contrast filled the air with an ambiguous and forbidden allure. Luo Caimei's heart raced suddenly, a tingling sensation coursing through her. The initiative taken by her brother was truly intoxicating. Ah, the art of feigned indifference. How skillfully you wield it. She had not anticipated that young men could be so cunning. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she rose on her toes once more, aiming to kiss his lips, but when there remained but a thin veil of distance between them, she halted, her gaze shimmering with allure, her breath fragrant as orchids. If you turn away again, sister will truly be angry. Fu Zhang's pitch-black eyes revealed a mischievous smile. What would happen if he got angry? Would he terminate their arrangement? Luo Caimei let out a soft huff. Of course not. When she was upset, her sister would transform into a fierce tigress. With that said, she took the initiative to bite his lips. Originally intending to punish his disobedience, she found herself in a muddled state upon encountering his thin, soft lips, as if jolted by an electric current. The young man's lips were icy cool, undeniably soft, fragrant, and intoxicating. In that moment, the pleasure of the wealthy sister found its most genuine expression. She opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the man so close before her. His gaze was as deep and dark as ink, his handsome devilish face bearing a hint of unnaturalness, his breath coming out heavier than usual. Noticing her gaze, he retreated slightly, allowing them both to breathe in fresh air. Was this her kissing technique? Luo Caimei felt a fire burning within her, only to find he had added fuel to the flames. Did he truly think the video she had watched earlier was inconsequential? She cupped his wild and handsome face with both hands and kissed him again. This time it was not merely a gentle press against his thin lips, but a bold and fervent sucking and nibbling. Time became irrelevant as she breathed unevenly and remarked, "Why are your teeth clenched so tightly? Like a clam? Open your mouth." Without him opening his mouth, how could she showcase her kissing skills? Fu Zhang's cold and sharp Adam's apple rolled up and down as he looked into her eyes, which were as dark and profound as the ocean under the night sky. He struggled to restrain himself, raising his hands to grip her shoulders firmly and pushing her away. Enough for tonight. Luo Caimei, caught in the heat of the moment, was abruptly halted, her emotions easily imagined, But then she thought perhaps it was progressing too quickly and might scare him away. All right then, she was satisfied with how things were tonight. This was her first kiss with a man. She had never given it much thought before, but now that she had experienced it, it was truly addictive. Your kissing skills are rather poor. Didn't your ex-husband teach you how to kiss? He suddenly remarked nonchalantly. Luo Caimei nearly choked on her own saliva. Were her kissing skills truly that lacking? She glanced at his lips, which were now a rosy hue from her earlier enthusiasm. Had she bitten him too hard? With that thought, she lifted her slender finger to gently caress his reddened, moist lips. Yet in the next moment, her finger was firmly grasped by him. Stop teasing, he said. His voice deep and husky. Out of the corner of her eye, Luo Caimei noticed the pale skin of his ear turning crimson. Just as she was about to examine it closely, he pulled her out the door and pushed her outside. Luo Caimei stared at the closed door, feeling a sense of unfulfilled longing. After a moment, she made her way downstairs. Haozi and Zhou Ziang were indulging in a feast in the living room. Spotting Luo Caimei, they asked, "Beautiful sister, has Zhanggu eaten yet?" "Yes," she replied. "Would the beautiful sister like to join us for a meal?" After Luo Caimei left, Haozi dashed up to Fu Zheng's room. Upon seeing Fu Zheng emerge from the bathroom, Haozi noticed his lips were slightly swollen. "Zhanggu, why are your lips swollen?" he inquired, glancing at the table where a box of lobster sat, seemingly untouched. Confusion flickered in his eyes. Can garlic sauce cause such swelling? Fu Zheng lifted his long legs and kicked towards Haozi. "I can't handle any spice. You can take it away." After searching online to understand what "pa" meant, Fu Zheng's expression darkened. "That's not allowed either." Luo Caimei did not anticipate that her troublesome younger brother could be so domineering. She sent a meme of a wealthy woman smoking, wearing sunglasses and lounging with her legs crossed. "That's not allowed. And that's not allowed either. Next time we kiss, you shall take the initiative. All I need to do is enjoy the service." Chapter 62. Stepping up to defend. Is that brat angry again? Is he a pump perpetually filled with rage? Never mind, tonight he will obediently let her kiss him, and she won't hold it against him. All right, I won't look at anything. Next time I'll take the initiative and strive to showcase my kissing skills, ensuring my brother doesn't suffer again. Luo Caimei nearly choked on her own words. Apart from his good looks and physique, her younger brother was far from obedient and utterly unyielding. He often neglected her. Yet why was she so infatuated? He truly knew how to grasp her vulnerabilities. Good night, darling. The 2-day team-building activity swiftly passed. Upon returning to Yi City, she was once again engulfed in her work. Several clients required custom gown designs to be completed urgently, and there were fashion events inviting her as a guest. After finishing these tasks, she took a business trip to Hang City. After her trip, she realized that Hang City was merely a little over 2 hours away from Hongdian Film City, so she took a taxi to visit the set of Sure You Buy. Recently, Xia Zhiwan had been busy expanding Sure You Buy's business and had gone on a business trip to the capital. The only person accompanying Sure You Buy was the male assistant, Fu Yang, whom Luo Caimei had arranged. When Luo Caimei called Sure You Buy, it was Fu Yang who answered. "Mr. Luo, Xiao Bai is currently filming." After inquiring about their filming location, Luo Caimei proceeded directly there. Fu Yang met Luo Caimei at the entrance of the film city. "Mr. Luo, Xiao Bai is taking a break right now." Upon entering the film city, as Fu Yang was about to call for Sure You Buy, he noticed that Sure You Buy had been called away by a male actor dressed in a guard's costume. "Who is that actor playing the guard?" Luo Caimei inquired. At the mention of that individual, Fu Yang frowned. "He is an artist from Xiao Bai's former company St, named Lu Wenzhou, playing the role of the fifth male lead." After joining the set, he formed a small clique to ostracize Xiao Bai and even spread rumors about her. Luo Caimei's brows furrowed tightly. "What kind of rumors?" Fu Yang lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed to disclose the details. Luo Caimei did not press him further. Instead, she gestured for silence and walked towards the direction where Sure You Bai and Lu Wenzhou were conversing. Sure You Bai and Lu Wenzhou stood behind a faux mountain, with Lu Wenzhou crossing his arms and looking disdainfully at Sure You Bai. "Since filming has just begun, you might as well take the initiative to withdraw from the production." A hint of coldness appeared on Sure You Bai's handsome face. "The opportunity my boss fought hard to secure for me, why should I withdraw?" "Sure You Bai, your boss is Luo Caimei, isn't she? She has just established a media company. How can she possibly compete with our G General? She offended G General for you. Do you think she can help you establish a foothold in the entertainment industry? She's a married woman, and although her husband's infidelity is common knowledge, can you really compare yourself to someone like Xiao Shan? Even if you grovel, it is merely a fleeting whim for them. In the end, your fate will be far worse than in St. He bullies, slanders, and forms cliques to marginalize him, but he should not speak ill of President Luo. Both President Luo and Sister Zhiwan are the most significant benefactors in his life, and he will not permit them to be slandered or maligned by others. Oh, you Wenzhou, clean up your mouth. The smile on Lu Wenzhou's face grew increasingly arrogant and brazen. Well, it seems that now that he has the backing of a female boss, he feels emboldened. Was he ever so bold to speak to me like this before? Relying on a woman to gain status, what is there to be proud of? Aren't you just a kept boy? Seeing Shi Yubai's expression darken, the malicious smile on Lu Wenzhou's face became even more pronounced. As if deliberately trying to provoke Shi Yubai. I've heard that your female boss is nothing in the Luo family. Even the company founded by her parents has fallen into the hands of her second and third uncles. If it weren't for the Shin family, would she even be able to run a company? Do you believe that if I quietly send an email to her husband, you will be thoroughly silenced by the entire internet? You look as if you want to kill me. Could it be that you have developed feelings for your female boss? You certainly think highly of yourself. She is merely toying with you. Once she tires of you, she will cast you aside without a second thought. Shi Yubai's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously as he prepared to strike Lu Wenzhou's face. Suddenly, a cool and melodious female voice rang out from behind. Yubai, do not stoop to the level of someone rabbit. Luo Caimei emerged from behind a rockery. Upon seeing Luo Caimei, Shi Yubai's eyes lit up with surprise. President Luo. This was Lu Wenzhou's first encounter with Luo Caimei in real life. As autumn had set in, the temperature had dropped, and today Luo Caimei donned a fitted trench coat, her chestnut curls cascading over her shoulders, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, her lips a fiery red. Radiant and enchanting, Lu Wenzhou was instantly struck by her beauty. He had not anticipated that Luo Caimei was even more stunning in person than the stars of the entertainment industry. Beyond her beauty, she exuded an air of noble elegance. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Shi Yubai to be favored by such a woman. Even though she was married, being her male concubine was a dream many would envy. President Luo, whom were you referring to as Rabbit? Lu Wenzhou adjusted his hair, striking what he deemed his most handsome pose. Luo Caimei replied coldly, whoever speaks is who I refer to. Lu Wenzhou's expression shifted. You defend Shi Yubai so fiercely. Could it be that you have an affair with him? Luo Caimei narrowed her beautiful eyes, her red lips parting slightly, exuding an undeniable aura. Did you buy your brain from a discount store? Do you realize that spreading false rumors can have legal consequences? Apologize to Shi Yubai immediately, or I will send you a lawyer's letter. Luo Caimei pulled out her phone. Everything you just said to Shi Yubai has been recorded. Lu Wenzhou's expression changed abruptly. He had not expected that Luo Caimei was not only beautiful but also sharp-witted. With just a few words, she had thrown him into disarray. I'm sorry. Lu Wenzhou gritted his teeth as he offered an apology and strode away. After Lu Wenzhou's departure, Luo Caimei turned her gaze towards Shi Yubai. If you had merely landed a few punches on him, you would have fulfilled his purpose of inciting your anger. He is lurking in the shadows, seeking someone to record a video which he will subsequently release online, thereby obliterating the modest fame you have painstakingly accumulated. Shi Yubai nodded slightly. Luo Zong, I understand. Luo Caimei looked at Shi Yubai, clad in a luxurious prince's attire and adorned with a purple gold crown, a few strands of hair cascading down his forehead. She gave him a thumbs up, remarking on his striking appearance. A smile broke on Shi Yubai's face. Are you quite upset by what Lu Wenzhou said? When you two perform your scene together later, use your acting skills to torment him. Luo Caimei's crimson lips curved into a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Suppress him, do you understand? Chapter 63. Are you familiar with the young master of the capital S elite? The role played by Lu Wenzhou, the fifth male lead, is that of a young prince's bodyguard. In the next scene, the bodyguard faces punishment from the brooding young prince for his incompetence. Within the courtyard of the royal residence, Shi Yubai approached Lu Wenzhou, who played the bodyguard, with a grim and fierce expression, demanding, how do you conduct your duties? Why have you failed to carry out my orders? During his time at St. Shi Yubai had honed his acting skills under the guidance of Xia Jiwan. Despite his youth, he did not allow himself to stagnate after being shelved. He relentlessly practiced his craft, his efforts bore fruit, and he embodied the brooding, capricious, and intimidating young prince from the script. Lu Wenzhou knelt on one knee, fearfully imploring, Your Highness, please forgive me. It was my failure to act properly. I beseech your highness to punish me. Just as the words left his lips, a sharp slap struck Lu Wenzhou's face. Before he could react, a kick connected with his chest. Upon catching a glimpse of Shi Yubai's piercing gaze, Lu Wenzhou's heart raced, and the lines he had rehearsed slipped from his memory entirely. Stop. Let's do it again. After Shi Yubai slapped Lu Wenzhou again and delivered another kick, his expression grew even more formidable. When Lu Wenzhou met Shi Yubai's furious and commanding gaze, he faltered once more. In that moment, it felt as though Shi Yubai had truly transformed into the young prince, exuding an overwhelming aura. with every movement and expression infused with tension that instinctively instilled fear. The director frowned again. After more than 10 attempts, Lu Wenzhou still failed to deliver a satisfactory performance. He was completely overshadowed by Shi Yubai's acting prowess. The director had high expectations, and despite Shi Yubai suggesting that the slaps be faked, the director refused, resulting in Lu Wenzhou's face swelling like a bun. Frustrated, the director shouted, "We'll film this scene tomorrow. Lu Wenzhou, what is wrong with you? It's just a few lines and you can't even deliver them properly. Your former boss even wanted you to play the young prince. Just look at your acting. Shi Yubai is 2 years younger than you, and his skills surpass yours by at least tenfold." Lu Wenzhou's face and chest throbbed with pain, and the director's words only deepened his discomfort. He glared at Shi Yubai with venomous and sinister eyes, vowing that he would not allow Shi Yubai to surpass him. Having debuted a year earlier than Shi Yubai, Lu Wenzhou had never been shelved and had garnered a modicum of popularity in the entertainment industry. He stood before the mirror, gazing at his swollen visage. As he reached out to touch it, the pain ignited a fervor within him. It was undoubtedly Shi Yubai who sought to exact revenge upon him. He was determined to make Shi Yubai pay a price. Even though Shi Yubai had Luo Caimei backing him, Luo Caimei had offended their esteemed Ji, and Ji would not let her go unpunished. Lu Wenzhou emerged from the bathroom, immediately launching a live stream. He adjusted the angle to ensure his face was prominently visible in the frame. Soon, his fans flocked into the broadcast. Upon seeing his distorted countenance, they erupted in a frenzy. "Heavens! Brother, what has happened to your face? Who has done this to you? This is outrageous. My heart aches for you." With a hint of red in his eyes, Lu Wenzhou feigned grievance, saying, "Thank you, my dear fans, for your concern and support. I've been diligently filming in the production, and due to some personal vendetta, he took the opportunity to unleash his wrath upon me. Now that he has formidable backing, I, as a mere small artist, can only swallow my indignation. However, I am grateful for your unwavering support. I will strive to work hard and aspire to become a dazzling star." His fans erupted in outrage. "What on earth? Who dares to bully you, brother? Though your status may be humble now, in our hearts you are a superstar. I am so furious I could kill. Sisters, quickly find out who he is filming with today." The fervor among Lu Wenzhou's fans resembled a mob ready to strip that individual of their skin. Shortly thereafter, a fan uncovered that Lu Wenzhou's scene partner that day was Shi Yubai. Rumors circulated that he had been signed by a newly established media company, and was likely being supported by the female boss. Otherwise, how could his temperament have so drastically changed? Originally, the role of the little prince was meant for our brother, but he ingratiated himself with the female boss to climb the ranks. He is nothing but a kept man, utterly shameless, to dare lay a hand on our brother. The fans, fueled by indignation, rushed to Shi Yubai's social media page to leave scathing comments. While Shi Yubai had recently garnered some popularity, he was still lacking in substantial works, and his fanbase paled in comparison to Lu Wenzhou's years of established presence. Before long, the comment section of Shi Yubai's account transformed into a battlefield rife with hostility. Various insults, curses, and fervent attacks swiftly propelled both him and Lu Wenzhou into trending topics. Some bystanders on Weibo, upon noticing Shi Yubai trending due to negative news, felt a sense of aversion. Why does Shi Yubai keep appearing in the trending section? He is always the victim. If this continues, it will genuinely irritate the onlookers. I actually quite enjoy Lu Wenzhou's dramas. Aren't these traffic stars reliant on their looks? For him to be beaten to such a state, Shi Yubai must harbor considerable animosity against him. Could it be personal grievances disguised as public matters? Shi Yubai seems to be quite the schemer. Luo Caimei had long anticipated that Lu Wenzhou would not easily let Shi Yubai off the hook. The bold actions taken by Lu Wenzhou likely had Ji Chongshan's tacit approval behind the scenes. Their intent was to tarnish Shi Yubai's reputation and bring down her newly founded media company. Luo Caimei promptly reached out to Chang'en, the producer. Today Lu Wenzhou had an astonishing number of NGs, which I captured on my phone. I wonder if it is permissible to release these clips, considering they belong to an unreleased film. Without the producer's consent, disclosing such footage could constitute infringement and illegality. Luo Caimei did not anticipate Chang'en's newfound willingness to engage in conversation. She recalled the last time when Chang'en unexpectedly agreed to finalize the deal with Shi Yubai, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Producer Chang, may I ask, after you were summoned by Ji Chongshan that day, why did you choose to sign a contract with our company the following day?" Chang'en fell silent for a moment before responding. "Luo Zong, are you well acquainted with that prince of the capital?" Luo Caimei, puzzled, thought, "The prince of the capital? Who could it be?" Chapter 64. Sister misses you. Her career thrived in Yi City, while the prince of the capital was an unattainable ceiling for her. "Producer Chang, could you simply reveal his name to me?" On the other end of the line, Chang'en suddenly recalled that the prince had instructed him not to disclose his identity during their conversation.
Having indulged in a few drinks that evening, he nearly slipped up and created a significant blunder. My apologies, Luo Zong. I may have had too much to drink and mistakenly inquired about the wrong person. Chang'an chuckled. You asked why I changed my mind about signing with your company. I am not foolish and can clearly see that Shi Yubai is the most suitable candidate for the melancholic little prince role. Luo Caimei's doubts dissipated. She thought to herself, given her current status, it was hardly likely that she would have any connection to the prince of the capital. Aristocracy comes in various tiers. Even the Luo and Shen families, who are quite prominent in Yi City, find themselves marginalized in the capital. Let alone her, who is currently fighting alone. After concluding her call with Chang'an, Luo Caimei sent the footage of Lu Wenzhou's numerous NGs to Xia Jiwan. Xia Jiwan managed 2 marketing accounts with over 1 million followers each, and Luo Caimei requested her to delay the upload of the video to the marketing accounts. Presently, Lu Wenzhou's fans were vociferously condemning him, and some bewildered bystanders joined in the uproar, with online sentiments overwhelmingly denouncing Shi Yubai. Let the bullets fly for a while. When netizens' emotions reach a boiling point and the insults grow fiercer, the release of the clarification video will elicit a more potent backlash. Titled "This Awkward and Stiff Acting Makes Me Want to Slap Him," the video, once released, left Lu Wenzhou's fans and netizens in shock. In the video, Shi Yubai's performance flowed seamlessly and appeared utterly natural, while Lu Wenzhou exhibited a sluggish response and a vacant expression, unable to recall even a few simple lines. Shi Yubai merely followed the script to slap Lu Wenzhou, displaying professionalism and dedication, devoid of any personal sentiments. In contrast, Lu Wenzhou's abysmal acting left him deserving of his fate, having not even received a proper beating. Even the fans who ardently defended Lu Wenzhou found themselves at a loss for words. The online sentiment swiftly reversed. Thank goodness I didn't take sides. I knew Shi Yubai, having endured being shelved and the contract turmoil, would cherish any opportunity to assert my heart aches for Xiao Bai, who was unjustly attacked online, and I'm relieved the truth has emerged. How could Lu Wenzhou with his atrocious acting dare to play the innocent? Has everyone forgotten the incident from half a year ago when he drunkenly urinated on the street and tossed away a cigarette butt? I still recall that shortly after his debut, he was embroiled in a scandal involving flirtations with his brother's girlfriend and disrespecting women in group chats. The fans of Shi Yubai are not to be underestimated. They swiftly unearthed Lu Wenzhou's past indiscretions. It seems Lu Wenzhou's backing is quite formidable, as ST's president is intent on promoting someone so mired in controversy, using fans to launch online attacks against former colleagues for the sake of fame. Meanwhile, Lu Wenzhou's follower count plummeted, while Shi Yubai's soared. Director Ji had previously informed him that Shi Yubai had signed with the newly established small company run by Luo Caimei, which lacked any substantial background, making him an easy target for bullying and slander. Ji instructed him to ruin Shi Yubai's reputation within the production team, ensuring he would be driven out of the entertainment industry in disgrace. Yet, why did the official Weibo account of the production team and producer Chung publicly support Shi Yubai? Just prior, he had been reveling in leading fans to attack Shi Yubai. But now he was engulfed in panic. His mind was a tumultuous mess. Fearing that his acting career might come to an abrupt end, trembling, he took out his phone and called Ji Chongshan. Ji Zong, have you seen the uproar online? Ji Chongshan's voice thundered with fury. You incompetent fool, I will initiate crisis management. Do not create any further scandals for the time being. After hanging up, Ji Chongshan's expression darkened to an extreme. He realized the tides had turned, and Shi Yubai's followers had surged once more. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Luo Caimei. He had indeed underestimated her. Though Luo Caimei was not favored by the Luo family and her husband, Shan Qingyan had even cheated on her, indicating she had no substantial backing. She dared to openly oppose him, and he vowed to make her pay. During her hospitalization, he had paid a handsome sum to hire foreign mercenaries. He could not believe that the mercenaries he had hired would be unable to deal with her. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Luo Caimei disembarked from her flight. Upon switching on her phone, she surveyed the online discourse with satisfaction as a smile graced her crimson lips. Indeed, Shi Yubai's fanbase had surpassed 5 million. She opened the WeChat chat with Fu Xiaogo, noting that their conversation had remained stagnant since their vacation on the island. Had it truly been over 10 days since she last contacted him? Astonishingly, he had not reached out to her either. He was indeed extraordinary, unlike other young men maintained by wealthy women, who would be anxious about their benefactors losing interest after a day without communication. Recalling the kiss at the villa on the island, she licked her lips, feeling a wave of yearning. Such thoughts were best left unconsidered. Once contemplated, they became irresistible. Last time, he had merely nibbled and sucked on her lips. This time she longed to kiss him deeply. However, having not contacted him for over 10 days made her feel somewhat like a careless woman who irresponsibly abandoned her lover. A sense of guilt washed over her. In an effort to compensate for her neglect over the past days, she promptly transferred 200,000 to him. Following this, she sent a message. Lately, sister has been busy working to earn a pitiful living for her brother. Feeling quite dizzy every day and hasn't been in touch. You won't be angry with sister, will you? Pitiful face JP. Luo Caimei, must she be so pragmatic? However, since he accepted her compensation, he should not be too upset. Right? As she walked outside, she dialed his number. The phone rang for quite some time. Just as Luo Caimei began to think he wouldn't answer, the call connected. The youthful voice on the other end scoffed. Cool and detached, oh, you thought I would go 10 days or even half a month without contacting you. Sister's affections have always been mere words. Luo Caimei let out a chuckle. Do you wish to know why? Wait until you leave the school, and I shall share it with you with a kiss, dear sister. Fuzheng. I've arrived at the underground parking lot of the airport. The driver is here to pick me up. I should reach your school in about 40 minutes. Just as Luo Caimei was about to finish her sentence, a tall figure suddenly sprang out from behind her. Before she could react, the figure swiftly and forcefully covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Chapter 65. In a crisis, he arrived just in time. Luo Caimei quickly sensed that the person covering her mouth and nose was powerful and robust, clearly stronger than her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the bodyguard meant to protect her had also been subdued by this individual. Then no longer struggling, she held her breath and discreetly slipped her phone into the pocket of her coat. Her conversation with Fuzheng continued uninterrupted. Luo Caimei was yanked into a sedan by the burly man as the car started. He released the handkerchief from her lips and nose, just as he prepared to bind her with rope and tape. Luo Caimei calmly met his gaze and said, I am no match for you. There is no need to tie me up. It was Ji Chongshan who sent you, wasn't it? The man wearing a cap and a mask revealed a pair of cold and fierce eyes. His black attire could not conceal the muscles bulging on his arms, resembling small mountains, showcasing his formidable physique, like a beast lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce on its prey. Luo Caimei's elder brother had once been the king of the special forces, young, handsome, steely, and upright, his body brimming with explosive strength. Luo Caimei could perceive that the man before her, who was attempting to kidnap her, had undergone professional training as well, yet he was different from her brother. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If she was not mistaken, he was likely a mercenary driven solely by profit. The man remained silent, prompting Luo Caimei to continue. Ji Chongshan truly holds me in high regard to have hired a mercenary for my abduction. On the other end of the line, Fuzheng realized something was amiss when he had not heard Luo Caimei's voice for a while. He held his phone as he walked from the balcony back to the dormitory. Zheng, who are you talking to? It can't be a beautiful sister, can it? A few minutes earlier he had received a call that made him jump out of bed. Fearing that his friend Zhou Ziang and the others would overhear it, he had hurriedly put on his slippers and dashed to the balcony. Whatever the caller had said, a hint of a smile had finally appeared on his otherwise sulky handsome face. Looking rather smug. Fuzheng ignored Haozi. Upon hearing Luo Caimei's voice on the phone, his handsome features darkened in an instant. He had no time to change his shoes, rushing outside in his slippers. He remained silent, listening intently to the woman's voice on the other end. Take Yeqing Avenue and head west. You must be going to Ji Chongshan's villa on the hillside in the western suburbs. Right? The man coldly retorted, shut up. You'll find out when you arrive. Fuzheng reached the school gate and hailed a private car. He transferred 100,000 yuan to the driver. You sit in the back. I will drive your car. The driver gleefully accepted the money, pleasantly surprised to have landed such a lucrative deal that night. As Fuzheng drove, he donned a Bluetooth headset. The voice of Luo Caimei continued to echo through the phone. Big brother, I am but a frail woman. Your actions instill a sense of fear within me. I had planned to meet my boyfriend tonight. He, like you, has a penchant for wearing black. The 6th of March next year marks the first anniversary of our love. Will I even live to see that day? Fuzheng's dark, narrowed eyes glinted with intensity as he extracted vital information from Luo Caimei's words. The vehicle that abducted her was likely black, and the captor was inside it. Her mention of the numbers 3 and 6 was probably not the actual license plate. If his deductions were correct, the last digits of the plate should be 8 and 9. Armed with this information, he could pinpoint the very car that had taken her. Fuzheng deftly shifted gears, accelerating as his vehicle raced along the road, skillfully maneuvering past one car after another. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a cacophony of sound. The driver in the back seat, witnessing Fuzheng transform his ordinary car into something akin to a racing machine, felt dizzy and clutched the armrest. Young man, this is merely a regular car, not a race car. It cannot withstand such reckless driving. Fuzheng pressed his lips together, his voice icy as he replied, I will cover all damages. As he approached a bend, he spotted a black sedan with the license plate ending in 89. Fuzheng slammed on the accelerator,
and as the distance closed, he unhesitatingly collided with the driver's side of that vehicle. The driver of the other car, caught off guard, felt the tremendous impact as their vehicle lurched uncontrollably towards the guardrail. The driver trembled in fear, realizing a private car had crashed into them. The mercenary lowered the window, glancing outside, while Luo Caimei followed suit. That if her brother were clever, he would have called the police, seeing only a white private car outside. Her heart sank. Could it be that her insufferable brother had ordered a ride without alerting the authorities? Soon she spotted Fu Zheng emerging from the private vehicle, possibly in haste, still clad in slippers and a black t-shirt. His hair slightly disheveled, his chiseled, handsome features bore an expression as dark as a stormy sea. His elongated black eyes swirling with turbulent energy. The mercenary cast a disdainful glance at Fu Zheng, scoffing, "What kind of insignificant creature dares to crash into my car?" With a fierce countenance, he exited the vehicle. Luo Caimei's heart raced. "Don't harm him. I will go with you to meet Ji Chongshan." The mercenary disregarded her plea, charging towards Fu Zheng with a menacing fist raised. "Watch out!" Luo Caimei exclaimed as she hurriedly opened the car door and rushed out. Fu Zheng remained unfazed, deftly sidestepping the punch with ease. The mercenary attempted another kick, but Fu Zheng nimbly evaded it as well, a cold, sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Now it's my turn." With that, he seized the mercenary's ankle as he aimed another kick. Twisting it forcefully, pain surged through the mercenary, who stared at Fu Zheng in disbelief, letting out a furious roar. Undeterred, the mercenary launched another ferocious attack. Fu Zheng grasped the mercenary's fist tightly, and for a moment, the mercenary felt as though his hand was ensnared in a vice, immobilizing him. Fu Zheng smirked coldly and pushed with all his might, sending the mercenary staggering back several steps. The mercenary was secretly alarmed. He had not anticipated that this seemingly tall, lanky boy, who appeared harmless, would possess such superior skills. Fu Zheng no longer afforded the mercenaries a moment's respite. He struck like a cheetah with a powerful punch. He landed a blow to the mercenary's face, swiftly following up with a flying kick that sent the tall, muscular assailant crashing to the ground. Yet, the mercenary, trained in the art of combat, quickly regained his footing. However, Fu Zheng's prowess exceeded all expectations. He not only evaded every attack but also retaliated with relentless force, each strike infused with immense power. Luo Caimei stood by, utterly astonished. The drivers in the two vehicles, their faces ashen, were equally mesmerized. Such a fierce display of combat was something they had only witnessed in cinematic martial arts films. Chapter 66. Remarkable vital capacity. Luo Caimei swallowed hard. Was her younger brother truly this formidable? It seemed with his strength, a single punch could render her unconscious. She wondered if he possessed the same vigor in the bedroom. Quickly, she shook her head, chastising herself for such thoughts at this moment. Striding confidently towards Fu Zheng, she grasped his hand, inspecting for any injuries. Fu Zheng suppressed the cold, fierce expression on his face, gripping her hand in return, his dark, narrow eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. "No injuries. And you?" Luo Caimei shook her head, affirming her own safety. Fu Zheng responded with a nonchalant hum, gesturing towards the fallen mercenary and the drivers in the vehicle. "What shall we do with them?" "Call the police." Luo Caimei pursed her lips, contemplating. After being abducted, the mercenary had not resorted to violence against her, and even if they called the authorities, Ji Chongshan would undoubtedly deny all accusations. Moreover, given Ji Chongshan's rise to power, he must possess formidable connections. Reporting him would not only fail to bring him to justice but might also incite further resentment towards her. The enmity between her and Ji Chongshan needed resolution swiftly. Otherwise, her entrepreneurial journey would be fraught with obstacles. "Let us bind the mercenary and the driver and dispose of them in the gutter," Luo Caimei declared. Suddenly struck by an idea, she added, "You know, dear brother, your skills surpass those of the mercenary. Why not don his attire and accompany me to the Ji residence?" Fu Zheng responded with a low hum. He dragged the unconscious mercenary into the vehicle, stripping him of his clothing and donning it himself. When the mercenary was unceremoniously tossed into the gutter, he was left clad in nothing but his underwear. Luo Caimei attempted to glance at the scene, but Fu Zheng approached and gently covered her eyes with his long fingers, forbidding her from looking. Luo Caimei's lips curled into a playful smile. "I won't look. I promised. I am the most obedient sister." The two then entered the vehicle, with Fu Zheng at the wheel and Luo Caimei in the passenger seat. Luo Caimei stole a glance at Fu Zheng, clad in the mercenary's black attire. Donning a hat and mask that concealed all but his piercing dark eyes, he appeared strikingly handsome and cool, exuding an entirely different aura from his usual self. Seizing the moment before he ignited the engine, she leaned forward and tugged at his mask. Upon seeing his prominent nose and rosy lips, her throat involuntarily tinged with desire. "What to do?" she thought. "Sister wants to kiss you." His obsidian gaze fixed intently upon her. Aren't we supposed to focus on the task at hand? Yet, with such masculine allure before her, Luo Caimei could only think of fulfilling her own desires for the moment. A kiss surely would not take long. Having spoken, she leaned in to kiss his alluringly attractive thin lips. It had been over 10 days since she had last tasted his kiss, yet it remained reminiscent of the delightful flavor in her memory, refreshing, soft, imbued with his uniquely pleasant scent. After a fervent exchange of nibbling and caressing, she could no longer restrain herself. Luo Caimei raised her hands, encircling his neck, deepening the kiss as she ventured into his mouth. Boldly entwining with him, his cold, white, sharp Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and a flicker of dark flames ignited in his ebony eyes, releasing a warm breath from his body. The surroundings were hushed. Their gradually intensifying breaths were distinctly charged with intimacy. It felt as though both were ablaze. Luo Caimei's eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, but ultimately, due to her insufficient lung capacity, she willingly released him. Indeed, he was the type who could hold his breath underwater for 2 to 3 minutes. Possessing a far superior lung capacity, he lifted a finger to wipe the moisture from his lips, the flames in his dark eyes dissipating into a relaxed, carefree demeanor. Despite Luo Caimei's 10 days of practice in kissing techniques, she still felt rather inept. Luo Caimei. Luo Caimei pursed her slightly tingling lips, gazing at his captivatingly devilish appearance post-kiss, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Next time, it will be your turn to kiss, so I can witness the prowess of your kissing skills. Fu Zhong chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. Luo Caimei realized that this young man was quite adept at handling her. Perhaps it was due to her first kiss with someone, but she couldn't shake the feeling of wanting more. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, she would have longed to kiss him again. After more than 20 minutes, Fu Zhang drove to Ji Chongshan's villa. Before exiting the car, Luo Caimei instructed Fu Zhang to act according to the situation once inside, advising him to remain composed regardless of what transpired and to keep his identity concealed. Fu Zhang acknowledged her with a nod. The housekeeper led Fu Zhang and Luo Caimei to the study on the second floor. Ji Chongshan was practicing calligraphy when he noticed the two entering, a smile appearing on his face. I must say, the efficiency of the people I hired at a high price is quite remarkable. You brought President Luo over so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ji Chongshan's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Caimei, do you have any idea whose territory you are in? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Luo Caimei shrugged, feigning ignorance. I wonder what brings you to invite me here, President Ji. Ji Chongshan sneered, his demeanor darkening as he barked an order to the mercenary. Strip her down and take naked photos. Luo Caimei's eyelashes fluttered delicately. She crossed her arms over her chest, feigning extreme fear as she gasped, Goodness, President Ji, how despicable and shameless of you. I'm so frightened. Ji Chongshan's fury was palpable. Luo Caimei, we were originally two parties that did not interfere with one another. Yet, you dared to oppose me for the sake of Shi Yubai and Xia Jiwan, sending my niece to prison. In the future, in Yi City, it will be either you or me. With that, he cast a glance at the mercenary. Hurry up and carry out the order. Fu Zheng strode confidently to the door, locking it behind him. No need to close the door. Everyone in this villa is mine. Before Ji Chongshan could finish his sentence, the mercenary suddenly approached from behind, delivering a forceful kick to his knee pit, swiftly producing rope to bind him and sealing his mouth with tape. Ji Chongshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked towards the mercenary, struggling incessantly, muffled cries escaping his lips. Luo Caimei approached Ji Chongshan, lifting her foot clad in high heels and delivering a swift kick to his chest. She crouched down and patted his face, tauntingly remarking that if he wished to capture her nude photograph, he would have to wait until his next life, for he was soon to be betrayed by those he held dear. Ji Chongshan's face contorted with rage, his body trembling with agitation, and the tape binding his mouth amplified his muffled wails. Ignoring his fury and distress, Luo Caimei narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke slowly. Do you truly believe that your elder brother and sister-in-law treat you well? They merely view you as a means to generate profit. For years, your sister-in-law has served you dishes that are detrimental to your health. Look at you, barely in your 30s and you're already on the verge of baldness. Furthermore, is it not true that your health has been steadily declining? Chapter 67. The bet she won. Ji Chongshan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had been facing numerous health issues lately, often feeling weak and lethargic. Just a few days prior, he had inexplicably coughed up blood, and his hair continued to fall out. Despite his visits to the hospital, no discernible problem had been identified. Yet, he was still reluctant to believe that his sister-in-law could commit such a heinous act. Luo Caimei, fully aware of Ji Chongshan's skepticism, sneered and remarked, the incompatible foods will gradually erode your body, leading you unknowingly toward death, and your infertility, I suspect, is also linked to your elder brother and sister-in-law,
Since you have no children of your own, you may be inclined to treat their offspring as if they were your own. Ji Chongshan recalled the medical examination he had undergone prior to marrying his ex-wife. At that time, he had been declared perfectly healthy, with the doctor assuring him that he could father children. However, after several years of marriage, he and his ex-wife remained childless, leading him to believe the issue lay with her, resulting in their divorce. Yet after she remarried, she bore twins. Subsequent tests revealed his own infertility. He had attributed this to the stress of work post-marriage, often staying up late, smoking and drinking, never once considering that his elder brother and sister-in-law might be to blame. Luo Caimei retrieved her phone and opened a list of incompatible foods. "Look here," she said. "Does your sister-in-law not often combine these ingredients in your meals?" Upon seeing the list, Ji Chongshan's complexion drained of color, as if struck by an invisible force, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The steadfastness and stubbornness that had once resided in his eyes were gradually supplanted by fear and disbelief. Luo Caimei, adept at reading people's psychology, noticed his wavering resolve and instructed Fu Zhang to tear away the tape binding his mouth. Once freed to speak, Ji Chongshan's voice emerged raspy and filled with fury. "Luo Caimei, you cunning woman, do not attempt to sow discord between me and my brother and sister-in-law." With a slight curve of her red lips and an air of nonchalance, Luo Caimei replied, "Then how about we make a wager? If I can prove that your brother and sister-in-law conspired against you, not only must you cease opposing me, but you must also agree to a partnership with me. If I fail to provide such proof, you may do with me as you wish." Ji Chongshan gazed at the bright and confident woman before him, his heart a tumult of anger, fear, and confusion. He was uncertain of the outcome this bet would yield, yet a glimmer of hope still flickered within him. He wished that his elder brother and sister-in-law were not the kind of people that Luo Caimei described. He hoped that Luo Caimei would lose. In the dead of night, Ji Dage and Ji Dashi received a call from a servant of Ji Chongshan, informing them that Ji Chongshan had suffered a sudden heart attack. Before he could be rushed to the hospital, he had already drawn his last breath. Ji Dashi, Ji Dage, and Ji Hung hurriedly made their way over. Upon entering Ji Chongshan's bedroom, Ji Dage, with trembling fingers, checked for a pulse at Ji Chongshan's nose. He staggered back a few steps. "Dad, did uncle really die?" Ji Hung asked in a hushed tone. Ji Dage nodded, confirming, "Your uncle has truly passed away." Ji Chongshan held his breath with great effort. Having made a bet with Luo Caimei, not daring to make a single sound, he could not believe that his elder brother's family genuinely wished for his demise. After all, he and his elder brother were blood brothers. "Darling, why did he leave us so suddenly?" Ji Dashi sobbed softly. Ji Dage sighed. It was rather unexpected. Ji Chongshan felt a flicker of joy within him. He had always known that his elder brother and sister-in-law were not the kind of heartless individuals who would revel in his death. They still cared for him, perhaps. The dishes that his sister-in-law had prepared for him were made without knowledge of their incompatibility, just as Ji Chongshan was convinced that he had won the wager against Luo Caimei. A burst of joyous and excited laughter suddenly echoed from the bedroom. "Ha ha ha, he has finally died." The voice belonged to Ji Hung, the nephew whom he had cherished since childhood. Could it be that he actually wished for his early demise? "Now the ST media will be mine." Ji Heng's lips curled into a greedy and triumphant smile. After years of longing, he had finally seen his wish fulfilled. Upon hearing Ji Heng's words, Ji Chongshan's heart plummeted. He could hardly believe that these were the words of his nephew, who usually bowed and scraped before him, obediently following his every command. Surely, his elder brother and sister-in-law would not think that way. They would undoubtedly deliver a harsh rebuke for such a statement. Yet, in the next moment, he heard Ji Dashi coldly remark, "This fool, who craved familial affection, has finally met his end." A chill swept over Ji Chongshan's entire being. Was this truly the same honest and straightforward sister-in-law speaking? He felt as though his entire worldview had been shattered. Ji Chongshan placed his last shred of hope in Ji Dage. They were brothers born of the same mother. Their parents had passed away early, and Ji Dage had raised him like a father. Ji Dage would never wish for his death. Good riddance. When he was alive, he was nothing but a burden. Now all his assets belong to our family, and we can finally enjoy ourselves. Ji Dashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we will no longer have to placate him or cater to his whims. Ji Chongshan's heart sank completely. Every word they uttered pierced him like steel needles. He could never have anticipated that those closest to him would conspire to take his life. He had poured his heart and soul into them, forgiving Ji Yun and Ji Hung for their transgressions time and again, cleaning up their messes, and allowing them to hold high positions in the company. Even when they misappropriated funds, he turned a blind eye and quietly made amends for them. Instead of gratitude, they had crazily plotted against him, seeking his very life. Overcome with fury and despair, Ji Chongshan felt a rush of iron-sweet blood surging in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Ji and his family were still deliberating on how to spend Ji Chongshan's entire fortune after taking it, when they were suddenly startled to see him rise from the dead, sitting up in bed. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes widened in terror. Ji Chongshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointing a trembling finger at the three of them, his voice shaking with rage. I considered you my closest kin, yet you only covet my wealth and even seek my life. Brother Ji stammered, Chongshan, you're not dead. Sister-in-law Ji was also flustered. Second brother, please let us explain. Hung remained the most composed. He looked at the furious yet weakened Ji Chongshan, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Mom and Dad, since Uncle has overheard our conversation, let us not hesitate any longer. Let us deal with him directly. Ji Hung made a slashing motion across his throat. Ji Chongshan's eyes were bloodshot, the pain and fury within him reaching a boiling point as he fixed his gaze on Brother Ji. Why? You are my elder brother. Why would you wish to take my life? At this juncture Brother Ji could no longer maintain his facade, sneering coldly, you've always been smarter than me since childhood. When Mom and Dad were still around, they favored you, believing you would surpass me. Why should I live in your shadow? Ji Chongshan could not fathom that such deep-seated resentment stemmed solely from their parents' favoritism. I never wished to compete with you. I always thought we were family, destined to support one another. Brother Ji interrupted Ji Chongshan's unfinished words, extending a mangled finger. Your words are sweet now, but when I had my finger severed, why didn't you use your money to redeem me? Ji Chongshan gazed at Brother Ji with profound sorrow, his eyes filled with coldness and disappointment. You were once infatuated with gambling, borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates countless times. I paid off your debts repeatedly, yet you never learned your lesson. When you lost your finger, my company was facing a financial crisis, and I simply couldn't muster the funds to help you. I even contemplated sacrificing my own finger for yours. But by the time I arrived, it was already too late. Brother, I have no regrets about how I treated you. Sister-in-law Ji scoffed. Ji Chongshan, spare us your sanctimonious rhetoric. If you truly cared for our family, why didn't you help Yun when she was in trouble? Instead, you personally ensured she was imprisoned. Mom and Dad, stop wasting time with him. Let us just eliminate him, Ji Hung interjected. He advanced, pushing the frail Ji Chongshan back onto the bed, smothering his face with a pillow. Just as Ji Chongshan was on the verge of suffocation, Luo Caimei and Fu Zheng emerged from the wardrobe, knocking Brother Ji and his family to the ground. Once Ji Chongshan caught his breath, he seized his phone and dialed the police. It was not until Brother Ji and his family were taken away by the police that they realized they had fallen into Ji Chongshan's trap. The three of them were perplexed, questioning why Ji Chongshan had suddenly suspected them. After all these years, he had never shown any doubt. What had gone wrong? Chapter 68. Shyness. Ji Chongshan watched as his brother's family was escorted away by the police, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had never anticipated that years of familial affection could crumble so easily in the face of greed. He made a concerted effort to master his emotions, slowly turning around to face Luo Caimei, who was seated on the living room sofa. Luo Zong, you have saved my life, I concede. Luo Caimei nodded slightly, replying, Ji Zong, just do not forget to fulfill the terms of our wager. Ji Chongshan approached Luo Caimei, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, Luo Zong, do you perhaps harbor a secret crush on me? Standing behind Luo Caimei, Fu Zheng observed silently. Ji Chongshan, taken aback by Luo Caimei's dazed expression, continued, the matter of Shen Qingyan's infidelity is widely known in Yeqing. Is this a form of revenge against him? Otherwise, why would you repeatedly draw my attention and be willing to save my life? Luo Caimei was taken aback by Ji Chongshan's blatant self-absorption. She clenched her small fist against her lips and coughed lightly. Ji Zong, to speak frankly, I have no affection for balding, frail middle-aged men. I am attracted to young and handsome gentlemen. I saved you simply to avoid further conflict. I wish to focus on advancing my career. Ji Chongshan gazed at the captivating and astute Luo Caimei, a sheepish expression crossing his face. I apologize. It appears I have misread the situation. He recognized that, in his current state, he was certainly not the type to appeal to women. Ji Chongshan then glanced at Fu Zheng, questioning, he isn't the mercenary I hired, is he? Luo Caimei nodded, I disposed of both your driver and mercenary into the sewer. This gentleman behind me is my personal bodyguard. Ji Chongshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Caimei's bodyguard would possess such formidable skills, capable of dealing with even the mercenaries he had employed. Luo Zong, I sincerely apologize for my previous antagonism towards you. Rest assured, in the future, I will include you in any promising projects within the entertainment industry. Luo Caimei stood up gracefully and shook Ji Chongshan's hand, replying, very well. I hope our future collaborations will be enjoyable. With the resentment Ji Chongshan had harbored towards her now alleviated, Luo Caimei exhaled deeply in relief. She departed from Ji Chongshan's villa,
Accompanied by Fu Zhengdaji, Chongshan watched her lithe and alluring silhouette. Silently vowing to restore his physique to its former handsome and robust state, he resolved that only when Luo Caimei divorced would he have the confidence to pursue her boldly. Luo Caimei brought Fu Zheng back to her apartment. A spacious 200+ square meters, adorned in a minimalist yet stylish manner, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city skyline at night. Observing the young man who had not spoken a word since leaving Ji Chongshan's villa, a hint of curiosity flickered in her beautiful eyes. "What is the matter? You seem rather discontent." Fu Zheng cast a glance at her, his gaze lowered. "You saved his life. It seems he has developed feelings for you." Luo Caimei was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing whom Fu Zheng referred to, she let out a soft laugh. "Do you think I am so desperate that I would settle for anyone? I only have eyes for someone like you." Gently poking the young man's firm chest with her fingertip, she smiled alluringly. "At present, my only desires are to amass wealth and to think of you. No, I mean just to think of you." Fu Zheng's eyes deepened with intensity as he removed her finger from his chest. "Could I possibly borrow your bathroom? I would like to take a shower." He was unaccustomed to donning another's garments. Had it not been for the purpose of aiding her, he would never have worn the attire of a mercenary. Fu Zheng pushed her petite face away, remarking that her household should not be lacking in such trivial provisions. Luo Caimei. Well, she had anticipated rejection. She understood that her troublesome younger brother would not readily accept rapid advances. Pointing towards the corridor, she indicated, "Over there." After Fu Zheng entered the bathroom, Luo Caimei made her way to the kitchen. Rarely did she cook at home, and the refrigerator held scant ingredients. She managed to find 2 eggs and a bag of noodles with simplicity. She prepared 2 bowls of noodles. By the time she placed them on the dining table, Fu Zheng had emerged from his shower. "I've made noodles. Come and have some. Tomorrow sister will take you out for a grand feast." As Fu Zheng seated himself at the table, Luo Caimei noticed droplets of water still clinging to his hair. She retrieved a clean towel from the room and stood behind him, gently drying his hair. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a wound on the left side of his neck, approximately 4 to 5 centimeters long, the edges jagged, as if inflicted by a sharp object. The skin surrounding the wound bore a slight redness, accompanied by traces of dried blood. Luo Caimei's heart jolted. Previously, he had been clad in the mercenary's black attire, the collar upright, concealing his neck, and she had not noticed his injury. "You've been hurt. Why didn't you tell me?" Luo Caimei furrowed her brows, incredulous that such a long wound could be deemed a mere scratch. "Come, I shall take you to the hospital." Fu Zheng, nonchalant, raised an eyebrow lazily, dismissing her concern with a casual, "It's nothing." Seeing his reluctance to visit the hospital, Luo Caimei retrieved a small first aid kit. She bent slightly, taking a cotton swab to tend to his wound. "From now on, if you're injured, you must not conceal it from me." Fu Zheng chuckled lightly. "You care for me?" Luo Caimei shot him a glare. "Of course. You are now my pampered younger brother. Every part of you belongs to me, and I do not wish for a flawed sibling." After treating his wound, as she applied the ointment, she unexpectedly settled onto his thigh. His leg was as solid as a brick, the firmness causing her heart to race. Leaning over to apply the medication was quite exhausting. Thus, she took a seat on his lap, her captivating eyes blinked languidly. Fatigue evident after a long day. Fu Zheng lowered his lengthy, dark lashes, his pale pink lips pressed together. "It's difficult for me to eat noodles with you sitting like that. Just a minute. I'll finish applying the medicine soon." As Luo Caimei continued her task, she noticed a faint blush creeping onto his fair earlobes. "Oh, is he shy?" The mere act of sitting on his lap had rendered him bashful. How would it be when she sat on him in bed? Rarely did she witness the proud and audacious young man in such a state of embarrassment. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch his ear. Indeed, it felt warm. However, in the next moment, he grasped her fingers, his Adam's apple bobbing as he rasped, "Don't touch." Luo Caimei's gaze lingered on the movement of his throat, her eyes fixated on the faintly colored mole just beneath his Adam's apple. Her expression deepening as she teased, "If I cannot touch, may I steal a kiss?" With that, her crimson lips found themselves wrapped around his cool, sharp, and alluring throat. Chapter 69. Heartbeat. The air became still in an instant. A charged atmosphere rapidly enveloping the two. Fu Zheng felt the blood rush to his abdomen, his temples throbbing. The woman before him, her lips grazing his Adam's apple, resembled a wild rose, fierce and passionate, strikingly beautiful in her uniqueness. His large hand tightened around her fingers, the grip intensifying. As his throat involuntarily convulsed, the warmth radiating from her fair ears grew increasingly intense. Upon noticing his ears flushed to the point of seeming to emit steam in his rigid posture, Luo Caimei was suddenly struck by a pang of guilt. Was she being too wicked? Very well, she decided to cease her teasing. Luo Caimei stood up from his thigh. Such a young man, brimming with vitality, truly could not withstand the slightest provocation. She cast a glance downward at his abdomen, but in the next moment, a long warm hand obscured her view. She hadn't seen anything yet. Luo Caimei recognized his embarrassment, and she refrained from forcibly removing his hand. Pointing towards the guest room, she said, "I have a place for you to sleep. Rest assured, I won't be climbing walls to impose myself upon you tonight." She handed him the key to her Lamborghini. Fu Zhang accepted it, saying, "I'm leaving now." Luo Caimei waved at him. "Be careful on your way. Message me when you arrived." As Fu Zhang reached the entrance, he noticed the woman preparing to sit down and eat noodles, her rebellious demeanor softening slightly. Luo Caimei, hearing Fu Zhang call her by name for the first time, sent a jolt through her heart. What a rude boy, she thought. Couldn't he refer to her as sister? She lifted her gaze to meet his, inquiring what's wrong. Upon seeing his cold expression and apparent displeasure, she set down her chopsticks and hurried to the entrance. His face was stern and serious, and confusion flickered in her beautiful eyes. What's made you suddenly unhappy? Is it because I haven't arranged your apartment yet? I've been a bit busy lately. But I'll go look for a place near Yi University this weekend. Before she could finish her sentence, he leaned down closer to her, his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable ocean under the night sky, exuding an air of danger and indifference. His crimson lips hovered near hers, the distance so slight that a minor movement would bring their lips together. Luo Caimei thought to herself, hadn't she already kissed his Adam's apple? She had assumed he didn't want her to kiss him. Besides, after he had criticized her kissing skills last time, she feared she hadn't practiced enough to avoid his disdain. With a polite yet awkward smile, she said, "I thought you weren't interested." And no sooner had she spoken than he raised her delicate face with his large hand and leaned down to kiss her. His cool, soft lips met hers, causing her long lashes to flutter like butterfly wings. The invigorating scent of the young man, mixed with the freshness of his post-bath aroma, enveloped her. Luo Caimei's mind buzzed, and her entire body felt electrified. Oh my, the naughty younger brother had taken the initiative to kiss her. He used his other hand to grip the back of her head, drawing their bodies even closer. Luo Caimei wrapped her arms around his neck, her heart racing at the fervent enthusiasm of her younger brother, her palms growing clammy with sweat. This sensation was utterly delightful. She truly savored the joy of nurturing a younger companion. He deepened the kiss, exploring the sweetness within her mouth with his other arm. He embraced her slender waist, drawing her tightly against his body. Time seemed to blur as he eventually released her. Luo Caimei was left yearning for more. Their breaths mingled, both still heavy with anticipation. She rested her delicate face against his chest, listening to the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. She took the initiative to grasp his hand, their palms warm and damp. Your kiss was quite delightful. Will you dare to kiss your sister again next time? Luo Caimei lifted her long lashes, her enchanting gaze reflecting a beguiling allure. Fu Zhang let out a haughty snort, gauging his mood. A twinge of reluctance filled Luo Caimei as she wished for him to stay. That kiss had been profoundly stirring, and she longed to keep him close, yet reason reminded her not to pressure her brother. His willingness to kiss her had already marked a significant advancement. Shall I escort you downstairs? Fu Zhang, captivated by her enticing demeanor and luscious red lips, felt his ears flush as he averted his gaze. No need. I fear I might not find my way out of the labyrinth. Luo Caimei shot him a playful glare. Very well, just drive carefully on your way. Fu Zhang drove the Lamborghini out of the garage. As he was about to exit the community, he brushed past a sleek black Maybach through the open window, his gaze locked with a pair of deep brown eyes framed by glasses. Without lingering, he pressed the accelerator, the sports car speeding away. He recalled that Luo Caimei had an apartment in this vicinity. Had that university student just emerged from her residence? Was he driving the Lamborghini she had recently acquired? It seemed she was quite willing to lavish her money on her young companion, and the thought stirred a sense of unease within him. Xiao Liao was Shan Qingyan's assistant. Shan Qingyan adjusted his glasses, a cold and sinister smile curving his lips. Luo Caimei, I wonder how you will react when you realize that the young man you are supporting has become nothing but a burden. Chapter 70. A missed appointment. His mother had suddenly suffered a stroke, necessitating a substantial amount for medical expenses. In an instant, his father seemed to age a decade. Their family, already not well off, was now plunged into a dire predicament. Haozi, typically cheerful, now felt as though he was enveloped in darkness. Aimlessly, he exited the hospital when a black car came to a halt before him. Are you Ling Hao? Haozi looked up to see a dapper man in a suit, glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined elegance. He quickly recalled that this man was the husband of the beautiful sister who had strayed with the former campus belle, Ning Xuejian. What was he doing here? Shan Qingyan instructed the driver to unlock the door, his smile appearing benign and harmless. May I have a word with you? Once inside the car, Shan Qingyan handed him a leather pouch. Here is 500,000 in cash. I imagine you find yourself in need of this money. Haozi furrowed his brow, looking skeptically at Shan Qingyan. Why would you give me this money without reason? Shan Qingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Of course, it is to enlist your assistance in a certain matter. Faced with immense temptation, Shan Qingyan was skeptical that today's youth could resist the allure of such substantial benefits. Upon hearing the request made by Shan Qingyan, Haozi's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to steal Brother Zheng's game design? Why are you targeting him? Why should that concern you? You need only to follow my instructions. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you with an additional 500,000 after your graduation. You may also secure a position at the Shun Group. Dear classmate, your admission to Yi University indicates that you possess a commendable intellect. Which is more significant to you, the bond of brotherhood or your mother's life? Do weigh your options carefully. After Ji Chongshan regained his composure, he promptly drafted a contract and signed a cooperative agreement with Luo Caimei. Rather than a mere collaboration, it could be seen as Ji Chongshan's support and elevation of Luo Caimei's media company. He leveraged his extensive connections within the entertainment industry to facilitate opportunities for her, providing social media resources and promotional channels. Luo Caimei was busily spinning like a top each day. Finally, as the weekend approached, she resolved to grant herself a day of respite. While pursuing her career, she could not neglect the younger brother she had taken under her wing. Unfortunately, her commitments at the studio meant they had not crossed paths. Days passed in this whirlwind of activity. With the weekend imminent, Luo Caimei hurriedly dialed his number. After several rings, he finally answered. You little rascal, what have you been so busy with? If I hadn't reached out, would you have ever contacted me? Despite her words, there was no trace of reproach in her tone. On the contrary, she appreciated his understanding and independence. All she required was for him to be present when she needed him. Excessive clinginess, she feared, would be overwhelming given her demanding daily schedule. Fu Zhang was in the midst of the final checks on his game design proposal, ensuring that there were no flaws or imperfections. When he received Luo Caimei's call, he leaned back lazily in his chair and replied in a cool, detached manner, "Oh, I thought you had forgotten about me. Sister." Luo Caimei chuckled sheepishly. I've been busy with the collaboration with Mr. Ji. How about we go out tomorrow? I'll make some time. Fu Zhang responded languidly. Where to? Luo Caimei suggested. How about a movie? Whatever you like. Sensing her brother's lack of enthusiasm, she paused before adding, I've asked someone abroad to buy you a limited edition pair of sneakers. I'll give them to you when we meet tomorrow. After the movie, we can dine at an upscale restaurant. She was aware of her recent busyness and the neglect it caused him, so she sought to compensate materially. After ending the call, Fu Zhang returned to his game inspection. Just as he was nearing completion, Haozi entered the dormitory, pushing the door open. How is your mother? Fu Zhang removed his headphones and turned to Haozi. The latter's gaze flickered, almost avoiding Fu Zhang's eyes. She's about to undergo surgery. Fu Zhang, on the day of the operation, I plan to go with Zhou Ziang. Haozi quickly waved his hand. No need. Fu Zhang pressed his lips together, perhaps overwhelmed by the mounting pressure. The following day, after Luo Caimei finished her preparations, she was about to leave when she received a call from Ji Chongshan. Originally, Luo Caimei had no intention of answering work-related calls on Sunday, yet she feared that Ji Chongshan might have something significant to discuss, especially since the two companies had just embarked on a collaboration. Luozong, are you free shortly? A leader from the broadcasting authority has arrived, and I would like to introduce you to him. This could greatly benefit your company's future development. Upon hearing this, Luo Caimei's heart skipped a beat. Such a vital connection, had she not saved Ji Chongshan's life? He surely would not have thought to introduce her. However, she had already made plans with her brother to watch a movie later that day. After a brief moment of indecision, she swiftly made up her mind. Work takes precedence. All right, please send me the address. After concluding the call, Luo Caimei immediately dialed Fu Zhang's number. As soon as the call connected, she expressed her apologies. I'm so sorry, sister must meet with a leader shortly. It seems there won't be time for our date today. Shall we reschedule for another day? Fu Zhang had already arrived at the cinema they had planned to go to, having dressed up deliberately for the occasion. Standing at the entrance, several young women glanced in his direction. Upon receiving the message of Luo Caimei's cancellation, his brows furrowed slightly. Whatever, he replied curtly before hanging up. Luo Caimei could distinctly sense her younger brother's irritation. Yet she felt powerless at this early stage of her media company's development. She needed connections and relationships. She could not forfeit her opportunities simply to appease her brother. As the saying goes, men are often unreliable, and a woman should possess the heart of a warrior. Rather than bolster his lofty aspirations, she ought to earn her own fortune. Her career was the cornerstone of her existence. If her brother was upset,
Perhaps sending him a generous red envelope would alleviate his displeasure. With this thought, any lingering guilt and unease within Luo Caimei dissipated entirely. By around 10 o'clock that evening, Fu Zheng had yet to receive another call from Luo Caimei. Lying in bed, he glanced at his phone repeatedly. In the darkness, his expression turned cold, and a mocking smirk played at the corners of his lips. Chapter 71. No touching. That evening, Luo Caimei met with the broadcasting authority leader and indulged in considerable amounts of alcohol. Being a strong woman was no easy feat, and upon awakening the next day, she was beset by a splitting headache. Rubbing her temples, she entered the bathroom to freshen up. After emerging, the memory of her cancellation from the previous day, missing the movie with her bothersome brother, prompted her to dial his number. To her dismay, the call was met with a notification of his phone being turned off. A sudden unease gripped her heart. He rarely turned off his phone. Could it be that he was so upset with her that he had switched it off? It gave her the impression of a careless woman who did not cherish what she had. In a hurry, Luo Caimei sent him a large red envelope via WeChat and called upon her friend to deliver a limited edition pair of sneakers she had procured from abroad to Yida. An hour later, she received a call from Fu Zheng. His tone was nonchalant. I'm in Ningxing. Luo Caimei was taken aback, wondering why he had gone to Ningxing. So the reason his phone had been off was that he was on a plane? I'm representing the school in a university programming competition. Luo Caimei responded with a simple, "Oh," and inquired, "How long will you be there?" Sensing the coolness in his tone, she felt a twinge of guilt and said, "Are you still upset about our failed date yesterday?" The youth on the other end of the line paused for a few seconds before ambiguously stating, "Did you not send a red envelope and gift a pair of sneakers?" Luo Caimei could distinctly sense his discontent. Unsure if her presence had affected his mood after the call, she set her phone down, intending to have her breakfast, only for her phone to ring once more. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted. It was her second aunt from the Luo family calling. With a cold demeanor, Luo Caimei answered the phone. "Wei Wei, your grandfather's health has been deteriorating lately. He has been frequently mentioning your father and elder brother. The fortune teller suggested that if your grandfather recuperates at the Blue Water Bay Villa, it would greatly benefit his health. You are currently living away from home, and it wouldn't do for Blue Water Bay to remain vacant for long. You are a dutiful child. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a request." Upon hearing her aunt's words, a fierce flame ignited within Luo Caimei. 5 years ago, her parents were involved in a devastating car accident. Her father perished, and her mother fell into a vegetative state. Her elder brother was on a covert mission with the special forces, while her younger brother was still a child. At that time, she was utterly lost. After her father's funeral, she ventured alone to Kyoto to find her brother, only to discover that he had also made the ultimate sacrifice during his mission. She fell into a coma for nearly 3 months before awakening. When she did, the Luo family had undergone a complete upheaval. Aside from her 10 shareholding and some properties purchased by her parents for her, all other assets had been seized by them. The Luo group had fallen into the hands of her uncles. Upon regaining consciousness, she had slapped Luo Xingzhou fiercely. Yet, he was her own brother. Despite her anger, she knew that staying in Yecheng would be perilous for him. She immediately arranged for him to go abroad. While she remained to confront the predatory wolves of the Luo family. Over the years, she had been subjected to numerous underhanded schemes, and it was only after marrying Shan Qingyan and gaining the protection of the Shen family that her situation improved somewhat. She had always been acutely aware that without formidable strength on her side, she could not confront the treacherous individuals within the Luo family head-on. The Luo group was built through her father's hard work. Without him, the Luo family had been nothing more than an utterly ordinary household. Luo Caimei never anticipated that they would not only seize the Luo group but also set their sights on the Blue Water Bay Villa. The villa represented more than just a mere house. It was her spiritual sanctuary. Within its walls lay the love of her parents, the companionship of her siblings, and countless moments of joy. Luo Caimei would never allow it to fall into the hands of those avaricious individuals. A cold smile curled at the corners of her lips as she retorted, "And even if I were to consent to my grandfather residing there, does he truly dare to do so? He has always favored my uncles. And after my father's passing, he assisted you all in seizing my father's company. Is he not afraid of my father's spirit haunting him in the night?" Her second aunt on the other end of the line was taken aback by Luo Caimei's harsh demeanor. Just as she was about to respond, Luo Caimei's icy voice rang out, "No outsider shall lay a finger on my family's villa." The second aunt was left speechless. She had not anticipated that the property deed for the Blue Water Bay Villa was, in fact, in Luo Caimei's name. "Luo Caimei, what use is it for you to occupy the Blue Water Bay Villa? In this world, even your own brother despises you. Just yesterday, Xingzhou told me during a video call that he now regards Shiyao as his true sister. You, on the other hand, are merely a person who forsakes kin for personal gain. He has no sister like you. Having concluded the conversation, the second aunt hung up the phone. Luo Caimei closed her eyes, her long and thick eyelashes quivering uncontrollably. In this world, there were few individuals she truly cared for. Her younger brother Luo Xingzhou was a thorn in her heart. The year she sent him abroad to shield him from danger. She uttered many harsh words over the past few years. Luo Xingzhou seldom contacted her, and whenever she flew overseas to visit him, he remained indifferent. He could not comprehend her heartfelt intentions. How she longed to be close to her brother. Yet she could not, fearing that their proximity would once again plunge him into peril. She resembled a solitary warrior, battling alone in this harsh world. No one could fathom her sacrifices, nor could anyone perceive the internal struggle she endured. Luo Xingzhou was also adept at piercing her heart. Fully aware that she despised Luo Shiyao, he still treated her as a cherished sister. Scalding tears welled up uncontrollably in her eyes, and Luo Caimei tilted her head slightly to prevent them from spilling. She could not afford to be weak, nor could she easily be defeated. After regaining her composure, Luo Caimei drove towards the studio. Sister Caimei, Sister Su from Ningxing mentioned that there's a minor issue with the custom dress she ordered. We need to send someone over to resolve it. Luo Caimei raised an eyebrow. Ningxing? Yes, Xiaoyu nodded. Recalling her troublesome brother competing in Ningxing, she suddenly felt a desire to see him. She took the information Xiaoyu handed her and declared, I shall go personally. Chapter 72. The way a sister consoles upon arriving in Ningxing and completing her work obligations. Luo Caimei dialed Fu Zheng's number. The phone rang for a considerable duration, and just as she thought no one would answer, the call connected. As she was about to speak, a melodious and sweet voice chimed in from the other end. Hello, are you looking for Fu Zheng? Luo Caimei furrowed her delicate brows. Why was a girl answering the phone? From the sound of her voice, she seemed quite young. Was she Fu Zheng's female classmate? Given Fu Zheng's nature, he wouldn't typically answer calls from anyone but close acquaintances. Luo Caimei was not one to indulge in baseless speculation. She straightforwardly inquired, Yes, I'm looking for Fu Zheng. Where is he? He is taking a shower. The girl on the other end seemed puzzled. Who are you? Luo Caimei's brows knitted tighter. Didn't he save my number? No, it's just a string of digits. What do you need to speak to him about? A wave of helplessness surged within her. And after pressing her lips together, she replied, It's nothing. She ended the call. Perhaps it was the earlier phone call from her second aunt that had cast a shadow over her mood, leaving her somewhat despondent throughout the day. She had no inclination to investigate who the girl answering Fu Zheng's phone was, nor did she care to ponder why she was in his room while he was in the shower. In the hotel, Fu Zheng emerged from the bathroom after his shower. He glanced at the girl holding his phone, a flicker of coldness flashing across his sharp features. Fu Yuyu, who permitted you to touch my phone? Fu Yuyu's charming and bright face broke into a teasing smile. Brother, a sister with a wonderfully pleasant voice just called for you. Fu Zheng immediately snatched the phone to take a look. Upon seeing the call from Luo Caimei, his handsome face tightened. What did you tell her? Fu Yu playfully stuck out her little tongue, and I remarked, Are you taking a bath? No sooner had the words left my mouth than Fu Zheng gave my head a solid knock. Brother, that hurt. Quickly tell me, who is that sister? Could she be your girlfriend? Fu Zheng seized Fu Yu by the collar and pushed her outside, urging her not to bother him any further. Fu Zheng's younger sister, had recently come to Ningxing for a visit. Upon learning that Fu Zheng was in Ningxing, she insisted on meeting him tonight. However, upon their first encounter, she accidentally splashed coffee all over him. Fortunately, it wasn't hot. Otherwise, it would have burned his skin off. Brother, is that sister your girlfriend? Enough with the gossip. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and he explained, It was my sister on the line earlier. Luo Caimei chuckled softly. A little sister, I presume? Fu Zheng remained silent for a moment, his voice cooling slightly as he replied, I am not so morally deficient. Hearing him clarify this was rare, and naturally Luo Caimei ceased her suspicions. Her mood inexplicably lifted. She inquired, How did the competition go today? Not bad. Luo Caimei responded with a soft "oh" and asked, Which hotel are you staying at in Ningxing? With a playful intent to tease him, she added, Do you want me to come over? Just as she was about to say more, she heard a knock at his door. I have something to attend to. I'll talk to you later. After Fu Zheng hung up, Luo Caimei snapped a photo on her phone as she headed to Ningxing Airport and sent it to him via WeChat. Zheng? Lanting Hotel, room 1902.3. Individuals represented Yeda in the competition, and the two alumni invited Fu Zheng to join them for dinner. Initially, Fu Zheng planned to accompany them, but upon seeing Luo Caimei's message, he declined, saying, You all go ahead. I won't be joining. Should we pack something for you? No need. After the alumni left, Fu Zheng changed into a black shirt he retrieved from his suitcase and stood before the mirror. Tidying his hair after waiting for about half an hour,
He heard the doorbell ring and promptly walked to the entrance. It was a staff member from the hotel delivering his meal, which had been ordered by the alumni. Fu Zhang brought the meal into his room but did not eat. Instead, he picked up his phone to check something. Nearly 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Fu Zhang approached the door and opened it. Standing outside was a person dressed in a mascot costume, the large cartoonish figure momentarily stunning Fu Zhang. The mascot held a bouquet of flowers and said to Fu Zhang, "These flowers are from a lady with the surname Luo." Fu Zhang accepted the flowers, his dark eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. "Where is she?" "Ms. Luo ordered them over the phone." "Meaning she didn't come in person?" A mocking smile curved Fu Zhang's lips. She was the type to cancel at any moment, so why would he expect her to come find him in person? Understood. After signing, he prepared to turn back inside. As he lifted his long leg to close the door, a melodious and charming female voice rang out, "Surprise!" A woman in a camel-colored coat emerged from behind the mascot, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and her delicately small face adorned with a radiant smile. "Are you surprised? Is it unexpected?" Fu Zhang's eyes, seemingly as cold as ice, gradually revealed a hint of a smile, as if breaking through the frozen surface. "What brings you here?" "I missed you, brother." Noticing the flower-delivering puppet still outside, Fu Zhang reached out and pulled Luo Caimei inside. After she thanked the puppet, she closed the door and took out a beautifully packaged box of chocolates from her bag. "I bought this for you." The chocolates were rich art, costing 6,000 for a box. Fu Zhang lowered his gaze, contemplating how generous his sister was. "Of course, I promised to spoil you." The room was warm and Luo Caimei removed her coat. Heading towards the restroom. "I'll wash my hands first." Fu Zhang watched her retreating figure. Beneath her coat, she wore a white shirt and blue jeans. The fitted white shirt accentuated her delicate upper body, while the jeans hugged her legs snugly, her rounded hips and slender waist cinched by a thin belt, exuding a chic yet minimalist style. After washing her hands, Luo Caimei noticed Fu Zhang lounging on the sofa. She walked over and sat directly on his lap. "Why aren't you eating the chocolate? It's expensive." "Even if it's expensive, it's meant to be eaten, and it only has a shelf life of 14 days. Luo Caimei opened the box, peeled a piece, and brought it to his lips. "Sister will feed you." Fu Zhang remained unmoved, his dark eyes glimmering like glazed porcelain as he stared at her. "How about a slap? Then a sweet date?" Luo Caimei, aware of her recent neglect towards him due to her busy schedule, smiled mischievously. "What if I change the way I feed you?" With that, she bit into the chocolate, bringing her lips closer to his. For a long moment, he did not part his lips. Luo Caimei felt a surge of irritation. "You little rascal. Not giving me any face at all." She decided to consume the chocolate herself. After finishing, as she prepared to rise from his lap, he suddenly leaned down and kissed her. Chapter 73. Quite the catch. Luo Caimei was caught off guard by Fu Zhang's kiss. She widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at his handsome face, his long lashes brushing against her skin. Realizing she was watching, he lifted his elegant fingers to cover her eyes, prying her lips apart to deepen the kiss. The rich, aromatic flavor of chocolate enveloped their mouths, intoxicating and exhilarating. Luo Caimei attempted to remove his hand from her eyes, but in the next moment, he firmly grasped her fingers, rendering her immobile. Their breaths grew heavier, the air thick with an intoxicating humidity. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss ended. He held her face with a hand that had not captured her fingers, and she raised her long lashes to meet his gaze. "Has my kissing technique improved?" He lazily smirked. "Still quite poor. You just bit my tongue." Luo Caimei felt a twinge of guilt. "Isn't it because the mischievous little brother initiated the kiss, causing my blood to boil with excitement, and I lost my sense of measure? Merely observing without practice is futile." She resolved to practice more in the future. After each kiss, her enchanting eyes sparkled with a spring-like glimmer, captivating and alluring, as she blinked up at Fu Zhang. "You certainly know how to reciprocate." Whenever she was on the brink of asphyxiation, she still knew how to provide herself with just the right amount of air, evoking a sensation that was both excruciating and exhilarating as chocolate sweet. Luo Caimei, her breath unsteady, leaned against his chest, her fingertips playfully poking at his slightly rolling Adam's apple. Fu Zhang grasped her wandering fingers, admonishing, "Don't fumble around." With a smile, Luo Caimei pressed a gentle kiss on his sharply defined jawline. "I've changed my flight to 11 o'clock tonight. I still have over 3 hours to spare. Would you care to join me for a bite?" Fu Zhang lowered his gaze towards her, inquiring, "Are you leaving tonight?" Luo Caimei shrugged. "What else can I do? You have a competition tomorrow, and I fear my presence might distract you." Fu Zhang's emotions were inscrutable. "I can sleep on the sofa." Luo Caimei gazed at his alluring crimson lips, stifling the urge to kiss him again. "I'm afraid I might lose control. After all, my intentions towards you are hardly pure." Fu Zhang chuckled at her candor, You are quite forthright. He returned the key to Luo Caimei, saying, this isn't necessary. I rather enjoy the quaint little alley where I'm currently staying. Luo Caimei placed the key on the coffee table. The alley can stay. You can reside wherever you wish, but I must fulfill my promise to you. The depths of Fu Zheng's eyes were thick with emotion. You certainly possess a strong sense of commitment. Of course, Luo Caimei replied as she searched for a high-end restaurant online and hailed a taxi to take him there to indulge her brother. She chose a meal with an average cost of 5,000 per person. She secretly observed Fu Zheng's demeanor and realized that regardless of how extravagant the gifts she offered or how luxurious the dining experiences she arranged, he remained unfazed. The wealthy woman who had previously supported him must have taken him to all sorts of opulent venues, rendering her efforts insufficient to elicit surprise from him. I need to use the restroom, Luo Caimei announced as she stood up and departed from the table. Fu Zheng languidly reclined in his chair, pulling out his phone to prepare for a game. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the air from behind him. Fu Zheng? A woman, irked by his disregard, approached him with an air of authority, her high heels clicking against the floor. How can you afford to dine in such a high-end restaurant? You haven't rejected me for another wealthy woman, have you? The speaker was Qiao Xinyan, the daughter of the president of Huanyu Game Company. Qiao Xinyan had graduated from Yi University last year and was considered Fu Zheng's senior. Before her graduation, she had pursued him relentlessly, but despite her various attempts, she could not win his heart. Fu Zheng was, in essence, a thorn in Qiao Xinyan's side. Fu Zheng, I thought you were a man of integrity. I never imagined you would end up with a woman. Fu Zheng lazily lifted his eyelids. This is a fine dining establishment, not a marketplace. Besides, who I associate with is none of your concern. Qiao Xinyan was nearly apoplectic, her face pale with rage. You should think before you speak. With a face ashen and teeth clenched, she spat out venomously, Fu Zheng, you will regret this. After storming out of the restaurant, Qiao Xinyan took out her phone and called Shenqian. Mr. Shan, regarding the collaboration you proposed last time, I am in agreement. As Luo Caimei emerged from the restroom, she chanced upon the sight of Qiao Xinyan fuming, as she departed from Fu Zheng's side. Qiao Xinyan was the daughter of the president of Huanyu Gaming Company, and was involved in advertising dealings with the Shun Group. Luo Caimei recalled that Qiao Xinyan was also a graduate of Yi University, likely an alumnus of Fushaogo. Do you know Qiao Xinyan? Luo Caimei inquired, her curiosity piqued as she took a seat. Noticing Luo Caimei's arrival, Fu Zheng set aside his phone and reclined his tall frame against the back of the chair. She pursued me, he replied. Luo Caimei, momentarily taken aback from her intention to sip her drink, remarked, my dear brother is indeed quite the catch. After a moment's thought, she added, the wealthy woman who was previously keeping you, it wouldn't be her, would it? Fu Zheng gazed at Luo Caimei's radiant and enchanting face and chuckled softly. No, my standards are quite high. Both beauty and physique are indispensable. To his words, Luo Caimei visibly brightened, interpreting his implication as a compliment directed towards herself. What a discerning young man you are. Qiao Xinyan can be rather domineering. She hasn't coerced you in any way, has she? Luo Caimei pressed at Fu Zheng, fixed her with his dark, penetrating gaze and queried, if she were to force me in the future, would my sister come to my defense? Luo Caimei's smile deepened at the corners of her lips as she responded, of course, indeed. Her decision to visit Ningxing to see her brother was fortuitous. All her previous discontent had dissipated as they neared the hotel entrance. Luo Caimei informed Fu Zheng, I want to accompany you upstairs. I'll head directly to the airport. Fu Zheng responded with a casual hm. Luo Caimei then pulled him into a secluded corner and cupped his strikingly handsome face with her hands, pecking at his lips like a chick pecking at grains. I shall miss my dear brother. He radiated the vigor and strength of youth, rendering her utterly captivated. Chapter 74. A personal visit in the realm of mature adults. Further development naturally implies a physical aspect. Luo Caimei was reluctant to prolong the anticipation, as her initial intent in pursuing him was driven by a desire for his physicality. Must you remain so reserved? She murmured, kissing him as she trailed her lips from the corner of his mouth to his jawline. Each place she kissed felt as if electrified. Just as her lips were about to descend upon his Adam's apple, he gently pushed her face away. His dark eyes, deep and fervent, held a husky tone as he said, Sister, if you sleep with me, will you not cherish it? Luo Caimei wrapped her arms around his slender waist, burying her face in his chiseled chest. How could that be? If sister sleeps with you, she will only grow fonder and more infatuated. Oh my! This must be the joy of having a young beau. Wasn't he far superior to her ex-husband, Shan Qing? Noticing his silence, she leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips once more. Fu Zheng felt a rush of heat envelop him. His voice came out hoarse. Have you had your fill? Luo Caimei gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Sister is very eager to see you drenched in sweat in the middle of the night. Fu Zheng discerned the underlying meaning in her words. Swallowing hard, you little scoundrel, Luo Caimei chuckled, aren't you my little dog? What's the harm in teasing a bit? The youthful vigor of the boy was palpable, and she could see the flush of his fair ears. As red and hot as flames, Luo Caimei was well aware that he did not truly resist her playful advances. Deep down, she likely harbors a mischievous gene, relishing the sight of his ears turning crimson. With a playful poke of her finger against his chest, she teased, "Oh dear brother, your heartbeat is quite rapid." Fu Zheng firmly grasped her errant fingers, his gaze fixated on her captivating allure, and in a husky voice, he cautioned, "Do not go too far." Luo Caimei glanced at his abdomen and swiftly comprehended the implications. With a final query, she inquired, "What is your size?" "I wish to buy a set in advance." Fu Zheng's ears flushed, nearly smoldering, and he urged, "You should leave." He gave her a gentle push. Luo Caimei left with a smile, and as she reached the roadside, she noticed him still standing motionless, his dark, profound eyes fixated on her. She blew him a playful kiss, saying, "Darling, see you in Yi City." Fu Zheng exhaled heavily. Upon returning to Yi City, Luo Caimei rested for an entire day in her apartment. That evening, she was invited to a friend's bar opening. At the bar, she encountered Shen Qianqian and Li Wenqian, who were unabashedly kissing in a booth. Spotting Luo Caimei, Shen Qianqian seized the moment while Li Wenqian conversed with friends, approaching Luo Caimei with an air of arrogance and triumph. "I am now with brother Wenqian. Your dear friend Xiaojuan's hopes of reconciling with him are utterly futile." Luo Caimei responded with a nonchalant conveying respect and blessings, effectively sealing her lips. A quintessential romantic fool. Even Wang Baochuan would likely be moved to relinquish her mountain for her. Noticing Luo Caimei's sarcastic demeanor, Shen Qianqian grew even more self-satisfied. "Brother Wenqian treats me exceptionally well, nothing like you claimed. You simply cannot reach the grapes and therefore deem them sour." Luo Caimei raised her long fingers to massage her brow, retorting, "Shen Qianqian, you are no longer my sister-in-law. If you dare speak to me with such insolence again, I fear I may be compelled to slap you." Along with a swift kick, Shen Qianqian's complexion shifted between shades of green and purple. "Luo Caimei, we shall see. You have left the Shen family, and I do not believe you will fare better than us. No prestigious family will accept a divorced woman like you." Luo Caimei shrugged, "I understand you are straightforward and speak without thinking, but one should refrain from such verbal excess." Shen Qianqian, having never outmatched Luo Caimei in verbal sparring, huffed in response. She chose not to lower herself to the level of a shrewdity. The entrance of the apartment stood a familiar silhouette, and upon recognizing the figure, Luo Caimei was momentarily taken aback. "Wan, what brings you here?" Recently, both had been preoccupied with business trips, primarily communicating through WeChat. Xiaojuan, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, was inherently lively and optimistic, rarely displaying the anxiety and furrowed brows evident now. Luo Caimei opened the apartment door and ushered Xiaojuan inside. "Has something happened at your home?" Xiaojuan came from a single-parent household, with her mother raising her and her sister alone. When Xiaojuan was in her teens, her mother married a man who turned out to be ill-intentioned, attempting to assault Xiaojuan while her mother was away. Xiaojuan defended herself, injuring him, and her mother promptly divorced him upon learning of the incident. Over the years, Xiaojuan's mother had consistently struggled with her health. Xiaojuan urged Luo Caimei to take a seat on the sofa. Her brow furrowed in distress. "It's not a matter concerning my family. 2 months ago, while on a business trip to Gangcheng, I found myself entangled with a man against my will." Luo Caimei's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way." With a face full of sorrow, Xiaojuan nodded. At that time, she was still employed at ST and had a conflict with Ji Yun over matters regarding Sure You Buy. During her business trip to Gangcheng, Ji Yun maliciously orchestrated a scheme, slipping drugs into her drink, intending to hold leverage over her. However, that night, she managed to escape. In a rather melodramatic turn of events, she inadvertently barged into a man's room. The man appeared to be suffering from a high fever. He pushed her away, yet she, overwhelmed by the effects of the drug, forcefully succumbed to him. When she awoke the next day, he was still unconscious. She hastily took out 1,000 yuan in cash from her wallet and placed it on the bedside table before fleeing in a rush. She had assumed that after more than 2 months, he would not seek her out again. As if fate were mocking her, a line of Rolls-Royce Phantoms with black-clad bodyguards stood in formation. A man clad in a black leather jacket, a cigar clenched between his teeth and a buzz cut adorning his head, emerged from her apartment building. The man's features were chiseled and austere, with a small scar at the corner of his eye that hinted at a formidable past. He was not someone to be trifled with. Had she been conscious that night, Xiaojuan would never have dared to engage with such a man. "Oh, you think the 1,000 yuan I gave him was insufficient?" Xiaojuan bit her lip anxiously. "Darling, I have a feeling he will find me sooner or later. If he demands more money, could you lend me some?"
Luo Caimei nodded reassuringly. No problem, we live in a society governed by law. So do not fear. Just as Luo Caimei finished speaking, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. The two exchanged glances before Luo Caimei stood up. I'll go check. She approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to be struck dumb by what she saw. Chapter 75. The game has only just begun. The figure standing outside was clad in a black leather jacket, with a buzz cut, and his features were sharp and striking. His dark, piercing gaze and tall, imposing stature exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered one breathless. The man was undeniably handsome, yet there was an air of ruthless arrogance about him, a clear indication that he was a formidable figure from the underworld. Luo Caimei's brow knitted in concern. This man was clearly not to be trifled with, nor was he lacking in resources. Jiwan had truly stumbled into a perilous situation. The doorbell continued to ring insistently. Seeing that Luo Caimei had not opened the door, Xia Jiwan hurried over to peer through the peephole herself. Her delicate features paled instantly. It's over. It's over. He has found Caimei's place. It seems there is no escaping this. Wan, you should hide in my room. I'll handle this, Luo Caimei began, but Xia Jiwan shook her head, interrupting her. Look at his demeanor. It's clear he intends to confront me tonight. I did wrong by him that night in Gangsheng, and I must face the consequences bravely. Luo Caimei looked at Xia Jiwan with concern. I'm worried he might harm you. Xia Jiwan forced herself to remain calm. If he tries to take me away by force, you should quietly follow behind. If I cannot handle it, then you can bring the bodyguards to assist me. Luo Caimei nodded resolutely. All right, keep your phone hidden. I will stay in contact at all times. Xia Jiwan, lost in thought, retrieved a lipstick from her bag and applied it to her lips before announcing her departure. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and stepped outside. The man awaiting her was impressively tall and robust, his features exuding a chilling coldness. Upon seeing Xia Jiwan emerge, he narrowed his unfathomably cold eyes and remarked, Miss Xia, you have finally deigned to show yourself. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet simultaneously frigid, reminiscent of ancient ice devoid of warmth. Having worked in the entertainment industry for 2 years, Xia Jiwan had encountered a multitude of personalities, yet she had never before dealt with someone as rough and intimidating as this man. His hands were large and elongated, his physique strong and muscular, with the contours of his well-defined muscles subtly visible beneath his clothing. Although her memory of that night was hazy, she distinctly recalled the overpowering scent of masculinity and the raw strength he displayed when he pinned her beneath him. It felt as though he could easily extinguish her life with a mere squeeze of his hand. Feeling tense, she inquired, Sir, may I ask what brings you here? The man extended his long arm, encircling Xia Jiwan's slender waist, while his other hand ventured towards her collar. Alarmed, she quickly grasped his hand and pleaded, Sir, could we find somewhere private to converse? She forced herself to maintain her composure. The man's icy, dangerous gaze lingered on her for several seconds. Despite her fear, her trembling eyelashes betrayed no sign of weakness as she endeavored to hold his gaze. Seeking an opportunity for negotiation, Xiao Lin smirked, finding her audacity intriguing. Most women would shy away from him in terror, yet here was one bold enough not only to confront him but also to propose a private discussion. Very well, he acquiesced, prompting Xia Jiwan to exhale a sigh of relief. However, before she could withdraw, he suddenly lifted her off the ground. His powerful arms cradled her effortlessly. Xia Jiwan gasped, What are you doing? He lowered his gaze to her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, laden with mischief and a hint of menace. It took me 2 months to track down the audacious little wildcat who vanished without a trace. I feared, given Miss Xia's cunning, you might once again slip away from under my nose. Xia Jiwan realized he had brought numerous associates to corner her. There was no escape, even if she were as nimble as a groundhog. I'm not running away. Please put me down, I can walk on my own. The sight of her cheeks flushed with embarrassment did not deter him. Instead, he hoisted her slightly higher. I recall Miss Xia was quite enthusiastic that night. What, now you feel shy? Fearing he might exert too much force and cast her to the ground, she blinked rapidly. I was drugged that night. I acknowledge my mistake. Whatever compensation you seek, I shall agree to it. He gazed down at her, his eyes glinting with amusement. Any compensation you say? With her complexion paling, Xia Jiwan nodded affirmatively. Yes, a one-time compensation, after which we shall have no further entanglements. Very well, he grinned, a predatory smile gracing his lips. Let us see if Miss Xia can handle the stakes, for you are the first woman bold enough to sleep with me. Xiao Lian, as she caught a fleeting glimpse of the chilling amusement in his eyes. An unsettling premonition stirred within her. The compensation he demands is undoubtedly beyond her easy means to provide. She truly wishes she could slap the version of herself from 2 months ago for having entangled herself with such a perilous man. However, having reached this juncture, she can only meet force with force, and confront the circumstances as they unfold.
Xiao Lin personally carried Xia Zhiwan to the passenger seat of one of the black sedans parked downstairs. He instructed the driver to exit the vehicle before taking the wheel himself. Miss Xia, you are quite bold. I shall take you to a place of amusement. As his words faded, the engine roared to life, and the car sped away. The velocity was astonishing, relentlessly closing in on other vehicles, seemingly on the brink of collision at any moment. Xia Zhiwan gripped the armrest tightly, her heart racing. Slow down. The man, unperturbed, accelerated further, each perilous brush with other cars sending her heart into her throat. He was nothing short of a reckless daredevil. As they navigated the winding mountain road, he showed no signs of deceleration. Xia Zhiwan realized he was deliberately tormenting her. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, her stomach churning violently, threatening to expel the contents of her morning meal. After nearly half an hour of this harrowing pace, the man finally directed the car back towards the city. Xia Zhiwan's face was devoid of color as she turned to glance at the driver. His rugged, striking features betrayed no hint of emotion, cold-blooded, wild and dangerous. Mr. Xiao, that night was my fault. I sincerely apologize. Xiao Lin cast a sidelong glance at Xia Zhiwan, a cold smirk gracing his lips. No need to rush your apology. Our little game has only just begun. Perspiration formed in her palms, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. What do you intend to do? Xiao Lin parked the car in front of a private club. Miss Xia, there's no need to be anxious. You will soon find out. Following him into a private room, Xia Zhiwan was greeted by a candlelit dinner, complete with red wine, steak and roses, everything one could desire. The more she witnessed, the less she comprehended this man's intentions simultaneously. Her heart grew increasingly anxious. Chapter 76. A match of wits, a brilliant duel. He could not possibly have brought her here merely for a candlelit dinner. Xiao Lin, with a blend of gentlemanly charm and audacious flair, pulled out a chair for Xia Zhiwan. Miss Xia, please take a seat. Tense and wary, she reluctantly sat down. Mr. Xiao, why not directly express your desires? Xia Zhiwan's long lashes fluttered with surprise. You. What? Is Miss Xia unwilling? Of course, Xia Zhiwan was reluctant. She had initially regarded him as a remedy, and though she had been the one to initiate their encounter, he had later turned the tables, overpowering her, seemingly discerning her thoughts. Xiao Lin wore a knowing smile. If Miss Xia does not agree, I shall pay a visit to your mother tomorrow. Xia Zhiwan's fingers clenched into fists instantly. No. Her mother's health was fragile. She could not withstand his provocations. Rest assured, I, Xiao Lin, am a man of my word. With gritted teeth, Xia Zhiwan relented. Fine. Xiao Lin raised his glass to her. Once we finish this meal, we shall proceed to a hotel. Faced with the man's blunt and brazen words, Xia Zhiwan felt a mix of embarrassment and turmoil within her. With a heart full of trepidation, Xia Zhiwan finished her meal and glanced at the man seated opposite her, who was now producing a lighter and a cigar. As he ignited it, the pale blue smoke obscured his chiseled features, accentuating the cold depth of his gaze, which carried an inscrutable air of danger. He cast a sidelong glance at Xia Zhiwan, who had barely touched her food, and his thin lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Have you had enough? He inquired. Xia Zhiwan nodded in response. Xiao Lin exhaled a cloud of smoke and then retrieved his phone, making a call with a voice as frigid as ice. Let them in. Moments later, 3 men clad in rags entered the private room. Xia Zhiwan suddenly grasped Xiao Lin's true intentions for the evening, her pupils dilating in shock. It was not her companionship he sought for the night, but rather that of these beggars. As she gazed at the dangerously smoking man, an overwhelming sense of fear and panic surged from the depths of her soul. She had truly provoked someone beyond her reckoning. You, Xia Zhiwan began, but Xiao Lin's chilling voice interrupted her. Miss Xia, do you take me for a benevolent philanthropist? I have been navigating this world since my teenage years, and my success in the harbor city is solely due to one word: ruthlessness. No woman dares to lay a finger on me. The fact that I haven't disposed of you today is merely a gesture of goodwill. You will spend the night with these beggars, and if I find it to my liking, perhaps I shall forgive your debt. Xia Zhiwan felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. A profound chill coursed through her spine, yet she understood that maintaining her composure was paramount in such dire circumstances. Otherwise, she would truly become prey to these beggars. After a fleeting glance at Xiao Lin, she rose from her chair. However, as she stood, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Rubbing her temples, she looked at Xiao Lin and accused, You've drugged my drink. Xiao Lin smirked. Miss Xia, you cannot escape tonight. Xia Zhiwan turned her gaze towards the beggars, who were watching her with eyes gleaming with anticipation. After staring at Xiao Lin for a few seconds, she boldly approached him. Upon reaching his side, he raised an eyebrow, his wicked eyes glinting with mischief. What, do you intend to kneel and beg me? Before he could finish, she unexpectedly placed her daring form upon his lap. Xiao Lin's elongated, dark eyes instantly transformed into a perilous glare as he coldly uttered a single word. "Get off!" Xiaojiwan, undeterred, gazed into his stern, handsome face, and with a slight smile teased, "Mr. Xiao, are you unable? Which is why you summoned these beggars to substitute for you." Xiao Lin was taken aback by her audacity. Even in such a precarious moment, she dared to provoke him. Just as he reached out to push her away, she grasped his cold, sculpted face, leaning in to claim his lips in a fervent kiss. The shock pierced through his typically dark and bloodless gaze as her face expanded in his vision. After a moment of astonishment, he forcefully pushed her away, causing her to tumble to the ground, her tailbone aching as if it would shatter. "Damn it, tonight, I bestow her upon you," Xiao Lin declared as he stood, wiping his lips clean before striding out of the room. Xiaojiwan neither pleaded for mercy nor pursued him outside. The area was swarming with his men, and escape was utterly impossible for her. Moreover, she had already fallen victim to the drug he had slipped into her drink. The beggar, gazing at the woman with flushed cheeks, dazed eyes and a charmingly radiant demeanor, could not help but swallow hard. "Fear not, my beauty. We shall be gentle," he said, just as Luo Caimei leapt in through the window and struck him forcefully on the back of the neck with a baseball bat. Before the trio could utter a sound of alarm, they all collapsed one by one. Luo Caimei swiftly pulled Xiaojiwan up from the ground and helped her escape through the window. After leaving the club, Xiao Lin settled into his car. He tugged at his shirt collar and unfastened the top 3 buttons. The image of the woman kissing him passionately flashed through his mind, igniting a fervor within him that he had never experienced before. Cursing under his breath, he clenched his fist and slammed it against the car window. Suddenly struck by a thought, he retrieved his phone and accessed the surveillance footage he had installed in the private room. He had no idea what had become of that woman. If she had knelt and begged for mercy, perhaps he might have spared her. However, upon viewing the footage, he found only the 3 fallen beggars, and the woman had vanished without a trace. A cold chuckle escaped his throat. It seemed she had been rescued by her friend. Just as Xiao Lin was about to instruct the driver to pursue them, an unusual sensation surged through his body. His breathing quickened, his heart raced, and dizziness overwhelmed him, blurring his vision. It dawned on him that he had been poisoned, an exceedingly bizarre toxin. The scene of the woman kissing him, her lips adorned with vibrant lipstick, flashed through his mind. He was aware of a peculiar poison circulating in the black market, one that had a strong, targeted effect solely on him. As realization dawned, he began to chuckle coldly. How amusing! Indeed, that woman seemed far more cunning than he had anticipated. Chapter 77. Never to seek her again. Xiao Lin took out his phone and dialed Xiaojiwan's number. He half expected her to shy away from answering, yet to his surprise, it connected after just one ring. "Mr. Xiao, I am waiting for you in room 609 at the Yi City Hotel." Xiao Lin's expression darkened ominously. "Xiaojiwan, are you not afraid that I might come to kill you? With your capabilities, Mr. Xiao, you could undoubtedly procure the antidote. However, this is not Gang City, and even if you manage to obtain it, you will require a bit of time. You must understand, Mr. Xiao, that you need to neutralize the poison within an hour." Xiao Lin had never been outwitted by a woman before. His molars were nearly ground to dust in frustration. "Well played, Xiaojiwan." He commanded the driver to take him to the Yi City Hotel. Upon arriving at room 609, Xiaojiwan presented him with a settlement agreement. "Mr. Xiao, if you sign this agreement, we shall not interfere in each other's affairs, and I will ensure you receive the antidote." Xiao Lin's hand instinctively reached for Xiaojiwan's slender neck, but his entire body felt wretched, and he lacked even the strength to raise his arm. His chiseled, sculpted face bore a grim expression, dark enough to reign. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Beneath his collar, a fierce beast tattoo marked him as a formidable figure from the underworld. Yet this was not Gang City, and Xiaojiwan calculated that he would not dare engage in illegal activities here. "Mr. Xiao, I was nearly delivered to a few beggars by you. Had I not poisoned you, my own safety would now be in jeopardy." Xiaojiwan handed him a black signature pen, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I promise not to appear before you again." Xiao Lin took a few heavy breaths, gazing at Xiaojiwan for several seconds before accepting the pen and signing his name. Xiaojiwan exhaled slightly in relief. "I believe Mr. Xiao is a man of his word. With this reconciliation agreement signed, we shall have no further entanglements." After placing the agreement into her bag, she retrieved the antidote and handed it to the man. Upon receiving the antidote, she hastily made her way towards the exit. However, just as her fingers grazed the doorknob, a powerful arm reached out from behind her. The man, having consumed the antidote, effortlessly lifted her with one hand. Xiaojiwan gasped, "Mr. Xiao, you..." He unceremoniously tossed her onto the sofa, his tall and sturdy form looming over her. Xiaojiwan extended her hands to push against his chest, preventing him from drawing too near. Xiao Lin's rough fingers grasped her chin, his rugged face inching closer. Xia Jiwan, do you dare to scheme against me? This matter will not be so easily resolved. The aphrodisiac within Xia Jiwan had yet to dissipate, and with him so close, the intense and potent aroma of his hormones enveloped her, consuming her remaining rationality. What do you intend to do? She asked breathlessly. After a few seconds of staring at him, she suddenly looped her arms around his neck. Just right, the drug you administered to me necessitates an antidote. Before the man could respond, she tilted her face upward, initiating a kiss upon his thin lips. When Xiaolin realized what was happening and attempted to pull back, the woman bit down on his lower lip. Fear not, there is no poison this time. Surprised, he never anticipated Xia Jiwan would dare to consider him as her antidote. His expression darkened as if a layer of frost could be scraped away. Do you believe I would hesitate to end you right now? Xia Jiwan inclined her delicate neck toward him, her face flushed with a charming blush. Go ahead, my friend is downstairs. If I were to perish, she would notify the authorities. Do you think you could escape from Yi City? Xiaolin pressed his tongue against his cheek, his voice chilling. I have never known fear. What are you attempting to achieve? Before he could finish his sentence, the woman abruptly sank her teeth into his neck. What are you pretending for? After our encounters in Hongqing that night, I never forced you. Weren't you quite eager? Xiaolin, was she even a woman? Her words were more brazen than his. Xia Jiwan chuckled softly. Tonight, I've afforded you yet another advantage. As if amused by her audacity, Xiaolin let out a cold scoff from deep within his throat. Considering me an antidote, who truly benefits here? Xia Jiwan's lips were stained with the blood from his neck, and she extended her tongue to lightly lick it, her alluring demeanor resembling that of a mischievous sprite in a midnight forest. Every nerve in Xiaolin's body was electrified. He reached out, pressing firmly against her lips. Very well, do not blame me for lacking tenderness. You brought this upon yourself. He issued a stern warning, his expression dark and dangerous, as if ready to commit an act of violence. Just as he prepared to show her a glimpse of his wrath, she once again seized his thin lips in a kiss. Xiao Gu, please be gentle. I fear the pain that I asked this woman, perhaps sent by the heavens to torment her. As Xia Jiwan departed from the hotel, the hour had already turned to the early morning. Luo Caimei had been waiting in the car. Had she not received Xia Jiwan's distress call, she would have rushed to the hotel room in search of her. Upon entering the vehicle, Xia Jiwan caught the attention of Luo Caimei, who noticed the marks on her neck and widened her beautiful eyes. I can tell just by looking that you two have been at it again. Xia Jiwan felt a wave of soreness wash over her as she muttered a few curses at Xiaolin. Damn it, he still blames me for treating him like a remedy, yet he was the one who enjoyed himself in the end. My waist is about to break. As Luo Caimei started the engine, she glanced at Xia Jiwan, who was rubbing her waist. You certainly caught me off guard with your escapade. You managed to pacify him in bed, right? He won't come looking for trouble again, will he? That's good to hear. That man has tattoos and certainly doesn't seem like a decent person. He's nothing like my younger brother. You'd best not provoke him again. Xia Jiwan turned to Luo Caimei, a smile breaking through her charming face. How has your relationship with your troublesome younger brother been progressing? Speaking of this, Luo Caimei appeared somewhat dejected. Wan, do you think my charm is lacking? I went to Ningqing to see him yesterday, and he only allowed me a kiss but wouldn't let me see or touch anything else. Xia Jiwan, as a university student, one must maintain a certain decorum, unlike the man I slept with, a societal brother with a thick skin. Who knows how many women he's been with. Alas, I must go for a physical examination tomorrow. Luo Caimei, did you two take precautions tonight? We did, using what was provided by the hotel. Saves us the trouble of buying some. He arrived at school that morning intending to take a shower and change clothes before seeking her out. As Fuzheng showered, the ringtone of his phone echoed from the bed. Zhengge, your phone is ringing. Zhou Ziang called out. Answer it for me. After Zhou Ziang finished the call, his expression changed dramatically. He rushed to the bathroom and knocked on the door. Zhengge, come out quickly. Something's wrong. Chapter 78. Leaving a hand behind, Fuzheng emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand. Noticing Zhou Ziang's tense expression, he raised an eyebrow. Are you constipated? Your face looks dreadful. Zhou Ziang frowned. I am not constipated. That was Ruochuang Company on the line. They said the game you designed has been preemptively released by Huanyu Company, who are currently holding a launch conference. Ruochuang claims you leaked the proposal and want you to pay tenfold in damages. Zhengge, how could your game have been released by Huanyu out of the blue? Fuzheng paused in his towel drying. His handsome, stern features tightened as his ink-black eyes darkened. He pressed his pale pink lips together and declared, we need to go to the site and see for ourselves. Zhou Ziang called up Haozi and another roommate, Linyu. The group took a taxi to the launch event outside Huanyu Company's building. Qiao Xinyan, the head of the new game release for Huanyu, approached them with a triumphant smile upon seeing Fuzheng and his companions. Fuzheng, I've heard you've caused Ruichuang significant losses and need to pay millions in penalties. I wonder if your wealthy sister will come forth to resolve this for you? Miss Chow, this game was designed by our Zhenggu. Where did you acquire it? Zhou Ziang, brimming with fury, inquired sharply. Qiao Xinyan, disregarding Zhou Ziang's outburst, fixed her gaze intently upon Fu Zheng. That I can offer you an opportunity. Should you acquiesce to my terms, I shall assist you in settling this breach of contract, and in the future, I will provide you with even greater advantages. What utter nonsense! Our brother Zheng possesses both beauty and talent, along with the capability to earn his own living. Were it not for your company's despicable and shameless act of pilfering brother Zheng's proposal, we would not be in this predicament. Zhou Ziang's words trailed off as a sudden realization struck him. His eyes narrowed, piercingly sharp as they darted towards the silent Haozi. Where could Haozi have acquired such wealth? Could it be that he has betrayed brother Zheng? The game proposal designed by brother Zheng could only have been accessed by the four of us in our dorm. Surely Ruichuang would not leak it. Lin Hao, it is you, isn't it? You have stolen brother Zheng's game proposal. You have betrayed him. Before Haozi could respond, Zhou Ziang lunged forward, aiming a punch at him. Just as his fist was about to connect with Haozi's face, Fu Zheng intercepted it with his hand. Brother Zheng, he has betrayed you, yet you still defend him? Zhou Ziang was nearly beside himself with rage. Fu Zheng glanced at Haozi, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yu, declaring the one who absconded with my game design is not Haozi, but Lin Yu. Lin Yu recoiled several steps, exclaiming, Brother Zheng, I didn't do it, don't wrongfully accuse me. Before Lin Yu could finish his protest, chaos erupted at the press conference. A staff member hurriedly approached Qiao Xinyan, exclaiming, Miss Qiao, we have a problem. There is a virus in the game, and all the computers in the company are down. Qiao Xinyan's expression shifted dramatically. What? Seizing the moment of confusion at the press conference, Fu Zheng led Zhou Ziang and Haozi to Ruichuang's company. Upon learning of the failure of the Huan Yu new game launch and that all company computers had been infected, even the technical staff unable to eradicate the virus, they realized Fu Zheng had been prepared all along. Xiao Fu, are you aware that your game was stolen by your roommate? Fu Zheng nodded. Haozi informed me. Shen Qingyan approached Lin Hao, attempting to entice him with $1 million to betray Fu Zheng. He was indeed tempted, for between his mother and brotherly bonds, his mother held greater significance. He confided in Fu Zheng about Shen Qingyan's proposition. Fu Zheng bore him no resentment and offered him 500,000 to assist his mother. Shen Qingyan's attempts to sway Lin Hao were in vain, leading her to seek out Lin Yu. When Lin Yu pilfered the game design, Fu Zheng had already prepared for this eventuality by embedding a highly complex virus within the proposal. This virus remained dormant until the game was officially launched, at which point it would be activated. The head of Ruichuang promptly contacted Fu Zheng, offering him 1 million. Xiao Fu, you are incredibly astute and talented. Once you graduate, we would be thrilled to have you join our company. Fu Zheng responded with a languid, carefree smile. I'm not interested. As they departed Ruichuang, Zhou Ziang and Lin Hao expressed their regrets for Fu Zheng. Brother Zheng, Ruichuang has offered you an annual salary of $1 million, and you show no interest. Fu Zheng chuckled lightly. I currently earn 2 million a month. What line of work brings in such riches? I am being supported by a wealthy lady. Zhou Ziang quipped. Could it be the beautiful sister that Haozi harbors a secret crush on? Fu Zheng cast a dark glance towards Haozi. Are you harboring feelings for her? Upon meeting Fu Zheng's gaze, Haozi quickly waved his hand. No, my looks are not worthy of secretly admiring a beautiful sister. Zhenggu, you truly have been pampered by the beautiful sister, but she is a married woman. Aren't you then the male third party? She is divorced. Zhou Ziang recalled the incident of Shen Qingyan's infidelity with Ning Xuejian and nodded. Divorce is indeed the right choice. Not only did the scoundrel cheat, but he also attempted to bribe Haozi into betraying Zhenggu. Fortunately, Haozi used her intellect and did not succumb to temptation. Haozi chuckled. I will never forget Zhang Ji's kindness towards me in this lifetime. Last time, I promised my classmates that once Ruichuang transferred the money, I would treat them to a meal and karaoke. Haozi, please book a larger private room outside the school, Fu Zheng instructed. All right. Zhou Ziang immediately took out his phone. Zhenggu, shall I invite Sister Caimei? Fu Zheng pressed his lips together slightly. As you wish. When Luo Caimei received the message from Zhou Ziang, she was working overtime in her studio. I still have a design draft to finish. I will come over later. Luo Caimei arrived at the private room during their karaoke session. She wore a belted fitted trench coat and over-the-knee boots, her long and slender legs accentuated. Her chestnut curls cascaded naturally over her shoulders, exuding a lazy yet striking beauty. Attending a gathering with a group of youngsters, she opted for a light makeup, her fair and translucent skin and exquisite features radiating elegance and femininity. As she entered, nearly everyone in the room turned to look at her. Zhou Ziang quickly stood up. Sister Caimei, you have arrived. Luo Caimei smiled and nodded. her gaze sweeping across the room until her peripheral vision caught sight of Fu Zheng, who was dozing off in the corner. How can he sleep amidst such noise? Truly a talent. With poise, Luo Caimei greeted Fu Zheng's classmates. Her cheerful disposition and striking appearance made her quite popular among both male and female classmates, who eagerly approached her to exchange WeChat contacts. After adding each other on WeChat, Luo Caimei joined them in drinking, singing, and chatting. It was the sound of her singing that roused Fu Zheng from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he beheld her harmonizing with their class monitor in a romantic duet. Fu Zheng's long, dark eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 79. A Night to Remember. Luo Caimei's voice while singing was slightly husky, akin to a gentle caress over smooth silk, imbued with a unique texture and charm. She removed her outer coat, revealing a high-neck sweater and black leggings that accentuated her slender waist. Her melodious voice was enchanting, exuding a sensual femininity, and the room fell silent as everyone listened to her and the class monitor singed. Fu Zheng's drowsiness dissipated entirely as he watched the woman, who seemed to radiate a glow. Immersed in the music, her gaze deepening as the song concluded. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Sister Wei, your singing is absolutely delightful. Sister Wei is amazing. From now on I am your devoted fan. The class monitor, having set down the microphone, approached Luo Caimei with 2 glasses of wine. Sister Wei, it is a pleasure to meet you. The class monitor was the epitome of a diligent student, with a rather gentle and fair appearance, rarely seen actively engaging with girls. Luo Caimei accepted the drink handed to her by the class monitor, cheerfully clinking glasses with him, while Yemo, the class monitor, sang remarkably well. The two exchanged a smile. Fu Zheng rose from the corner of the sofa, casually slipping his hand into his pocket as he exited the private room. Upon noticing Fu Zheng's departure, a flicker of confusion crossed Luo Caimei's enchanting eyes. The mischievous boy had finally awakened. She had been in the private room for an hour, and he had remained asleep in the corner all that time. Observing Fu Zheng's dark expression, she couldn't help but wonder silently, who had upset him this time. The class monitor inquired whether Luo Caimei wished to sing another duet, when Zhou Ziang rushed over, saying, "Class monitor, I have something to ask you." He draped his arm over the class monitor's shoulder, leading him away. Luo Caimei gathered her bag and coat, making her way outside on the steps at the back entrance of the bar. She spotted Fu Zheng smoking. Approaching him, she reached out and snatched the cigarette from between his lips. "Sisters here. Are you upset?" she teased, taking a puff from the cigarette he had just smoked. It was quite potent, nearly causing her to choke. "Why are you smoking such strong cigarettes at your age?" Fu Zheng, lazily leaning against the wall, glanced at her in the black coat that exuded an air of sophistication, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you smoking as well?" Luo Caimei frowned slightly. "I smoke ladies' cigarettes. They aren't as strong." Fu Zheng's dark eyes searched hers. "Do you not like this flavor?" Luo Caimei nodded, extinguishing the cigarette. "But I don't like it. I prefer the clean and refreshing scent of my little brother." Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, falling silent. Luo Caimei stepped closer, bridging the distance between them, entwining her fingers with his elegant ones, tiptoeing to get nearer. "What's wrong? Don't you want to see your sister?" As she watched her own red lips part and close, Fu Zheng averted his gaze slightly. "Sister is quite popular." Luo Caimei's lips curled into a smile. "Isn't that just to foster good relations with your classmates? That way when you find other pretty girls at school, I'll be the first to know." Fu Zheng looked at their intertwined hands, gently squeezing her fingers. "Have you added them on WeChat?" "I have." "Delete them." "Why should I delete them? Your classmates are all quite interesting and charming." Luo Caimei wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in to kiss his handsome, slender jawline. "I asked my little brother, feeling jealous." Fu Zheng turned his head away, avoiding her kiss. "You're overthinking it. Then why do you want me to delete them? Whether you delete them or not is up to you." Noticing the faint redness in his eyes, she softly inquired, "Haven't you been sleeping well these past few days?" He replied with a grunt, "Are you still going back to the private room to play? Or should you leave first?" "I can." Fu Zheng's expression suddenly darkened. "What are you two doing?" Zhou Ziang chuckled, surprised to find that Fu Zheng was so compliant in front of Luo Caimei. "Brother Zheng, we've come to report to Sister Caimei." Realizing what Zhou Ziang was about to reveal, Fu Zheng coldly interjected, "Get lost. Brother Zheng, I think Sister Caimei should know about the despicable and vile things her ex did." Fu Zhengjuan's expression darkened. "Aren't you going to leave?" Luo Caimei detected something amiss in Zhou Ziang's tone and hastily called out to him, "What is the matter?" Fu Zheng pressed his thin lips together. "Don't listen to his nonsense, it's nothing." Ignoring Fu Zheng, Luo Caimei approached Zhou Ziang. "And how's you two? Tell me what is going on." Zhou Ziang recounted the events of the day to Luo Caimei. Upon hearing, her delicate face tightened, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Shan Qingyan is truly despicable. How dare he set his sights on Fu Zheng? I'm going to confront him right now. Fu Zheng reached out, restraining the furious Luo Caimei. Huan Yu has suffered significant losses this time. They will not let him off easily. I did not allow myself to be wronged, and you need not seek him out on my behalf. Luo Caimei gazed at Fu Zheng, her brows furrowed. If Haozi truly betrays you, you will be burdened with a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Shan Qingyan's scheme is indeed treacherous. If successful, Fu Zheng would not only incur substantial penalties but also suffer a tarnished reputation and the loss of brotherhood, affecting his chances of being signed by any company after graduation. Haozi immediately raised his hand. Beautiful sister, I would never betray brother Zheng. Although I was momentarily swayed, in the end I suppressed that tiny, wicked thought in its cradle. Zhou Ziang kicked Haozi forcefully. From now on, not even a hint of bad intent is permitted. Of course. Luo Caimei looked at Zhou Ziang and Haozi with appreciation, a smile gracing her lips. Your brother Jing has not taken you as brothers in vain. At Fu Zheng's insistence, Luo Caimei refrained from immediately confronting Shan Qingyan. As they left the KTE, Luo Caimei noticed they were not far from his rented alley, and she wrapped her arms around his, flashing a charming smile. Shall we head to your place? Fu Zheng responded with a slight After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the small alley. By the way, you haven't seen the apartment I rented for you, have you? No, you should go take a look this weekend. Alright. Fu Zheng emerged from the kitchen with a cup of honey water, having noticed that she had consumed quite a bit of alcohol that evening. He handed her the honey water. Are you planning to stay here tonight? After taking a sip, Luo Caimei cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you not welcoming? Chapter 80. The adorable and obedient side of the annoying little brother. If the annoying little brother were to utter even a single word of unwelcoming, she would leave immediately. Sister also has her pride, you know? Fu Zheng pursed his scarlet lips. Do as you wish. If you stay, I'll be sleeping on the sofa. Luo Caimei responded. Alright, not believing that she lacked any charm in his eyes. Sleeping on the sofa, huh? He better not regret it. She took his shirt into the bathroom to shower. After finishing her shower, Luo Caimei emerged, clad in Fu Zheng's oversized black shirt that perfectly covered her thighs. Her long hair, still damp, cascaded over her shoulders, and her unadorned features radiated beauty. Under the soft glow of the lights, her skin appeared as flawless as snow. Fu Zheng stood by the window in the living room, answering a phone call. Luo Caimei refrained from disturbing him. Feeling a bit thirsty, she walked to the water dispenser in the living room, picked up a cup, and poured herself some water. The shirt draped over her form appeared somewhat loose, yet it accentuated her graceful and slender figure even more beneath the hem. Her legs were long and straight, their skin radiantly fair. As one's gaze traversed the length of her legs, the deep dark hue of her ebony eyes seemed to intensify. Once her gaze settled upon her, it seemed impossible to divert it elsewhere. After finishing her drink, Luo Caimei picked up her phone for a brief glance. Several of Fu Zheng's classmates inquired via WeChat about her whereabouts. In addition to the messages from Fu Zheng, there was also one from Ji Chongsha. He asked if she would like to join the Yeqing Chamber of Commerce for a mountain climbing and camping event on Friday. Since she had yet to fully integrate into the Yeqing Chamber of Commerce, attending such an event could foster closer connections. Behind her, someone lowered their head and inhaled the scent of her hair. She used his shampoo, and it seemed to carry his fragrance. Luo Caimei felt a slight stiffness in her body. She could distinctly sense the warmth of the young man's refined chest, as well as the breath he exhaled upon her neck. It was the first time he had taken the initiative to embrace her from behind. Could it be that her wearing his shirt had captivated him? What could he possibly want at such a late hour? Luo Caimei showed him the message on her phone regarding the climbing and camping event organized by the chamber on Friday. After a moment of silence, he spoke with an ambiguous tone. I have no classes on Friday afternoon. Fu Zheng's dark eyes regarded her intently. You still owe me a movie. The smile crept deeper into the corners of Luo Caimei's lips. How about we go on Sunday? I'll call President Ji tomorrow to see if we can bring a guest. If so, I'll take you along. Initially, she had intended to spare the old Master Shan's dignity by keeping the divorce under wraps and not introducing Fu Zheng to others. However, Shan Qingyan's despicable intent to harm Fu Zheng was something she could not tolerate. If he had grievances against her, he could address them directly. She had never sought to attack his mistress. It infuriated her. Even after the divorce, he sought to provoke her wrath. Embracing Luo Caimei, Fu Zheng sensed her unusual mood and furrowed his brow. I never said I wanted to go. You need not take it to heart. Luo Caimei realized he had misunderstood her, pulling away his hand that was wrapped around her waist, turning to face him. If President Ji says we can bring guests, I will take you. My anger isn't directed at you. It stems from thinking about that scoundrel Shan Qingyan. It frustrates me to no end, to the point where I wish I could crush him. Fu Zheng lowered his gaze, the emotions in his dark eyes inscrutable. Do you still care about him? Luo Caimei wore an expression of exasperation. I'm not a masochist. Of course I don't care. Then why does he make you so angry? Because he wishes to harm my precious. Upon hearing her words, the fair contours of the young man's ears flushed with crimson. Noticing his embarrassment, Luo Caimei reached out to touch his ear, but in the next instant, he grasped her fingers. Don't touch recklessly. He attempted to seize her mischievous hand, but she evaded him swiftly, either touching here or there. Amid their playful scuffle, her finger accidentally brushed against him. She closed her eyes in embarrassment, realizing it was entirely unintentional. Oh dear, her image as a seductive sister was truly irretrievable. Fu Zheng's cool, pale, and alluring Adam's apple rolled slightly as his breath grew heavier. He reached out and grasped Luo Caimei's wrist. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, he leaned down, slightly bowing as he pressed his lips against hers. This kiss was somewhat fierce. Perhaps it was due to her earlier provocations. His breath was laden with intensity. Luo Caimei felt a twinge of pain from his kiss and wished to pull away, but as she attempted to move, his large hand tightened its grip around her wrist. Her heart raced, a sensation foreign to her, for she had never kissed a man in such a manner before. He was the first. Despite the fervor of his kiss, she found no aversion. Rather, it left her breathless, a flutter of excitement coursing through her. When the kiss finally concluded, he buried his face into the crook of her neck, his heavy breath sending tingles across her skin. Luo Caimei wrapped her arms around his lean waist, her body melding into him as if devoid of bones. She distinctly sensed the unusual fervor emanating from him. In the bloom of youth, he was undeniably susceptible to the slightest provocation. Their bodies pressed together in the still air, the rhythm of their heartbeats resonating intensely. A rosy hue spread across Luo Caimei's delicate face, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a seductive allure, as she mused on how her little brother had become increasingly proficient at kissing. Fu Zheng gazed at her for several seconds before releasing her and stepping back a few paces, averting his gaze slightly, imploring her not to tempt him further. Luo Caimei, undeterred, perched herself upon the dining table and playfully nudged his calf with her fair foot. Her demeanor exuding charm. What she deemed as seduction was merely a prelude to her more daring advances. Her foot traced upward along his leg, and should he glance down, he would find the enticing expanse of her thigh revealed beneath the hem of her shirt. Fu Zheng dared not steal another glance. Instead, he turned to create distance between them. Luo Caimei's expression darkened as she shot him an indignant glare. Fu Zheng, do you dare to leave? He halted in his tracks. Luo Caimei stepped closer, her delicate fingers poking at his chest. I already issued a warning back in Ningxing. You know you're capable. What are you holding back for? Fu Zheng lowered his gaze to her radiant, captivating face, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. I fear that if my sister were to indulge, she might not cherish it and seek out another pretty boy. Luo Caimei retorted, am I truly that much of a flirt? Do I strike you as someone who would sleep around and immediately seek out another? Fu Zheng's eyes darkened as he focused on her gently fluttering lashes, his throat tightening slightly. Do you truly wish for this? Luo Caimei nodded. I wish to experience the joy of genuinely having a brother. She had always been bold and straightforward in his presence, expressing her desires without hesitation. Fu Zheng knew that by consenting to this arrangement, he would inevitably grant her wishes regardless of whether she was drawn to his physique or viewed him merely as a diversion. He resolved to acquiesce to her desires. Wait for me a moment. I shall step out to procure something. Luo Caimei winked at him. Is it what I'm thinking? Indeed. Once Fu Zheng exited, Luo Caimei twirled excitedly in the living room. Fu Zheng furrowed his brow, unable to decipher her thoughts. Are you planning to leave? Luo Caimei pouted her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of regret and sorrow. Alas, her monthly visitor had arrived early, thwarting her hopes just when her younger brother had finally agreed. Was the heavens toying with her? Gazing at his strikingly handsome visage, she teased him. Sister is rather indisposed. Are you secretly reveling in the fact that your sister's virtue is safe tonight? Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. As long as you know. Before a blush could bloom on his cheeks, he swiftly turned and departed. As she entered the bathroom, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of brown sugar water for her. Upon emerging, Luo Caimei noticed the warm offering he presented and clicked her tongue in surprise. Who would have thought a young man like you would possess such knowledge? Fu Zheng regarded her fair and radiant countenance. Does your stomach ache? It's bearable, just a bit bloated, but not excruciating. My cycles may be irregular, yet they are not debilitating. She sipped half the bowl of brown sugar water, feeling a comforting warmth spread through her. You should rest in bed. I'm off to take a shower, Fu Zheng stated. Luo Caimei nodded. Come to the room after you're done. I have something to discuss. Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a sound of agreement. After he left to shower, Luo Caimei reclined on the bed, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Although the evening bore a hint of disappointment, at least she had garnered her brother's concern. That fellow, appearing so nonchalant and indifferent, was surprisingly attentive at heart. Luo Caimei retrieved her phone and sent a message to Xia Zhiwan. Alas, I was so close to spending the night with my brother. But lo and behold, Aunt Flo made an unexpected appearance. Xia Zhiwan replied, "Why not fight against it?" Luo Caimei responded, TSK dear sister, I had no idea your tastes were so daring." Xia Zhiwan countered, "Ha ha ha. I am now a veritable woman, while you remain a girl." Luo Caimei was thoroughly amused by Xia Zhiwan's words. A 24-year-old girl. Xia Zhiwan quipped, "Any woman who has not slept with a man is collectively referred to as a girl." Luo Caimei declared, "That will soon change. In a few days I shall transition from girl to woman." After chatting with Xia Zhiwan for over 20 minutes, Fu Zheng emerged from the shower. Clad in black pajamas with the top 2 buttons undone. His throat was alluringly sharp, his complexion strikingly fair, and his hair tousled and wild, exuding a sense of youthful vigor. Fresh from the shower, he radiated an aura of purity and cleanliness. Luo Caimei took the towel from his hands, half kneeling on the bed to dry his hair. Once finished, she wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, pressing her red lips against his ear. Caught off guard by her unexpected affection, he stiffened momentarily. He turned to face her, questioning, "Sister, during this delicate time, you're still so audacious." The room was illuminated only by the warm glow of an orange wall lamp, their gazes entwined, crackling with sparks and ambiguity. "Where are your thoughts wandering, dear brother? I merely wish to bestow upon you a good-night kiss." With that, she leaned in closer and pressed her lips against his soft ones, freshly bathed. Her brother smelled delightful and clean, igniting a flurry of emotions within her heart. She always had a way of teasing him, and his breath was completely thrown into disarray as she stepped back, preparing to lie down on the bed. He suddenly bent forward and pressed toward her. His hands braced against either side of her body as he lowered his head to kiss her lips. Luo Caimei was momentarily taken aback. Unprepared for his bold advance, she lifted her long lashes to meet his gaze, which was dark and profound, tinged with an undeniable hint of desire. The elongated corners of his eyes flushed with a rosy hue, exuding an alluring, beguiling charm. In the quiet, dim atmosphere, their breaths grew increasingly heavy. His kiss gradually moved to her ear, akin to a mix of helplessness and an insatiable longing, as he playfully bit her. "You truly are a wicked sister," he breathed, his warm breath enveloping her earlobe, rendering Luo Caimei's limbs numb and her toes curling. Sensing the heat of his breath and the peculiar stirrings within her body, she mused that she indeed was quite mischievous, actively teasing him despite knowing she was not up for it tonight. As Fu Zheng prepared to rise, Luo Caimei's arms, wrapped around his waist, did not loosen their grip. She tilted her head slightly, leaning into his ear, her voice laced with temptation. "Shall I assist you?" Fu Zheng looked at Luo Caimei in disbelief, his Adam's apple bobbing noticeably. She watched as beads of sweat trickled down his handsome features, her fingertips gliding slowly from his collarbone downwards. "Although my body is a bit inconvenient today, I can still." She leaned closer to his ear, whispering a single word. Fu Zheng glanced at her hand resting on his chest, his handsome face flushing at an observable pace, with a creeping warmth spreading across his neck. The night deepened, and the two within the room remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 82. Public little puppy in the bathroom. After washing her hands, Luo Caimei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes shimmering, long lashes fluttering, and lips a vivid red. She truly was a bold and enchanting siren. While assisting him, she incessantly praised the delightful sounds he made, telling him how handsome and captivating he looked with his flushed cheeks. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm his tumultuous heartbeat. Upon exiting the washroom, Luo Caimei lay down on the bed, wrapping her arms around him, resting her small face against his chest. "Are you satisfied with my service, dear brother?" Fu Zheng's breath quickened, and he grasped the finger she was poking at his throat, tightly enclosing it in his palm. "Are you not tired?" "Not particularly," she replied, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. Exhausted yet exhilarated. Fu Zheng instantly understood her implication, hastily releasing her hand and pushing her away as he vacated the bed. Observing his ears nearly steaming with embarrassment, she teased, "All right, I won't jest anymore. Will you sleep with me tonight?" Luo Caimei shook her head. No, to be honest, I am a bit tired and wish to sleep." Fu Zheng reclined back onto the bed, turning off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Luo Caimei nestled her face back into his embrace, and Fu Zheng sensed her body was slightly tense. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Are you afraid of the dark?" Luo Caimei hesitated to show any weakness in front of her brother, though she truly had a slight fear of darkness. "Could you hold me, please?" she softly requested. Fu Zheng reached out, enveloping her in his arms, breathing in the refreshing and clean scent of the young man. Luo Caimei's eyelids grew heavy, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. In her hazy state, She felt a warm hand resting on her flat abdomen, gently placed over her clothing. Originally, the slight discomfort in her lower abdomen seemed to dissipate considerably after being gently massaged the following day. Luo Caimei awoke before dawn. She rose quietly from Fu Zheng's embrace, and as she was getting dressed, he stirred awake upon seeing her preparing to leave. He furrowed his brow slightly, questioning her early departure. Fu Zheng's voice was somewhat hoarse as he responded with a murmur. Luo Caimei observed his just-woken demeanor, devoid of his usual rebellious charm, appearing rather endearing, which softened her heart. She approached him, cradling his handsome face in her hands, and planted a kiss on his forehead, suggesting they could communicate via phone if needed. Fu Zheng lazily acknowledged her with a soft "oh." Luo Caimei waved her hand with a radiant smile, bidding him farewell. As she departed, Fu Zheng remarked with a slight frown, reminding her not to drink or overexert herself during her special time. Inquiring with Ji Chongshan while abroad, Luo Caimei learned that family members could join the business association's hiking event. She drove directly to the entrance of Yi University. After calling Fu Zheng, she recalled he had mentioned they had no classes on Friday afternoons. Less than 20 minutes later, Fu Zheng emerged from campus, backpack slung over his shoulders, clad in a black windbreaker with the zipper pulled up to his chin. He exuded an aura of restraint and handsomeness, having not seen him for several days. Luo Caimei inexplicably missed him. Since that night in his rented apartment, their relationship had taken a significant leap forward, and she increasingly reveled in the joy of being a wealthy older sister. During her business trips, she felt invigorated, driven not only to achieve her goals but also to earn substantial sums of money, ensuring she could keep her brother close. As Fu Zheng approached and tapped on the car window, he instructed her to sit in the passenger seat while he would drive. Luo Caimei felt a thrill of pleasure. Her lips curled into a smile as she thought, "How delightful that my dear brother is now showing consideration." When Fu Zheng took his place behind the wheel, onlookers at the university gate couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't that the campus heartthrob? Is he in a relationship? With a luxury sports car worth millions?" It seemed less like romance and more like he had found a wealthy benefactor. Being a campus beauty or heartthrob certainly has its perks. No need to lift a finger while being whisked around in extravagant cars, free from financial worries. The notion of selling one's body was disgraceful, and such a corrupt trend should not spread at Yi University. Ning Xuejian was like that, and so was Fu Zheng. This would not do. She resolved to report him. A student like Fu Zheng, being supported by a wealthy woman, should not continue to receive accolades for excellence. As Fu Zheng drove, Luo Caimei gazed at his chiseled profile for a long while. His strong brows and eyes, prominent nose, and rosy lips made her wonder how her dear brother had become even more handsome. "Dear brother, did you help me massage my stomach the last time I was about to fall asleep?" Fu Zheng responded with a non-committal sound. "To be fair, since you touched my stomach, I should touch your abs." That night, she had felt a bit shy, and when he consented to her assistance, he had turned off the lights, preventing her from seeing him. Perhaps recalling that evening, Fu Zheng's breathing intensified slightly as he inquired, "Has your special time ended?" Luo Caimei nodded, affirming yes. It has. Her gaze upon him was as if it were ensnaring his very soul. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he acquiesced. Luo Caimei observed the pink hue blooming on his fair earlobes, a shyness washing over her. Her crimson lips involuntarily curled into a smile. To the earliest. It will be tomorrow evening. Tonight, with our large group, it's rather inconvenient. After a considerable pause, Fu Zheng managed to squeeze out a response, "I'm not in a hurry." The business association had organized a gathering at a countryside villa, involving a hiking excursion, where the group assembled at the entrance of the association. As Luo Caimei approached Fu Zheng, the luxurious coach was already populated with numerous attendees. Ji Chongshan stood at the entrance, awaiting Luo Caimei's arrival. Upon noticing her accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The young man appeared somewhat familiar, as if Ji Chongshan had encountered him somewhere before. He glanced at Fu Zheng, then back at Luo Caimei, and inquired with curiosity, "Luo, is this young man a relative of yours?" Luo Caimei linked her petite arm with Fu Zheng's, her smile radiant as she replied, "Not at all. He is my little pup." Initially, she had not intended to unveil Fu Zheng so soon, having promised old Master Shen to keep her divorce from Shan Qingyan under wraps for the time being. However, Shan Qingyan had trespassed into her territory. He had no right to impose his malicious intentions upon Fu Zheng. Now that the mask had been torn away, why should she concern herself with preserving his dignity? Luo Caimei was acutely aware that Shan Qingyan would also be present at this business gathering. Her intention in bringing her little pup along was to confront him directly. Chapter 83. The sweet nothings of a fragrant younger brother. Seeing Luo Caimei introduce Fu Zheng with such poise, Ji Chongshan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he recalled her previous assertion that she did not fancy his type. One must possess self-awareness. Let us board. Everyone from the business association has arrived, though Shan Qingyan is also on the coach. Days earlier, when Ji Chongshan had expressed his feelings to Luo Caimei, he had already learned of her divorce. However, the others remained oblivious. Her sudden appearance with a young pup might tarnish her reputation. Luo Caimei beamed brightly, unperturbed by any concern. Taking Fu Zheng's hand, she strode towards the coach. As soon as they boarded, every gaze within the vehicle converged upon the duo. Luo Caimei's beauty was beyond question. She was a celebrated beauty in the Yecheng business circle, radiant and charming, exuding confidence that rivaled that of a prominent star. The young man she held, tall and slender, donned a simple windbreaker that accentuated his model-like physique. His short, jet-black hair framed a face with sharply defined features and exquisite, sculpted features, reminiscent of a master craftsman's work. Tall, handsome, youthful and exuding charisma. The coach was filled with tycoons from the Yecheng business circle. Initially, Luo Caimei worried that her little pup might falter in confidence. She gripped his hand tightly, offering him strength. Don't be afraid, my little brother. He maintained a laid-back, carefree demeanor. In her heart, she silently praised him. Truly, a worldly scholar who made her proud to present him. Ms. Luo, President Shun is seated at the back. The gentleman you are holding is point. One of the executives began, but was interrupted as Shan Qingyan, spotting Luo Caimei and Fu Zheng, stood and approached. Caimei, why have you brought your brother along? As Shan Qingyan spoke, she distinctly felt Fu Zheng's grip tighten around her fingers. Luo Caimei lifted her beautiful eyes and cast a glance at Shan Qingyan. Mr. Shun, do you not remember what my brother looks like? Although I suppose it's understandable, given that we parted ways over 2 months ago, there was truly no need for you to keep track of my brother's appearance. After stating this, Luo Caimei smiled at the crowd. Everyone, this is my new boyfriend. My marriage with Mr. Shun ended shortly after his scandal was revealed. A chorus of admiration and envy erupted from the women in the car. Luo is indeed a woman of the new era. She decisively divorced after her husband's infidelity, and now she has found a boyfriend who is both charming and handsome. How enviable! Is Luo's boyfriend a celebrity? His looks surpass even those of male stars. What does Luo's boyfriend do? Luo Caimei's eyes sparkled as she replied, he is a student from Yi University. Yi University is a prestigious institution. Not only is he good-looking, but he is also academically accomplished. Luo is truly fortunate. Shan Qingyan's expression darkened considerably. After Ji Chongshan entered the vehicle, he arranged for Luo Caimei and Fu Zheng to sit in the front seats. What? Mr. Shun's mistress is pregnant. No wonder Luo decided to divorce him. He had never anticipated that Luo Caimei would flaunt her young paramour so openly. One of the executives, Mr. Wu, leaned in and whispered, your ex-wife is quite capable. The boyfriend she brought along possesses both looks and charm. Shan Qingyan felt as though ants were gnawing at his insides, filled with discomfort. What capability? After our divorce, she is merely using my wealth to support her young lover. That university student clearly seeks to latch onto a wealthy woman. I've heard he is nothing but a poor boy. Yet you need not feel disheartened. I heard your previous mistress was the belle of Yi University. It seems your ex-wife is seeking revenge on you. Shan Qingyan also believed that Luo Caimei was indeed retaliating against him, which irked him further. Luo Caimei allowed Fu Zheng to sit by the window, knowing he disliked socializing. Once the vehicle set in motion, she said to him, you can listen to music or play games if you wish. Fu Zheng lazily acknowledged her with a hum, donned his Bluetooth headphones, and pulled out his phone to play games. Meanwhile, Luo Caimei, under Ji Chongshan's introduction, engaged with other executives. Several female executives particularly admired her audacity. They had thought that after the exposure of Shan Qingyan's infidelity, Luo Caimei would be devastated. Luo Caimei added them all on WeChat. Why is Ji always assisting your ex-wife in building connections? Mr. Wu inquired quietly. Shan Qingyan observed Luo Caimei as she greeted others. Her demeanor poised, graceful, and exuding confidence. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Luo Caimei had been nurtured with care since childhood. Her parents had raised her exceptionally well. He had once considered her merely a pretty face devoid of substance, but following their divorce, he discovered her to be quite cunning and astute. Every word she spoke in conversation was perfectly timed, showcasing both her professionalism and approachability. She emanated a radiant aura, each smile and frown dazzlingly captivating. Drawing the gaze of those around her, suddenly Shan Qingyan thought of Ning Xuejian. She appeared gentle and delicate in his presence, yet emanated an air of small-mindedness she could not compare to Luo Caimei's impressive bearing. Luo Caimei had not noticed that, aside from Shan Qingyan's gaze upon her, Fu Zheng, who was engrossed in his game by the window, also cast a sidelong glance in her direction. He watched her speak animatedly, her radiant and enchanting demeanor captivating him. From his bag, he retrieved a Polaroid camera, eager to capture her beauty and brilliance. Adjusting the angle, he pressed the shutter with a click, The moment was instantly frozen in time. As the photo slowly emerged, he picked it up for a closer inspection. Her smile was resplendent, her bright eyes twinkling like the most luminous stars in the night sky. Hearing the sound of the shutter, Luo Caimei tilted her head slightly upon noticing Fu Zhang had taken a picture. She quickly turned away, playfully blinking at him. "You little rascal, were you spying on me?" She snatched the photograph from his hands. In the image, her smile was radiant, her beauty undeniable. "Wow, have you studied photography? This is truly impressive." Luo Caimei gazed at his handsome, delicate profile. "Thank you for capturing me so beautifully." Fu Zhang cast his eyes down upon her, his dark, profound gaze holding a sincerity. "You were already beautiful to begin with." Luo Caimei's heart fluttered at his words. She nestled her small face against his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his arm. "We haven't taken a picture together yet. Let us have a joint photo." Fu Zhang nodded, lifting the Polaroid to frame their faces, with her other hand raised in a cheerful gesture. Her eyes involuntarily curved into a smile. As the photograph slowly developed, Luo Caimei noticed the boy beside her smiling as well, and she couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. "Why, darling, you look so handsome when you smile." Chapter 84. The bet between the ex-husband and the gigolo Shan Qingyan had been closely observing Luo Caimei's actions. Seeing her initiate a kiss with the gigolo, he felt as if he were about to shatter his molars in frustration. In their 2 years of marriage, she had never once initiated such affection towards him. He had convinced himself that he was indifferent to Luo Caimei, harboring resentment towards his grandfather for compelling him to pursue her. And after sustaining emotional wounds, he had refrained from being intimate with her. He believed he held no feelings for her whatsoever. Yet, witnessing her kiss another man stirred something deep within him, as if he had been struck forcefully in the chest. Regret began to gnaw at him for seeking out Ning Xuejian after his recovery. Had he embraced Luo Caimei back then, perhaps their relationship would not have deteriorated to this point. A fire now raged within him, rendering him restless. He began to understand the anguish Luo Caimei must have felt when he had strayed with Ning Xuejian. Surely, her feelings mirrored his current turmoil. Upon arriving at the countryside villa, Ji Chongshan handed Luo Caimei the room key. "Will you be sharing a room with your boyfriend tonight?" Luo Caimei glanced at Fu Zhang, smiling as she nodded. "Of course." Ji Chongshan then presented her with the key to a lavish suite, and after dropping off her luggage, they headed to the banquet hall for lunch. Luo Caimei and Fu Zhang's room was on the 6th floor, and after placing their belongings down, Luo Caimei pushed Fu Zhang against the wall, kissing him tenderly for a moment. Fu Zhang held her slender waist with one hand, casually remarking, "Is your sister's task complete?" With a playful smile, Fu Zhang added, "It sounds as if I am the one eagerly awaiting." Luo Caimei, aware of the reticence typical of university students, responded with an alluring smile, "It's indeed your sister who is quite eager." With that, she retrieved an exquisite box from her bia. As the box was opened, it revealed a pair of exquisite blue diamond earrings. These earrings, crafted from deep blue gemstones, exuded a rich and pure hue, reminiscent of colors drawn from the depths of the ocean. The surface of the gemstones glistened like mirrors, shimmering under the illumination of the lights. This pair of earrings could be worn without the necessity of piercing one's ears, and the moment I laid eyes upon them, I felt that your elegance was perfectly suited to their charm. Luo Caimei delicately retrieved the left earring, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile as she turned to Fu Zhang, inquiring, "Shall I adorn you with these?" Fu Zhang responded with a soft, affirmative hum. Luo Caimei gently placed the blue earring onto his left ear. In that instant, he seemed to be infused with a newfound allure, the blue gem shimmering beside him, harmoniously blending with his inherent charisma. Wild yet dashing, he was simply breathtaking. Her younger brother had become even more captivating, and Luo Caimei felt reluctant to take him out into the world. Fu Zhang then picked up the other earring from the box and adorned Luo Caimei's right ear, lowering his voice to declare, "I belong solely to you." Luo Caimei's heart erupted with a sharp, joyous exclamation. "Oh my!" Her little puppy was becoming quite the charmer. As Luo Caimei and Fu Zhang exited the room and made their way to the banquet hall for dinner, several wealthy women noticed their matching couple earrings, prompting a wave of admiration and envy. Among the male entrepreneurs present, Shan Qingyan was considered the youngest and most handsome. However, upon Luo Caimei's arrival with her charming young companion, Shan Qingyan appeared somewhat diminished in stature. It was uncertain whether Luo Caimei might influence the atmosphere negatively, as it was evident that the other female executives were eager to follow suit and seek young partners of their own. "Mr. Xiao Shan, your ex-wife has certainly left you with little dignity," remarked one. Luo Caimei's young boyfriend seems to possess quite a fine demeanor. His family background must be respectable as well. Fan scoffed softly. "Respectable? He is merely a penniless youth reliant on Luo Caimei's wealth. Yet, they wear those couple earrings so beautifully. I almost feel inclined to invite them to endorse our jewelry company's products," mused another. Shan Qingyan cast a glance at Luo Caimei and Fu Zhang,
Noting that they indeed wore the couple earrings, which only deepened his gloom and dissatisfaction, after their mountain hike, the president of the business association, Elder Lin, hosted a wine-tasting event, presenting dozens of exquisite bottles from his personal collection. Shan Qingyan glanced at Fu Zheng beside Luo Caimei, inwardly mocking a penniless boy, undoubtedly lacking the art of wine appreciation. This tasting event will surely expose his true nature and provide ample entertainment. The dining table was adorned with top-tier wines, and the crystal-clear glasses sparkled enchantingly under the lights, eliciting gasps of awe and admiration from the guests. It was already well known that young Mr. Shen was a connoisseur of wine, and upon witnessing his expertise firsthand, it was clear that his reputation was well-deserved. Elder Lin also gave Shan Qingyan a thumbs-up in approval. Shan Qingyan continued to sample various wines, effortlessly naming each one, and soon became the center of attention. Despite his infidelity, Shan Qingyan's knowledge and capabilities remained evident. Though Luo Caimei had divorced him, an act of courage, it was likely she would come to regret it in time. Indeed, Shan Qingyan had merely committed the common folly of men, and with a little correction, he could easily redeem himself. Luo Caimei had likely severed ties with the best affluent family she could find, as it would be challenging to discover another more distinguished than the Shen family. Currently, the boyfriend I have found is merely a university student, adorned in attire that lacks any notable brand, likely sustained by her support. Engaging with a collegiate male for casual amusement is acceptable, yet when introduced to more upscale environments, his true colors become apparent. Luo Caimei observed the ostentatious Shan Qingyan. Her expression one of exasperation. She feared that the surrounding discourse might adversely affect her dear younger brother. Grasping his slender, defined hand tightly, she thought, what merit is there in wine tasting? In her eyes, you are simply the best. You possess the talent to program and design games, and you excel academically. In the face of disparaging remarks from all around, Fu Zheng exhibited neither inferiority nor embarrassment. On his handsome, carefree visage lingered a languid smile. That smile bore an innate confidence and composure. True wine tasting requires not only an appreciation of the wine's flavor and aroma, but also an accurate assessment of its vintage. Upon Fu Zheng's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. To ascertain a wine's vintage necessitates profound knowledge of its production process, climatic conditions of its origin, and the environment in which the grapes flourish. It is challenging for anyone who is not a professional sommelier to determine the vintage. Shan Qingyan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Could it be that you can discern the vintage? At her words, several executives behind her couldn't help but chuckle. Lao Zong, you might want to spare your young boyfriend from further embarrassment. The young boyfriend appeared to be attempting to match wits with her ex-husband? This university student, after all, is from a prestigious lineage. As a mere youth yet to step into society, he ought not to challenge her, lest he tarnish Lao Zong's reputation. Earlier, a few envious female executives who admired Luo Caimei for dating a university student quietly advised her, Caimei, your young boyfriend seems a bit too arrogant. In a gathering of this caliber, filled with influential figures from Yecheng's business realm, his bravado only serves to diminish your standing. Luo Caimei glanced at Fu Zheng, poised to interject, only to see him stride forward a few steps, positioning himself before Shan Qingyan. How about we place a wager? Shan Qingyan found it amusing. What could this impoverished university student possibly wager against him? Not yet acquainted with the world, lacking the experience of hardship, he was blissfully unaware of his own limitations, was he not? To wager against you would be beneath my dignity. Shan Qingyan regarded Fu Zheng with palpable disdain. Entirely dismissive of him. Fu Zheng's countenance remained unchanged, exuding a sense of nonchalance, yet there was an undercurrent of formidable presence. Standing alongside Shan Qingyan, he held his ground firmly, refusing to be overshadowed. Shan Qingyan noticed the fleeting intensity in Fu Zheng's dark eyes, sharp and cold, which nearly left him momentarily daunted. A sudden unease gripped Shan Qingyan. For a brief instant, he perceived that this university student was not to be underestimated. Shan Qingyan had inquired about Fu Zheng. Although he was an academic prodigy and a campus heartthrob, he also worked part-time at a car repair shop, undeniably a man of modest means. Surely, the audacity he displayed must be attributed to Luo Caimei. He couldn't fathom that Fu Zheng possessed any skill in wine tasting. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Afraid to wager, worried about losing? Shan Qingyan recognized Fu Zheng's provocation. He regarded him with disdain. I accept your challenge. Should you lose, you shall leave Luo Caimei at once and never show your face before her again. Chapter 85. Fu Xiaogo is truly impressive. Fu Zheng gazed at the self-assured Shan Qingyan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. That if you lose, I implore you to exit the Yecheng Chamber of Commerce immediately. Upon hearing Fu Zheng's declaration, Shan Qingyan found his words to be exceedingly juvenile and laughable. The onlookers surrounded them, murmuring amongst themselves, Deeming the audacious college student to be brash and conceited, given Shan Qingyan's esteemed status and identity, how could he possibly lose? This young scholar appeared to be a mere egg attempting to crack a rock. Destined to face humiliation, Luo Caimei, it is still not too late for you to rein in your little pretty boy. Shan Qingyan cautioned Luo Caimei. Her gaze remained fixated on Fu Zheng. She seldom witnessed this fierce competitive side of him. More often than not, he exuded a languid nonchalance, approaching everything with an air of indifference. She stepped closer, gently pinching his fingers. What has suddenly prompted you to challenge him to a wine tasting? She refrained from suggesting he was overreaching, nor did she express concern over the potential embarrassment he might face in defeat. Fu Zheng lowered his gaze to Luo Caimei. If you wish to join the chamber, having him around will always be a source of irritation. Upon hearing his words, an inexplicable warmth surged within Luo Caimei. If you do not wish for me to compete with him, I can abstain. He murmured softly. Luo Caimei shook her head. It's perfectly fine. After all, you are young and should pursue whatever you desire. Besides, you have your sister backing you. Fu Zheng fell silent, his dark eyes deepening with contemplation. They exchanged a knowing smile, a faintly sweet atmosphere lingering in the air. The Wait Siwei's little puppy smiles is simply too handsome and charming. I can't wait to have one of my own. Several female executives whispered among themselves. Indeed, witnessing their interaction makes me feel rejuvenated by several years. They added, Jing's handsome and refined visage darkened slightly. Very well, if I lose, I shall withdraw from the chamber. The stakes of this wager had escalated significantly. Elder Lin instructed the staff to present 3 different wines once more. Fu Zheng observed the liquid within the glass. He gently inhaled the aroma before savoring a sip. Relishing the robust tannins and full-bodied flavor, Shan Qingyan and several male executives eagerly anticipated Fu Zheng's folly. He must be in his early 20s, and with such modest origins, how could he possibly possess the skill to taste wine? Xiao Fu, have you discerned what type of wine this is? Elder Lin inquired. Fu Zheng nodded. The fragrance is rich with fruit, the taste is smooth and robust with powerful tannins. It is a 1999 Shiraz from Australia. A look of incredulity flashed in Elder Lin's eyes as he raised his hand in applause. Well done, well done. You have accurately identified it. Shan Qingyan's expression shifted abruptly. How could that impoverished lad truly know about wine tasting, let alone specify the exact vintage? This was utterly impossible. It must have been mere luck. Shan Qingyan's face turned ashen. Fu Zheng disregarded Shan Qingyan's reaction and picked up the second glass of wine. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the deep garnet hue of the liquid, inhaling the complex scents of leather, tobacco, and dried fruits before slowly sipping, allowing the wine to linger on his palate for a moment. This exquisite wine is renowned for its rich flavor and intricate aroma, with robust tannins that necessitate prolonged aging to achieve its optimal expression. It hails from the illustrious Barolo region of Italy. Vintage 1988. Lin Lao's eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration. Xiao Fu, you truly are a hidden gem. Witnessing the president of the Chamber of Commerce lavish praise upon Fu Zheng, the other executives cast incredulous and appreciative glances in his direction. Xiao Shun, your ex-wife's little pup is quite remarkable. Are you certain he hails from humble beginnings? Shan Qingyan clenched his hands into tight fists at his sides, taken aback by Fu Zheng's apparent wine-tasting prowess and undisclosed expertise. The final glass is a cherished piece d'arcistance from my collection. Xiao Shun and Xiao Fu, shall we partake together and see who can name the wine and its vintage in the shortest time? Lin Lao proposed. Fu Zheng voiced no objections, and Shan Qingyan could hardly concede defeat. The staff poured the wine into 2 glasses, presenting them to Shan Qingyan and Fu Zheng. After taking a moment to inhale its bouquet, Shan Qingyan sipped, closing his eyes to savor the complexity of the wine. It was indeed a fitting finale. However, his initial taste yielded no discernible flavors, prompting him to take another sip. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the experience, Fu Zheng spoke. The tannins in this wine are soft, accompanied by notes of blackcurrant, with subtle hints of vanilla and oak. If my palate serves me correctly, this glass seems to blend the essence of 2 wines, a Cabernet Sauvignon from California, and a Rioja from Spain, vintages 1968 and 1974, respectively. Shan Qingyan's mind swirled in confusion. He had not detected the fusion of 2 distinct wines. Startled by Fu Zheng's assertion, he abruptly opened his eyes to glance at Lin Lao, hoping he would refute Fu Zheng's claim. Unless one possessed extraordinary wine-tasting talent, how could one accurately identify the names and vintages of 2 blended wines? After a moment of astonished silence, Lin Lao raised his hand, applauding fervently. Xiao Fu, we have all underestimated you. You are truly exceptional. The room erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating Fu Zheng's remarkable performance. Amidst the accolades and admiration, Fu Zheng retained his languid, carefree demeanor, his dark eyes casting a glance toward Luo Caimei. Stunned and captivated, Luo Caimei felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through her being. My goodness, she never anticipated her little pup would be so impressive. She raised her hands to join the applause. Overwhelmed with joy at her fortunate discovery, Shan Qingyan's expression darkened with increasing dismay. He could scarcely believe he was losing to Luo Caimei's boy toy. His face burned with indignation and embarrassment, a tempest of fury brewing within him. He refused to concede. He would never withdraw from the Chamber of Commerce. Luo Caimei, there is something I had intended to keep to myself, but you two are simply insufferable. A hint of derision danced on Luo Caimei's lips. Shan, surely you are not one to shy away from defeat. Taken aback by Shan Qingyan's uncharacteristic outburst, she scoffed, are you truly devoid of any semblance of dignity? With a cold laugh, she added, your mind must be filled with nothing but tepid water. I have already lowered my standards for the sake of your grandfather, yet I can no longer withstand your boundless ignorance. How dare you turn the tables and accuse me? Luo Caimei, what are you trying to argue? I possess irrefutable evidence of your infidelity. If Luo Caimei had not brazenly paraded her little toy boy in public, this would not have come to light. Today they have truly provoked him. Chapter 86. She doesn't he love him? The wine tasting event took place in a grand banquet hall. Shan Qingyan summoned the staff and displayed the photographs from his phone on the large screen. There were 2 images in total. In one, Luo Caimei had her arms around Fu Zheng's neck, tilting her head to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling with seductive charm. Moreover, in another photograph, their faces were so close that they appeared to be engaged in a passionate kiss. Shan Qingyan pointed to the timestamp on the photos. The date below was September 10th, a time when I was still unfamiliar with Ning Xuejian. The scandal involving Ning Xuejian was revealed on the night of the Yi University anniversary, which was also October 15th. I had been intoxicated and mistook Ning Xuejian for Luo Caimei. In truth, I had long suspected Luo Caimei's infidelity. That night at the anniversary, she had sneaked out to engage in flirtation with this male interloper. Let us revisit this photograph. Shan Qingyan displayed another image, where Luo Caimei and Fu Zheng were ensconced in a corner, Fu Zheng's thin lips holding a cigarette close to Luo Caimei's. The dim, golden light, the elegantly dressed couple, their gazes locked, the atmosphere was imbued with an unmistakable allure and beauty. Originally, I intended to consider Luo Caimei's reputation, enduring all grievances and humiliations in silence. But little did I anticipate her audacity in bringing her male interloper to today's business gathering, even provoking me into a wager over wine tasting to oust me from the association. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Judging solely from the photographs, it indeed appeared as though Luo Caimei had initiated the betrayal. Upon seeing the images released by Shan Qingyan, Luo Caimei was momentarily taken aback. The first 2 photographs evoked no recollection within her. However, based on her attire, it was evident she had been at the bar that night with Ji Wan, lamenting about discovering Shan Qingyan's betrayal. After a trip to the restroom, could it be that during that interval, she had flirted with Fu Zheng? She had always believed that her visit to Yi University was their first encounter. Ladies and gentlemen, this university student has shattered my marriage with Luo Caimei. He is the true interloper. Luo Caimei was utterly amused by Shan Qingyan's despicable behavior, fury blazing in her beautiful eyes. Shan Qingyan, you have once again demonstrated your shamelessness. Before she could finish her statement, Fu Zheng suddenly clasped her finger and the video. Luo Caimei, intoxicated, staggered towards the restroom. Passing through the smoking area, she spotted Fu Zheng leaning against the wall. Smoking, approaching him, she boldly remarked, handsome, may I borrow a light? He glanced down at her without uttering a word. With audacity, she brought her cigarette to his lips. After lighting it, just as she took a puff, someone inadvertently bumped into her, causing her to nearly stumble. He reached out to steady her. She looked up at him, asking, am I beautiful? Then she inquired, what is your name? How about I support you once I am divorced? At last he pushed her away, declaring his disinterest in married women. The scene concluded there. Luo Caimei never anticipated that she would, on that fateful night, propose to Fu Zheng the notion of keeping him. Had he not released the video, she would have been left with no recollection whatsoever. Initially, out of respect for Grandpa Shen, she had chosen to spare him a modicum of dignity since he had cast aside his shame. She would grant him his wish. The evidence of Shan Qingyan's infidelity had long been stored in her cloud drive, a precaution against any potential backlash from him. On the grand screen, the chat records between Shan Qingyan and Ning Xuejian instantly materialized. Their conversations began around April or May. Ning Xuejian, Uncle, what are you up to? Shan Qingyan, just got off work, it's been a rather busy day. Ning Xuejian, Uncle, it seems like Xuejian is feeling a bit unwell. Shan Qingyan, what is the matter? Ning Xuejian, it's lovesickness. I miss you, Uncle, that if only I could see you before long. She sent a photo of herself clad in a nightgown, sans undergarments, in a state of undress. Ning Xuejian,
Uncle, I'm wearing the nightgown you bought me. Does it look good? Shinqingyan darling, you're so provocative. Ning Shuejian Wu Shuejian is only provocative for you, uncle. The next chat record read, Ning Shuejian Wu. Uncle, I hurt my thigh. Ning Shuejian. There is also a bruise on my backside. Ning Shuejian. All of it is from your bites, uncle. Please be gentler next time. Shinqingyan, send me a picture. Ning Shuejian. If you want to see, let us meet tonight, and I'll show you in person, okay? Luo Caimei clicked to the next chat record. Ning Shuejian. Uncle, I truly love you so very much. Even if you don't divorce your wife, I'm willing to be your secret little darling. Ning Shuejian. Uncle, I've already started missing you the moment we parted. Wulwer, I long to kiss every inch of you again. When shall we meet next? Shinqingyan. Aren't you satisfied yet? Shinqingyan. Do you enjoy it in the glass room? Ning Shuejian. As long as I'm with you, uncle, I adore it anywhere. Shinqingyan. Next time, let us go to the mountaintop. Ning Shuejian. Uncle, you're so naughty. Chat records continued to be unveiled, each more explicit than the last. The onlookers gasped in shock. Shinqingyan attempted to intervene, to halt Luo Caimei from continuing to reveal the chat records, but Old Lin instructed the staff to restrain him. Young Master Shun, since you were the first to expose Luo's infidelity, for the sake of fairness, she must be allowed to present her evidence in full. In the video, she lay on the hotel bed, while Ning Shuejian emerged from the bathroom post-bath, dressed in a robe. She approached Shinqingyan seated at the edge of the bed. Ignoring Luo Caimei's presence, she boldly removed her robe and sat atop Shinqingyan's lap, daringly leaning in to kiss him. Although Luo Caimei had pixelated the area below their necks, it was evident to any discerning eye what they were engaged in. Heavens! Shinqingyan truly was a shameless scoundrel, having already embarked on an affair with his mistress, yet audaciously attempting to tarnish Caimei's reputation. Imagining myself as Caimei, I felt I could scarcely breathe. My heart was shattering into pieces. That mistress is utterly repugnant. Fully aware of Shinqingyan's marital status, she shamelessly entices him. Upon perusing those chat records, my heart and lungs nearly exploded with rage. These two wretched individuals deserve to be scorned by all. Caimei had previously shown him grace by refraining from exposing this evidence. He has truly brought about his own demise, seeking retribution that has now come to fruition. When Shinqingyan laid eyes on the evidence presented by Luo Caimei, his countenance instantly turned ashen. His phone housed two systems. His WeChat conversations with Ning Shuejian resided in the other system. How could she possibly know everything? Moreover, during that occasion at the hotel, when he had her consume a drink laced with sleeping pills, he believed she had succumbed to slumber. Little did he realize, she had clandestinely recorded it. This woman possesses a level of cunning far beyond his imagination. The accusatory gazes and rebukes from the crowd made him feel like a naked jester. Overwhelmed with shame and devoid of refuge, his heart raced violently, yearning to defend himself, yet the evidence loomed over him like insurmountable mountains, suffocating him. At this moment, he harbored an intense loathing for Ning Shuejian. Had she not taken the initiative to provide him with those photographs, he would not have entertained even a fleeting hope of tarnishing Luo Caimei's reputation this evening. He had truly shot himself in the foot. Old Lin cast a grim look at Shinqingyan, his eyes brimming with disappointment and fury. Our business association has always upheld the values of integrity, responsibility, and accountability. Since young Master Shun has lost a bet to young Master Fu, coupled with his betrayal of family and lack of remorse, while attempting to malign his ex-wife's reputation, you shall no longer hold membership in the Yeqing Business Association. Upon hearing this, Shinqingyan felt a buzzing in his head. Being expelled from the association would render him incapable of ever becoming the president of the Shun Group again. He would lose the commercial resources and collaboration opportunities provided by the association, and be ostracized and isolated from high society, forfeiting invaluable connections. Tonight, he had indeed sustained a grievous loss. Unable to endure such an immense blow and pressure, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body swayed, collapsing to the ground. Old Lin promptly instructed the staff to carry Shinqingyan in front of everyone. Old Lin invited Luo Caimei to join the association. Luo Caimei, taken aback by such an opportunity, smiled brightly. Truly, I am immensely honored to receive your invitation. I have longed for a chance to engage with esteemed individuals, to learn, grow, and exchange ideas. The onlookers cast admiring glances at Luo Caimei, and no one uttered a word of slander against her any longer. During dinner that evening, after chatting with the female CEO on her left, Luo Caimei noticed that Fu Xiaoguo on her right had been gazing at her intently. Fu Zhang pressed his thin lips together, his eyes darkening as he inquired, was it painful to witness those chat records? Luo Caimei paused for a moment, then shook her head. Painful? Fu Zhang's gaze deepened,
Realizing her husband had been unfaithful, Luo Caimei scoffed lightly. It's all right, I merely doubted my own allure for a fleeting moment, but I truly feel no pain, as I do not love him. Fu Jing chose not to press further, and when Luo Caimei glanced at him again, she discovered he was suppressing a smile. Luo Caimei, is he secretly enjoying himself? Chapter 87. A reluctant parting. Luo Caimei observed Fu Jing stifling a laugh and couldn't help but tease him. Oh, little brother, what are you secretly savoring? Fu Jing suppressed his amusement, his dark eyes fixed on her. Which of your eyes saw me secretly enjoying anything? Luo Caimei pointed to her own eyes, both of them did. Fu Jing pressed his pale pink lips together, his voice low and husky as he inquired, you don't love him. Who do you love then? The corners of Luo Caimei's lips curved into a deeper smile as she gazed intently at him. Her eyes shimmering, I love my little brother. No sooner had she spoken than a blush crept over his fair ears. Teske? He's shy again. Luo Caimei reached out to touch him, but in the next moment, his long fingers firmly grasped hers. After dinner, the group proceeded to a private room to play cards. Luo Caimei took Fu Jing along, initially thinking he might feel out of place in such an environment. To her surprise, he exhibited no shyness whatsoever. When a female CEO invited him to join the game, he played even better than Luo Caimei herself. Truly, a little pup who had seen the world alongside a wealthy woman, adept in every way. Bringing him along was certainly a source of pride for her. When Luo Caimei went to the restroom, one of the female CEOs followed her out. Caimei. Zhou Lili produced a business card from her bag and handed it to Luo Caimei. Caimei, we are all adults here. I can see that the little pup you brought is not a boyfriend in the traditional sense. If you ever tire of him, you could introduce him to me. The smile that had graced Luo Caimei's lips faltered uncontrollably. In front of outsiders, she was always adept at controlling her facial expressions, yet at this moment, she felt a wave of nausea rise in her stomach. Her little pup was still enjoying himself. Even if she grew weary of him, it would be she who initiated the end, not someone else to whom she could introduce him. He was not a mere plaything. Luo Caimei returned the business card to Zhou Lili, stating, if I ever part ways with him, you can pursue him on your own. I would never engage in the act of gifting my ex-boyfriend to another. Zhou Lili was unfazed by this, as Luo Caimei's evident affection only underscored the value of her little pup, worthy of her heartfelt protection. The group played cards until the wee hours of the night. A great deal transpired that evening, leaving Luo Caimei feeling somewhat exhausted both physically and mentally. This gathering was more tiring than an overtime work shift. After her shower, she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep sleep almost instantly. Along the way, Luo Caimei belatedly realized that Fu Jing hadn't spoken much to her. His handsome face appeared somewhat aloof. She gently elbowed him. What's wrong? You seem rather unhappy. Fu Jing pressed his thin lips together, his expression indifferent. Not at all. Clearly, he was just a bit tired. He donned his headphones and closed his eyes, evidently unwilling to engage further. Luo Caimei touched her nose, wondering what had she done to offend him. While the joy of keeping a little pup was indeed delightful, his temper was a bit irritable. The reasons for his anger were somewhat elusive to her. With the bus crowded, Luo Caimei refrained from probing further. Once the bus stopped at the entrance of the business association, Luo Caimei took out her sports card. Fu Jing responded with a nonchalant MMS. The vehicle approached the entrance of Ye's residence. Luo Caimei brought the car to a halt by the roadside. Fu Jing unfastened his seatbelt, intending to exit the vehicle, but Luo Caimei promptly grasped his hand. Pray tell, what have I done to provoke your ire? If you do not elucidate, how can I possibly placate you? Luo Caimei, lacking the inclination to speculate, would undoubtedly appease him if she could. Fu Jing turned his gaze towards her, his dark eyes deepening with a hint of shadow. I overheard your conversation with Zhou Lili last night. Luo Caimei responded with a simple "oh," adding, I desired you, yet I declined, did I not? Fu Jing fell silent for a moment. You mentioned a breakup? She is free to pursue me now. Luo Caimei furrowed her brow, pondering, did I err in my words? I am not a possessive maniac. Having ended things, I would not tether you to me, forbidding other affluent women from vying for your affection. The emotion swirling in Fu Jing's gaze remained ambiguous. Are you already contemplating a breakup? Luo Caimei suddenly grasped the source of his frustration. She leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Silly boy. I was merely using a metaphor. I am quite fond of you at present. Why would I so easily consider a separation? Unable to resist, Luo Caimei pressed a kiss to his delicate, attractive lips. Rest assured, my dear. Fu Jing studied her for a moment before muttering, sister's words are mere deceptions. Luo Caimei shook her head. Did I truly mean it? As she spoke, she divulged her apartment's access code. If you have no plans today, feel free to visit my apartment. Fu Jing neither affirmed nor denied his intention to go. Do you still have work today? Luo Caimei replied affirmatively. I have some tasks to attend to, and this afternoon I must visit the Shun family's old residence. Grandfather Shun sent me a message requesting my presence, and no worries, you need not fret. Once Luo Caimei concluded her work, she made her way to the Shun residence. Old Master Shun led her to his study, where they engaged in a lengthy discussion. The events of the previous night had already circulated within high society. Shun Qingyan's scandal had resurfaced, resulting in her expulsion from the business association, bringing disgrace upon the Shun family. Old Master Shun did not blame Luo Caimei. Rather, he felt a profound sense of guilt. He understood that had Shun Qingyan not instigated the situation last night, seeking to turn the tables, Luo Caimei would not have revealed the evidence. Luo Caimei, however, paid no heed to his sentiments and outright refused to take responsibility. Now devoid of the Shun family's protection, she would need to exercise greater caution moving forward. The predators of the Luo family had long coveted the wealth she possessed and might soon take action again. Yet, she feared their inaction. Only through their actions could she gather more evidence. It baffled her how, despite being family, they could descend to such cold-blooded ruthlessness for the sake of wealth and power. After changing into her slippers, Luo Caimei made her way to the kitchen. There, a tall, lean figure clad in a black sweater busied himself at the countertop, upon seeing her clean, refreshing, and handsome younger brother. Her mood brightened instantly. She hurried forward, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Chapter 88. Embracing her proactively, Luo Caimei pressed her face against his long, broad back, inhaling the invigorating scent that emanated from him. Her lips curving into an involuntary smile did no matter how despondent her spirits. The mere sight of him had a curative effect. Fu Zhang glanced down at the delicate white hands encircling his waist, and in a low voice he inquired, "What is it? Did old Master Shun say something to you?" Luo Caimei shook her head, stating that Grandpa Shun had not scolded her. She merely recalled some rather sorrowful memories. Fu Zhang turned to her and inquired, "What sad things?" Luo Caimei pressed her lips together, replying, "I do not wish to speak of it." Fu Zhang did not press her further, saying, "Then let it be." After a moment of quiet embrace, Luo Caimei released him and said, "I shall go change into some loungewear." Fu Zhang responded with a simple acknowledgement as Luo Caimei turned to leave the kitchen. She was halted by Fu Zhang's voice calling her name, Luo Caimei. The kitchen's light illuminated Fu Zhang's fair face, his features strikingly handsome and refined, resembling a character drawn from a comic book. Luo Caimei's heart involuntarily raced. His cool, melodic voice carried a hint of plaintiveness and a touch of playful affection. A tingling sensation coursed through Luo Caimei's body. My, how could anyone resist such a charming young man? She swiftly approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and bestowing upon him a long and fervent kiss. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers, both of them breathing heavily, their breaths slightly unsteady. With glistening eyes she asked, "May I go change my clothes now?" He replied softly, "Yes, we're having hot pot soon." Luo Caimei gave an affirmative gesture. Once she had changed into her loungewear, Luo Caimei entered the dining room to find that Fu Zhang had already set up the hot pot. A spicy one at that. "How did you know I love spicy food?" she asked. Fu Zhang glanced at her and replied, "I observe you regularly." A smile crept onto Luo Caimei's lips as she approached him, playfully poking his arm. "Can I interpret this as you being quite attentive to me?" Fu Zhang chuckled lightly. "After all, I am your benefactor." Luo Caimei found his words to be quite reasonable. The advantage of having a scholarly young man by her side was that he would notice and care for her without her needing to say a word. Who said that youth lacked compassion? The motivation to earn more as an older sister surged within her. Fu Zhang pulled out a chair for Luo Caimei, sitting down only after she was settled. She dipped a slice of lamb into the sauce he had prepared for her and exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. It rivals that of a hot pot restaurant." She gazed at him with bright eyes. "Surprised, I never expected you could cook." Fu Zhang's lips curled into a relaxed and lazy smile. "As long as you enjoy it." As they were nearing the end of their meal, Luo Caimei's phone chimed. A message from Old Man Luo appeared. "Since you have divorced Shun Qingyan, the family will arrange a blind date for you." Fu Zhang, glancing down at her phone, caught sight of the message and handed it back to her, saying, "Your family wishes to set you up with someone." Luo Caimei dismissed it. "Do you believe it? The candidates they arrange are either widowers or elderly men. After her divorce from Shun Qingyan, she had no intention of marrying again. In this lifetime she simply wished to be a joyous little wealthy woman." Fu Zhang furrowed his brow. "Is your relationship with your family strained?" Luo Caimei set down her chopsticks, her spirit sinking into despondency. "It was only after my parents and elder brother encountered their respective misfortunes that I became acutely aware of the indifference displayed by the inhabitants of the old residence, despite being their granddaughter as well." Their eyes only held regard for Luo Shiryao. Perhaps it was the spiciness of the hot pot that caused the red hue to rise in her eyes. She sniffled, raising her hand to fan her face. Reassuring herself that she did not covet their affection, before she could finish her thought, the tall boy beside her suddenly extended his arms,
enveloping her in a warm embrace. Luo Caimei buried her face in his chest, as unrestrained tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Thankfully, he wore a sweater which absorbed her tears, preventing them from soaking through. After finishing the hot pot, Luo Caimei placed the bowls and chopsticks into the dishwasher. She rubbed her stomach, recalling how she usually ate sparingly in the evenings to maintain her figure. Yet tonight she had indulged. Fu Zheng glanced at her waist, delicate as a willow, and remarked, "You are too thin." Luo Caimei playfully winked at him. "Where's the harm? There's still flesh where it matters, isn't there?" Fu Zheng understood precisely what she referred to and averted his gaze slightly. "Shall we descend and take a stroll to aid digestion?" Luo Caimei proposed. Fu Zheng nodded in agreement. As they reached the base of their residential complex, Luo Caimei linked her arm with Fu Zheng's. "By the way, you're about to enter winter break, aren't you?" Fu Zheng affirmed with a brief Beijing. He added. Luo Caimei turned to admire the striking contours of Fu Zheng's handsome profile. "Not bad, the capital." Fu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. After Luo Caimei finished her shower, she sliced some fruit and glanced at Fu Zheng, who was preparing to wash up. "Would you like to watch a movie together later?" she inquired. "Sure," Fu Zheng replied. Luo Caimei carried the fruit into the media room, selecting a romantic film. Approximately 20 minutes later, Fu Zheng emerged from his shower and entered the media room. Luo Caimei had already procured daily necessities for him days prior, including the towel he used to dry his hair. Rising from her seat, Luo Caimei fetched the hairdryer, gently guiding him to sit on the sofa while she stood behind him, drying his hair. Once his hair was dry, she circled to his front and directly perched herself on his lap. Fu Zheng, his dark eyes fixated on her, asked, "Aren't we supposed to be watching a movie?" Luo Caimei wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her delicate face against his firm chest. "Can I be held while we watch?" As Fu Zheng cast his gaze downward, he inadvertently caught sight of the neckline of her nightgown, realizing with a start that she seemed to be wearing nothing underneath, a state of utter vulnerability. His breath quickened. In this manner, I cannot concentrate on the film." Luo Caimei retrieved a small box from the side of the sofa, winking flirtatiously at him. "Did you really bring this from your rental?" Upon seeing the object she produced, Fu Zheng grasped her wrist firmly. "I feared you might need it tonight." Luo Caimei couldn't help but chuckle. "It's meant for you to wear, after all. It's you who will be using it." Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed, and after a few seconds of gazing at it, Luo Caimei leaned in and kissed him. His hand, which had secured her wrist, tightened its grip suddenly. "Are you seducing me? Or are we watching a movie?" His voice, typically cool, now carried a hint of husky desire. Luo Caimei regarded the tall boy before her, fresh and clean after his shower, and felt a surge of yearning rise within her. "No longer interested in watching movies, I simply wish to entice you." She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in to plant a tender kiss on his alluringly crimson lips. "Can I have you tonight, dear brother?" Chapter 89. Please be kind to me. Fu Zheng's deep, dark eyes glimmered with intensity as he beheld Luo Caimei's enchanting gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "Are you certain?" Luo Caimei encircled his neck with her arms, her ruby lips brushing against his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Sister never deceives. I have long desired to share a bed with you." Fu Zheng's breathing intensified, his hand gripping Luo Caimei's slender waist. "Here?" he inquired, and before the words fully escaped his lips, he swept her up into his arms. Despite his lean physique, his arms were remarkably strong. Holding her securely, enveloping her in a sense of safety, she gazed up at his elegantly chiseled features, unable to resist teasing him. "Your hands are surprisingly strong. Your core must be quite impressive as well." Fu Zheng's dark eyes bore into hers. "You will soon find out." Delighted by his banter, Luo Caimei's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Sister is quite eager." Her unwavering gaze made Fu Zheng hesitant to meet her eyes directly. He carried her into the bedroom, gently placing her on the spacious soft couch. He positioned his hands on either side of her, leaning down to meet her gaze. The atmosphere in the room gradually thickened with tension. "I lack experience. I hope you will guide me," he admitted. Luo Caimei paused, about to inquire about his supposed inexperience, given his past encounters with wealthy women, but before she could voice her curiosity, his lips captured hers. A refreshing and intoxicating scent enveloped her, overwhelming her senses. Her heart raced, thoughts muddled. She could only follow her instincts as the kiss ended. He nestled against her neck, his breath warm and heavy. "Turn off the lights." Luo Caimei halted his hand from reaching for the switch. "Wait, I haven't seen your abs yet." His breath uneven, he looked at her, his eyes dark as ink. Luo Caimei wrapped her arms around his lean waist, feeling both exhilarated and tingled. "Before we begin, I want to see your abs. Last time when I helped you, the lights were off and I missed it." Fu Zheng, captivated by the intensity of her gaze,
ultimately found it impossible to deny her request. He removed his shirt, revealing a physique defined by strength, with well-defined abdominal muscles that appeared sculpted by the hands of a master artisan. Under the soft glow of light, they exuded a healthy and captivating sheen. Unable to resist, Luo Caimei reached out to touch his abs. His gaze deepened as his breathing grew heavier. After her exploration, he grasped her wrist, leaning down to kiss her once more. Luo Caimei closed her eyes. Holding him tightly, moonlight streamed through a gap in the slightly drawn curtains, wrapping the pair in a sacred glow. Though the night was deep, it was only the beginning of their night together. Around 1 in the morning, having finished her shower, Luo Caimei donned a delicate camisole and stepped into the living room for a glass of water. She rubbed her slightly sore waist, completely unprepared for the ferocity of Fu Xiaogo's prowess. Cradling a cup of water, she settled onto the sofa in the living room. Memories flooded back of not long ago when he had leaned close to her ear, his voice hoarse as he whispered her name. His scorching breath cascading into her ear, and the sight of beads of sweat trickling down his handsome face. That a gentle tumult stirred within her heart. It was her first experience of such intensity. And to be frank, he was quite remarkable. After Fu Zheng emerged from the bathroom, she made her way to the sofa, taking a seat beside Luo Caimei. His obsidian gaze remained fixed upon her. Fu Zheng pressed his thin lips together, his voice gravelly. Are you thinking about it? Luo Caimei fluttered her long eyelashes. I just finished bathing, and I'm still feeling a bit uncomfortable. Let me rest for a moment. Fu Zheng regarded her, words caught in his throat. Luo Caimei set down her cup, leaping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. What's the matter? Speak your mind. Surely, she hadn't left him with a poor impression? To be honest, her verbal sparring was relentless, yet her practical experience was sorely lacking previously. He had taken the lead entirely, leaving her mind in a befuddled haze. This was rather humiliating for her, a woman of means. Fu Zheng lifted her from the sofa, striding toward the bedroom. He placed her by the edge of the bed, gesturing toward a dark crimson stain on the sheets. Are you? Luo Caimei instantly grasped his stammering implication, feeling a mix of embarrassment and vexation as she covered her face. Oh dear, is it a failure that we haven't shared a bed in 2 years of marriage? Fu Zheng, with his lips tightly sealed, remained silent. Observing the stunned expression on his face, she playfully poked his arm. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Fu Zheng had not anticipated that it would be her first time. He enveloped her tightly in his arms. Caught off guard by his fervent embrace, Luo Caimei felt as though she might be smothered. I suspect you might be trying to murder me. Hearing her labored words, Fu Zheng loosened his grip slightly, with his chin resting atop her head, his voice low and tinged with unidentifiable emotions. He murmured, I don't know if this will hurt you. Luo Caimei flashed a radiant smile. Not at all, you're wonderful. Perhaps it was the knowledge of her being a novice that led him to refrain from further intimacy throughout the night. Nestled in his arms, she drifted into a drowsy slumber. Upon waking, she spotted Fu Zheng getting out of bed, dressing himself. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was barely past 6. You're up so early? She queried, her voice still laced with sleepiness and a hint of hoarseness. Fu Zheng replied with a simple hum. I have class today. It's still early. You can sleep a little longer. He nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Caimei did not rise until after 10 o'clock. On the coffee table lay a small black bag containing ointment, and the kitchen held a pot of congee and some side dishes. Picking up her phone, she noticed 2 messages from him. Take good care of yourself, and shall we meet again tonight? A smile crept onto her face, finding amusement in his youthful enthusiasm. Having joined the business association, opportunities for collaboration and deals had surged. Luo Caimei remained occupied until around 8 in the evening. Initially, she planned to drive to University to see Fu Zheng, but a last-minute complication arose with a newly signed endorsement. A rival sought to poach it. Consequently, Luo Caimei had to fly personally to the city of the endorsement. After sending Fu Zheng a message, she hurriedly made her way to the airport. 3 days had passed since the endorsement matters had been concluded. Chapter 90, taking the initiative to visit him. After disembarking from her flight, Luo Caimei proactively dialed Fu Zheng's number. The phone rang for an eternity, and just as Luo Caimei thought no one would answer, he finally picked up. He responded with a nonchalant HM. His tone somewhat distant and detached. You're not upset because I stood you up that night, are you? Fu Zheng replied, no, I'm just busy revising for the upcoming exams. Luo Caimei acknowledged, oh indeed, it's a hectic time of year, and my company has been quite demanding lately. As he was engrossed in his studies for the final exams, Luo Caimei felt it inappropriate to invite him to her apartment. After exchanging a few casual remarks, she ended the call. Following the conversation, she personally went out to purchase some fruits and snacks, which she had her friend Leg Brother deliver to University. The male dormitory of University. Zhou Ziang received the items sent by Luo Caimei from Leg Brother.
Sister Caimei is so extravagant. These are all imported fruits, and the pastries are from a renowned establishment. Fu Zhang took the bag and placed it in his own locker. Zhou Ziang exclaimed, "Zhengge, aren't you going to share some with us?" Fu Zhang retorted, "If you want to eat by your own." Zhou Ziang glanced at Haozi, noting Zhengge wasn't he like this before. He has become quite protective of his food. Haozi chuckled, "Well, when it's a gift from a beautiful sister, Zhengge certainly has reason to guard it closely, doesn't he? Fu Zhang playfully kicked out at Haozi with his long legs. 2 days later, Luo Caimei called Zhou Ziang. "Has Zhengge been feeling a bit off lately?" Zhou Ziang replied, "Sister Caimei, Zhengge doesn't he allow us to discuss this, but since you asked, I will tell you." Luo Caimei prompted, "Go on." Zhengge has consistently received the Outstanding Student Award for his grades and overall performance each year, but he didn't receive it this year. Do you know why? Luo Caimei sensed that Zhou Ziang had more to say, so she patiently awaited his next words. Someone reported that Zhengge is being supported by a wealthy woman. He was called in for a conversation with the school principal, and after clarifying the situation, that person continued to spread rumors on the forum. Zhengge used his skills to track down the source of the post. When that individual was confronted, he remained unrepentant and provocatively insulted Zhengge, claiming, "Sister Caimei, you're a divorced woman. Zhengge is only after your money." Furious, Zhengge ended up confronting him physically. Luo Caimei was taken aback. "So much has transpired in just a few days? That little brother didn't mention a word to me." "Alright, I understand now." After changing her clothes, Luo Caimei drove to University. From Zhou Ziang, she learned that Fu Zhang was currently studying in the library. Upon arriving at the library, she immediately spotted Fu Zhang sitting by the window. Clad in a simple white sweatshirt, he sat upright, and the winter sunlight seemed to outline him with a golden halo. His silhouette exuding a striking charm and a refreshing, clean aura. Just as Luo Caimei was about to approach him, she noticed a girl with flowing hair, blushing as she walked up to Fu Zhang, boldly asking for his contact information. Standing at a distance, Luo Caimei couldn't quite hear what Fu Zhang said to the girl, but soon enough, the girl left with a crestfallen expression. A smile tugged at Luo Caimei's lips as she moved forward, pulling out the chair opposite him. The other students in the library were left in stunned silence as the campus heartthrob. Fu Zhang undoubtedly possesses an immense level of notoriety. It is common knowledge that he prefers solitude when engrossed in literature at the library, eschewing the company of those seated beside or opposite him. Exuding an air of aloofness, the gaze of the crowd fell upon Luo Caimei, and they were momentarily taken aback, evidently captivated by her presence. Today, Luo Caimei donned a black Hepburn-style coat, the cinched waist design perfectly accentuating her slender waist and alluring silhouette. Cascading tea-colored curls framed her shoulders, while her exquisite makeup rendered her akin to a star stepping out from the silver screen, radiant and enchanting. Luo Caimei observed the boy deeply engrossed in his book and, deliberately adopting a coy tone, she purred, "Hello, classmate. Might I trouble you for your contact information?" Fu Zhang did not lift his gaze. His handsome, nonchalant visage appeared cold and distant. "I'm sorry, but I have a partner," he replied. Upon hearing the mention of a partner, Luo Caimei's heart fluttered slightly. "Tsk. This annoying younger brother is quite the gentleman. Snt he? Why don't you look up at me? Perhaps a glance might change your mind." Surprised by the audacity of this girl requesting his contact details, Fu Zhang raised his long, slender eyelids and cast a fleeting glance in her direction. This brief encounter momentarily rendered him speechless, as he had not anticipated it would be Luo Caimei. His dark eyes fixated on her. As if time itself had come to a standstill, she was stunning today. The black, cinched coat accentuated her elegance and poise, radiating femininity. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "What brings you here?" Luo Caimei arched an eyebrow, her red lips curling into a smile. "You don't want to see me?" Fu Zhang's gaze deepened, his voice slightly husky. "Not at all." Luo Caimei then recounted what she had learned from Zhou Ziang. "I didn't mean for you to be wronged. I shall speak to your school director." Fu Zhang smirked, a carefree grin spreading across his face. "The Outstanding Student Award means little to me." Luo Caimei pressed her lips together. "Then why did you resort to violence?" "Because he claimed you were on your second marriage." Luo Caimei frowned. "I have already been divorced." Fu Zhang's gaze remained steady, his dark eyes filled with sincerity. "But you are quite unblemished." To his words, a warm sensation coursed through Luo Caimei's heart. "Your discontent solely due to hearing others speak of my second marriage? Fu Zhang, you are a wonderful person. You shouldn't be subjected to such remarks. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, Luo Caimei would have loved to ruffle his hair. Defending her troublesome younger brother was indeed charming. "Please continue with your reading. I shall keep you company." Fu Zhang. "Aren't you busy today?" Luo Caimei smiled. "I'm allowing myself a half-day break." Fu Zhang closed his book. "Shall I show you around the campus?"
Luo Caimei blinked. Do you not have classes this afternoon? Fu Zheng shook his head. No, Luo Caimei had yet to explore the campus with him, and she was quite eager to experience his daily life at school. All right. Upon discovering that Luo Caimei had not yet had lunch, Fu Zheng led her to the cafeteria and procured a meal for her. As they dined, Fu Zheng suddenly inquired, "Are you still in pain?" Luo Caimei nearly choked on her food. Caught off guard by his question, she coughed a few times, and even the ever-bold girl felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Honestly, did she think she was invincible? Luo Caimei glanced around, ensuring that no one was paying attention to them, and after shooting him a reproachful look, she remarked, "It has been several days already. Of course it no longer hurts." Fu Zheng responded with an "oh," and asked, "So can we have a second time tonight?" Luo Caimei. Chapter 91. How infuriating. At this moment, he truly was both endearing and obedient. The image of Fu Zheng drenched in sweat flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. In truth, she had also been thinking about it. She winked at him and candidly expressed her thoughts, saying, "Sister is eagerly anticipating your second performance, dear little brother." Fu Zheng grasped her fingers and gently squeezed them within his palm. His dark eyes deepened with intensity as he warned, "Do not tempt me here." Luo Caimei felt wronged. It was he who had broached the subject first. Yet now he accused her of enticing him. After their meal, Fu Zheng led Luo Caimei on a stroll around the campus. True to his reputation as the campus heartthrob, he attracted many gazes wherever he went, and consequently Luo Caimei became the center of attention as well. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she said, "Is it inappropriate for me to seek you out?" Fu Zheng glanced at her, his expression inscrutable, and replied, "What, am I unworthy of your presence?" He halted and turned to face her, stating, after walking for so long, "You haven't kissed me or linked arms with me." Luo Caimei wasn't it because she feared leaving a negative impression on him. After all, during the last celebration at Yi University, many students were aware of her previous marriage when she attended with Shanjin. Luo Caimei shot him a glare, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I am considering your feelings, and yet you blame me." Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, saying, "I am not afraid, so why should you be? Besides, you gave me your first time." Luo Caimei's long eyelashes fluttered, and she desperately wished to cover his mouth. If he had a loudspeaker, would he announce it to the whole school? Today she had already blushed twice because of him. She playfully punched his shoulder, declaring, "You are not to mention this again." Fu Zheng stuffed his hands into his pockets, allowing her to hit him a few times. A charming smile broke across his strikingly handsome face as he called out her full name, Luo Caimei. "What is it?" she replied. He merely uttered her name. Without saying anything further, Luo Caimei glared at him, muttering, "How rude, why do you keep calling my full name? I have received Luo Caimei's first time, say it again." Luo Caimei exclaimed, exasperated, as she clenched her fists and aimed another punch at him. Fu Zheng darted a few steps ahead, prompting Luo Caimei to chase after him. He did not run very fast, and she soon caught up, landing a few more punches on his shoulder. Fu Zheng, "You are not to say it again, do you hear me?" He lowered his gaze, looking at her, his handsome face suddenly close to hers, their breaths mingling. "Luo Caimei, are you feeling shy?" Luo Caimei was taken aback. The usually carefree and taciturn boy was teasing her relentlessly today. She retaliated with a kick, warning, "If you keep this up, I will make you cry and beg for mercy tonight." Fu Zheng was amused by her words, pondering who truly made whom cry. "That night you cried beautifully, Luo Caimei." She was utterly impressed, truly impressed. "Adio, the people at your school know how you are behind the scenes." Fu Zheng's dark eyes fixed on her. "Only you, sister, are aware." Luo Caimei felt herself becoming a bit lightheaded. Perhaps this was the joy of keeping a pretty boy. 2 million a month, truly worth it. After wandering around the campus for a while, Fu Zheng inquired, "Where else would you like to go, sister?" Luo Caimei glanced towards the boys' dormitory. "May I visit your dorm?" Fu Zheng nodded, of course. After speaking with the dormitory manager, Fu Zheng led Luo Caimei to his room. Following Lin Yu's betrayal of Fu Zheng, he was sued by both Huan Yu and Ruichuan companies, resulting in his withdrawal from school. Now only Fu Zheng, Haozi, and Zhou Ziang remained in the dormitory. Upon seeing Luo Caimei arrive, both Haozi and Zhou Ziang were taken aback, quickly starting to tidy their messy beds. "Damn, Zhengge, you brought Caimei Jia over without a heads up," Zhou Ziang exclaimed, his unmade bed resembling a doghouse, having just gotten up to play video games, looking completely disheveled. Haozi, lounging on his bed while munching on sunflower seeds, was still clad in shabby autumn pants. In a flurry, Haozi put on his outer pants. "Zhengge, you're too cruel. Our image is completely ruined." Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "What image do you even have?" Luo Caimei glanced around the dormitory, her eyes landing on a bed near the balcony, impeccably neat, with a blue bedsheet laid out flawlessly. Not a wrinkle in sight, the quilt folded perfectly, its corners sharply defined,
resembling a block of tofu. A simple alarm clock and a few books adorned the bedside. The desk beside the bed was equally organized. Luo Caimei pointed, "That bed must be yours, Zhanggu." Zhou Ziang and Haozi nodded in unison, then began to tease Fu Zheng. Even when he doesn't check, Zhanggu still makes his bed and organizes like it's military style. Haozi and I suspect he has obsessive-compulsive disorder and a cleanliness obsession. Luo Caimei chuckled softly. He does seem to take cleanliness seriously, but he is quite tolerant of you both. Zhou Ziang and Haozi felt a pang of guilt. That's true. Just then, Zhou Ziang quickly reported, "Caimei Jia, the fruits and pastries you sent last time. Zhanggu kept them all to himself, not giving us a single bite." Luo Caimei couldn't help but laugh. "Next time I'll ask Legge to send some for you." Fu Zheng pulled Luo Caimei onto his bed. "Don't mind them, just sit here. I'll get you some water." After Fu Zheng went to the balcony to fetch water, Zhou Ziang lowered his voice. "Caimei Jia, Zhanggu has a book hidden under his pillow. He sneaks a read at night. Whenever we ask to borrow it, he refuses and we don't dare touch his things. You should see what he has secretly reading." Curious, Luo Caimei lifted the pillow, revealing a comic book with an unusual cover as she focused her gaze. Her heart raced. It was an 18 comic. That little rascal. Forbidding her from watching videos while secretly indulging in this. Just as she was about to flip through it, a long fair hand reached over and snatched the comic away. Fu Zheng tucked the book back into the pillow. Casting a glare at Zhou Ziang, "Do you wish to meet your demise?" Zhou Ziang, genuinely apprehensive of Fu Zheng's wrath, seized Haozi and swiftly fled the dormitory. Once only Luo Caimei and Fu Zheng remained, she inquired, "Why do you also indulge in such things?" Fu Zheng lowered his long, thick eyelashes, suppressing his usual fearless arrogance and nonchalance, standing obediently before her like a remorseful schoolboy. "I merely wish to provide my sister with a better experience. I shall refrain from looking next time." Luo Caimei's heart melted at the sight of her obedient younger brother. Who could bear to scold him? She reached out, performing the action she had longed to do earlier in the cafeteria. Rising on her tiptoes, she gently ruffled his hair. "Goodness, you are truly both adorable and obedient right now." Chapter 92. The romance of a science and engineering boy. After ruffling his hair, Luo Caimei was pulled to sit before Fu Zheng's desk. "Would you like to listen to music?" She nodded, recalling that it was said that brilliant computer science students could compose music through coding. "Can you do that?" Fu Zheng nodded. He opened his laptop, his slender fingers deftly striking the keys. A flurry of dazzling code appeared on the screen, leaving Luo Caimei awestruck. She couldn't help but gaze at Fu Zheng. His expression was focused and earnest, his profile illuminated by the light, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Her heart fluttered, as if caressed by a gentle feather, creating ripples of emotion. The sight of a serious young man immersed in coding was utterly captivating. Who wouldn't be enchanted? She felt fortunate to have found such a treasure. With her lips slightly parted, she exclaimed, "Wow, you can really compose music with code. It sounds beautiful." Fu Zheng lowered his gaze toward her. "Music that belongs solely to you." Luo Caimei was taken aback by the romantic side of this science and engineering student. Unable to resist, she planted a kiss on his handsome profile, feeling like the luckiest sister to have such a charming little brother. After leaving Yeda, Luo Caimei treated Fu Zheng to a lavish meal, followed by a trip to the cinema. By the time they returned to her apartment, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. The warmth of the heating enveloped her as she entered the hallway. After hanging up her coat, she bent down to change into her slippers when suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind. Fu Zheng embraced her from behind. "Aren't you going to shower first?" she began. But her words were cut short as he lowered his head and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. In that fleeting moment of contact, she felt the softness and coolness of his lips, sending an inexplicable tremor through her heart. He turned her around, lifting her onto the hallway cabinet. One hand rested on the nape of her neck, drawing her closer, while the other elevated her chin, kissing her once more. Luo Caimei felt dazed, overwhelmed by the fresh scent of his masculine cologne, her heart racing, blood rushing to her head. His kisses were fierce and deep, their lips and tongues entwined in a fiery passion. It was utterly intoxicating. Luo Caimei found herself unable to resist the ardor of Fu Xiaoguo's kiss. The commotion in the bedroom continued late into the night. The vitality of university students was boundless, and by the end, Luo Caimei once again felt the familiar aches in her waist and back. Her delicate, pearly teeth grazed her lips, while a few damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks, the corners of her eyes glistening with a faint, rosy hue. Her breath still a touch hurried from the earlier exertion. She bore the unmistakable expression of someone who had been wronged. She was indignant. When Fu Zheng caught a glimpse of her beautiful, tearful eyes glaring at him, he nearly lost his composure once more. "Do not look at me with such a gaze," he rasped. Luo Caimei seized a pillow and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "You wretched brother, your comic books are certainly not for naught. They are quite innovative. Truly, as a top student, you can apply what you've learned effortlessly. After watching a brief video, however, she found herself utterly incapable. Fu Zhang caught the pillow and placed it back on the bed. Shall I carry you to the shower? He inquired. I'm too tired. I don't want to wash, she replied. Reluctantly, Fu Zhang retreated to the bathroom, retrieving a clean towel to gently dry her. Luo Caimei languidly sprawled on the bed, preparing to drift off to sleep, while Fu Zhang bent over to tidy up the disarray in the room. He wore a pair of gray sweatpants she had gifted him, his upper body bare, displaying his fair skin, broad and elongated back, and strikingly beautiful spine. Luo Caimei noticed a few red marks on his back, remnants of her earlier grasp, stirring a sense of forbidden allure within her. Grabbing her phone, she captured the moment he turned towards her. His abdomen was taut and well-defined, the sculpted muscles arranged in perfect symmetry, a testament to his diligent training, exuding both strength and grace. Perhaps taken aback by her photography, his long lashes fluttered, the depths of his dark eyes revealing a hint of confusion, his lips slightly parted. An innocent naivety that sent shivers through Luo Caimei's heart. He raised an eyebrow at her, questioning, "Are you taking candid shots?" Gazing at the striking image of him, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. "If you misbehave one day, I shall post this picture on the Yi University forum." Fu Zhang approached her bedside, leaning over, his hands braced on either side of her head, his dark eyes flashing with danger. "Do you dare?" Without allowing Luo Caimei another word, he fiercely kissed her. By the time she realized his intentions, she wished to slap herself for provoking him with her careless words. Ultimately, she could only plead as she nestled close to his ear. Promising to cherish his private photographs for a lifetime. Throughout the night, they scarcely slept. Though exhausted, Luo Caimei found herself somewhat entranced by the experience. She finally understood why ancient emperors were often ensnared by the allure of their concubines. If given the chance, she too wished to indulge in this hedonistic revelry. Night after night. "You wretched brother, I am utterly fatigued. I still have much work to do today outside." The dawn was breaking. Fu Zhang clasped her slender fingers tightly, squeezing them gently. "I have an exam today as well." Luo Caimei's eyes widened in surprise. "You have an exam, and yet you spent the entire night with me?" "Fortunately, I am not tired," he replied in a low voice. Luo Caimei could not help but admire his stamina and vitality. "Youth truly is a blessing. How many days will you be examining?" she inquired. "3 days. Oh no," she gasped. "If you do poorly, will you blame your sister?" Fu Zhang chuckled softly. "If I do poorly, my sister can make it up to me in bed." Luo Caimei, a spirited young man brimming with vitality, "Is it true that desires run so deep?" Fu Zhang gazed at Luo Caimei with dark, penetrating eyes, inquiring about her workload. "I'm somewhat busy," she replied. "Would you be interested in taking on a part-time role?" "Sure." "You buy is set to film a new project, and this time he asked the male lead. "I'll be visiting the set for a few days, and there's a role of a young general that I believe aligns perfectly with your image. Would you care to give it a try?" He scrutinized her for several seconds, his gaze deepening, pondering whether his sister had grown weary and sought to cultivate him into a star as compensation. Luo Caimei leaped into his embrace, playfully biting his crimson lips. "I initially thought of bringing you along on my business trip, but if you're not interested in filming, then never mind, lest your newfound fame attract countless rivals for my affection." She was certain that his face, once revealed on screen, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Fu Zhang toyed with her long hair. "Is my sister fearful of rivals?" "Of course," she affirmed. Perhaps her words pleased him, for a flicker of a smile graced his handsome face, his pale, alluring Adam's apple moving up and down. Unable to resist temptation, Luo Caimei reached out to poke his Adam's apple. However, he swiftly grasped her finger. "There's a question I've long wished to ask you." Luo Caimei focused on his throat. "Go ahead." "There's something special about my Adam's apple. It seems you took a liking to it at first sight." At his words, Luo Caimei froze momentarily. Chapter 93. Desiring to win her heart, Luo Caimei lowered her long lashes, a fleeting expression of panic and guilt crossing her gaze. What was so special about his Adam's apple? She recalled her first encounter with Yida, where she noticed a faintly colored mole on his Adam's apple, reminiscent of someone buried deep in her memories. Her silence prompted Fu Zhang to sense something unusual. He furrowed his brow slightly, tightening his grip on her fingers. "Why are you silent?" Luo Caimei lifted her long lashes to meet his gaze, smiling. "Because I'm fond of Adam's apples." This response was clearly not her true sentiment. Fu Zhang remembered how she had seemed lost in thought while observing his Adam's apple. If one were genuinely interested in another, it was unlikely to begin with an Adam's apple, was it? Yet, she was unwilling to confide in him, and he would not press her. Perhaps for her, this was merely a relationship devoid of emotional investment, a superficial arrangement. Human nature is inherently greedy. Once one acquires something, One often yearns for yet another. He reminded himself not to be overly avaricious. Luo Caimei could distinctly sense his emotional downturn. She pulled him back onto the bed. What time does your exam start? 8:40. That's still early. You can sleep for 2 more hours. After you wake up, I'll drive you there. If he were to leave like this, he would certainly not sleep for another minute. Under Luo Caimei's insistence, Fu Zheng held her close and slept for 2 hours. Upon waking, they hurriedly washed up and descended downstairs. Upon reaching the garage, Luo Caimei did not immediately enter the car but approached Fu Zheng. Wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his rosy lips, "Don't think too much. Just enjoy the moment." Fu Zheng instantly grasped her meaning that it was indeed his issue. He should not be so greedy. Having gained her body, he also yearned for her heart. "I am not unhappy." Luo Caimei nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Just as she prepared to release him, his strong hand encircled her waist, and he leaned down to kiss her in the desolate garage. Shan Qingyan, seated in the luxurious black Maybach, bore witness to the entire scene. Tall and slender, handsome yet alluring, it resembled a moment straight out of an idol drama. Both beautiful and romantic, Shan Qingyan's grip on the steering wheel involuntarily tightened into a fist. The divorced Luo Caimei appeared increasingly radiant, basking in her newfound confidence. As for him, due to being expelled from the business association, his grandfather had recently transferred all his shares to his uncle, relegating him to a subordinate position no matter how hard he tried in the future. All of this was thanks to Luo Caimei. After dropping Fu Zheng off at University, Luo Caimei drove to her studio. Upon arriving at the studio's entrance, she encountered Shan Qingyan, who had specifically come to find her. Luo Caimei did not greet him warmly. "Mr. Shan, is this amusing to you? Even after our divorce, you persist in bothering me?" Shan Qingyan positioned himself in front of Luo Caimei, and as he lowered his gaze, he caught sight of the kiss mark on her delicate neck. His pupils constricted. "Luo Caimei, have you been intimate with that university student?" Luo Caimei rolled her eyes. "What do you expect? Am I supposed to be a platonic ideal? Ha, I am not that pure or noble." She attempted to sidestep him to leave, but Shan Qingyan's next words left her momentarily stunned. "Are you attracted to that university student because he has a faintly colored mole on his Adam's apple, just like mine?" He recalled how Luo Caimei had always admired that mole after their marriage. Often staring at it dreamily, he had once asked her why she found it appealing, and she had said it was very sexy. "Luo Caimei, deep down you must still have feelings for me, right?" Luo Caimei could hardly suppress her laughter. "Is it that your home lacks mirrors? Or are you simply blind?" Observing her sarcastic demeanor, Shan Qingyan felt utterly convinced that she harbored no affection for him whatsoever. "Luo Caimei, did you have someone you liked before marrying me?" Luo Caimei's exquisite face tightened, her gaze as cold as ice. "I'll tell you when you reach your 7th day of mourning." Shan Qingyan's face darkened with fury. He found himself outmatched by Luo Caimei in both wit and agility. This woman would undoubtedly drive him to the brink of a heart attack. Before Luo Caimei could respond, Shan Qingyan added, "I doubt you were invited, right? Xingzhou's social circle typically only features him and Luo Shiyao, and he merely regards Luo Shiyao as a sister to him. You, as his biological sister, probably hold no more significance than an enemy." Shan Qingyan knew exactly how to strike at Luo Caimei's vulnerabilities. Each of his words pierced her like a sharp blade. Luo Xingzhou was one of her closest kin in this world. How could she not care about him? She was aware that Luo Xingzhou had long since blocked her on WeChat and her phone. In previous years, for his safety, she had rarely contacted him, only sending the necessary living expenses and tuition fees to his account. Now that she possessed the means to protect herself, she wondered if he would grant her the opportunity to mend their sibling relationship. Luo Caimei closed her eyes, burying all her emotions deep within. She cast a cold, mocking glance at Shan Qingyan. "Your concern for my personal affairs, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? What should I do? Just the sight of you makes me nauseous." "Luo Caimei, you slap?" Before Shan Qingyan could finish his words, Luo Caimei raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. "How dare you hit me?" Slap. Another blow followed. Enraged, Shan Qingyan attempted to grasp Luo Caimei by the neck, but in the next moment, he found himself kicked to the ground by her long leg. "Get lost. If I see you again, I will slap you again." Upon arriving at the studio, Luo Caimei was about to begin her work when Xia Zhiwan barged into her office. "I just saw Shan Qingyan in the garage. He had a slap mark on his face and was clutching his chest as he got into the car, as if he had been beaten up by someone." Luo Caimei pursed her lips. "I did that." She had long been intolerant of Shan Qingyan and had been itching to give him a good thrashing. Xia Zhiwan gave Luo Caimei a thumbs up. "Babe, you're truly impressive." As she spoke, Xia Zhiwan noticed the hickey on Luo Caimei's neck and exclaimed, "Did you sleep with the school heartthrob's younger brother?" Luo Caimei had rushed out that morning without any makeup. She picked up a mirror to inspect her neck. That pesky younger brother was quite vigorous, leaving a distinct mark on her neck. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Xiaojiwan blinked, quite the vigorous one, huh? Young lads do have great stamina 7 times in one night? Not quite, but 3 or 4 times sounds about right. Chapter 94. Has sister found a new target? Having not slept well and with her body sore from the previous night's exertion, Luo Caimei felt achy all over. She rubbed her waist. Sister, I'm almost at my limit. Xiaojiwan burst into laughter. All right then, just enjoy yourself. Luo Caimei smiled, her red lips curling upwards. The experience was indeed delightful. Although he had a strong demand, he still took care of her feelings during the process. 3 days later, Luo Caimei received a phone call from Fuzheng. I finished my exams. For the past few days, Luo Caimei had refrained from disturbing him, yet every day nutritious meals and coffee were delivered to his school. After finishing a meeting, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, rubbed her neck and asked, how did it go? Not bad. That's good to hear. That I was worried that you didn't rest well that night and it would affect your performance. No, are you free tonight? Shall we have dinner together? Maybe in a few days. I haven't bought the tickets yet. Luo Caimei replied, oh, how about I come find you tomorrow evening? Fuzheng didn't ask further, only responding with a soft Zhang Yanxiu had come to Yi University to see Fuzheng, and wanted to invite him to Yunjin Club that night, but was met with indifference. Seeing Fuzheng finish his call with a hint of disappointment on his face, Zhang Yanxiu walked over and slung an arm around his shoulder. Who is so arrogant as to refuse the crown prince's invitation? Fuzheng shrugged off Zhang Yanxiu's hand, his expression growing more solemn. Stop with the mockery. Zhang Yanxiu regarded Fuzheng with curiosity. You're not seriously dating someone, are you? The one who gifted you that watch? Is she from your school or outside? But someone who can afford a 5 million watch must have some financial means. When will you bring her around for me to see? Fuzheng set his phone down, his demeanor cold. My girlfriend, why should I let you see her? Zhang Yanxiu teased. Oh, so precious, huh? Fuzheng, what brings you here? Zhang Yanxiu sensed the unmistakable scent of romance in the air. Let us head to Yunjin Club, shall we? I've heard it boasts a wealth of entertainment options, and it has been ages since we last played billiards together. Fuzheng responded with a lackluster, disinterested HUM to Yunjin Club. Zhang Yanxiu reserved a VIP booth on the 2nd floor. Dressed in casual attire, Fuzheng stood before the billiard table, gracefully bending over to pick up the cue. After meticulously aiming at the target ball, he struck decisively, the cue making a crisp sound as it connected with the cue ball. Without a hint of doubt, the target ball sank smoothly into the pocket. Zhang Yanxiu, damn it, I can never win against you in billiards. The scholar's prowess was undeniable. He always calculated the angles and force perfectly, whether in long-range attacks or clever defenses. Setting the cue down, Fuzheng chuckled nonchalantly. You're still as incompetent as ever. Incompetent? No, it's simply that you're too abnormal, Zhang Yanxiu retorted. Fuzheng picked up a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, about to light up when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a curvaceous figure, Luo Caimei. His gaze fell upon the woman below, dressed in a caramel-colored cashmere coat paired with a short skirt and knee-high boots, her slender calves accentuating her elegance. Her chestnut curls were styled into a princess-like updo, adorned with elongated diamond earrings that exuded simplicity and fashion. As she walked, she carried an air of confidence and poise, embodying the essence of a queen. In her hands, she held a delicate cake box. Fuzheng's dark, elongated eyes narrowed slightly. What the hell isn't that the stunning beauty who referred to us as mere children? Why are you staring at her? Back when we crossed the overpass, I mentioned a gorgeous woman, yet you didn't even glance her way. With a swift kick, Fuzheng nudged Zhang Yanxiu aside. Quiet down. Unbeknownst to Luo Caimei, Fuzheng was at Yunjin Club. As she approached the entrance of one of the private rooms, she received a call from him. Placing her phone between her shoulder and ear, she heard Fuzheng's indistinct tone on the other end. Where are you now, sister? Preoccupied with thoughts of Luo Xingzhou, she lacked the inclination to chat further with Fuzheng. I have some matters to attend to outside. I'll call you back later. With that, she hung up. Fuzheng watched as she entered one of the private rooms, tightening his grip on the phone slightly. Taking a deep breath, Luo Caimei pushed open the door to the room. The interior was stylishly decorated, pulsating with youthful energy, the vibrant lights flickering amidst the deafening music. The moment she stepped in, someone shouted, "Holy crap, Luo Xingzhou, your sister is here!" The music came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes in the room turned towards Luo Caimei. She scanned the room, spotting Luo Shiyao along with several cousins, and there was Shun Qingyan in the midst of the crowd. Luo Xingzhou donned a pair of distressed jeans, adorned with diamond earrings, and was nestled closely with a beautiful young woman. It was evident that they had been engaged in an intimate dance just moments before. Luo Caimei felt her temples throb with agitation. Luo Xingzhou cast a glance at Luo Caimei, his previously charming visage suddenly transforming into a frosty mask, his eyes brimming with disdain. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Leave at once." Luo Shiryao stepped forward, her gentle and graceful countenance adorned with a subtle, appropriate smile. "Xingzhou, she is your sister after all. Let her join us in the celebration." Luo Xingzhou snorted dismissively, turning his gaze towards Luo Shiryao. His expression softening slightly. "I only acknowledge you as my sister." In that instant, Luo Caimei felt as though a sharp blade had pierced her heart. She was acutely aware of Luo Xingzhou's resentment towards her for sending him abroad years ago, as well as for her lack of concern in recent years. However, she chose not to dwell on it. Carrying a cake, she approached the coffee table. "Xingzhou, happy 20th birthday!" And the next moment, Luo Xingzhou seized the cake and hurled it to the ground. "Stop pretending here. Just get lost and don't ruin our party." Shan Qingyan, witnessing Luo Caimei being tormented by her own brother, could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. Indeed, a fitting retribution had arrived. Luo Shiryao glanced at Luo Caimei and gently remarked, "Sister Caimei, please do not hold it against Xingzhou. He is still young and immature." Luo Caimei understood Luo Shiryao's intentions all too well. Over the years, while Luo Shiryao was abroad, she had not hesitated to sow discord between her and Luo Xingzhou. With great restraint, Luo Caimei suppressed her emotions as she picked up the damaged cake from the floor. She approached Luo Xingzhou in her high heels, stating, "Out of consideration for your birthday today, I had no intention of reprimanding you, but your behavior and upbringing are truly infuriating as your elder sister. I must take it upon myself to educate you with that." She smeared the ruined cake directly onto Luo Xingzhou's face. "Should you dare to speak to your sister in such a manner again, it will not merely result in a cake to the face. Dealing with such a wayward and unruly brother." Luo Caimei had her methods. The comfortable life he enjoyed now was entirely due to her support. Did he truly believe that by transferring shares to their uncles she would cease to provide for him? She would soon call the bank manager to cancel all his credit cards. Aware that none in the private room welcomed her presence, she turned on her heel, her back straightened, and departed with an air of aloofness. The room fell into a profound silence. Luo Xingzhou's eyes widened. His face a mixture of shock and furious cream dripped from his visage. Just as Luo Caimei was about to exit the room, he bellowed, "Luo Caimei, I despise you. I will never forgive you in this lifetime." As his words echoed, the door to the room slammed shut with a resounding bang. Luo Shiryao approached Luo Xingzhou holding a tissue, and spoke softly, "Sister Caimei can be quite impulsive. How could she act so rashly? However, do not take it to heart. She may be feeling down lately." Luo Xingzhou's eyes were red-rimmed. "She has never regarded me as a brother." Luo Shiryao's expression turned sympathetic. "Both Luo Heng, Luo Yi, Luo Han, and I consider you our beloved younger brother. You are not alone, you have us, your cousins. Besides, you now have someone special in your life, don't you?" Luo Shiryao glanced at the girl who had been dancing closely with Luo Xingzhou earlier. The girl immediately approached, helping him wipe his face and tidy his hair. "Xingzhou, you still have me." Luo Xingzhou nodded, relieved to have you all around. Luo Shiryao gently patted Luo Xingzhou's arm and said, "However, Xingzhou, it would be wise for you to maintain some distance from your sister. Given her impulsive behavior today, I am genuinely concerned about the possibility of her taking even more extreme actions in the future. I truly worry that you might suffer harm again, and I cannot bear to see you distressed because of her." "Thank you for your concern, Shiryao. I have no desire to see Luo Caimei again," he replied. After Luo Caimei departed from the club, she settled into her car and made a call to the bank manager. After halting all of Luo Xingzhou's bank cards, she drove towards the cemetery. Exiting the elevator and nearing her apartment door, she paused momentarily. A tall, slender figure leaned against her apartment entrance. Fuzhang. Luo Caimei's long lashes fluttered lightly. "You've come. Why didn't you just go inside?" Fuzhang lifted his gaze, his dark, deep eyes fixed on Luo Caimei, as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Has my sister found a new target?" Chapter 95. Are you checking up? When Luo Caimei left the private room, Fuzhang quietly entered the adjacent one. He overheard a young man exclaim, "Luo Caimei, I despise you. I will never forgive you in this lifetime." He also observed Luo Caimei's heavy footsteps and her reddened eyes as she exited the room. In his memory, she was a woman of formidable strength. Even when her ex-husband cheated, she handled it with calm composure. After the divorce, she never shed a single tear. She appeared invincible. Only someone of significant importance in her heart could sway her emotions. Luo Caimei furrowed her brow, pondering why he would say such a thing. Fuzhang noted her weary demeanor and pressed his thin lips together. "When I called you tonight, I was at the Yunjin Club. I witnessed you losing control over a young man." Luo Caimei sighed. "The boy you saw is my younger brother. Today is his 20th birthday." As she spoke, She entered her password to unlock the apartment door. Fu Zheng did not follow her inside. He gazed intently at her departing figure. Your brother? Fu Zheng recalled the last time her grandfather had messaged her about a blind date, and she had briefly shared her family situation. If she had a younger brother, he would certainly be one of her closest kin, aside from her mother. Do you have a strained relationship with your brother? Luo Caimei changed into her slippers and walked toward the living room, her mood dismal as she replied, yes, he really dislikes me. And no sooner had she finished speaking than Fu Zheng reached out and embraced her. No, you are very likable. Do not doubt yourself. It was not mere flattery. If she were truly unworthy, he would not allow her to rest. A smile involuntarily crept upon Luo Caimei's lips, and the heavy gloom in her heart finally began to dissipate. The birthday party for Luo Xingzhou concluded just past 1 in the morning. He took out his credit card to settle the bill. Earlier, Luo Caimei's arrival had soured his mood, and in a fit of retaliation, he ordered several bottles of expensive wine. He felt no remorse spending the money she had earned. Soon, the manager approached Luo Xingzhou to inform him that his card could not be processed. He produced several other cards, yet none were successful in the transaction. Luo Xingzhou's complexion changed slightly, prompting the attention of those around him. With a somber expression, he took out his phone and stepped aside to call Luo Caimei. It was only after dialing that he remembered he had long since blocked her. He removed her from the blacklist. The call connected, yet no one answered. Luo Xingzhou was taken aback to discover that Luo Caimei had indeed suspended all his credit cards. He had never felt so humiliated. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, and a wave of heat flushed across his face. Luo Shiryao approached him and gently murmured, Xingzhou, did Sister Caimei really suspend all your credit cards? Let me treat you this time, don't be too upset. Luo Xingzhou nodded, thinking if she is unkind to me, I shall not feel obliged to be kind in return. The following day, Luo Caimei awoke in Fu Zheng's embrace. Feeling discontented the previous evening, they had shared nothing but a quiet, comforting slumber. The morning sunlight filtered softly through the sheer curtains, and as Luo Caimei gazed at the young man still lost in sleep, her fingertips instinctively brushed against his features, just as her fingers neared his delicate lips. He suddenly reached out and grasped her fingertip. Luo Caimei's long lashes fluttered. Had her mischievous younger brother awakened? Fu Zheng looked down at her, his eyes heavy with sleep. Do you realize the consequences of such morning mischief? Luo Caimei's eyes sparkled with laughter. What consequences? Before she could finish her thought, he swiftly turned, pinning her beneath him. Though his gaze still held the remnants of slumber, a fervent flame ignited within him. He buried his face in her neck, his warm breath cascading over her delicate skin, showering her with kisses that trailed from her neck upward. His lips found her cheek, her ear, while his long fingers ventured toward the neckline of her nightgown. Their breaths grew increasingly labored. Luo Caimei trembled slightly, her reason teetering on the edge of desire. She pushed against him. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. He nibbled her ear. We'll brush afterward. Once they had finished, Fu Zheng carried Luo Caimei to the bathroom for a shower. It dawned on her that the unhappy events of life could indeed be forgotten through the intimacy of love. During lunch, Luo Caimei opened Luo Shiryao's moments. Despite her dislike for Luo Shiryao, she hadn't deleted her. Occasionally, she would check for updates on Luo Xingzhou's activities through Luo Shiryao's posts. Yesterday, Luo Shiryao had shared a grid of 9 photos, one of which featured Luo Xingzhou embracing a young girl. As soon as the photo was posted, she heard Fu Zheng's phone chime. Luo Caimei thought little of it and continued messaging her private investigator. Great detective, please help me look into this girl's information. And while you're at it, find out how the boy in the photo is connected to her. Fu Zheng's phone chimed twice more. Curiously, Luo Caimei glanced at Fu Zheng. Who's messaging you? Fu Zheng shrugged lazily, a smile playing on his lips. A wealthy lady. Luo Caimei shot him a playful glare. While you're with me, you are not to flirt with other wealthy ladies. Fu Zheng handed his phone to Luo Caimei. So does that mean you wish to check up on me? Luo Caimei shook her head. No need for that. If you dare to play both sides, I shall kick you to the curb. A flicker of complexity and shadow passed through Fu Zheng's dark eyes. If she truly cared for him, she would have likely checked on him, wouldn't she? Yet, she chooses to remain oblivious, denying him even the opportunity for candor. A wry smile of self-mockery involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips. Chapter 96. His transformation. The private investigator exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within 3 days, Luo Caimei received a message from him. Luo Xingzhou's girlfriend emerged from a socialite training program, exuding a deliberately sculpted elegance and charm. She was introduced by Luo Shiryao, and well acquainted with Luo Xingzhou's personality and preferences. Every one of her smiles and gazes was meticulously crafted to capture Luo Xingzhou's heart firmly. Luo Caimei furrowed her brow in concern. Before she could analyze the intentions of the Luo Shiryao family, she received a phone call from the caregiver. Miss Luo, your mother has been taken away by your brother.
And I could not intervene. A torrent of rage surged within Luo Caimei. She found it incomprehensible that Luo Xingzhou would resort to such extreme measures against her. She immediately rushed to the hospital. Upon her arrival, her mother's presence was already absent from the ward. Miss Luo, your brother is now one of your mother's guardians. He is forcefully taking her away. And we cannot stop him, the attending physician informed her. Luo Caimei closed her eyes, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. She retrieved her phone and dialed Luo Xingzhou's number. The call connected. Yet no one answered. It was likely intentional. After all, on the night of his birthday, he had called her several times when he lacked the funds to settle his bill, and she had not answered. Just as Luo Caimei felt herself on the verge of fainting from anger, she received a call from the servant at Blue Water Bay. Although the residence was currently uninhabited, Luo Caimei had arranged for the servant to clean regularly. Grandparents, second uncle and aunt, third uncle and aunt, the whole family has gathered. Luo Xingzhou's tone was unyielding, his eyes brimming with provocation and disdain. The Luo family dislikes you and rejects you. You should truly reflect on the reasons behind this. Luo Caimei trembled with indignation that if her mother were to reside with such a pack of wolves, she feared for her mother's survival until the new year. Unable to contain her rage any longer, Luo Caimei raised her hand and struck Luo Xingzhou's face with a resounding slap. You truly are a wonderful brother. Luo Xingzhou clutched his stinging cheek in disbelief, staring at Luo Caimei who had struck him. How dare you? Luo Shiryao immediately stepped forward, her brow furrowed as she addressed Luo Caimei. Sister Caimei, the elders are present. How could you strike Xingzhou? The second aunt shielded Luo Xingzhou behind her, glaring at Luo Caimei. How can you be so impulsive? Your brother is merely fulfilling his filial duty. Instead of offering support, you resort to violence. Do you not respect the elders? The third aunt chimed in. Indeed. Have you considered what a woman like you can accomplish? Your recent years of marriage and divorce have turned the Luo family into a laughingstock, and my view. Your brother should take charge of this family moving forward. Did you not create further chaos here? The elderly patriarch slammed his cane against the ground with authority, his expression stern. Luo Caimei, this is not your place to lecture. Leave at once and do not linger here. Faced with the collective reproach, Luo Caimei's emotion surged within her. Her hands hung at her sides, clenched into fists, as her icy gaze swept over those who dared to accuse her. The faces, both familiar and foreign, were now filled with malice. In her childhood, she had occasionally faced exclusion from her cousins on her father's side. Yet during those times her parents and elder brother would always protect her, ensuring no one could bully her. But now she found herself utterly alone. Deep within, she understood that at this moment, she could not afford to be weak, nor could she be easily toppled. Innately strong and proud, she raised her chin slightly, exuding an air of haughty authority akin to that of a queen. The Blue Water Bay Villa is my property. Your uninvited presence here constitutes trespassing. If you do not wish for me to call the authorities, you shall leave this instant. Having already severed all ties, why should she bother with politeness? A fleeting glimmer of greed and irrationality in Luo Xingzhou's eyes left Luo Caimei momentarily stunned. In her memory, her brother, though once naive, possessed a fundamentally kind nature. He had never coveted the inheritance left by their parents. Why had he changed so drastically? Perhaps it was the overwhelming emotions that caused Luo Xingzhou to suddenly cough violently, followed by a spurt of blood. Luo Shiryao promptly offered him a tissue to wipe his mouth. Luo Caimei, do not be too greedy. Luo Caimei glanced at Luo Xingzhou, whose face had turned pale after spitting blood. She chose not to respond further, turning away in a state of despondency and solitude. After exiting the villa, she did not leave immediately, instead seeking refuge in a secluded corner. As darkness descended, she observed Luo Shiryao taking out the trash. Once the coast was clear, Luo Caimei rummaged through the garbage bag, retrieving several blood-stained papers, which she carefully placed in a transparent bag before driving away. Luo Caimei arrived at the laboratory of a private hospital, leveraging connections and paying 3 times the usual amount to have the technician expedite her test results within an hour. Sitting in the corridor of the testing hall, she reminisced about the old Luo Xingzhou, his clear eyes and innocent smile. Although she had sent him abroad against his wishes, he had never harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. Yet now, he regarded her as an enemy, consumed by obsession, greed, and an unsettling strangeness. An hour later, the test results were released. Upon receiving the report, Luo Caimei's pupils constricted violently, her body frozen in shock. So that was it. Chapter 97. Your brother-in-law. The blood test revealed the presence of substances that could induce insanity and emotional volatility. Prolonged use by a healthy individual would lead to memory loss and increasingly uncontrollable emotions, ultimately resulting in true mental illness. A chill ran down Luo Caimei's spine. Even after sending Luo Xingzhou abroad, they had still plotted against him. Covertly administering such drugs, they would gradually bring him under their control, and once they obtained what they desired, he would be irreversibly transformed into a genuine lunatic. It was too dark, too terrifying. Luo Caimei felt as if her blood had turned to ice, tears welling in her eyes as her entire being trembled. She could not comprehend why the Luo family would treat them in such a manner. After all, her father was their eldest son, and both she and Luo Xingzhou were their blood relatives. In the clandestine realm of the black market racetrack, a grand motorcycle competition is set to unfold this evening. The atmosphere is electrifying, filled with a throng of beautiful spectators and a cacophony of excited voices, all eagerly anticipating an extraordinary display of racing prowess. With an air of arrogance, he surveys the scene. Embodying the very essence of a king as the competition approaches, a striking figure clad in sleek black racing attire bursts onto the scene, astride a motorcycle, donning a stylish helmet that conceals all but a pair of piercing black eyes. His countenance radiates wildness and defiance. The arrival of Fu Zhang captures the attention of many. He halts his motorcycle beside Luo Xingzhou's, a smirk gracing his lips as he declares, "I have arrived tonight, and you shall not prevail in this race." Luo Xingzhou, taken aback by the audacity of this unexpected challenger, sneers in response, "Who do you think you are?" The word lose does not exist in the lexicon of Luo Xiao. Fu Zhang raises an eyebrow, proposing a wager. "If I win, you must grant me a single favor." Luo Xingzhou, unable to contain his amusement, bursts into laughter. "Who the hell are you? Even if I grant you 2 minutes, victory is beyond your reach." With a half-smile, Fu Zhang retorts, "Give me those 2 minutes, and I will still triumph over you." Seemingly unprepared for Fu Zhang's audacity, Luo Xingzhou, incited by his bravado, concedes, "Very well, if I lose, I shall honor your request." As the starting horn blares, a fleet of motorcycles darts forward like arrows released from a bow. Fu Zhang, however, does not immediately take off. He truly waits the full 2 minutes before commencing his pursuit. Undeterred, Luo Xingzhou leads the pack, swiftly distancing himself from the competition. Glancing into his rearview mirror, he notices Fu Zhang's absence and smirks in derision. "Fool! He dares to challenge me." The racing path is a treacherous serpentine route fraught with peril. Utilizing his extensive experience, Luo Xingzhou effortlessly drifts around the bends, navigating each turn with finesse. Just as he approaches a particularly perilous curve, a thunderous roar of engines erupts from behind. A glance in the mirror reveals a motorcycle hurtling forward with astonishing speed. Fu Zhang, the very man he wagered against, is gaining ground. A flicker of concern crosses Luo Xingzhou's face. As they near the bend, Fu Zhang accelerates, astonishingly leaping over a cliff's edge. The friction of his tires ignites sparks as he lands deftly ahead of Luo Xingzhou, whose eyes widen in disbelief. "Damn it! That was incredible." Ultimately, Fu Zhang emerges as the evening's dark horse, claiming first place amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, with numerous admirers flocking to him. Ignoring the advances, he removes his helmet and strides toward Luo Xingzhou. The latter, observing Fu Zhang, who appears to be of similar age yet possesses a more striking and charismatic presence, furrows his brow in confusion. "What exactly do you want?" "Surely, they are not acquainted." Fu Zhang, scrutinizing Luo Xingzhou's features that bear a resemblance to Luo Caimei, states, "Come with me to a certain place." Despite his mischievous nature, Luo Xingzhou is a man of his word. He acknowledges defeat as defeat, and provided the request is reasonable, he is inclined to comply. Luo Xingzhou rode his motorcycle, trailing behind Fu Zhang as they departed the racetrack. Upon arriving at the upscale residential complex beneath Luo Caimei's apartment building, Luo Xingzhou furrowed his brow. What on earth was this person bringing him here for? If his memory served him correctly, did Luo Caimei reside in this neighborhood? However, he did not perceive any acquaintance between this individual and Luo Caimei. Fu Zhang led Luo Xingzhou to the entrance of Luo Caimei's apartment. Despite Luo Xingzhou's usual obliviousness, he sensed something amiss. His expression darkened significantly, and he exclaimed, "What the hell are you bringing me here for? Who exactly are you?" "I am your brother-in-law," Fu Zhang replied. Luo Xingzhou nearly choked on his own saliva. "Brother-in-law? You look about the same age as I do. Could it be that Luo Caimei was keeping a toy boy?" Fu Zhang raised an eyebrow. "My sister and I are in a romance across the age divide." As Fu Zhang entered the passcode, Luo Xingzhou attempted to flee, but in the next moment Fu Zhang seized him by the collar. "What's the matter? Don't want to admit defeat?" Luo Xingzhou was forcibly dragged into the apartment by Fu Zhang. Upon seeing two figures in the living room, a flicker of shock crossed her eyes. "How did you both end up here?" Given Luo Xingzhou's attitude towards her, he would never willingly appear in this place. Fu Zhang pushed Luo Xingzhou towards Luo Caimei and briefly recounted the incident regarding the underground racing. "He lost, so I brought him to meet you. You can discuss whatever you need to with him privately."
Luo Caimei was taken aback by Fu Zheng's willingness to do this for her. A warm sensation surged within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, she had braced herself for a solitary battle and had not anticipated that Fu Xiaogo would come to her aid. What a heartwarming younger brother. I'll take him to the study for a chat, Luo Caimei said. That Fu Zheng nodded. Go ahead. Luo Xingzhou erupted in fury, leaping up, glaring at Luo Caimei. I have nothing to discuss with you. Before he could finish his retort, Fu Zheng delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee, causing him to stumble forward, nearly toppling to the ground. How dare you kick me? Luo Xingzhou clenched his fists, baring his teeth as he swung at Fu Zheng. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Fu Zheng seized his fist, delivering a blow to his abdomen, leaving him sprawled helplessly on the floor. He was utterly defenseless. Damn it! Within mere exchanges, Luo Xingzhou realized he was not on the same level as his opponent. Fu Zheng's prowess was simply overwhelming. Luo Caimei, are you just going to stand there and watch him beat me down? Luo Caimei stood to the side, arms crossed, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she observed his predicament, seemingly in good spirits. If it weren't for my sake, given his skills, you'd likely be in a far worse state by now. Luo Xingzhou retorted. You both are teaming up to bully me, aren't you? Luo Caimei scoffed. So what if we are? Did you ever consider my feelings when you and Luo Shiyao ganged up on me? Gritting his teeth, Luo Xingzhou struggled to rise from the floor. Sister Shiyao genuinely cares for me, but you do not. Luo Caimei's beautiful eyes turned icy. Follow me to the study. Luo Xingzhou stood his ground, but once again, Fu Zheng delivered a kick to the back of his knee. If you dare to disobey your sister, you won't be leaving here tonight. With a nonchalant tone laced with a hint of menace, Luo Xingzhou entered the study, his face darkened, following Luo Caimei, who was muttering curses under her breath. Upon entering, Luo Caimei tossed a medical report at him. Luo Xingzhou caught the report and glanced at it, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes upon reading the contents. Despite his disdain for Luo Caimei, he did not wish for her to ultimately become a lunatic. Surely, it was your arrogant demeanor that led to your poisoning. The report did not bear Luo Xingzhou's name, and he assumed it pertained to Luo Caimei. With a cold smirk, Luo Caimei retorted, that day at Lanshui Bay Villa when you spat blood, while Luo Shiyao was throwing out the trash, I took the tissue stained with your blood for testing, and the results are as you see. Luo Xingzhou was taken aback for a few seconds. Upon regaining his composure, he stared at Luo Caimei in disbelief. Are you saying I was poisoned? Nonsense, I refuse to believe it. If you doubt me, you can have a blood test done, Luo Caimei replied, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on him. I am your sister. There is no need for me to deceive you about such matters. Luo Xingzhou curled his lips in a mocking arc. Sister? You speak so sweetly now, yet you forcibly sent me abroad when I was 15, disregarding my tearful pleas. Do you have any idea what I endured abroad? Luo Caimei furrowed her brow. What did you endure? When I was bullied and mistreated, where was this sister of mine? When I called you, seeking your help, where were you then? Luo Caimei froze, a sharp pain spreading through her heart. Her eyes brimmed with moisture and a flush of red. When were you bullied? Luo Xingzhou, on your birthday 3 years ago. I called you, but your phone was off. Luo Caimei recalled that fateful day, when her car brakes had failed, leading to a severe accident. She had spent nearly a month in the hospital before being discharged. Luo Caimei retrieved a stack of documents from the bookshelf and handed them to Luo Xingzhou. Take a look. This is the reason I sent you abroad back then. Luo Xingzhou lowered his gaze to peruse the documents she provided. Although the police had been notified, due to the lack of evidence pointing to foul play, everything was classified as accidental. While 1 or 2 incidents could be labeled as such, she had experienced 5 or 6 such accidents. That she had survived until now was a testament to her fortitude. You were still young back then, and I had no means of protecting myself with our parents and elder brother facing misfortune. Had I kept you by my side, you too might have faced danger. In these past years I have refrained from getting too close to you, for I have yet to uncover the true culprit behind our parents' calamity. Do you think my life has been easy? Just because I am your sister, several years your senior, I have borne these burdens alone. Now that you have matured and I have gained the means to protect myself, I do not wish for us to become adversaries. We should join forces to unveil the perpetrator behind our parents' demise. Luo Xingzhou's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at Luo Caimei in disbelief, his lips quivering. But wasn't our parents' accident just that? An accident? Luo Xingzhou. She interjected, you are already 20. I hope you can use your intellect and not be swayed by others' provocations. The messages received tonight are overwhelmingly abundant, leaving Luo Xingzhou struggling to assimilate them. He had never anticipated that his sister, whom he had always regarded as cold and unfeeling, had bravely shouldered so much danger and pressure all on her own. He also never imagined that the car accident involving their parents was, In fact, an unfortunate accident. A throbbing pain surged through his head as he took a few steps back, furrowing his brow in disbelief. We are family. How could they possibly commit such an act? He thought to himself. Sister Shiryao has always treated me well. She cared for me while I was abroad. Luo Caimei interrupted Luo Xingzhou's unfinished thoughts. You mentioned being bullied 3 years ago. But why were you not bullied in the first 2 years? Did Luo Shiryao not go abroad 3 years ago? The moment she left, you were subjected to bullying, and then she appeared before you in the guise of a caring sister, sowing discord between us. Luo Xingzhou left in a daze. After adjusting her emotions, Luo Caimei emerged from the study. Fu Zheng, sitting in the living room engrossed in a video game, stood up upon seeing her. Luo Caimei approached him, surveying him from head to toe. You weren't injured during the illegal street racing, were you? She inquired. No sooner had she spoken than he reached out and embraced her. His handsome face buried into her neck, and his warm, tender lips brushed against her. I wasn't hurt. Your brother seems to be in worse trouble than I am. Has he angered you again? Luo Caimei wrapped her arms tightly around Fu Zheng's lean waist. Understanding that deep-rooted issues do not resolve overnight, I believe he will come to his senses. I must thank you for bringing Luo Xingzhou here. It would have been challenging for me to find an opportunity to speak with him alone otherwise. A twinge of guilt washed over Luo Caimei as she thought, lately, I haven't been able to spend quality time with you, sister. It's alright, you should attend to your matters first. After conversing for a while, Fu Zheng headed off to take a shower. He had been staying at her place for the past few days, having brought his clothes along, and Luo Caimei began to pack his suitcase. Midway through her task, she heard him call from the bathroom, Luo Caimei. With a resigned smile, she thought, this little rascal seems to enjoy calling me by my full name lately. What is it? She replied. I forgot to bring my pajamas. Could you please help me with that? Luo Caimei fetched a set of men's sleepwear and knocked on the door. The voice from inside responded, the door isn't locked. She pushed the door open slightly and handed the sleepwear inside. Before she could react, she was suddenly pulled in with great force. He pressed her against the bathroom wall, and as Luo Caimei lowered her gaze, she noticed he was only wrapped in a loosely tied bath towel, precariously hanging at his waist, exuding an alluring and enticing charm. She swallowed hard, raising her long lashes to look at him. What are you doing, you rascal? Fresh from the shower, his dark eyes glistened with moisture, creating an enticing allure. Sister, would you like to experience something in the bathroom? Chapter 99. Starting the day with a stare in the bathroom. Steam enveloped the space, creating a misty haze. Luo Caimei gazed at Fu Zheng, who was clad only in a bath towel. He embodied the classic type of someone who looks slim in clothes yet possesses a well-defined physique without them. His chest was robust and solid, with each muscle distinctly outlined, and the alluring V-line extended tantalizingly beneath the edge of the towel, radiating a primal beauty of strength. His legs, visible beneath the towel, were long and elegantly straight. Damp strands of hair fell disheveled across her forehead, droplets cascading from his handsome features, gliding down his chiseled jawline, exuding an irresistible allure, locking eyes with his obsidian gaze. Fiery and intense, Luo Caimei's heart raced uncontrollably. Her freshly bathed brother was utterly captivating. She cupped his striking face in her hands, rose onto her toes, and could not resist pressing her lips against his soft pink ones. The atmosphere in the bathroom ignited with a tantalizing tension. The kiss evolved into a fervent and passionate exchange. Fu Zheng held Luo Caimei with a single arm, his grip so firm it felt as though he sought to melt her into his very being. Their lips entwined, breaths mingling. Luo Caimei's fingertips traced along his defined abdominal muscles, journeying down to his enticing hips, brushing against the towel at his waist. With a gentle tug, the towel slipped away silently. Fu Zheng's gaze deepened, and he lifted Luo Caimei effortlessly into his arms. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before Fu Zheng finally released her. She leaned against him, listening to the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat, the blush on her cheeks lingering, refusing to fade. At the Blue Water Bay Villa, Luo Xingzhou entered his mother's room, carrying a basin of water to gently cleanse her face. He proceeded with utmost care, fearful of causing her any discomfort. This evening, he had received an overwhelming torrent of information from Luo Caimei that left him bewildered, unsure of what in this world was true and what was false. Mom, who am I supposed to believe? He murmured softly, his voice barely audible. A knock resounded, and Zhang Yu approached with a bowl of bird's nest soup. Xingzhou, I noticed you've been coughing lately, so I specially prepared this for you, she said, presenting the bowl. The nutrients in the bird's nest will bolster your immune system, enhance your vitality, fend off illness, and improve your sleep. You should drink it. Luo Xingzhou took the bowl, but just as he was about to sip, memories of Luo Caimei's words flooded his mind. He glanced at Zhang Yu. I'll finish my mother's face first, then I'll drink it. Zhang Yu's smile was sweet and innocent. If you drink it now, I can take the bowl down for you. In no rush, I'll handle it myself after I finish. She did not press any further, nodding with a smile. Alright, but do remember to finish it. Okay. Once Zhang Yu left, Luo Xingzhou hurried to the bathroom, pouring the bird's nest into a bottle. Tomorrow, he would take it to the testing center for examination. The following day, as Luo Caimei slowly awakened, she sensed something amiss. Turning to the tall young man beside her, she noticed he had been awake for some time, propping himself up on his elbows. Gazing down at her, she had no idea how long he had been watching. Luo Caimei felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutiny and instinctively reached for the corners of her eyes, fearing the presence of sleep debris might tarnish her image in his eyes. Observing her actions, Fu Zheng could not help but smile. Luo Caimei shot him a playful glare. No laughing. Fu Zheng grasped her fingers, pulling her into his embrace. Even with sleep in her eyes, my sister is still beautiful. Luo Caimei felt an overwhelming urge to push him away. She shoved him aside, threw off the covers, and quickly dashed to the bathroom. After freshening up, she finally emerged. You pesky brother. No staring at me first thing in the morning from now on. Fu Zheng languidly leaned against the headboard, exuding an air of nonchalance and untamed spirit. His sister, possessing both beauty and an alluring figure, was simply irresistible. Luo Caimei felt her heart race erratically. This mischievous boy had mastered the art of flattery, delivering compliments one after another. Get up quickly. If you dare to tease your sister with your words again, I shall pounce on you and you might miss your flight, she warned. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. The flight can be rescheduled. Luo Caimei thought to herself. How resilient the youth's stamina was. After their encounter in the bathroom last night, he had insisted on another rendezvous in bed at midnight. She merely pretended to frighten him, as she truly lacked the energy for further antics. Hurry up. I have a meeting at the company soon. After Fu Zheng finished his morning routine, Luo Caimei retrieved a tailored suit and a cashmere overcoat from the wardrobe. This is your winter vacation gift, designed and customized exclusively by me. The suit, in a classic charcoal gray, was understated yet elegant, crafted from high-quality fabric that shimmered delicately under the light. As Fu Zheng donned the suit, its impeccable tailoring accentuated his youthful, upright physique. Luo Caimei then helped him into the knee-length overcoat, which, with its fitted silhouette and clean lines, exuded an air of sophistication without unnecessary embellishments. Luo Caimei exclaimed, "My taste is truly impeccable." Her younger brother, adorned in the suit and overcoat, resembled a model stepped straight out of a fashion magazine. His youthful vitality harmoniously blended with the suit's mature gravitas, projecting an aura of restraint, handsomeness, nobility, elegance, and undeniable charm. What to do? At this moment, she found herself wanting to undress him. His appearance in the suit and overcoat was unexpectedly captivating, making her consider him as a potential ambassador for her fashion studio. Fu Zheng looked down at her, his smile devilishly charming. If you wish to undress me, there's still time. Luo Caimei waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, it's better for me to maintain some decorum. Fu Zheng saw through her thoughts. It was clear that her stamina did not match his. He raised a finger to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. Sister, you should exercise more at home. 3 hours later, Fu Zheng arrived in Kyoto. Zhang Yanqiu came to pick him up, and upon seeing Fu Zheng in his suit and overcoat, he clicked his tongue in surprise. Why are you so formally dressed? Do you have some important appointment? Fu Zheng adjusted the exquisite yet understated cufflinks on his overcoat. What do you think? Looks good, but don't you usually prefer a more casual style? Do you realize how many women couldn't take their eyes off you the moment you stepped out of the airport? Fu Zheng was indifferent to the gazes of others, a slight smirk playing on his lips. She gifted it to me. Zhang Yanqiu paused for a few seconds before realizing that beautiful sister. I heard she's into fashion design. The suit and overcoat she made are even better than those I've had tailored by big brands. I must have her customize a set for the new year. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to message Luo Caimei.